has that happened?
Johannesburg, the beating heart of South African motorsport, a city that never sleeps, now echoes with the roar of horsepower. As the sun rises over the legendary backdrop, anticipation builds. This is more than racing. It's endurance at its fiercest, a battle of speed, stamina, and sheer will. The lights are ready, the tarmac is waiting, and the countdown begins. This is round 4 of the South African Endurance Series. Welcome to Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, an absolutely legendary track with all-time record of a 1 minute 40.9 set by Charles Visser at an average speed of 161 kilometers hour last year. 16 turns around this 4.52 kilometer circuit, 10 lefts, 6 rights, and a whole lot of straights that bring the pace on the way through. Let's take a look at the circuit as we go off the start line and past the main pit building in towards turn 1. The kink is going to be interesting. Side-by-side moments before hard on the anchors into Crowthorne. Expect 3 wide as they charge up towards the Yuxke sweep into the left-hander for Barbecue. Down the old pit straight, staring at Sunset. A long right-hand bend to go and meet them. Before hard on the brakes into Clubhouse, short little straight in through the S's. First S, second S. Make sure you get it right, otherwise you're visiting the dirt. Up towards Lea Copper, double apex that you got to try and get right. Down the mine shaft you go, a little kink to the left, flat out all the way. Hard on the anchors for Crocodile where it opens up. And now you charge through to Cheetah, into Ingwe, our final corner, and across the line. Here at the Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit and International Convention Centre, home to round 4 of the South African Endurance Series.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to a circuit that, of course, has been so iconic. We are coming to you live at the Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, and this is round 4 of the Southern African Endurance Series. This is a track that has 16 corners, and when you talk about prestige, you have to, of course, acknowledge that you're looking at what's actually going to happen. Well, turn 1 is going to be quite interesting. You go down to Crowthorne as well, Sunset Mineshaft, all as well at the S's. So it's going to be quite exciting to see, of course, what the guys are going to see. Well, when you talk about what we're bringing to you, we've got GT3 horsepower that I'm looking forward to seeing, and of course, few teams that have also added into the horsepower, and then we also have added the Silver Cup. Of course, that was absolutely exciting. The Silver Cup family has been exhilarating, and we're talking about the turn 1 in terms of the overtaking there and how tight it is. That's exactly what we're going to see from them. And well, if you haven't bought your ticket, please come to Kyalami. Join us at the gate. We've already seen fans here, and they're enjoying the race. They're enjoying the warm-up, and we're about to kick it off. So much to look forward to. Let's get over to commentary as we are about to, of course, kick-start our day. Temba and Greg are on standby.
Massive thanks, Chloe. Great to be here. A little bit of a turn up on the books here, Tim. You didn't expect to see me sitting alongside you this morning, but a massive welcome to everybody around the world who've joined us on our live stream and here at Kyalami as well. It is fantastic to see such a big field and some great race action expected today. We unfortunately have just missed the first race of the motorcycles, but an incredible run from Tristan Pienaar again to be at the front end and show the rest of the field a clean pair of wheels here, buddy.
Great to be with you in the first time in the booth, Greg. As you said, we are at the best circuit in the continent, and it was an amazing superbike race that we just saw. Tristan Pienaar was in an absolute class of his own, over 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else on track. Unfortunately, we saw Orapiri have a technical problem. He came to a stop early in the race on the exit of turn 1.
I think it might have been like maybe a little false neutral there because he got going again by the looks of it and still managed to circulate and still get some points in, which is fantastic to see. And I think let's go and have a look and see what we got planned for us for the entire day, because today it's round 4 of the South African Endurance Championship, and of course it is a massively packed field of cars and bikes here this weekend. Let's have a look at it as we go into the race action for today. Not only do we have the 4-hour endurance, we're going to start with of course, with Sports and GT, the race 2, incorporating GT Cup. That'll be, of course, with Stephen and Prince. They're going to join us. Then you and I will jump back into the studio for race 2 of the Superbikes. You're looking forward to that, I think you are. I can see you itching here, but
Really itching. The Unlimited 1,000 class is really, really competitive. We've got Jordan King, Sia Shabalala and Dave Varinga all separated by 20 points in the championship, so the Superbike racing is going to be world class today.
I can't wait, and it always is here at Kyalami. Silver Cup have joined us for the very first time. Fantastic to see the 2.0s. There's a big field of them. They're about to make their way out as well and do some warm-ups as well. Sports and GT Race incorporating Super GT Cup will be once again back at about 11 o'clock this morning. 11:30 we go into race 3 of the Superbikes, which is Open, Unlimited and the Classics all combined, and then it's race 3 of Silver Cup. We then open pit lane at about 12:30, and 12:30 sees an opportunity to get the very first sight on track this morning of what is going to be a really action-packed grid. There's a grid walk, of course, if you've got accreditation, or if you haven't got your accreditation yet, there's still accreditation available. You can go and get that from our website and make sure that you've got that so that you can get down onto the grid. It is certainly one grid in South Africa that you definitely want to go and do the grid walk on, because not a lot of people get an opportunity to walk in amongst their favorite drivers and cars just before they go to battle. So certainly make sure you're here. And if you are around the circuit and that is what you are looking to do, get that done. The SA Endurance, of course, is made up of 2 factors, as always. There's the hour endurance race that takes place in the very first hour, and then, of course, the 4 hours that continue after that. And what you've seen so far, Temba, in the opening rounds has been pretty spectacular. I mean, you look at that opening billboard and the opening link there, and you see some of the action. Cars bursting into flame, Porsches jumping over Cobras. It was insane.
Absolutely exciting racing coming through for us today. For our viewers who saw the Cape Town race, it was an absolutely insane 6 hours down at Kyalami. Unbelievable amounts of action and lots more coming today.
Well, you can see lots more coming in as well. Look at the crowds coming in here. Slowly but surely, we're starting to get people on the grandstand opposite us here. It doesn't look full yet, but they're all sort of climbing out of their cars just opposite us here. So expect to see them into the race stands. The best vantage points, of course, are all being sought out. Most of them, of course, are the vantage points you want. Would be at Clubhouse, you want to be at Sunset, you want to maybe be in the S's or up at the top at Leeuwkop. There's a lot of space on that outside banking for cars to go and park there. It's the old version of what South African motorsport used to be, where you've actually got access to get there. And of course, it's what they've come to experience in terms of the South African Endurance Championship. You want to be involved, and you want to be up close and personal with the cars and bikes that are here. And I think what Endurance Championship have done so far throughout their championship and throughout the time that they've been here is given access to people so that you can get up close and personal. If you can't, though, that's why we're here.
100% right. And as you mentioned earlier, that grid walk is not one you're going to miss. I was watching the Inter-Africa team practicing a pit stop yesterday, and I got goosebumps. And it was just a practice on Friday. So, unique viewing experience at Kyalami.
No doubt about it. And I tell you, the best part about it, of course, is that you go down and you have a look and see what those guys are doing. You get up close and personal with the teams when they're doing those kind of pit stop practices. They're vital. There's not a lot of pressure on them when you walk past. But when race starts, if you haven't got that dialed in and things go wrong, which they usually do when it comes to Endurance Championship racing, it means that things could possibly change up in the overall standings and, most importantly, the overall championship. And the overall championship in this category has been pretty spectacularly fought for so far. I mean, you've had a couple of rounds so far. Take us through what you've experienced so far in the first couple of rounds.
It's, I was racing earlier in the season on the Emirates Saes Superbikes, and Kyalami was my first time in the commentary booth, so that was my first experience of the cars.
There you go.
And unfortunately, us bike riders, we don't spend enough time keeping an eye on the cars, what's going on there. But at Kyalami, it was an incredible fight amongst the Inter-Africa cars at the front with the Legia, the Nova. I was having a chat with Charles Visser yesterday. He did a 39 yesterday, so the pace is going to be so hot. And as we were discussing with Prince and Steve earlier, the pit stops are going to be crucial today. The
other big factor is, of course, you spoke about riding at Kyalami. Now, I can tell you something. I've driven and ridden at Kyalami. The lines are exactly the same. If you want a fast lap time around Kyalami, you take a Superbike line because it avoids all the bumps that are there. There's not a lot of bumps here at Kyalami. That's the one cool thing about coming to the Kyalami Grand Prix of Entertainment, is that this is a plain, absolutely pristine deck to go and play on. And the black stuff here truly is some of the best in the world. Whereas at Kyalami and Aldo Scribanti, well, we might be talking about a slightly different vector because there's big bumps. There's bumps that have been there for ages. I mean, if you go into turn 2 and you're on the inside, don't go there because the superbike will throw you off like a motocross bike. If you go down the back straight, make sure you keep on the left-hand side and then slowly squeeze across to the right before you actually take the apex into the final corner at Cape Town Corner. There's some of the famous corners that we've got at Kyalami, of course, we're looking at right now. The S's, that's been there at every single version of the new Kyalami. And, of course, it was part and parcel of the old Kyalami as well. This used to go the opposite way around, and we would head up and down that hill into the S's. Then, of course, the top of the hill, famous corner, used to be known as Westbank, now, of course, known as Leeuwkop. And the reason being is it's close to the Leeuwkop Castle and to the prison. We come down the hill into the mine shaft. On the right-hand side of the shot there is the sweep. On a motorcycle, have you been through there flat?
Not on 1,000.
Oh,
Not
no,
on 1,000.
you let me down. Eh? Yes, you let me down. 600cc Triumph through there, 675. Daytona got it absolutely flat through there, and my Mini as well. Then you come into a very tricky corner. Crocodiles is not for the faint of heart. It's a massive, massive pitch of tar that you got to play on there, and when you got endurance cars coming down there, it could be 6 or 7 abreast in the first couple of stages of the race. You come through the right-hander, then you come up to this corner. Now, this corner has arguably been one of the most talked about corners in South African motorsport because there's been some massive moments here. You know, you take into the account of the Safiro brothers that had a bit of incident here at the beginning of the year, of last year. Final corner, of course, is Ingwe. How's that shot, bud? That's an iconic South African motorsport shot now. And as they come out of Ingwe, they go left and they go across there. We're going to swap over, of course, to our other commentary team. So, Director, we're going to give us 2 seconds just to swap over. We've got Prince and Stephen going to be joining you here for, in fact, I think it's Prince and, is it Prince and, yes, it is, Prince and Stephen are going to be joining you here for the sports and GT class first race.
Absolutely great stuff. Prince, I've got to say, super excited. While we had the likes of Greg Maloney and the likes of Timber just going through all the amazing action from the bikes. But I have to say, Silver Cup 2.0, going to be incredibly fun. Drivers looking to really push it to the limit
100%.
with one of the biggest fields that they've got thus far. And, fun fact, if we had the entries open for a little bit more, it would have been up to 60 cars that would have been entered. Guys were just not able to get their cars ready for this race. But incredible times, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. So far on a warm-up, however, was just to get themselves all acquainted with the track, to make sure that they're all sorted out and ensure they can get all the nuts and bolts sorted. A few have been tinkering on their cars until the late hours of the evening to make sure that they can get a little bit more pace out of it.
Oh, the Silver Cup Series knows how to show up, especially for an event that brings us to the prestigious Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. 50 entries. So it's 49 or 50, Steve?
There was 49 entries, but unfortunately due to breakdowns, we're now down to 46 cars that will be going around. That being said, variety of different engines, different ages, and also just drivers with different skills, from incredibly quick to the most consistent in an all-right battle.
Yep, having a chance to look at race 1 yesterday, of course, it was great to see the scene set for what we have to look forward to for the rest of the day's racing. The 4 abreast action is something to get used to at Kyalami. Going into turn 1, it takes a lot of courage. If you're the furthest on the outside, you might have to look forward to the gravel going out of turn 2, I beg your pardon, after the kick. So it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, there we go. We've got someone in number 38, Draper liveried car there, already lost it out of turn 1 that we were talking about, and he was on his own. He wasn't even 4 abreast. So he's managed to recover his golf and get back out onto the circuit now at going up to past Jurske, up, yeah, there he is. He's got a bit, looks like some paint work has come off there at the front. I don't know if it was a lot worse than it looked, because we caught the latter end of that little incident. Then, as ever, there's something about cars or bikes with the number 46. They always have either there is yellow or it finds a way to stand out somehow. There's a tradition when it comes to the number 46, thanks to the great Valentino Rossi. But that beautiful-looking number 46 now clearing Sunset, as you can see, 2 abreast at Sunset. A lot more commitment needed here, so it would be, I think, a bit more rare occurrence to find 3 or 4 abreast here, even though these cars are quite narrow and able to fit themselves into a lot of parts of the circuit.
So always a bit of fun to go and see. That was actually the likes of Blicknote who lost the rear, but let's take a look at the replay of what happened. So, oh, this is the 44, unfortunately for Rousseau, going and getting it all out of shape. But I've got to say, brought it back, beautifully done.
It's quite impressive.
Beautiful pirouettes. I'd give that about an 8 out of 10.
I'll give it a 9. I caught the better end of it. That was a nice flick. Okay, we've got some smoke, plumes of smoke coming off there. I don't know if it's because of lockup or some sort of leak there. It must have been a bit of lockup going late at the top of Louisville. They're beautiful scenes. You can get to see the majority of the circuit from there at certain angles. And it's full commitment, full beans, going down into Mine Shaft, which is a bit of a roller coaster, or very much of a roller coaster, depending on your opinion and your specific piece of equipment. I mean, with the bikes here, you've got them going elbows and knees down at up to 200 kilometers per hour. Incredible commitment needed out at this part of the circuit.
Now, most of the cars in the Silver Cup 2.0 will be going up to about 189 kilometers an hour before you hard on the brakes, down into third gear for the Crocodile. Now, many of the drivers are between second and third gear at this point, purely on the fact of how they want to exit the corner. Third gear tends to work a lot better, but if you're low end on the torque, that's game over.
3 reels around the final corner. Going to be seeing a lot of that as the suspension of some of these cars has seen better days. It's aged and seasoned. So definitely a lot of flex available when it comes to the equipment and machinery that we have out here. What an array of equipment we have with the Silver Cup 2.0 series. Very excited to be here. The family, the festive vibe that you get when you visit them in the pits and you see the excitement they have to be a part of this incredible day of racing here at Round 4. This is, of course, one of the many different races that we're going to have during the course of the day. Greg Maloney and Themba Khumalo gave you a breakdown of what we have to look forward to. And right now, we're in the middle of a warm-up for Silver Cup 2.0. We will be going full steam ahead a bit later on this morning.
And from a standing start. But that being said, Prince, the entire day is ready for an exciting time. But if you're just joining us, thank you for coming and enjoying the racing here at Kyalami, and coming and enjoying all the epic action we're about to see from around the world. To see all the epic action of cars going side by side, bikes going side by side, and mechanics having to work incredibly hard today.
100%. But as you can see there, we're going to kick it off after this warm-up. We're building up to the first race at 9 a.m. with the Sporting GT. That's going to be the second race that we have. We've, of course, got things underway yesterday afternoon in what was damp conditions, actually, surprisingly enough. No one expected the heavens to open up yesterday, but they did, and set the scene for an exciting race 2 for Sporting GT, which will, of course, incorporate the GT Cup. Then we have at 9:30, MRSSA comes back into action for race 2. And then at 10 a.m., we have Super Cup 2.0, who are warming up as we speak, so getting to grips with the I suppose varied level of grip that we have at the moment with the damp patches. They're warming up, and then MRSSA race 3 again at 11:30, Steve, and then Silver Cup 2.0 brings it up and rounds it up for the day with race 3 at 12.
That's going to be an incredible one. I'm looking forward to the endurance race, however, because it is going to be an absolute fight. Inter Africa has been dialing in their car to ensure they can get the most pace out of it, to ensure that they get the best fuel economy out of it, to try and extend their stops because they've got 3 drivers in the car.
Yes.
But that also counts for the Norman Nova. The Rico Barlow, just for sleep, has also got 3 drivers. But a bit of a change-up. Bradley Liebenberg back in the Audi R8, and for the first time ever, the 2 of them are joining up. Ryan Nijker in the exact same car to go and give it everything they got. So it's 2 drivers. They have to have a minimum of 60 minutes each, but also throwing this into the fray, the likes of Ryan Nijker has driven most of the Class A field, all their cars. So he's been in the Nova. He knows what the Nova can do. He knows how they think, how they operate, and what do they need to do. This is going to be a big moment. Ryan Nijker hasn't been in the car for quite some time, returning only now for the 4 hours of Kyalami to the South African Endurance Series to have a go. This is, exciting to see after having such a break, but fans are already lining up around the circuit to go and get ready for some incredible action coming up a little bit later.
Yeah, and you're just mentioning Ryan Nijker's level of experience there, having experienced most of the equipment that you see on the grid, and also being one of the youngest, because his time away has been largely due to school. At times you find you have to speak to him during briefings and he's wearing a school uniform, which is always a nice irony to enjoy when it comes to just how young and experienced you can be when it comes to South African motorsport. And also look at the array of talent that is on offer here when it comes to Class A. Of course, we still are during warm-up now, but it's nice to look into what's coming for the endurance race. We've got Brad Liebenberg, we've got Charles Visser, Axel Jeffries, Stewie White. Those are all names that should send chills down your spine, depending on which side of the grid you were a couple of years ago. This is in karting scenes. This is in our local series, main circuit series across the board here in South Africa. So it's South Africa's best talent on offer here. All of them having international experience and pedigree. So it's definitely going to be a competitive front running for today's SAE 4-hour race.
We've also got to go and talk about our 2024 Class B winner, which is the Latergan family. This time, it is only going to be Henk Latergan and Hein Latergan behind the wheel, but Henk, now a Toyota Gazoo international driver, not just South African, going and fighting out with his father. They're in Class B, but we've seen, going back last year to the Kyalami 9 now, where that very Porsche was going and fighting for the top 3.
Yep, and that was purely methodical the way they fought. And as you can see, it's the wrap-up of warm-up. So we're going to see the Silver Cup 2.0 get back into the pits to prepare for their race, the second race, of course, overall for the weekend, and they're going to wrap it up with race 3 later on in the day. They should have come nicely to grips with what is on offer in terms of the damp patches, where it's drying up, where it's easier to navigate the circuit and commit a bit more. We've seen a couple of the cars go off and spin a bit. I guess it was due to those damp patches, but it should be relatively dry by the time they get back out onto the circuit. The first group of Silver Cup. There's so many Silver Cup 2.0 cars. You barely have to wait to find someone on screen passing one or the other. I mean, you're seeing some cars already getting into the pits while the others are trying to catch up. There's a total of 46 cars we have to enjoy and see, so it's really going to be interesting to see this array of machinery. And I was just making the point about how later on in the day, of course, it's going to be a lot hotter. Temperatures are going to go up. So the damp patches are only a thing, I think, more relative in warm-up. But we'll see what the Sports and GT race does. We had a couple of spinners. As you can see here, going up to barbecue, see it is relatively damp. But in your heavy braking zones, it seems to be a lot drier. Now, of course, we are looking at the Sports and GT race, so it's only fitting for us to have a look at the grid, of course. And it is, as ever, led emphatically by Charles Orangis. He's going to have the inside line going down into turn 1.
He's also the championship leader at this point, going and fighting it out. So, got to say, very interested to see how it goes. But this time, he's racing cars that are not quite in his class, with the likes of Mr. Lataka in the Lamborghini Huracan Evo. And you have also got the likes of Hammond going and racing the Mercedes AMG GT3, which, I won't lie, I love my McLaren.
Yeah.
Okay, not the 720. Let's get that one right.
Excuse me.
Second favorite is the Mercedes. Third favorite is the Chef. But
to clarify, because Steve Koenig, if you've been following this series for the past couple of years, Steve Koenig will not miss an opportunity to talk about his McLarens. I thought he was about to replace the picking order with the Mercedes.
No. But this also brings a very interesting one, because a lot of discussion has been around the Porsche of Charles Orangis being an absolutely dominating figure and being able to run away from the rest of the field. Now, it's competing against 2 other GT3 cars in an outright race. Now, Charles Orangis in race 1 did take the lead and run away. But that being said, Into Africa have been tinkering around. They've been looking at the data and going back through some of the information of how to get a little bit quicker, and possibly found 2/10, 3/10 of more pace per lap. That's going to bring him a bit closer. Same as Damien Hammond has now got an opportunity to move up through the order as well, because they started tinkering with the car. They're starting to understand the car a little bit more, and it's a very, very new car for them.
Yeah. And speaking of new cars, Charles Visser in that 992 GT3 Cup car, he looks in scintillating form, given how he was able to qualify as quick as he did in the Nova. So this would only bolster his confidence going into the Sports GT Cup SA race. But yeah, Charles Orangis at the head of the championship with 244 points. 218 is Nicky Dix in second place behind him. Nicky Dix, Momia, JJ Daisel, Sun Moodley, perhaps those 3 in very similar conversations in terms of pace. A lot of the time we've seen in the past couple of rounds. Every now and then, when we do have Roy Aubrey, he can be a feature. He and Mo Mia have had some interesting incidents. I think it was around Swakops, if I'm not mistaken, where they raced pretty closely. Nicky Dix always a feature, of course. So it's going to be a nice one to see there how they match up going into this round. But in In third place in the championship, of course, is Mo Mia, behind Nikki Dix and JJ Daisel sitting fourth place. So it does do you well to have your entry here today and to put some rubber down on the tarmac here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, because it will earn you some points, and it definitely is a championship fight that we're looking at when it comes to this particular group of racing drivers. It all adds up. I mean, if you look at race 1, which we had yesterday, just the intensity and the level of commitment we saw in those semi-damp, very cool conditions. Momia having a bit of an oopsie there at barbecue, but having to recover. And you saw it wasn't close racing for the sake of just racing. It's a championship at stake, and a lot of the names that we saw featuring in yesterday's sort of rubbing and racing, quote-unquote, are common features here when it comes to that front 4, front 5 in the championship standings.
Now, the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit's a track that everyone wants to go racing, and I've got to say, it is an absolutely amazing circuit. It's a roller coaster ride. It's a FIA Grade 2 circuit, and with it being a little bit longer, it means that you can stretch your legs. For anyone that has a bit more horsepower underneath them, whether you've got a turbocharged motor, supercharged, if you've got a V10, or if you've got the boxer motors in the Porsches, you're able to stretch your legs a little bit more. They're going to come down the mine shaft into Crocodile, roughly 270 kilometers an hour, just trying to make their way through. They will average out at 140 kilometers an hour around the circuit, which is incredibly quick. And that being said, was only beaten out by the Norman Nova with Charles Visser in that, doing 161 kilometers now, who's looking to break the lap record again in the race. But now we're going to have a very interesting point, because we're in for an exciting race with the Sportson GT, and they're going to be led out by a safety car sponsored by Proton. I've got to say, been taking a look at the new G7s they've got lined up. We do have one of their activations here into turn 1, and one, I really want to get a Proton because it's just incredibly cool. Second, they're good in price, they're reliable, and also you just get this family atmosphere as well. But we also got another activation down. We've got our Voter for You that are having sim rigs and giving away prizes. But there is our onboard of Inter Africa. And I've got to say, Mr. Otaka enjoying his time so far in the older of the Lamborghinis. He's not in the Hurricane Evo 2. That's going to be going out a little bit later. He is in the championship winner of the Lamborghini Hurricane GT3 Evo. Been tinkering with the car and moving forward. And I've got to say, kicking up the visor, getting ready to go out off the jacks onto the ground, and it is just getting excited and ready. I mean, if you think about it, in this Lamborghini, you've got 500 brake horsepower. In a V10, it weighs 1.3 tons, and if you work out its power to weight ratio, it's 0.366. Now, that being said, we spoke about the bikes a little bit earlier. Honda CBR 1000 RR has got 217 horsepower, and they got 1.2 kilowatts per kg. So it's going to be great stuff to see how it's going. But this is the whole thing. You talk about power to weight ratio. You talk about how much power is underneath there. You're looking well over 1,000 horsepower just lined up in the front 3. But there is Henk Latergan, who is getting ready to go out. Been a while since we've seen him in the series, and after going and dominating out in the Dakar and part of our Toyota Gazoo international team. I mean, let's just point that out.
Yeah.
South African rally star right here, going to be having a bit of fun with his father, a national champion in single-seater racing, going way back a little bit with Hein Latergan. So I've got to say, just incredible to see the racing family coming back in to have a bit of fun, and also our 2024 champions.
Yeah, indeed. And champions earned in a very consistent manner, very deliberate and calculated manner. They're all about, I think, the discipline of just showing up and making sure that you keep that consistency and constantly meet that mark every time, that benchmark you've set for yourself. Never leave that sort of bracket of performance, and it tends to pay off more often than not. So looking forward to seeing how they take their approach to the weekend's racing. And then, of course, that is Wayne Roach getting some air into the car there, already starting to heat up, despite the fact that it's quite cool outside. Tells you just how much these engines can build up temperature in the cabin.
There was an interesting chat between the Hammond team, the likes of Damien Hammond and also Wayne Roach, where there was a bit of a discussion. Damien's like, listen, I'll get a little bit too cold in my car, so I actually close the vents off because the ventilation works all too well. but he was very quick to add that he's got AC in the car as well. Wayne Roach, none. And Wayne was sitting going, oh, well,
Must be nice.
Listen, I'm going to close those vents with duct tape and ensure that you're not going to do it. But as our safety car heads out onto the circuit, the Proton X50 going and driving around, absolutely stunning car, 3-cylinder, fuel economy is amazing, and 130 horsepower, can you believe it? It's going to be leading out against our Sports and GT. They're going to be heading out onto the circuit. I've got to say, really excited about this race to see what it's going to look like. And for the voter for you, also going and giving us some of the amazing shots with the iCam. Do you know those iCams, they don't use your standard connections. They actually, well, in terms of your SCIs, HDMIs, and that type of thing, they use LTE. In other words, all that footage gets sent to a cloud, which you can pull off and be able to use. It was first made available for trucks, and then it was remade for a circuit. And I've got to say, iCam has brought in some amazing stuff, and we get to see all the onboards. That being said, however, it's time for the Sports and GT Cup. Heading out onto the circuit, Mo Mia looking to make up some time after yesterday, spinning out in front of the likes of Ricky Jonakara and Wayne Roach. He's looking to try and claw his way back to the fighting chance.
100%, there it is. That is Damien Hammond side by side with Charles Fisser there behind them, Roy Aubrey. There's Wayne Roach, still cooling himself down or getting his door firmly shut now. Momia with him, Nicky Dix in the new livery. That looks fresh. He did say he felt like he needed a bit of a change, so that bright blue and yellow really does suit him. Sun Moodley, of course, in the signature yellow and black as ever. And we've got a couple of our new entrants as well. First timers are part of our grid here. The number 10 Porsche there, I think that is
Jay Moodley.
Yeah, Jay Moodley. He's been having a fantastic time out. He's really enjoying his time here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit for the first time. It's quite a way to introduce yourself to racing, I must say.
Porsche came in an absolutely stunning car and actually gets utilised as a GT4 car more often than not. Jiva Moodley is going to be piloting the car. He also had a bit of a tough time in his racing a bit earlier. But we're on board with Wayne Roach. This is off the Gallardo Lamborghini. I've got to say, we're having a good mix between the Hurricanes and the Gallardos, the Evos and the Evo 2s. But through the S's, this is where it gets a rather tricky. And a couple of the drivers have been saying, trying to figure out the trail braking in through the first S out to the second has been a little bit difficult, especially with the aero wash coming off. Here at Kyalami, it does get a bit windy, and the side draft actually works far better. So lining up on the left or the right of the drivers tends to work a lot better to go and get your way through. But if you slightly off, that side draft is going to now land up going and buffeting you, and you fall off a circuit. We saw that a couple of times in Sports and GT yesterday, and we're looking forward to seeing what has been done to change it, because I know of a couple of these cars have adjusted their rear wing to just try and make it a bit more straight line and orientated versus taking on cornering.
That's going to be interesting to see here. I mean, that undulation change. We were sitting at the S's watching these cars during their first race, actually. And you could see, I was trying to get a gauge of, okay, where exactly are they choosing their braking point? And each and every lap, they were choosing a different marker. It was transforming as the race went on. I don't know if it was because of changing grip conditions, but that was less of a factor, I'd say, than earlier on this morning. It was relatively consistent. So it definitely isn't as easy to get under that first initial braking zone at the S's and make your way across going up to Loikop as easily as possible. But there it is, side by side there with our grid leader, Charles Aranzis, who's as ever emphatically staked his authority on this particular field of cars, and they're going to go now onto the start-finish race to get things underway for the race, the second race of the weekend and first of the day with the Sports and GTs. Lights on. Get ready to get racing.
Where do you go? Where do you go? Where do you go? When do you go? And away you go, heading into the King as we jump on board. And absolutely great stuff. 3 wide as the cars start making their way through. Ricky Jonakara tried to get past on the inside of one of the Porsches. Didn't make it work, however. Now stuck on the outside. It's going to make things rather tricky as he tries to close the door. Henk Laatsakan going to make it rather interesting into the Uxay Street. Side by side they go. And it looks like the Lamborghini Hurricane having a tough time with the 992 Porsche Cup car getting past, and Henk Laatsakan scoring a position and getting away from Mo Mia behind.
Oh, what a beautiful bit of reflexes there shown. We're on board with him, and we're back on with him now. He's looking at Sunset, and full commitment, of course, here. A bit of a blind right-hander is going to have to place his car relatively well, and doesn't have quite a reference. Charles Fisser some way ahead, trailing Damien Hammond, who of course has Charles Ranges as well as Toli Litaka in view. Charles Ranges now getting into that braking marker we were talking about, that tricky S's, and he seems to have mastered it relatively well, and he's not going to have too much trouble now. Set a bit of an example there for Litaka as well as Hammond behind him. Hammond doing well to stay on Litaka's tail. Ooh, late on the brakes, deep into that corner goes Litaka at the crest there at Roykop, now going down into Minesoft. Let's see if he's going to have the same level of commitment going down at this incredibly deep drop there into perhaps, I think, the lowest part of the circuit here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. Under braking there, going down into Crocodiles. Ooh, on the curb goes Ranges. Tolile Litaka chooses the latter, staying fully on the tarmac now, going down into, oh, look at that, full curb there on the rear right. Commitment on Ranges there.
Pushing it extremely hard, knowing that the Lamborghini's got some incredible rotation that can get underneath him. The V10 has got a lot of power compared to the Boxer engine, but don't count out the likes of Charles Ranges in that Porsche 911 GT3 R911 2, as he's going to have to contend for the inside line, braking a fraction later, and Litaka going and opting to go for the inside line. Late change of maneuver to get that done, and I don't think it's going to be an easy one. But immediately, Charles Visser hanging on the back of these GT3 cars with a cup car really tells the level of skill that he's involved with. But it's going to be a tough time. Charles Ranges is making the likes of Litaka's work a little bit harder. The information that's going to be radioing back and forth between these two teams is going to be crucial of the gap between them and what do they need to do to keep pushing to get that little bit quicker. At the moment, Damien Hammond's trailing off on the back, 1 second behind at the moment. And he's starting to just lose that little bit of time. He gains a little bit, but loses. Not as comfortable. The straight line of these two cars ahead of him is just too much for that Merc at the moment. But this is just the early stages of the race. We still got plenty of laps to go, 11 laps, and the tires are only getting to optimum conditions now.
100%. And interesting braking markers have to be chosen here at Roykop. You're looking at trees, you're looking at curbs. There's a whole combination of things. You're using the elements of nature to see how exactly you're going to get the anchors down in your piece of equipment there. It's still Ranges and Litaka right now, not too far apart, 0.3 seconds of a gap between the two of them. Ranges still getting full curb on there at the exit of Ingwe, now going on onto Cheetah. Let's see if he has the same commitment on that sausage curb. Chooses the latter this time around. He thought he might have lost more than he gained. Maybe he's thought better of it and changed his approach, but it still is Litaka in tow as they head down the start-finish straight. Damien Hammond, decent enough view from third place as it stands. Shofus seems to have fallen away off, of course, about a second clear of the leaders of the race so far.
Well, immediately, Damien Hammond just keeping an eye on these two, and you just got to wait for your opportunity to open up. Litaka going on the attack, early stages onto Ranges, but we've got to also point out, a lot of these drivers that are racing now in the Sports and GT will be racing a little bit later in the 1 hour dash and in the 4 hour. So this is just a bit of practice as well for them to go and score for the championship, get your practice in, get your eye in, and also see how the conditions are to report back if there needs to be any changes to the car. But already, Ranges putting the hammer down and starting to open up that gap, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. First, second, and third starting to open up, but that means a little bit further back, they're going to be catching our back markers. They're going to be having a tough time. That is going to be a tricky one, as Mo Mia will be looking in his way of moving forward, not to get fouled up by the leaders when they come by. Likes of Jiva Mudley, who is in the number 10 Porsche Cayman, will have our fighting trio get past him in an awful hurry. And we've seen it from yesterday that if you leave the door open, even a fraction, all these drivers are going to go for it.
Yeah, 100%. Bit of a battle now between Mo Mia and Nicky Dix there in 7th and 8th in the mid-pack. Not too far, about 0.4 of a second between the two of them in that battle for 8th and 9th. We'll keep an eye on that, but for now, it seems a bit lonely for Shafa, so he's trying to reel in Damien Hammond, who's ahead of him. And there is Lata Khan now getting into the picture at the bottom of the mine shaft, and it's going to be a bit of a struggle there, I think, for... There it is. There's that battle I was looking for. Nicky Dix and Mo Mia. A struggle for Nicky Dix to try and reel in Mo Mia. Mo knows how to place his car perfectly. We saw it yesterday during the fight. Well, before, of course, that bit of the incident at barbecue. But Mo definitely knows how to place his car properly and to stay in that fight. And they're not in that fight for the championship for no reason. And we're on board now with Tolile Litaka on board. Rambo Lambo, who's put in the laps, who's put in the kilometers and the mileage when it comes to the circuit, when it comes to the SAE series. So this car, in terms of setup, is pretty dialed in.
Also a championship winning car, we've got to point out. It was the championship winning car, yes, for last year. And it's good to see back out on the circuit having a bit of fun out there. But it's also just showing that Ranji's may be running a little bit ahead, but does lose time through Sunset, through the likes of Barbecue. Clubhouse, he tends to open up the gap into the S's, more comfortable through there. So it is a bit of a telling sign between them. Charles Visser, however, who's leading all the Porsches, is having a bit of fun with in the Cup car. But I've got to say, Damien Hammond been focusing really hard on the Merc, and one of the reasons why he bought the Mercedes, for the fun fact of the family, is he went and decided he wanted a different GT3 car. He was sick and tired of seeing so many Lambos and so many Porsches that he opted to buy the Mercedes purely on the fact that it's a different looking car and the engine sounds better.
Well, there you have it. It does
Valid completely.
Cannot argue against that at all. And I'm starting to fall for this car. Okay, I was neither here nor there for the past couple of days, but now that I see it in full tilt, when I see it properly, I'm starting to look the other way. And looking ahead of him is Tole Letlaka, getting past Jay Moodley, who we said, of course, is the first time here at Kyalami. Past the King goes Letlaka in trail and in chase of Shallow Ranjis under the brakes and the anchors at turn 2. Bit of a late apex there for Ranjis, and you see their racing lines transforming bit by bit. And I was observing Hammond also changing his approach to the S's in particular, but for now we're at Barbecue with Ranjis and Letlaka, who seems to be a lot closer to Ranjis than a couple of laps ago. He seems to have, he's under a second at the moment at 0.9 behind the Ranjis as we go to Sunset, that blind right-hander, which you can't commit too much when it gets you out onto the left-hand side, because you got to get the car out wide at the right before you commit into that left at Clubhouse.
Well, so far, Zulier doing the fastest lap time of a race, 1:43.381. And it shows as he's closed right onto the back of Ranjis and now hunting for any way to get past. He's going to try and keep the pressure on as much as possible. You can see opening up the corners, taking wide lines, sweeping across the circuit into the double apex of Leocorp. First left-hander, second left-hander, and just absolutely flat out. You do not want to lift. By the time they hit the bottom here, it's over 280 plus kilometers an hour before they stand on the anchors. They're feeling roughly 3.5, 4 Gs of force just on the brakes to try and bring it back, swing themselves through, and dive towards Cheetah.
And you can see the distinct differences in the approaches there. That is Ranjis and Letlaka. Ranjis going out a bit wider onto the curbs and as for Letlaka, staying relatively narrow as compared to the two. Seems to be an approach that's working for Letlaka so far, because he stayed under a second behind the Ranjis and he's setting faster and faster times. So let's see if that changes as we approach the close of this Sports NGT race, with the GT Cup, of course, also incorporated. So let's see now where it looks like for Damien Hammond, who's sort of, I suppose it's a shakedown for him in this Mercedes, getting to know it and see how he can set it up and what sort of pace he can find from this particular car. They seems to be so affectionate about. He's got a 145.3, which is some way off Letlaka, of course, different spec, different car, and a different relationship altogether. Charles Visser in the 146s, some way off on board again here with Letlaka, as we get a sense of how blind that right-hander is at Sunset. And you're set so low in all of these cars. Of course, that's for performance reasons, lower center of gravity and what have you, but you really have to have your reflexes about you when it comes to getting around the circuit, because you can't always rely on your sight. You really have to feel your position and have your muscle memory kicking into gear.
Up the hill they go into Leocorp. There's Damien Hammond, busy bouncing off the curbs, doing everything he can.
He's getting more aggressive at the S's. He's gradually gone at it. He started off wider with the first left-hander at the S's, but now he's getting deeper and deeper into that curve.
We also got to talk about, this is the very same car that we've actually seen in the series before in a different color. Andrew Colbert's car. That's now made its way back into the racing stable in the liquid moly colors, with Damien Hammond behind the wheel and really enjoying the car. And I've got to say, absolutely wonderful. But back up to our fighting duo, Charles Ranjis and Letlaka. As Letlaka looks for the inside, he tried to go and put his nose in, absolutely fighting to battle it out against Ranjis and keeping him honest at the moment. Lap times are looking incredibly quick, as we do get a point up here, as there's 0.7 a second between them. The likes of Charles Ranjis
Side by side around the outside. Isn't it like a tricky place to be at turn 2? Aranjis closes that door. Brave stuff there from Litaka is going to keep the fight now to try and reel in Aranjis. That was quite some commitment there.
Aranji's last lap, 1:43.365. Litaka, 1:43.004.
0.3 of a second between the two of them.
0:03.
That's
you blink and it's done, to say at least. I mean, this is going to be an interesting time for Litaka to try and get a little bit closer. He's gotten more aggressive. He's got 6 laps. Maybe the car just feeling a little bit warmed up right now, but Charles Aranjis has switched up, going a little bit more aggressive through the S's and trying everything he can to just pick up the pace, trying to keep that Lamborghini at bay. But Lambo, we've seen before, has pulled out all the tricks and all the stunts, but ultimately this is going to be a sprint right to the end of 100%. They're going to be maximizing the engine maps here to ensure that it's all the power that these cars can give, all the grip that they can give, and ensure that the drivers have got everything at their disposal to make it work. Different lines coming in. Charles Aranjis, you can see, goes far to the left-hand side to sweep in, where the likes of Litaka was middle of the road to turn into Crocodile. There's 2 different lines into that corner to make it work, and so far we're going to see both at play. Into Ingwe, however, it does show that Litaka is favoring the inside line. He goes for that aggressive. And that's where the likes of Ranji starts taking notes on it and going, okay, I know how to defend you there.
No, absolutely. He would be studying him from the mirrors while he tries to improve on the lap times, of course, during the course of the race. And I've also seen that it seems Litaka goes a lot deeper. We'll get a clear picture as they get to Loiko, but he definitely is committing a lot more when it comes to getting into Loiko at a higher level of speed. At the left-hander now going down and approaching Sunset wide, super wide, and wider than usual, goes Aranjis, almost kicking up some dust, but he still managed to keep the car on the concrete and somewhat on the tar. And it's that blind right-hander. You can't go out too wide so you can get as quick. Oh, looks like loses the rear and spins out. Does not make contact. Brushes the barrier with the rear wing. He just lost it as he went out of Sunset and tried to get the car back out to the right-hand side to line up. Oh, no. Okay, he's recovered the car.
But that means Damien Hammond has just got it, but the grass is still
slippery,
damp.
yeah.
And we've seen this overseas with the McLarens. Unfortunately, to try and get yourself going, this is worst-case scenario for into Africa, having to restart the car, get it turned around, and back out onto the circuit. And it's just going to be gentle on the power. You want to utilize second gear. Don't want to be in first. You want to minimize wheel spin as much as possible. But this is throwing him out. Take a look. Out of Sunset. Loses the rear by clipping the curb. Just brushes the wall. No damage to the car. But definitely going and taking a deep breath. Here comes Damien Hammond, who just sees an opportune moment. A Lamborghini pointing in the wrong way. And Litaka tries to get it going. And here's where the rear just spins out underneath him. Unfortunately, damp grass is lots of fun to play in, not when you're in a race.
Oh, not at all. Not when you've got a raging bull who's trying to get back out onto the tarmac to catch up to first place, Charles Aranjis. And that's how it went for Litaka. He's going to have to salvage the race going into the close of this. But Damien Hammond happy to collect that second place position going into the last couple of laps of this race. And he was there at the opportune moment and he kept his Mercedes in it. And now it's reaping the rewards.
Bit of a blow for the Inter-African team, but that being said, you've got to take a deep breath, you've got to shake it off, and you've got to get going, because at the moment, it's Charles Aranjis, Damien Hammond, and Charles Visser leading out our top 3 as they start carving their way through the field. Suddenly getting overtaken by the likes of Charles Aranjis as he picks up the pace to move forward and ensuring that he can keep the pace going, now knowing that there isn't a Lamborghini hunting him down every step of the way.
Oh, 100%, and he stayed with him. Litaka was under a second away from Aranjis for a good 6-7 laps of consistency there, and he was starting to shave that time too. He was in the 0.7 mark until they were pretty much on 0.003 of a second or something of that nature a couple of laps ago. So really quite a blow to take there, but that's the nature of racing. You take it as it comes and you keep going, dust yourself off and right into the sunset as we see Litaka back at that blind right-hander once more.
Likes of Lata Khan sitting in 4th place. We've got the likes of... We've got Charles Visser actually doing his best lap time, 1:46.4 on that last lap. So he's really starting to put down the hammer, trying to close up the gap where he can. as we keep an eye on the likes of Tucker trying to carve his way through. Now he's got to try and cool those tires down a little bit. Spin, lots of friction, heat goes into them, and you're not going to be happy with it. And this is just going to be a rough ride for the next 3 laps to try and just get it all sorted out. We'll be radioing into the team. They'll be starting to give him a bit of an idea of what's happening.
Yep. Down mine shaft he goes now. He's going to have to get back into his rhythm. As you said, Steve's got to nurse those tires. There goes Orange. He's wide out at the exit there of the left-hander. Clubhouse going into now Sunset. He's, sorry, I beg your pardon, Barbecue into Sunset. He's now getting into, he knows now he's looking at the end of the race. He's not going to try and take too many risks. He goes wider than usual at the exit of Sunset. I haven't seen him get onto the curb quite often there. And is it characteristic of the exit of Sunset to go out onto the curbs?
Yep, especially when you're trying to get that fast lap in. You want to try and open the corners up as much as possible to ensure that you can stand on the gas. Just give yourself a little bit more room to play with. But Shalaranjis is now trying to prove a point. He's hoping to beat his lap time of 1:43.3, which he can do. And he's seen his competition's able to do it, so he wants to try and take the fastest lap of this race in the final 3 laps. But with a bit of traffic ahead, it's going to be a little bit more of a difficult situation. That being said, we've got to remember it's 2 different categories, because so far we've got the GT Cup, which is led by Shalaranjis, where the Sports in GT was being held by Mr. Tucker. That's now changed to Damien Hammond, who is now leading out the Sports in GT.
100%. So it is a bigger win than it may seem. Physically, the appearance of the grid seems one way, but it means the leader of Sports and GT race is that man right there, Damien Hammond. And what a way to get yourself acquainted with your new piece of equipment there. That is JJ Daisel in the wake of the other of the GT Cup SA equipment that we have here. But just to break it down class for class, as Steve is saying, we have a different picture in terms of this mixture of cars that we have. Shalaranjis leads Fissa from Latachan, that is in the Class A, of course. And then in Class B, we've got Momia, Nicky Dix, and Moodley is the podium there. The sole cars in Class B and Class C, we've got Volshenk, Daisel, as well as Bauer. And then Van Vuren, the sole car in Class D. And then in the Sports in GT, the leader of that class is Damien Hammond, second place. Oleli Tlaka and Jinakaro breaking in the rocket of that was Blueberry in its former life under the Inter-Africa stable, now is under GNH Transport, with Jinakaro at the helm in 3rd place for the Sports and GT race.
2 laps to go. Drivers giving everything they got to maximize the points for the championship. Damien Hammond will be moving up into 1st place of the championship just by finishing this race. And being the leader of the Sports in GT, it's going to be a smile on his face for a debut outing on the Merc. Bouncing it around, Rio's starting to get a little bit unsteady.
Yeah.
And I had a chat to him. He said that you actually steer on the nose of this car, despite what many people would think, having the engine so far back in this. Also, it's just got an inherent understeer to it, but you do get that snap oversteer every so often, especially when it starts lightening up. Fun fact though, engine's in the front. Where's the gearbox?
Engine's in the front, where's the gearbox?
Yes.
Behind the engine?
No.
Where's the gearbox?
It's in the boot.
Okay. School me. Okay, so how does that work then?
It's electronic. So
Okay.
now they've gone and moved the engine closer to the driver, moved the gearbox behind the driver, which makes it more of a mid-engine.
Oh, okay. So
Ta-da.
you center. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
It
for
also
a GT
uses a
racing car.
SLS engine.
Okay. So for a GT racing car, that would make a lot more sense.
Yep.
Okay, very clever engineering there. Okay, and the electronic element of it then eliminates the mechanical energy lost if you were to have to gear it. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right.
Fun fact.
Fun to know. Yeah, fun fact indeed. I'm going to have to go have a look myself now.
But absolutely incredible stuff as drivers make their way through. Our leader, Shalaranjis, going and charging his way into the S's. This is going to be for the final time and enjoying taking the race win for race 2 of the Sports in GT and GT Cup. Going to be maximizing his points for the championship and also taking the overall victory. Got to say, absolutely stunning stuff. But he also doesn't want to go and interfere too much with many of the drivers. Takes it a little bit easier in circulating by.
That is the number 81 of Maurice Jackson there that Shalaranjis gets past. And as he goes down mine shaft, one of the really, really cool looking cars, also distinct in the way it's been set up. And there is Shalaranji now getting ready to collect that chicken flag. Nicky Dix, that also very beautiful looking car. I've enjoyed seeing that in the new livery he's got. He's chasing down Wayne Roach actually in their race. Let's see if he's going to commit down the inside there, but it looks like Roach has the beating of him there. Not going to be the case.
Well, leader hasn't gotten past us yet, so their race is still going on. Shalaranjis is going to be happy with his race win. But in the same shot, we are seeing a battle happening, and that is Wayne Roach in the Lamborghini. Gallardo and Nicky Dix are fighting for overall position. They are in two different classes, and they're fighting for 8th and 9th as the rest of the field come by. Leader of the Sports and GT goes to Damien Hammond and takes 2nd place overall.
Yep, there's still a race on our hands as we see Momia now coming down to collect the flag here. I think that's from Fear and Omia. Can't tell from the glare there because both their cars are in that exact livery. There is Shalaranji celebrating his collection of the chicken flag ahead of Hammond. Behind him there, beautiful. Look at the glare of those cars as they're facing, well, they're not facing the sun at that point. We're going to have a completely different scene now as we go throughout the rest of the day and the afternoon as the beautiful scenic Kyalami Grand Prix circuit shows beautiful equipment we have out here today. It's Aranjis from Hammond and Fissa in 3rd, Latakhan, who is in 4th place there. Letlaka lost out from 2nd place, having lost the car at that particular part of the circuit that we're on now, actually, having gone and lost the rear and it spun out. But he finishes and salvages a 5th place. Janakaro in 6th place and Momia in 7th. Wayne Roach in a battle with Nicky Dix. They've yet to complete, which they should complete now. Hear them buzzing past the home straight, and they're going to complete that in 8th and 9th.
Absolutely great stuff. But we do have the class the class running at the moment. And Prince, you've got it right in front of you.
100%. In Class A, of course, leading Charles Aranjis. Fissa in 2nd place and Henk Latakhan in 3rd. And we have Maurice Jackson in 4th place for Class A. In Class B, we have Momia leading Nicky Dix. And in 3rd is Moodley. In Class C, Volshenk in that number 52 Porsche ahead of JJ Daisel, and Bauer is in 3rd for Class C. The sole Class D car is Van Vieren, and in the Sports in GT race we have Damien Hammond's new favorite.
That's it, with Lataka finishing in 2nd place and also setting the fastest lap of the race. Ricky Giannaccaro finishes up in 3rd with Wayne Roach in 4th, and Jiva Mudley in number 10 Porsche Cayman comes across in 5th place for the Sports and GT. Absolutely great stuff, I've got to say. I'm really, really excited. But that being said, we've got to talk about all the fun stuff that's coming up later today with our next race going to be the bikes.
100%. The MRHSA has set the stage so far with race 1, and race 2 is coming up. So they will be glad to see if they have this shot. They know that a lot of the damp patches have come and gone. It's getting a lot warmer, I'd imagine, out onto the circuits, and the cars have done a decent enough job, I guess, to clear the damp patches and get things as ideal as possible. We had a bit of a shock bout of showers, a bit of a sprinkle yesterday afternoon for race 1, so they'll appreciate dry conditions all the more. But we also have a clearing of the commentary space right now. We're going to switch it up a bit and have, of course, the Greg Maloney as well as Tema Kumalo to take things over going into the MRSSA.
Thanks, Prince. Yeah, awesome stuff. Fantastic there for Class A. Saw you were mentioning the Porsche battle there, but amazing little battle there. Unfortunately, with Letlaka having some issues there with that little spin right in the closing stages, but a Porsche 1-2-3, literally, if I called that right. Fantastic effort there from them, and now we look forward to going from 4 wheels to 2. And the 2-wheeled action, of course, will continue here with the day's racing. We've got another one coming up a little bit later on. There you've got official results up on your screen. Aranji's taking it ahead of the Samlin Racing Mercedes-Benz of Damien Hammond. Charles Fisser coming through there in the Porsche. Nice run from him, as you saw. But kind of like a Porsche battle out there. Zolila did recover. He got back up to 5th place, just beating out the 2nd of the Lamborghinis. That was Ricky Giannaccaro. Momia in his Porsche was in 7th, beating out Wayne Roach. Nicky Dix in 9th. Maurice Jackson debuting that Porsche. Nice little effort there from him. He got the checkered flag in 10th place, beating out Wayne Volshenk. Nice one from Daisel as well. Boa coming through there nicely too. Sun Moodley in the Bigfoot Express Rate Porsche down in 14th place, beating out Van Vieren. And then Jay Moodley, first time out for him, as you heard from our commentary team earlier on. Nice little run there from him in 16th place. So that wraps up our sports and GTs. Timber was down in pit lane. He went to go and catch up with a couple of the bits and pieces of information that was kind of thrown out after race number 1. As we spoke about earlier on in the day, race 1, of course, was today as opposed to yesterday. There were a couple of issues yesterday with the racing, so they had to red flag it and had to bring it forward to this morning. So instead of having a warm-up, You would have caught at the beginning of the show just the last, half a lap that we got of commentary, I think. They chucked us in the bit there. Scotty saying, listen, just get these guys on, please. We need some commentary. Get that final race sorted out. But now, of course, into the important part of the day's proceedings. And there's a big championship up for grabs here because MRSSA motorcycle racing combines thousands, unlimiteds, 600s, and classic bikes all in one. So there's a whole bunch of riders out there that have been around for a long time. They've been in South African motorsport for a long time as well, and they've now found a real nice platform to play on, particularly for two wheels. And a lot of them are sort of cross-pollinating between the championships. There's a couple of guys that are involved with ZX10s. There's a couple of guys involved with other motorcycle championships around the country, particularly when we go down to the coast. A lot of the motorcycle riders that race in the regional side of South African motorsport in the Eastern Cape and down in the Western Cape all come and jump in and want to be part and parcel of MRSSA. So fantastic to have them here. And it's a nice field of riders that are out there. We did see a bit of a dominant factor, and kind of being the sort of lead 1000cc. Tristan is going to be a tough man to beat today, isn't he, Temba?
He is going to be tough to beat. And what's been really impressive with Tristan's riding is that he's not actually riding his race bike. He unfortunately had a gearbox issue at round 2 at Aldo Scribante on his Honda.
That's not even his race bike, and he's going like that fast.
It's absolutely insane. And I think he's riding a Gen 4 ZX10.
Yeah, exactly.
So that motorcycle is over 10 years old, and he absolutely dominated race 1. He was over 20 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
So some information for the people that are watching out there. That Gen 4 ZX10, that's the motorcycle that we saw the very first motorcycle rider ever go basically back-to-back victories for the entire season. And that was Gavin Lightfoot. He was then followed by Stuart McLeod, who went back-to-back as well. And there's a very good possibility we're going to see Clint Siller go back-to-back for a second time in a row this year. So, you're looking at motorcycles. When I speak about Gen 4, that's not like a normal bike of the 2025 or 2026 model. That's like a 90s, late 90s, early teens motorcycle that we're playing around on. And he's doing such an amazing job on it, Temba.
The amazing thing is that bike is probably the same age, if not older than young Tristan.
Exactly.
And if I can add a funny story for you, Tristan's only 19 years old, and he told me that this Monday he completed his driving license test.
Hallelujah. That's going to be scary. Watch out, Tristan.
And then proceeded to drive all the way from Cape Town up to Joburg. So Tristan, of course, the fastest rider in Western Cape, and really good for him to show that the boys down south can do it up top as well.
Look, you say down south. He's a Joburg boy, okay? He moved to Cape Town. That's his problem, not ours. But, of course, Dad got an opportunity down there with business, and fantastic to see them settling down into the Western Cape and becoming part and parcel of the furniture down there. But he's also part and parcel of the Superbike Championship that runs at Kyalami International Raceway. There's the man we're talking about right there, the all-gold man. Probably not a bad motorcycle to be on today if you want to be getting gold medals and gold trophies.
You should talk to Goldbet for a sponsorship.
Not a bad idea, hey, not a bad idea, I've got to tell you. Massive input, I've got to say, when I first got the call up to come and join you guys, great to see the Vodacom for you jumping in and being part of this championship. And, of course, this round is sponsored by them, so fantastic to have them on there. And giving us the ability to do what we did. I only caught the sort of glimpses around the corner. No one stepped into the studio when Stephen Prince on board. But going on board, live on board is incredible. That's really good to see. Proton and, of course, Photon are part and parcel of this too. Fantastic to have them as part of our safety car initiative here at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit and all around the country. But in terms of two wheels, this little championship is certainly looking like it's wide open. You've got a brand new motorcycle out there as well. You mentioned it a little bit. We didn't really get a chance to talk about it. We'll probably get a lot more chance to talk about it here. But fantastic to see a KTM RC8C. Now, when we say C, that's a special bike. That's a track specialist bike. It's not a road-going version of the KTM RC8 that we both know.
Troy Tonking, our race 1 winner, rider number 52 in the 600 class. He is the rider on the KTM RC8C. There are only 4 of those motorcycles in the country. And if you are at the track watching our stream, go and have a look at that bike. It is a really, really special piece of kit. He finished ahead of Oratile Piri, who is, of course, our championship leader in the 600s and 3rd overall in the senior SPK championship. And Ora's had a tough weekend. He had technical problems which caused him to have a crash on Thursday. His mom showed me a picture of his left finger this morning, and he's got a seriously big gash on it. I don't actually know how he's riding the bike, but he is determined. So he had technical problems in race 1. He stopped last 20 seconds.
Let me stop you right there. You're a superbike rider. You know how you have to ride a motorcycle. If you're injured, there's no way I'm not going to stop you from climbing on 2 wheels. I know how you work. You guys are mad. There's something wrong with you kids. There really is. So with Ora having that injury, despite the injury, he's still on the motorcycle. Fortunately, it is the left hand. So it's the less used hand, but there are a lot of left corners on this track. And I mean, when I came back from MotoGP at Silverstone and we chatted to Mr. Mudley, he was telling me that his youngster was battling with the left-handers because of where that injury on his arm was. So he's certainly going to have a little bit of a defect in terms of that left hand. He won't be able to hang on as hard as what he normally do. But needless to say, it's still going to be great action. And we're about to get on with it right now as they come to the line for the second time today to line up for race 2 of MRSSA Superbikes. And we wait for that, of course, 30-second and 5-second 2-minute board that kind of goes the fastest 2 minutes of your life, in South Africa.
Without a doubt. Riders under starters orders. Our first 5 on the grid are Tristan Pienaar, Troy Tonking, Oratile Phiri. There's a gap on 4th place on the grid. One of our riders missing. Jordan King is 5th and Dave Ring is 6th. The 5-second board is about to go out. There it is. Lights will go on. Who's going to get the whole shot into turn 1? It's a very, very long run down into turn 1. The lights go off. They pull away. A good start for Troy Tonkin. I know he is using the launch control on that RC8C. And Oratile might be trying to embarrass everyone again because he got a good start on the 600. And have a look at Dave Varinga around the outside.
Varinga around the outside looking for a way to go through into Crowthorne for the first time. It is Pienaar who gets the whole shot. Varinga tucks in behind him, so the Juggernaut is right there with the gold bike looking for a way to try and run with him. He didn't quite get the that start in race number 1 earlier on in the day. He kind of got bogged down slightly on the start, so he's also getting to grips with that. Remember, there's electronics on that BMW that he's not used to as well, coming from ZX10s. So he's slowly but surely getting to grips with how that start technology works on the BMW. It didn't really help him out with Tristan. But as you said, from the 600cc point of view, remember off the line, a 600cc is probably arguably the best motorcycle to be on in the world if you've got a standing start. However, the negative factor
off the track. Off the track at Sunset.
What is Boykanyo thinking? Sunset corner, you don't want to go on the dirty stuff, buddy.
That is a very, very scary corner to run off the track. Super high speed, over 130 Ks. And our Dave Varinga is now dropped to 3rd on the track. He, of course, is leading in the Unlimited 1000 class. And you can see Oratile Phiri, as we go up to Leocorp, needs to get ahead of Dave because, of course, his championship rival, Troy Tonkin, on the KTM as Ora, unsurprisingly, dive bombs Dave up the inside. We now have our top 2 600 class riders in 2nd and 3rd on the road.
Yeah, those 600s using the corner speed ability that they have on those motorcycles. They're able to carry that much more corner speed than the 1000s are. But remember, that kind of negates here because you've got great corner speed through the twisty bits that you've got here, but you've got a lot of long straights to play with as well, where the 1000s will come into their own. So that additional 400 cc's of horsepower will come into play when you get onto the long straights down towards turn 1 at Crowthorne. The 600s need to get as quickly through Cheetah and Ingwe as possible to try and just get that little gap so that Dave Varinga can't put that 1000 cc's into good practice here to complete lap number 1. It is Pienaar who leads.
Our race leaders come across the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. Tristan Pienaar is your leader. He is in a class of his own at the moment. He has checked out. Also worth mentioning that KTM of Troy's, as we take a look at him on screen, is a 899cc. Of course, worldwide, we are seeing Supersport regulations changing.
I was actually about to say to you, I think you need to explain that because I don't think a lot of people realize that even though he's on a 900cc, actually, it's an 899 plus VAT, that the rules for Supersport has changed. And of course, we saw it at the Isle of Man TT when Michael Dunlop jumped off.
Big crash.
Someone's
Tristan
down
Pienaar down at Sunset.
No, the leader is down. Pienaar dumps it at Sunset. That's going to be cold tires. That's all it can be. There's no more situations in terms of the track temperatures. The track temperatures are slightly up. They're not quite ideal track temperatures we're playing on, but Pienaar goes down. So I don't know if we gave him the commentator's curse there. He was going so well. The lead bike is down, giving Troy Tonking now the opportunity to lead things out on the KTM. One thing you got to take into account here, with a motorcycle going down to Kyalami, I do know that there's a very good possibility that we may see either safety car or even potentially a red flag. I know with the current rules in South African motorsport and South African motorcycle racing particularly, if a rider is down and in a dangerous position, there may be a possibility of a safety car or potentially a red flag. It doesn't look like they're going to go for that because I think they realize that Tristan is out of harm's way there and can be easily extracted and behind the tyre barrier as quickly as possible. So we've got Supersport bikes 1 and 2 at the moment.
Most importantly, Tristan Pienaar is clearly visibly okay. Quickly taking his gloves off there to pick up his motorcycle. Unfortunately, I'm highly doubtful he'll be able to rejoin the race because you could clearly see that left handlebar is broken. One of the reasons why Tristan may have gone down, as you can see, Ora going all the way to the outside to set up good drive on the exit of Ingwe, is that there are still a couple of damp patches.
Yeah.
We did have rain yesterday, rain overnight. So there are some damp patches on track, and if you are going hard on the brakes into Sunset, Greg, at lean angle and you touch a wet patch, as you can see some of those wet patches on the outside of the entry into turn 1, I think Tristan, because I don't think he would have been pushing at the absolute limit,
No, definitely
riding
not.
all alone out front. So I think he may have hit a damn patch. Let's see if we can get a replay of it.
So his previous, well, there he goes. There you can see just running. That's just running wide. That's stuck in the front end. The front tuck there through Sunset Corner. And if you look at his lap time, his last lap time was a 52.7. So that's not even pushing to his limit. I mean, he was down into the low 51s in race number 1. So he's not even at race pace yet. I think that's a case of cold tires. He hasn't got those tires up to temperature just yet. I'm not quite sure which tires he's running, because a lot of these guys can chop and change whatever tires they want to play with. But here we go into the lead for the 2 Supersport bikes. KTMs are absolutely dominating right now. You can see this is exactly what Troy Tonking was hoping for. And going back to our comment before we saw the rider go down there, with the rule changes to Supersports worldwide, Timber, the cool thing is that you can jump onto a V2 Ducati, you can play around on an RC8, you can get onto the standard option 600cc Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, whichever one you prefer, and all of a sudden there's a big change in the world of super sport racing, because it's becoming a worldwide phenomenon now. You've got 2 600s in the lead, you've got 3 Unlimiteds behind, and the first of the bots bikes is actually Alan Hulcher out there on the Ducati.
The future of superbike racing is changing. The new regulations, of course, with higher capacity bikes, less horsepower than 1000 cc's, but I mean, these new generation supersport bikes are very, very fast. Troy Tonkin on that KTM, he did show me yesterday, he's doing in excess of 260 kilometers going into turn 1. As we follow our race leaders in the 600 SPK class, Oratile Piri doing his absolute best to keep up with Troy, but there will be parts of the track, especially here on the straights, where on the 600 with the 299cc less, it's going to be very difficult for him. We can see him using wide sweeping lines to maximize the corner speed of his Lumi Racing Yamaha R6. And for Ora, he is leading the championship, so he also needs to be smarter. He should learn from the mistake of Tristan Pienaar and just try and maintain what he's doing, because he will only lose 5 points to Troy.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. I think that's what consolidation is going to be the thing that he'll be thinking about most. You know, I don't think he's got the pace to run with the KTM. That's going to definitely have the straight line speed, as you said. I actually got to see it in like prime opportunity when we watched the 600 Supersport race at the Isle of Man TT, especially up on the mountain. The 600cc machines were battling in the wind and battling with the top end, where Michael on the V2 Ducati was absolutely flat 6 gear. The 600cc's couldn't get into 6 gear. They didn't have enough run up to get into there, so it's working perfectly here. Here's the battle for Unlimiteds. Nice to see that Jordan King is slowly but surely starting to close onto the back end of Varinga. He's not letting him get away too much. It's about a second gap there, but there's still a bit of time to play here. So I think King could still be in with a chance here. They have left Visser behind, and I think Hulcher is about half a second off Visser. They're about 12 seconds back from these two. So it's kind of, this is like Noah's Ark racing here, 2 by 2, buddy. 2 at the front, 2 in the third and fourth, and then 12 seconds back, another 2.
The 2 race leaders of our Unlimited 1000 SPK class are very evenly matched. So far, with 3 laps completed, Dave Varinga has a best lap of a 151.584, and Jordan King has a best of a 51.7, which he did set on the last lap. Dave Varinga came through in a 51.6 last time around, so Jordan is slowly chipping away 1/10 per lap. Still 4 laps
Look
to
at him
go
closing
as
on
they
the
cross
brakes
the
as
line.
well there, Timber.
Let's see the Yamaha R1 versus the new BMW in the slipstream. I've heard good things about the top speed of that BM.
Yeah, the top speed of the BM is good, but remember, Varinga's only been on that a couple of occasions. He comes from a ZX-10 background, so he's slowly but surely getting to grips with this. Yeah, they come down on the brakes. Good chance of a change up. No, not quite close enough. That's not a bad thing to do. Jordan King might just be applying pressure, showing the wheel. You know what it's like on a motorcycle. You want to show the wheel, apply the pressure, maybe just get the man in front of you or the lady in front of you, depending on who you're racing with at that point in time, because we do have a couple of lady riders, of course, racing with us. It is fantastic to see that too. Great to see massive improvements coming from that point of the world. And as they go up into a very tricky right-hander, which we already saw caught out our championship leader, they've got to be a little bit wary on those little lines too. Top end again, once again, Tonking is now pulled 1.1 ahead of Prix, so Ora doesn't really have an answer. I think that's possibly due to the fact that there's maybe a little bit of extra horsepower coming out of that 899 as opposed to the 600 behind him.
Oratile Piri doing an incredible job on that Yamaha R6. He is keeping Troy Tonking honest. As you can see, they use different lines going up to Leocorp. As we mentioned earlier, Oratile using all of the track to maximize the corner speed on his Yamaha R6. And to give you an idea of the pace, Greg, Troy Tonking qualified on pole on a 49.5 yesterday, and he has just done a 49.405, which is his fastest ever lap of Kyalami, a 49.608 for Ora last time around. As you see him backing it into Crocodiles. These 2 riders are teenagers. Don't forget, Troy's 17 years old, Ora's 16. So the youngsters showing the elders the way around Kyalami, and no one else in sight as we wait to take another look at Dave Varinga and Jordan King. So we've got two incredible battles for first place in our two classes here.
Now, the young guns are showing us the way around here, aren't they? As they go through there. 49s out of both of them, 51s out of Varinga and King, and we've got 55s out of Hulsha and out of Mabaso as well. So Visser, Hulsha and Mabaso evenly matched, but the Leon Horn slowly but surely closing in on them. So keep an eye out on that second bots down in 8th place, the number 45 bike there of Leon Horn. He's slowly but surely starting to get up onto the back end of Mabaso, so could be a change up between the two of them. He has a possibility of some more late braking. I think what Prix is doing here is waiting. He's not going to, not Prix, King. King is waiting. Jordan King is waiting for an opportunity. This is a little bit too early on in the race. There's too much time still to play, and he knows that Dave Varinga could probably come back at him, and definitely will. The juggernaut, as Dave is known in the motorcycle racing world, definitely doesn't hold back, and he will bang his way through to get back into position if you try and take one away from him too early on.
You can see the differences in styles there from Varinga. I think Dave is in his 50s, if not late 40s. Jordan King is only 25 years old, and you can see Dave, he just sat upright in the middle of that bike, cranking it on its side, while Jordan, as you see them back on screen, you can see Jordan hanging off the side of that bike with the black and yellow, trying to get his elbow down for the Instagram. But I am excited because we can see in both of our battles, in 600 and Unlimited 1000, the two lead riders are getting closer together. One thing Jordan King needs to do, down that pit straight, the first time he attempted that pass, you saw he pulled over to the right, didn't use the slipstream. The following lap, he did use the slipstream all the way down the straight, but I think he's pulling out of that slipstream too early. It's very difficult to make a pass on the inside of Crothorne because you're coming in at 280 kilometers an hour on 1000, so you have to be extremely precise and sure of what you're doing. But I think Jordan can find his way through, but he's going to need a bit better tactics and a lot more bravery.
Look, I don't think it's that. I think it's a case of he's waiting. I don't think he wants to go just yet. I don't think he wants to give Dave the opportunity to sort of come back at him. He's going to wait a little bit later on in the race. We've got about 2 corners and two laps to go. As they cross the line now, it'll be 2 laps exactly to go for our leaders. Tonking and Prix, good long, probably 15 seconds up the road now from the leading Unlimited class riders. We've got 3 Unlimiteds down in, not 2 Unlimited, it's 3 Unlimited. The band is 2 Unlimited. There's 3 Unlimited riders right now. But it's Varinga, King and Visser, the Unlimited top 3. Then you've got bots 1 and 2 as Hulsha and Horn. As I said, Horn has got him. Horn made a way through and found a way on Mabaso, so kind of watched for that one too. There you go.
There we go.
That's the way to do it. I think he heard you, but have you got like onboard comms there with him via Vodacom?
When I see Jordan out at Red Star, do give him 1 or 2 pointers.
There we go.
He's using that vice to good use. Let's see what Dave Varinga can do in response. Jordan King, 2 laps to go. He's got to get his head down now and go flat out. As we catch up, look at the style of Troy Tonking. He loves hanging off a motorcycle.
Certainly it's great to see these youngsters, especially when they get almost elbow and shoulder pads down as well. They do have shoulder pads made for these leathers now because a lot of these riders get that low when they come through certain corners. I think there's also a possibility that Prix might be waiting too. He realizes that with that little bit of extra power that Tonking has got on the KTM, he has to time this to perfection, and it may be a last lap effort that he's looking for here. Since King has got through, well, I kind of expected it. We saw the riding style. You picked up on it 100% right there in terms of the different riding styles and the more upright positioning coming out of Dave Varinga. But of course, Dave, as I said, is still getting used to that big BMW. So it's a completely different riding style. Of course, a lot more electronics involved in that motorcycle that can be a hindrance or a help to the rider, depending on how you set your bike up. Some of them turn them all off. Some of them only use a couple of the electronic devices that are available, and some use all of them. But it all depends on how your setup is for potential races that you're going to. Here at Kyalami, you potentially want to maybe just turn everything off and go with a rider feel. And Varinga has the ability to do that. We're on to the final lap. And it is Tonking on KTM that is leading the way around at the moment from the 600 Supersport battle. And it's Prix in second. I don't think we're going to see a change up between them. And that was some late braking there from the Katum.
You could see a bit of twitch on the front end there for Troy Tonking, which is showing that he's pushing the limits. Troy cannot relax because Oratilio Prix clearly will not let this go. He can see that he's losing time down the pit straight. However, every lap consistently, he's catching up around 0.3, 0.4 of a second through the mine shaft into the crocodiles, which, of course, the slower sections of the track where Ora can use those sweeping lines because, you know, on shorter corners, in theory, the KTM would be better because it's got more torque. However, because Kyalami is so wide, it allows Ora to use his corner speed, and you can see he's closing. Simpiwe Mahlobo on the 12, he's one of our open bike riders about to get lapped He needs to get out of the way of the leaders. You don't want to see it affecting the battle of the lead. Troy Tonki goes around the outside. Oratile Piri, this is exactly what he needed. Oratile Piri, he will 100% go for a move up the inside. He goes up the inside of Troy into Leopold.
Oh, they touched!
They touch. Oratile Piri, I knew he was going to go for it. That is just his nature. He's an extremely determined rider. Very brave there from Troy Tonkin to turn on the front wheel of Oratile Piri, but Troy understands that this is for 25 points. Troy was happy to win race 1, however he was behind Ora before that technical problem, so Troy is riding out there with a point to prove. You can see those wide sweeping lines from Ora. 2 corners to go as we approach Cheetah.
Can he go into Ingwe and maybe dive up the inside? Is he close enough as they go through Cheetah? They sweep through the right hand. It's absolutely flat out. He's got good drive out of Cheetah. He's going to be close enough. He's going to have a look on the brakes into Ingwe corner. Down onto the brakes. The 600's up the inside. There we go. Yes, indeed. What a move. A little touch between the legs there as they came out. He looks over the left-hand shoulder, over the right-hand shoulder.
Horsepower
Perfect
race to the
timing.
line.
Oh, that is close. Did
Let's look
Tonkin
at the
get
live
it?
timing.
He got it. Tonkin got it across the line.
Ora Piri got it.
Did he?
Ora Piri by .033.
Unbelievable.
What a race. Let's see another drag race to the line. Jordan King still leading in the Unlimited 1000 class. Dave Veringa has closed the gap up to him. It's Yamaha R1 versus BMW S1000 RR. It looks like Jordan King has got this wrapped up. What a race.
Yeah, great effort.
That was.
Look at that. Half of they don't know. I think they don't know. They're looking at each other going, did you get it? No, I got it. No, you got it. No, I got it. No, well done to Ora Piri there. Fantastic run. How's that? 33 hundredths of a second. Is that kind of showing what Brad Brenda did around here a little while, eh? The number 33. We're not going to say much about that. So 33 hundredths to wrap up the second race of MRSSA Superbikes. What a phenomenal run there from that little R6. I said he was going to be waiting. He tried it at Leeuwkop. I think that's where he wanted to do it. He was very lucky because that back and front wheel touched there, and that could have ended up in tears for both of them. They could have ended up in the kitty litter there. That was unbelievable stuff heading up to the top of the hill. Have a look at this. Let's have a look at that replay up to Leeuwkop. And as they came up there, you could see a late dive coming from Ora. Ora just went up the inside. There was just a tap on the back wheel. And wow, lucky to survive that. But with the luck came the opportunity to take the race win because he didn't give it. Unbelievable race action as per usual.
Amazing stuff from Oratile Piri. You could see there was about half a second that he had to close up in 3 corners. So through the Crocodiles, Cheetah, Ingwe, he caught up half a second, made a pass, catching up with the other classes on track. In the bots, Leon Horn came across to take race victory ahead of Alan Holscher and Mick Landy. In the Masters, Ryan Futter was P1 ahead of
They're a little bit further apart this time when they went to Leeuwkop. Just to jump in on you there.
100%. Robert Ferreira took second in the Masters. In the Open Superbikes, Clive Turnbull on his brand new Honda rider number 127. He took the win ahead of Adil Adam and Fari on the 106. As we watch our race leaders
just cruising around, yeah.
Cool down lap. What was your favorite moment of that race, Greg?
Listen, I got to tell you, there was to see Tristan Pino get off the line so nicely. I thought he was gone and dusted. But then, of course, a big factor came into play when he went down. And I think I don't want to say it was my favorite part, but it certainly gave everybody else an opportunity to have a bit of a day in the sun. We saw just how. Yes, the second guy in frame is the guy who is, of course, the man who's taken the victory there, Ora Piri. He's the man who took the victory overall here on the 600cc R6 Yamaha as he goes into pit lane, beating out Troy Tonking on the KTM RC8C, and Jordan King with a good run to the line there on the R1, beating Dave Veringa for the Unlimited class. But also just picking up earlier on, you mentioned Turnbull. We showed on the graphic the Turnbull set is on Yamaha, but you were down in pit lane saying he's actually changed up onto a CBR Fireblade. So the Honda Fireblade there for Clive Turnbull. And then, of course, Ferreira is behind him. Mick Landy in 13th place, lucky for some. Adam and Fari coming through there for the 14 and 15 spot. And then Miller, as we saw, got caught out in the closing stages as well, being overtaken along with Simpiwe. So some fantastic. Well, we've picked up. We just missed it in the last one. Our team has now gone back slightly further back on this. Have a look at going up into Leeuwkop once again, Tim. But tell me what you think, because it was a late dive coming from Ora to go for it. He was certainly well within his grasp of catching the back end of that KTM. Look at that. That's a great one, hey? There he is. Into turn 1. Oh, no, there it is there.
So, Simpiwe must
it was literally just a tyre tap. If it had been anything more than that, but those 2 oaks would have actually been parked in the castle. Okay, we'll try it again. Let's go one more time. It's not a problem. Here we go.
So let's unpack it from the beginning as we wait for the replay to come through. So that all started with Simpiwe Mahlobo the back marker as he was getting lapped by
Out of the S's.
our race leader,
Correct.
Troy Tonking. So Troy Tonking got a bad exit up the hill, and when you lose speed going up that hill, you keep losing speed
Yes.
going up the hill. Ora Piri had
Here
to
it
run
is,
the
here it is, here it
momentum.
is. Here it
So
is.
Ora goes for the inside move. He's not close enough. Troy Tonkin correctly closes the door. It's the last lap of the race. Ora at the last moment picks up. He's extremely lucky because 9 times out of 10, you'll know, Greg.
How
front
dirty
wheel-
is it out there? That's
It's
the other
extremely
thing.
dirty. But
On
you'll
the
know, 9
outside of that
times,
track.
you'll know 9 times out of 10, front wheel on back wheel means the rider behind normally goes down and it's a broken collarbone. So Ora extremely lucky to get
Yeah,
away
yeah.
with that.
Definitely.
And amazing reactions from him to slow down enough on that dirty part of the track, square off the exits, get a good exit down the mine shaft, which is what I think set up him being close enough to make
For
that
sure.
move into the
Oh,
last
for
corner.
sure. No, when he came out of Crocodiles heading to Cheetah, I thought, no, hang on a second, he is well within grass here. If he's good enough on the brakes, which a 600 is, that's the difference there as well. You might want to have the 899cc KTM when you've got a straight line, but when you want corner speed, when you want braking ability, there's nothing better than being on a 600cc, which is exactly what played into Ora's hands. And he came out, squared off the corner, got on the loud pedal as quickly as he could, or the throttle, and literally went flat out there. But of course, across the line, can you believe that? I mean, 0.033 of a second to finish up a day's racing for race 2. We're going to have a look at the race program for the rest of the day now. We've completed, of course, Sports and GTs. We've completed the second race of the MRSSA Superbike Race 2. And joining me now for commentary for second race of Silver Cup 2.0 will be Steve Koenig. Timber, thank you so much. Awesome job there, buddy. I know you're going to go and get a little bit more information for us, but phenomenal race action so far. I mean, I was standing in the background watching you and Prince go to work there for Sports and GTs. And a little bit of unlucky fortune there for Letlaka right at the end, giving the Porsches kind of a 1, 2, 3 across the line. But phenomenal to see such an array of cars. I mean, I didn't expect to see a big field like that coming into Sports and GTs here today for my first time.
No, it's absolutely incredible. And I've got to say also the bikes have been just incredible to watch. I was standing and just seeing how close it was to the line. But that being said, it's been 6 years since you and I have been on the microphone together.
It has
That's
been a
scary.
while, brother. It has been a while, I've got to tell you.
And we get to have a bit of fun with the biggest category here, the Silver Cup 2.0, heading out onto the circuit. A category that if you want to go and pay for club fees, it's 20 push-ups.
Yes, exactly. I love what Morris has done with this class. You know, they do a huge amount of fun activities on the sidelines as well to ensure that they can enjoy race action. And the best part about this class is you can bring any car you want to. This is a time-based class. It's not based on horsepower. It's not based on what car you've got, which derivative it is. Is it a 1922 car? Is it a 2022 car? It doesn't matter. Bring it and come and play. And they will find a class for you. And they'll chuck you in there amongst some usual competitors and a couple of sort of seasoned campaigners and a couple of visiting and guest drivers in this class for this weekend. I just chatted to Jan Goos. He popped up here. There he is there, just in the background, in the 24-karat gold Sirocco. That car is normally in Historic and Inland Championship. It doesn't participate in Silver Cup. So there are a couple of invitational drivers that are here for the entertainment, which is brilliant.
And the one thing you got to also point out, we've got space frames that are out there, which you would associate in terms of oval racing, but they're going to have a bit of fun out here. And that being said, we also do have a Super Cup in here.
Yeah, we
Jared
do.
Rousseau,
We do.
who actually won the race yesterday and looking to do it all
And
over
he looked pretty
again.
good for the race in the warm-up session this morning until he
set
did
for
a
the
bit of a
spin.
loop out.
Yeah, that's it. It was a good spin, though.
Yeah,
8 out of 10.
You gave him an 8.
8 out of 10, I'd have
Prince
to say.
gave him a 9. I was going to go like 9.5 because the way he collected that was brilliant.
We've also got to talk about it's Marius Jacobs, who is the chairman. This is his final race.
Yes.
He is handing over the reins to his son to drive the car. So you'll have his daughter and his son racing. This is going to be his final time. Did have an issue with
you went around at Swartkops when his daughter went out and took a third place in their first race, eh? And watched the reaction from Dad on the wall. It was just snot and trana, but it was fantastic. Speaking of on the wall, check on the sideline. We've got a couple of spectators now who've made their way to some good vantage points down at Clubhouse, which is brilliant. And I tell you something, these guys, the other important fact, of course, for Silver Cup is this is real racing. This is not where we mess around. We got cars in here that have come from great racing stables in the past, and they've been passed down sort of via this guy, and then the Koenigs bought it, and then the Fissers bought it, and then the Ranjis has bought it, and there's a lot of heritage in these race cars. And of course, if you look at the majority of the field, a huge amount of what has been sort of the top echelon of motorsport in this country are now sort of getting a second or third or fifth, depending on how long and how much heritage and history there is in the car, another chance to go and play. I mean, where in the world do you see a Jetta 2 having fun and games?
Well, take a
Only
look.
here.
Take a look at the likes of Monas du Plessis, who's going out in a car that, if you go back to the 90s in terms of touring here in South Africa, it was one of the championship-winning cars.
It was
originally in
the
Saes.
unbeatable car.
Exactly.
That Nissan Primera was, I don't think, untouched. And in the hands of George Besaidnout, there was certainly nothing. I think we're going to go down to Chloe in pit lane. So let's go down to Chloe quickly before we go into race action.
Well, joining us now is Aura Puri, the winner of race 2. Aura, talk to us. Congratulations. How did that feel?
That felt amazing. First race didn't go so well. We were doing good. We were leading it for my class. Tristan was ahead. I was using him as a marker. But then into turn 1 on lap 3, bike had problems. I had to switch it off and then turn it on again. Made a good comeback ride. Finished second. So then I was a bit frustrated about that. Came into the race thinking I just wanted to do my best, see where I could finish from there, and we got the win. So yeah.
And I mean, we do know that I was talking to Themba Khumalo, and he talks about the new race suit and really the curse that it comes with. Talk to us about the race weekend in total.
So basically, the curse thing that you're talking about. So when I was younger, we were told that when you get a new suit, you should roll over in it, otherwise you're gonna crash it your first time riding it. And I mean, it's what happened. Finger got injured, but yeah, we were fine. Weekend's been ups and downs with the crash. We started pretty good because I've never ridden this track on the 600 before, but it was a pretty good race overall. Still did pretty good for my first time, so yeah, I'm happy.
A major congratulations to you.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Aura Puri. Let's go back into commentary. I mean, he's still buzzing and will still continue to talk to other contenders from MRSSA.
We certainly will, and it's fantastic to have our young lady down there doing such an amazing job in pit lane, giving us a little bit of insight there from Oratile Piri, who took the race win there in race 2. Silver Cup 2.0, if you've just joined us all around the world, a big welcome. It's Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Alongside me is Stephen Koenig, and we're looking forward to bringing you race action now from these 2.0s. We had 49 cars entered. I'm not quite sure if everybody's there. We'll have to wait and see if there is more of them joining us. But
We've got 46 cars that are going to be racing around.
Okay, so a couple of cars did have a couple of issues. That's normally the situation.
Yeah, no, there was a couple of bangs and scrapes in the race number 1. But that being said, there was still 10 cars that wanted to enter but missed it. So we nearly went up to 60 cars, which is the maximum capacity Kyalami can hold.
Yeah, just ask the BMW M Performance Racing Series. They'll tell you all about that. They brought 70 cars to the M Festival. All right, so we are ready to go here by the looks of it. It's a standing start. That's exactly what I love about Silver Cup as well.
Yes.
It's a real race. It's not a rolling start where there's an advantage to certain cars. But you've got to now leave it into the hands of the drivers. And speaking of the drivers, you spoke about that Super Cup Polo. It's on the front row alongside the all-conquering Nissan Primera. So you've got two very, very hot contenders at the front end.
And du Plessis looking to take some, revenge after losing out a bit of time at Red Star, falling off the circuit. But that being said, Jared Rousseau and him have never gone door-to-door with one another
really,
as
yeah.
yet.
No,
So this
they
is going to
haven't.
be an interesting run for our drivers to make through. But we've also got to talk about the little Mazda Rotary that's sitting at the back, also racing in the Historics. Going to be having a bit of fun out there. That being said,
I do love the fact that there is a mix of historic cars and the normal contenders in Silver Cup and a couple of vintage. Right, we're going to go down to Chloe one more time just to have a quick chat with Troy Tolkien. Chloe, down to you.
Joining us now down in pit lane is Troy Tonking. Troy, you've got a new bike down in Kyalami. How's it been? I mean, you finished second place here.
It was amazing. I just struggled a bit with tire wear. Otherwise, it's been a really amazing weekend. I'm loving the new bike.
I mean, 4 in the country. What makes it so special?
It's actually, there's only 200 in the world, so it's a special bike made only to race. And so I can feel it. It feels impeccable. I must admit, it's wonderful.
And then the battle between you and Aura Piri, friends off the track and then competitors on track.
Yeah, it is a tough race. We had a nice dice, and I really enjoyed it. Hopefully, I can have a better race next lap or next race. Sorry.
All right, we can definitely hope so. Let's head back into commentary with Greg as, of course, we continue to find out what's happening on track.
Thanks, Chloe. Awesome job down there. Now, really nice to catch up there with Troy because, as you heard from him, there's only 200 of those RC8Cs in the world and only 4 in the country, and one of them is racing here today at Kyalami. So a magnificent effort there from him. Also running the Arai helmet there, as you can see on his leathers. Certainly a lot of them will be looking forward to race 3 a bit later on before we get into the main proceedings for the day, which is, of course, why we're here, the Endurance Championships round 4. But before we get into that, we've got to still sort out Silver Cup 2.0. We were about to mention before we went down quickly to Chloe there in pit lane, that little Mazda R100 at the back, the rotary powered machine. And as I said, that mix of cars, as we get underway, a couple of cars stuck on the grid. And one of them was Rousseau. Rousseau got an absolute nightmare of a start. He stuck down on the grid. I think he got caught out by the lights not going off in time.
He's just been swallowed.
46 cars down towards Crowthorne. Are they going to be 46 abreast? I don't think so. It's a phenomenal start, as always, but not from the front row. Those guys are coming from 2nd and 3rd place on the grid. And what a way to start things out here for Silver Cup. It's exactly what we kind of expected. The mid-pack, we're seeing some issues there. The space frames slowly but surely coming into play. Rousseau is in that, and of course, so is Jacobs. Maurice Jacobs doing a super job, and it looks like the Dozer car made a great start as well. So
Rugger is also starting to make his way back up through the field, and he holds the record for the most overtakes in a single race, and that was actually done at Red Star, going and overtaking 36 cars from the back of the field to the front, and still finish with a 10-second gap.
Jeez, that's an amazing run there from Julio. Arriga's car has been a very, very good car. Speaking of good cars as well, that JDM tuning Honda in 3rd place at the moment in the hands, of course, of the fastest panel beater in the world. He is a seasoned campaigner in this class and a very big factor, particularly at Kyalami. He loves racing here at Kyalami. So keep an eye out on Dirk. Dirk Lawrence is always a big factor to play around with. And as they fly up the hill towards Leeuwkop for the very first time, you can see Lamprecht and Trutter slowly but surely starting to get into each other's grasp. But it is Duplessis who got the drop, and he hangs on for now.
Currently holding on to the 2nd place. Lawrence getting a far better exit at the top of Leeuwkop, trying to run away. He knows that Lamprecht has got a lot more top end against him. Will be chasing him down the mine shaft. How's that? 3 wide up at the top of Leeuwkop with the likes of Julia on the inside. Not often you get to say, well, I've gone 3 wide at the top.
He was on the inside. Foster was in the middle, and Cam Foster's always been a fantastic little runner in that GX Coupe. But normally, he's not the man that will be fighting with space frames. He'd be fighting with all the other GXs in the Historic and Inland Championship. As they come flying through Cheetah, a little bit of curbs there from the BMW. I don't want to do that too often. That can end up in
big
tears.
sin on the inside for Duplessis. My heavens.
Thanks for coming. Got this one. Thank you very much. That's how we do it. So a little change up there for the lead, and that's kind of what he expected to do as he went down here. But have a look at that. Turbo power kicks in, and no matter what you're going to try and do coming out of Ingwe corner, you're going to lose out to the additional power that comes from that turbo and the Golf ahead of you. So he's going to have to try and be a little bit more wary and find some way special to outgun the additional horsepower down the main straightaway.
Truta is going to hang on to it for dear life at the moment. Drivers giving it everything they got as they just come through the Kyalami segment. How's this?
Is that opening the door? Literally. Yes, he is. Dirk Lawrence is opening the door. What are you doing, Lawrence? He's got to have probably some kind of issue with that door because he opened the door literally as they came out of the Oxygen Barbecue.
Safety car is out. We've got a safety car out. And this will go and nullify the race at the moment. Everyone will have to go and fall in behind the
so literally what
safety.
happens is the Duplessis will take, or I should say Trutter will take the official safety car role until the actual safety car makes its way onto the circuit. So that'll be in about a lap's time. Not quite sure where the safety car scenario is. There it is.
There it is.
There we go. Thank you very much. Oh, Scott Seaward, you spot on, but well played. There you go. That's the reason for it. There's a car on the outside of Sunset just before you get into Clubhouse. That is definitely a dangerous position to be in, and that doesn't look like they can get the car started. I'm not quite sure what the number on that Golf is, but it's one of the Golf ones, and it's parked in a what we call a precarious position. You don't want to be there, that's for sure.
No, especially if you go and get Sunset wrong, you're just going to be venturing off into the boot of
and a Fender trailer on the back of that Golf.
Oh, yes. There's no question. Spears or Rice will be at the plate. But I've got to say, absolutely great stuff. But, I mean, what a dive from Duplessis into Ingwe, where it was just send it and hope that they looked in the mirror. And for Truta, got a bit of a fright. He tried closing that door and suddenly had to straighten the car up. Suddenly, Duplessis in, understeering, and that forces both extremely wide, landing up with a bit of a problem. Absolutely.
Yeah, the drive, though, on that Golf, and, of course, the additional power coming from the turbo just kicked in as they came across the line. You can just see him pull away. So as much as what Duplessis was trying to get that Primera to go in a straight line as fast as possible, there's no replacement for displacement, particularly if you've got a hairdryer on that displacement and the availability of the additional power that comes with that. So a little bit of chopping and changing, maybe a little bit of strategy change has to come out of the Nissan driver. And then, of course, keeping in touch there, and keeping in touch, I should say, is Dirk Lawrence. Lamprecht not too far behind, and Rousseau, as you said, not a great start, as we saw. But he's got potential to come through the field. That Super Cup Polo is a very, very capable race car. And we've seen it on numerous occasions here when the Polo Cup and the Super Cup class have been here. Super Cup have been fantastic. But even in the previous endurance championships, Super Cup cars have finished in third place overall here with the likes of Saul Hack and Besaidnote.
Also Cara Hill and
Cara Hill and
Umpi,
Umpi, yeah. So they certainly know what to do to get around Kyalami in a rapid pace. So do not cancel out the fifth place car on the graphic at the moment there. Rousseau in that Super Cup Polo has certainly still got a chance of catching at least into the top two, maybe even fighting for the lead if he can close up close enough. Now with the concertina effect under safety car, it certainly gives him another opportunity.
Now I'm going to ask a very difficult question. If you had to pick one car out of this entire field of Silver Cup 2.0 to drive,
well, I can tell you I've driven 3 of them. So the Pragma Polo I used to own, and that Pragma Polo is actually a really cool car to drive. And the old Polo Classic, the original Polo Classic, of course, 393 is the car that was out there. So let's have a look and see who that might have been. They're not in the numerical order here. So 313, it's Kelly Lensley in that Golf Mark 1 that's parked on the. It's a forklift racing car, I think it is.
yes.
Yeah, so that car unfortunately out of this one. They're going to put it just behind the wall there, and then the team will have to go and fetch it from the outskirt roads to collect the car after this one. So good effort once again from our marshals and the team to get the car out of harm's way as rapidly as possible so that we don't have to stay behind the safety car for too long because this does take away racing laps that are available to these drivers, and racing laps are vital around here, particularly when we're on such a tight schedule to ensure we start on time for the Endurance Championship.
But also talking about that, you don't want to be behind the safety car for too long because at the moment, Truta is just taking a look at his mirrors and Duplessis is not moving around. He's not trying to build pizza into the tires by just creating a little bit of friction out there. That is focus. Absolutely pure focus, tunnel vision. I'm going to get you, and you're going to lose out. But don't count out. Julio is in the mix as well. We've got Jared Rousseau, who has taken the win once before in race 1, looking to do it again. As soon as we go green, we're in for an absolute brawl straight down to the line because there will be 3 laps on the restart to go for the win for race 2 here of the Silver Cup 2.0.
And the cool thing about this is they don't run the rule that you have to run line astern across the line. You can hold right next to the car. You just can't overtake him until you've crossed the finish line. So in some of the categories that we commentate on, they literally run line astern, and you have to stay line astern until you've crossed the finish line before we go into race action. Here, you can come right up alongside the driver, put him under pressure, and have a dive as they cross that finish line. So look to see who's going to try and catch each other out here. You can see this is the reverse of what sunset would be. The glare into the windscreens and on the bonnets right now. This is actually quite a cool shot there. You see all that flare coming off the cars as they come into Sunset Corner. Later on in the day, it becomes a bit of a nightmare because you come out of that and it goes literally straight into your visor if you've got one inside the race cockpit. Some of them run sort of those little flick down visors inside their helmets. Some of them run a dark visor on the helmet so you can just flick it down for sunset and then flick it back up again if you're behind a windscreen during the racing, because that's why sunset is known as sunset, of course, because it affects the drivers and riders so badly later on in the afternoon. You literally get the sun blaring straight into your windscreen. But as you watch them coming through here, the Silver Cup class, as we mentioned earlier on, is made up of an array of vehicles. There's Sean Hepburn in a Datsun 1200 GX as well. That's one of the AA-sponsored cars. And, of course, originally this circuit was owned by the AA. So pretty awesome turnaround of affairs there for him. We saw Cam Foster in there as well. We've got a Mark 1 Escort with a bit of a wing on there. I don't think that's quite a Zach Speed wing on the back of that thing, is it?
Well,
or is he attempting one?
When you go and order something off a certain website, you tend to get that.
It's one of those ones.
Yes,
okay.
so that's it. Space frame of a Ford Escort. But that being said, we're going to be going under green conditions very, very soon. And we're going to be seeing all the drivers absolutely giving it everything they got to come across the line. Now, Chris Cronier, he's down in 8th place. He is the leader of the Silver Cup 2.0 Championship. He's going to be trying to make his way forward. And 3rd place, we've also got to talk about Morgan Jacobs, one of our lady drivers, the youngest of the drivers in Silver Cup 2.0, going out and having a huge amount of fun out there, show what he can do. So this is going to be a absolute banger of a race for the drivers to move forward. but I'm looking forward to seeing what Duplessis is going to do to get ahead of Truter. There's not much time there. Lawrence is lurking in the background, waiting for his opportunity. Jared Rousseau, after the nightmare start, now needs to put the hammer down, and there's not a lot of time left. So he's going to have to be right onto the back of the cars to move forward. Lamprecht going back into race 1. Nearly lost the car in front of everyone at the top of the Yuxay sweep. So, safety car in.
Yep.
Our Proton coming into the pits, and we're getting ready to go green.
So they're going to Constantine up a little bit closer. Look at Dirk Lawrence closing onto the back in the Primera. Rousseau goes with him, so Rousseau's going to be trying to stay right with that Honda ahead of him and see if he can try and get the drop on him as they come across the line and get the green flag. You'll still see waved yellows and safety car boards out until they come to the line. Then you're going to get that green flag, which means we go racing once again. Watch for the turbo to kick in on the Golf. Might just get the drop slightly there, but there's going to be defensive driving. Duplessis right there with him. Here comes Rousseau, though, on the inside, heading down towards the kink. And Crowthorne corner could see Rousseau moving his up. Defensive driving from the Primera, just keeping him out. So Duplessis just hanging in there. And here comes Lawrence on the inside. Dirk Lawrence going to try and keep out that Super Cup Polo as well. The Auto Express machine coming through there. Lovely little bit of driving coming out of Visser. Jonathan Visser has had some spectacular races here at Kyalami in the past. When we came here for Extreme Festival, it was unbelievable race action coming out of that Auto Express car of his. And then you mentioned that little Mazda R100. Hello, look where he's up to. Tucked in there and just inside the top 10 by the looks of it.
13B rotary power all the way up against the current leader of the championship, Chris Cornier. Going to be watching his mirrors like no tomorrow. Well, never mind, the rotary getting well ahead.
Oh, Rousseau's out of shape in Sunset. Oh, my goodness. That is a very dangerous place to lose it. And fortunately, all the cars got out of shape and just missed him. They went left, right, and he was stuck in the middle. I think he spun out there this morning, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the second time we've seen him do a complete pirouette in that Super Cup Polo. And unfortunately, it's dropped him out of contention now as he comes into the S's, tucked in at about, what is that, about 8th or 9th place, maybe into 10th at this point in time?
Looks like 10th place, but that is Vernon now trying to make it up a little bit of time. He's got Marius Jacobs just ahead of him, but late braking as Julio up on the inside gets true to him. Manus Duplessis follows through. The door was open. He's going to go for it. Defensive driving now. Now Julio is in the space frame, turbocharged. He will be able to run away, but the fight for second place is naturally aspirated versus an asthma pump.
Yes, exactly. 100%. Here's the aspirated car on the inside. Oh, and he's out of shape as he locks it up properly down into Crocodiles. That's the way you want to go racing. Arguably one of the prettiest cars in Silver Cup goes into second place and fends off the attack there coming from the gear and diff box, the gearbox and diff man. Absolutely unbelievable race action there between those two. Now, has he got enough? This is where we're going to see the difference. If he can get away here and get good drive out of Ingwe and carry that drive down the main straightaway, he may stay out of harm's way. Coming through the field in the background as well, watching.
That's the 52.
The 52 car sneaking in there. That's Tion Kutsia. So Tion Kutsia coming through there. We've got hazards on. That's a push-to-pass mechanism that those Super Cup cars come out with, and that's exactly what he went for. Now, can Duplessis keep out? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Wow. Forklift Mining just getting an opportunity of note there to stay ahead of that SDG car of Truter. So he had no answer. Even though he's got the hairdryer on there, it looks like that little Primera is back at home at Kyalami.
Well, you can't beat out a little bit of oval driving coming in. Duplessis, a multiple national champion in oval racing, getting to take on Truter, who has really refined that Golf into an absolute monster. And let's see how it's going to work out. Lamprecht is also staying in, but let's take a look at the replay.
Look at this. Oh, you know what it is? He was on the outside and he hit the rumble strip. You cannot put wheels onto that red and white strip at this point in time.
And
that's for sure.
Back
Look at that.
in.
Lawrence goes left. Oh, Visser went left as well. And he eventually decided, no, right-hand side might be the better option, which was very lucky there for Jonathan Visser. And then the R100 just took advantage of it, of note, diving on the inside and making up about 3 or 4 positions.
Absolutely.
1, 2, and 3 up to Leocorp. And slowly but surely being closed down there by Sean Lamprecht in the BMW.
Absolutely great stuff for the drivers. Now moving forward, Lamprecht is getting closer and closer. Now I wonder if Truter is just not running out of steam at the moment. Can't quite hang on to the back of Duplessis. Lamprecht is starting to close up that gap as well. And I do think he's going to be a contender for that second place.
So Ariga at this stage is leading comfortably at the moment. I don't think there's any issues there. Second and third place certainly about to get a little bit hotter because Lamprecht is about to join them. So it could be a 3-way fight for second as the BMW closes that gap down. Lawrence has dropped back slightly. I'm a little concerned about Dirk Lawrence because he was right on the pace of these guys earlier on. He's not quite there at the moment. He's kind of in no man's land. But here's the second battle. Look at this. This is Space Frame City taking on Rousseau, trying to come back again. So it's Marius Jacobs, Tion Kutsa, and Rousseau Jakobs on the outside. Kutzer goes inside of him, gets the space frame battle into control, into second in the space frames. And third place is now, but here comes Rousseau. Goes to push the pass. The reason you'll see him go to push the pass is you'll see the hazard lights come on that Super Cup Polo. So as soon as he goes to that additional power that's provided by, it's kind of like a DRS system in F1. Gives him about 30 kilowatts more power to play with. And that's why he pushes it onto the main straightaway to try and stay with the space frames. They will have the power to weight ratio advantage over the Super Cup Polo, but the additional power that comes in there will help him out. And a nice little drive there to close right onto the back of this little battle. This is a fantastic battle actually up into Yukska and Barbecue.
Now turning into an exciting one. 2 Opel Tiger space frames going at it. Rousseau trying to use every little bit of power underneath him to try and close up the gap. You can see he gets a much better corner exit, gets right onto the back of him, but just doesn't have that legs getting out of the corner to stay in it. And hopefully he's going to move forward. Ready, Sunset, taking a little bit more gingerly, maybe a little sitting in.
That was close. Sorry to jump in there, Stevie. There was a really close moment there between Kutzer and Jakobs. Very lucky not to touch each other coming out of Clubhouse and just squeezing through there into the S's.
Well, there we go.
Rousseau might capitalise, yeah?
Rousseau around the outside of Jakobs, who just couldn't fight it out. Unfortunately, the S's, if you're too tight, you lose all the pace. But now Dirk Lawrence is going to get a face full of the cars as well, as there goes Lawrence having to go very defensive, very
this is
last
lap time, so it's time to go now. If you're going to make a move, you've got to make it now. We're on to the final lap, and as they head down towards Crocodiles, this is a move here from Kutzer on Dirk Lawrence. He's through. Oh, brilliantly done. Brilliantly done.
Well,
so we've got Duplessis hanging on the Trutter. They're not going to catch Origa. Origa's got this one done and dusted. There he comes into Cheetah and into Ingwe. This is second place. There's a dice to the line here, Stevie. Watch this. Duplessis and Trutter to the line for the checkered flag. Here comes Origa. He's looking for the opportunity to take the checkered flag for the first time today. And here we go. Silver Cup 2.0. It is Julio Origa taking the victory in the space frame. And unbelievable. I can't believe Duplessis kept out Trutter. That's amazing. That's naturally aspirated versus the turbo, and the turbo had no answer. It looks like there must be some kind of issue there on Trutter's turbo, because he would normally be flying out of there. We saw it earlier on. He went flying past that Nissan Primera like it was looking for parking. Didn't quite work out for him. Lamprecht comes through for fourth in the BM. Lawrence in 5. And nicely done there from who wins out? Jakobs ahead of... Jakobs.
Jakobs ahead of Visser.
Coming there ahead of Visser. So nicely done from him.
Late finishing up right behind.
Benny Late coming there for the 10 spot.
Absolutely incredible stuff.
Chris Crenier down in 12 for the overall championship. That's maybe not a bad plan. Where does he finish in Bs? 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth in Bs. Fourth in Bs there for him. So not a bad effort there. Origa takes, of course, the A-plus class ahead of Jakobs. And Morgan Jakobs looks like she might get third in that one. Duplessis wins out Class B ahead of Van Oort and Crenier. So Crenier's third place in B should keep him at the head of the championship, I think.
This is an invitational, doesn't count for points.
Correct. And then, of course, Class A, Trutter, Lamprecht, and Lawrence should top 3 there. All right, yeah, so I didn't realize it. I thought this was actually a championship round, so my bad. Invitational, I'm loving it.
2 weeks' time they're going racing.
Yes, they do. They go 2 weeks' time at Swartkops.
And then they're going to Mozambique.
Correct.
So there we go, added to it. But Julio managing to climb 15 positions since the start of the race. 15
positions, what is that, in the space of 8 laps? It's not bad, eh? That's 120 overtakings. That's not too bad.
And got the same amount of power as his Class A plus cars.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So the Mazda takes it, wins out of a Nissan and Golf. That's where we are. Yes, it is. It says Opel, but it's powered by a Mazda rotary engine, of course. It's the Opel Tigra out there of Julio Origa. And he wins out over the Nissan Primera. As we were mentioning earlier on, I have to give a shout out there to George Besaidnote. Remember, he ran it as the Silver Dream Racer. It ran in all silver colors for about 10, 15 years. And every time that car got on track, there was nothing to beat it. So it looks like more of the same here in terms of Class B action anyway for Duplessis. He finishes a long way up the road from Class B's Marius Jacobs and, of course, the Opel a bit further back on that one. So nice to see the race action here, Silver Cup. And from here on, we're moving into the second part of the day's proceedings, and of course moving into where we're getting slowly but surely closer to what we've come here for, the Endurance Championship Round 4.
Now that's it. We're going to be moving into our Sports and GT, also with the GT Cup, and where we did see likes of Charles managing to lead it out. Let's see how it's going to work out come race 3, the final race for them. And it's going to be a rather exciting one. But our Silver Cup 2.0 will be heading out onto the track a little bit later. But I do think there's going to be a party there, because 3-4 wide into turn 2, 3 wide at Leeuwkop.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's photo moments there.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, and of course, to take you through that one, we're going to keep Steve on the line here, and Prince Ndweni is going to come and join me and take over my position, and they'll be taking you through the Sports and GTs and GT Cup.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, joining us here today. Absolutely exciting times being had. And as we get Prince jumping onto the mic, Prince, I know that you were watching the racing because Greg and I were going absolutely nuts over the Silver Cup 2.0, showing absolutely top form. But now we're getting into the Sports and GT and GT Cup, where I did take a walk down to Inter Africa. I had a quick listen of the tuck, and he said, I made one mistake. It's not going to happen again.
The spirit, the energy at Inter Africa Racing is incredibly intense. I also had a bit of a walk, just trying to get a sense of what's going on in preparation for midday today, for the main event. And you definitely understand just the level of commitment, professionalism. I was watching the pit stop practices. It is tense, it is palpable. And I just cannot wait for lights out later this afternoon for the 4 hours of Kyalami. But overall, I think I heard one of you say Iraga made 15 places?
15 places.
In 8 laps.
In 8 laps.
Oh,
Still hasn't
on.
beaten his all-time record.
And that was because of the alternator issue that he had,
Yes.
correct? Wow. Now, here's the thing. The reason why this is so shocking for me is because having met Julio and engaged with him, he is the most relaxed, laconic, friendly person you will meet. And to think that same level of aggression is in that person is incredible to see. Incredible athleticism, skill. I mean, this is 46, 47 cars that you're trying to, well, it's 45 in the case of him versus the grid that he was trying to get at. And that is absolutely incredible recovery job from him. Well done to him.
That's going to be an exciting time. But that being said, we're going to be moving on to our Sports in GT and GT Cup.
Yes,
We're
sir.
going to be heading out onto the circuit. That also being said, we've got a little bit of an interesting time here because the championships are starting to get played around, seeing who's scoring the most, who's scoring the least, and what it's going to mean for the rest of the year. At this current point, we still have the likes of Ranjis at the top of the charts, but felt the pressure from Inter Africa chasing him down. Come the start this time round, is Lataka going to slack off a little bit after having that spin and near miss at the end of sunset? Or is he going to really put the hammer down? And I know Damien Hammond and the team have also done a little bit more tinker work with the Mercedes, trying to dial it in a little bit more. Charles Visser gave a bit of report back to the MJR team on what's happening with the car and just saying, listen, the Porsche feels good. You can make it work a little bit better.
Looking at the competitive nature of the Inter Africa stable, there is no way Tolile is going to be holding back. I think he's going to be pushing even harder, knowing that he's in with a chance to actually destabilize, to some extent, Charles Rangi's out ahead of that Sports and GT field. So do look out for some more aggression. Remember, it came within a hair or so in terms of difference of time between those two. So it definitely will be a close one going into this race.
And that being said, we've got lots happening here today.
Yes,
We've got the Vodacom for You activation that's happening down. Prizes to be won if you go and set the fastest lap times on the sim rig. I can tell you, I set an incredible lap time here at Kyalami in a GD3. Can I tell you what it is?
Okay, I'm listening.
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Fastest slow time, maybe?
I didn't win the hat, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But you guys can have an opportunity to go and beat my lap time. That also, we've got Proton that's got the activation in turn 1 with a stellar bri that's going on. So definitely more to go and see. And if you want to have some of the best viewing angles of the circuit, my personal favorite, just entering the S's, that's the main point for me, and photographic moment.
Yeah, 100%. I used to be a Loikop. Actually, I still am Loikop, but now I'm 60-40 split. 60% Loikop and 40% the spot you showed me just at the start of the S's yesterday. We had a chance to look at the circuit and see exactly what it's like for these cars to approach corners like this, for example, here at Sunset, where they're going into a blind right-hander, going up into that left-hander where you can't commit too wide on the left. You have to be ready and position the car as centrally as possible so you don't go too far outright to meet the apex. Later apex it is here at this left hand and then going on into the start of the S's. So all of that is quite enjoyable to see. And you look at the undulations as well, the surface level change that happens when you approach the S's. It's not as easy as it looks when you look at it on the screen. So definitely worthwhile for the fans. You see some fans already camped out there. that's a very good spot to be at. It's definitely worthwhile for you to come out and enjoy the sunshine, enjoy the family vibes, enjoy the camping, and enjoy the activations we've got, of course, with our sponsors. I mean, that always turns me into a bit of a kid. So when I take my next commentary break, you know exactly where I'm going, Steve. That's where I'll be.
You will never beat my lap time. I'm telling you now, it's the best lap time ever. It's the greatest lap time you will ever see. It's the greatest of all greatest.
Yeah, so if by beat you mean I will never do worse, then absolutely. I agree with you. But yeah, as you can see, scenic, undulation changes, you're uphill again, as you get past the bridge there. There's a tree braking marker that the drivers use on the right-hand side. 2 trees actually using up at Loikop. Get up at the peak of the hill and then immediately tuck down. We see Lady Clark going very deep and heavy on the brakes into this part of the circuit, and then getting out at the clearing the first apex and going for the second as he pressured Charles Arangis for the race we saw, and that came and went. But going downhill now, hitting incredibly high speeds, going down mine shaft, the roller coaster of racing circuits. You definitely can put that moniker on this part of the circuit.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And, you know, there's been lots going on. I know for the Vodacom for you, there was a bit of a discussion that went on, asking a variety of questions, because you're coming from a streaming space in terms of IRL streaming. I always thought, what can they do? And they've got all different packages for IRL streaming. So if you're going and streaming out to Twitch, you're streaming out to YouTube, to Kick, wherever you're going, data is a main concern for 100%. Creators. What do you need to do? And Vodacom providing some of the best coverage in South Africa, and also having some incredibly low rates, gives you every advantage to make your name big as a content creator.
Yeah, 100%. And the focus is on the youth. And I mean, helping the youth understand that this is a platform that they can actually leverage, because it fits well with what this particular generation engages with on a day-to-day basis. And that's the fastest or cutting-edge technology, or as close as possible as you can get to it. It's about making it as accessible as possible. It's more inclusive, more digital, and more youth-driven. I think that is something worthwhile, because, look, any country is made, the majority of any country is made up of the youth. And Africa in particular, 60% of the population the next couple of years is going to be seen as youth only. So it's definitely something that we need to focus on in promoting that inclusivity. And yeah, I'm going to play my youth card strong now when I go down to the Civ later. But we're in the Stradale stable at the moment. They're playing their youth card strong. Brad Liebenberg, as you can see, chatting with Ari Neveling at the door of the Audi there. It's going to be Brad and Ryan Nyker, of course, young Ryan Nyker, high schooler, back in the car after a very long time at full tilt in a competitive GT car. So it's great to see Stradale opening the door up. They have an incredible and unique story in South African motorsport. I think that's what is important, I think, for viewers, fans, new and old, current, that have been in the scene for a long time, is to re-emphasize that story and that narrative, that this is a community with so many different stories, so much history. Nick Adcock, for example, who marshals the Just for Sleep Nova Proto 2 team, has over 300 races in his career, 26 years in motorsport. When he started off just saying, 6 races and I will have scratched the itch. 300 races later, he's still at it, doing over 20 endurance races per year to date. That is incredible to see, and these are the stories that we want to uphold and give a platform to, and show you that this is possibly a stepping stone for many more people, because the inclusivity is the main message here.
Well, we've also got to talk about, I was listening to Nick having a chat on a South African podcast. It was actually by a former champion here that used to race, Peter van der Spey. I was having a chat to him and said, well, how did you get involved in racing? He said, well, just started out work, was in a building, and downstairs there was a chap in a race car, had a bit of a chat and said, well, I'd like to get into racing. How do I do that? And then, maybe the cost is a little bit too much. I'm not quite sure. A little bit later on, well, he's now racing overseas, going and representing, and also going from racing a leisure across the waters now into the Norma Nova here in South Africa. I mean, this is a 24-hour turnaround that he had to get it sorted out, to get into, well, this is a leisure LMP3, this is the new gen, versus the Norma Nova, which is the most affordable of the prototypes that you can get, that's the closest to LMP3. Now, the only difference between it is it just hasn't got a big FIA sticker that says this is an LMP3. Everything underneath was the old spec LMP3. The new LMP3s, though, are a V6 turbocharged and not V8 anymore,
which is rather sad. Nick also goes and shares the same sentiment of why did we get rid of the V8 to get the turbocharged V6? But right there, a car that has been around for quite some time, started out in the hands of Andrew Colbert with the Bigfoot Express written all over it. Damien Hammond's good now piloting behind the wheel, and that is the beautiful Mercedes AMG GT3 with the SLS 6.5-litre V8 behind it. I mean, this is just a stunner of a car.
I thought you were going to say that's the beautiful Damien Hammond smile ever since he's gotten into the saddle with this car, because he's just been grinning up and down this grid day in, day out, 24/7, and it's great to see him in such a happy mood. And you can sense the mood. It's all jovial at the Samden Racing pits because of the performance those cars have been able to extract thus far. It's proving to be a worthwhile investment, and I'd imagine it's going to stay a while in the Samden Racing stable. Their story is also incredible over the past couple of years, and their involvement in the series and the way they've thrown their full weight and might behind being here and building their community and making sure that also the professionalism, upping the standard from race to race. You just keep on seeing improvements with this stable. And the growth and improvement of the racing drivers. Wayne Roach, for example, you can see his Gallardo in frame there across from Damien Hammond. He's also come in and in leaps and grown in leaps and strides to actually get to the level where he's at now. So it's absolutely great to see Samden Racing with their full weight behind the series.
I wonder if he's Googling how to get a little bit more pace out of the car.
You reckon?
I think so. I think there's a little bit of sending a text message to Mercedes saying, hey, listen, what does R1 button do? Or something like that. Because, you know, these cars are incredibly complicated. But the Mercedes, if you look at the steering wheel, out of all the GT3 cars, is the easiest to actually understand. It's just a simple piece of carbon that holds it, and you can get yourself sorted. But there is a beautiful... This is now not the Hurricane. This is the Gallardo. This is the previous iteration of the Lamborghini. You can see little fine arts have been done with it to just improve pace, to get it going. Yeah. And Wayne Roach has been extracting a lot of pace out of the car, but it's also very fuel efficient.
Okay. What's the consumption rate on this?
Looking roughly about 2.5 to 2.7 litres per lap with a V10.
Oh, how's that for a review? My consumption rate under a tent like that at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit of whatever is causing the smoke in the background there is going to be significantly higher than 2-point-something litres per lap. So, yeah. Fans, this is exactly what you want to see. Kids playing in the background, the families all gathered. It's going to be a great time today. We're just getting started. We see also some fans across on the grandstands, spectators having fun, and having seen a couple of races coming on. I see some people getting their tops, their jerseys off. I mean, they're lessening the layers. So it's getting hotter and hotter. So it definitely is just the beginning of what we have in offer. This looks like the Iraga stable, if I'm not mistaken.
Silver Cup.
Yeah,
it's the entire Silver Cup. Yeah. They banded together to purchase tickets for all one another.
Yeah.
They've set up shop just by the S's. There's a little bit they've gone around. And with 16 degrees, well, I mean, it's going to be a absolutely awesome day. We're not expecting any rain. A little bit of cloud cover to come in here at the beautiful Kyalami circuit. This is a beautiful shot of Crocodile heading towards Cheetah, where we go back last year, where we did see a certain Porsche driven by Henk Lautaghan, who took a bit of rallying experience, ramped the car over Cheetah, landed it down, and that was a pass.
Yeah. Went galloping.
Yes, yes. Not quite what you want to do with the car, but here is Marius Jackson's new babies coming in, the Porsche 991 and 992. I mean, this is an absolutely stunning car. There's still so much pace that he needs to try and get out of the car. He's hoping to make it work, and there is the second of the Porsches, very close to, well, it's actually the same spec as Charles Rangi's car. That's going to be having Joseph Ellerine and Marius Jackson behind the wheel for it. Going to be a very interesting tussle with them, as they are a two-man crew fighting out against drivers that are, majority have got 3 drivers racing with them. We've only got one team that's got 4 drivers to do 4 hours of racing.
And that is the Corridus Racing team in that VW, which has seen many challenges, and they still keep coming back. And that is the picture of endurance. That's the philosophy behind endurance. You just keep swinging and keep coming back, and they absolutely represent that spirit. But that's the scene that's going to be for the rest of the day. The start finish is going to see a lot of action in between now and around sunset times. So do make sure to get out. You still have an opportunity to come down and get your tickets at the gate. The VIP tickets were sold out gone in a flash as ever, so that option is no longer there for you, but you still can get your tickets out the gate. And of course, kids under 12 have free access to this wonderful day of motorsport action. We've seen also some two-wheeled racing. Had a chat with the likes of, you have Temba Kumalo having a chat with Axel Jeffries and Stewie White there from Enter Africa. So some interesting insights I'd imagine would come out of that conversation. But we had similar conversations with some of the riders that have come for today's racing. Sia Shabalala, leader of a championship, of course, in his class, hasn't had the best of luck so far, but he seems to be trying to find his stride. With the new setup he's in and going into the rest of the day's racing, I think he's going to build on confidence, that's for sure.
It's always an exciting time, and some incredible young talent that's behind the wheel of a Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. And to think about it, brand spanking new car, there's only one in the country. You've got some incredible talent that's behind it that have been racing overseas. I mean, Axel Jeffries and Mr. Lataka have been racing in the Ferrari 296 to move their way forward. And Gerald just giving some last-minute orders to the teams, saying, listen, this is what we need to do to make sure we can go for the win. This is how we need to make sure that to keep everyone on the back foot. They know the championship pressure is on in Class A as they're getting chased down by the likes of the Rico Barlow Adjust for Sleep team that got extremely close to taking the win down at Kyalami. And we cannot count out that Stradali also went and threw their hats into the ring.
Yep, 100%. And extremely close is not an unfamiliar term between Inter Africa Racing as well as the Rico Barlow Racing stable over the past couple of years. Both have enjoyed silverware in the endurance format in this series. And it's a rivalry, I think, that is going to look incredible in hindsight in the next 20 to 30 years. We're looking at history in the making. And the chapters, the story just keeps expanding and swelling as we've seen so many teams come and join the series, and as it continues to grow. An exciting addition, the Blue Sands Racing Stable as well, with the likes of Di Matteo, Sartori, as well as Familiaris, names that are well renowned and known in the South African racing scene, also contributing to this particular chapter of South African motorsport.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And there is a shot of Lamborghini getting a little bit of work done. And this is a bit of pre-training, bit of prep work being done. They have to have the car outside the pits when they're refueling.
Yep.
You're not allowed to have it in the pits and refuel. There's South African bylaws against it. And also, you really don't want to have fuel indoors. That may create a little bit more of a problem as a fire. But let's take you through this. Round one, SWAT Corps. Rico Barlow and Just for Sleep took the win of Class A and overall. We go head over to Aldo Scribanti, round two, and it was Into Africa that took the win. Head to Cape Town, Into Africa. Does that mean Rico Barlow is going to get this time round? I mean, they're playing ball with one another here.
They are, and Rico Barlow does look strong around Kyalami. I mean, that qualifying time set by, Charles Visser, 39, is incredible. Not an official record that he's broken of his own doing. He had to have to set that time in racing, in full racing conditions, but that already sets, it lays down the gauntlet, I beg your pardon, for Inter Africa to possibly respond to that. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, it does look like a bit of a pattern that's going on between those two.
We've also got to talk about that the Rico Barlow Racing and Just for Sleep has so far been the most consistent in each of the races as Class A has been, beating out the likes of Inter Africa in terms of consistency.
Yes.
So that is also going to play into it, because remember, 4 hours is not about trying to go for greed to check in, that's it, your race is done in 10 laps. It's 4 hours of racing that you're going to have to give it everything you got. And let's go back last year where the victory was snatched right at the last. But one big name that's come there, Andrew Horn. It looks like they have found an ECU to get working on this car. Andrew has thrown his towel in. He said he wasn't going to be able to race. The ECU is done and dusted. They were battling to find any repair work for it. It seems like they managed to get something at least there. I know there's going to be a big smile, but Andrew also this morning said he wasn't quite sure if he was going to race, so he had a little bit of a long night. And, well, I think he's got to get the sleep out of his eyes now as the Leisure makes its way out, heading towards the circuit. Going to be in the 1 hour dash, and is so far looking to try and fight it out for the win in the 1 hour dash.
Oh, I'm incredibly happy to see that. After hearing that he wouldn't be racing, it was a weird and strange pill to swallow. Bitter one, but it's great to see Andrew Horn out and about with us. But we also have a lot for you to enjoy if you come out and about with us. Today's racing, of course, has come and gone. We've seen Sports and GT race 2 in the morning, MRSSA as well at about 9:30. But as it stands, we're going down into Sports and GT race 3. And after that, we'll have another bout with the MRSSA. I saw a couple of the riders getting themselves prepared and getting ready to get things going. And of course, Silver Cup Race 3 is something that will be... what do you think about the mix, Steve, of that machinery? I mean, you would think, at a distance, you would think there's going to be a huge concertina at times, but you then see these massive gaps in between the performance levels of these Silver Cups. So what do you make of that array of 46 different cars, all engineered in unique manners in the Silver Cup?
You are telling me, you're asking Stephen Koenig, what does he think of a big grid with a multitude of vehicles? I mean, let's be honest here. But we have got Andrew Horn out on the circuit. Now, fun fact, do you know the Nash that Andrew Horn used to race could race in Silver Cup 2.0 as well? Really? Yes, it counts as a Class C+. Oh, and do you know this Ligier is allowed to race as a Class A+ car? Incredible. But Andrew Horn, who didn't expect to go racing, is getting a lap around the track just to make sure the ECU works. Yes. And then we'll be in for the 1 hour dash. So this is a shakedown just to make sure that the car is able to do. He's got special talking with our COCs to make it happen. But the MRSSA is same as the Silver Cup 2.0. Multitude of different bikes, multitude of different talents that are going to be fighting it out. And there's a good couple of them. Yeah, Rob Ferreira in new equipment. He's gone on to a Yamaha that he's getting to grips with at the moment. So he's going to have a decent time trying to get to know this beautiful piece of machinery at a circuit he hasn't quite gone out yet in this particular Yamaha. So a learning experience for him. He's been having a great time. It's always a great time to chat to him just to get to know how he got into racing and his history in it. And a decent bunch of people here at the MRSSA. Incredibly friendly, family friendly. See how tight-knit it is here. I mean, it's so many different characters that are enjoying the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. At least now you get to see the bikes up close as well. And that is, of course, Jordan King. And that's his bike there. He had decent running over the past few races that we've seen now. He's been in the front running more often than not. He's also a jovial lad, and he's one of the few people in this freezing conditions walking around in shorts. I'm always fascinated to see how people achieve that. And Mahlobo, that's the Mahlobo stable, working on his bike as well. Bumped into them in the morning. They're in a jovial mood. He's always shown incredible pace, that is Simpiwe, and he definitely is enjoying his time with the MRSSA. You see some of the bodywork off. There's a lot of work going on now with the bike. That's his dad getting stuck in there just to make sure everything is running smooth with Simpiwe's bike. Absolutely incredible stuff, and a bit of family effort coming in. Yeah. A little bit of work by the airbox and also work by the tank just to make sure that there is no issue. They did have a crack in the airbox, and a piece of it landed into the throttle body. That was Shabalala. That was Shabalala's bike. Yep. And I think that's actually gone and put a bit of a worry on some of them, because I was having a chat to Mick Landy, and says he doesn't usually take a look at it, but this time it was a little bit of a gremlin that he went and took a look at his bike at. Yep. And we see in the distance there, that is Baron Pretorius. I think that's Ricky Janakaro and a couple of the other competitors just having a bit of a chat to see what's ahead for the day. An interesting mix of people there, because the different classes, some of them won't even see each other on the circuit, but they're still having a chat. So that just shows you that community that we have going. There is Ora Piri there with a couple of the competitors, Ora and Troy. Good mates, of course, are taking a pic with the young lad who perhaps in a couple of years or months would be having his go out on 2 wheels or 4. You think there's always that sort of pull or tug, that inner conflict from youngsters in terms of choosing, if you do have the option and privilege, of course, whether to go on 2 wheels or 4, Steve? Well, I haven't had 2 wheels action. I think if I take the kickstand off, it'll probably explode, but I do have a little bit of knowledge in 4-wheel action, but not to the talent of our professionals that are out and about here at Kyalami. And honestly, one thing I've got to take my hat off to is any of the riders, any of the drivers will go and invite you to come and sit on the bike, get in the cars, come and see in it. The red tape gets taken away and allows the competitors to get in touch with the fans, and fans to get in touch with the cars, in touch with the people, get to know them, the superstars that are out on the circuit. But there is one of the most rare bikes in South Africa, the KTM RC8C, purpose-built for track, and there's only 2 in the country. One sitting in Cape Town that hasn't raced, and one that's making its debut at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, made in 1963. Ground was broken here. This is the 4th going 5th iteration of the circuit, FIA Grade 2, the only FIA Grade 2 circuit in the entirety of South Africa, and looking to go FIA Grade 1 for reasons, which I think everyone knows with the 4 reasons part.
Yeah, of course.
But that being said, I'd love to see more of these KTMs, more of the Suzukis, the Hondas, in the same spec coming out, because, quite frankly, motorcycle racing is definitely a huge amount of fun to see.
899cc contained by incredibly beautiful bodywork. They're just getting a sense of the detail and how intricately designed this bike is. Wow, a lot of machinery being squeezed into a very small space, and churning out that power will be an incredibly enjoyable task for Troy. He's incredible and very intelligent, humble, and he's always having a good time. It seems like a bit of a game to him. He's the least tense competitor, one of the least tense competitors you'll come across. He's really enjoying himself out there. So it's been, I'd imagine, a great time for him to break in this bike and be one of the history makers, I suppose, in terms of introducing that KTM to South African racing circuits.
The Pranagali V4 is also on show. We've got quite a variety, whether you're a fan of BMWs, whether you're a fan of Ducatis, KTM, Suzuki's, Hondas, they're all there with the MRSSA. And honestly, just some incredible machinery. The riders also are quite open about their feelings with the bike. So whether they're not happy with something or they're extremely impressed by something, a little bit of work going on in the background, and lots of bringing the youth up. They're wanting more of the youth to get involved with superbike racing and to be able to go onto a grand stage. And this is the way to do it. I mean, you can bring pretty much everything you've got. And even if you're not a youngster, if you're in your 40s or in your 50s and you've got a bike sitting in the garage, there's a class specifically designed for you to go and bring your 1100, to bring your 1300, bring your 1000, bring your 600 out and be a part of the racing community and get to live your dream as a rider here in the South African Endurance Series.
And living their dream are the Silver Cup competitors, all 40 or something of them. Tian, of course, in that number 52 A-Class car was working on his brakes yesterday and a couple of other things just to get it right and to understand what the niggling issues were. I think the worst had come and gone. As you can see, they've been running pretty decently over the course of the day so far. So there's definitely a bit more work at hand. You can tell it's not entirely relaxed as yet because we haven't quite seen the close of today's racing. We're going to get them lining up and getting ready to go for the Silver Cup race that closes things off for their weekend. I think I saw Andrew Horn getting back into the pit, so he's had his chance to see that the ECU is working fine, and he and Malcolm, his mechanic, are going to be ecstatic. You always see them quite busy. Malcolm is the sort of genius, the Frankenstein, the man putting together the Frankenstein, I suppose. You always get that interesting dynamic, a sense of that interesting dynamic between the two of them. But that is Moodley, of course, one of the newcomers. As you can see, that interesting combination of colors. You've got the bright yellow and black and the red in the background. This car was actually red a couple of events ago, and he decided, you know what, I need a change. I need a cosmetic adjustment for this guy. So he's come in and given his Cayman a bit of an uplift, a facelift, I beg your pardon, and giving it a bit of a bright and distinct look. And there's Inter Africa Racing, of course, busy. That's Stewie White giving Kole Tlaka a bit of a brief, or Kole giving some feedback, it seems, in terms of how to approach the race coming up now, the Sporting GT competition. They are getting lined up and getting ready to get things underway.
Yeah, going to be starting on the back foot here, and still would have that gremlin in the back of their head saying, listen, Sunset, be worried about it. It has caught you out. He's hoping to make a bit of a difference here.
Also, at the time, it wasn't, but that was a bit later on in the day. It was relatively more dry by that point of the day, so maybe a throttle input thing coming out of the first, that blind right-hander. There is a proper shot there of Moodley's newly liveried car. Another newly liveried car, the Nikki Dix's 137-991 Porsche there. Used to be all white with some touches of navy and red, and now he's giving it a very distinct look and entirely different to what he had, and also looks spectacular out on circuit. There is the tall figure of Nikki Dix getting some last-minute chats in before their race. That is Hein
Laterkhan in the car. That's what I wanted to bring up. Hein Laterkhan climbs into the car. Henk said he had his fun. He's gotten used to the car. They handed it over to his dad, Hein Laterkhan, climbing in. They're using the Sportson GT as a warm-up for the 4 hour. It's just to make sure that the car is ready to go. So not necessarily looking to fight for the championship, but at the same time, well, they are influencing it by being on the circuit.
Yeah.
But Hein Laterkhan going to be climbing into the car. He's going to be having a lot of fun out there. Multiple champion and has done a variety of racing. He has been in tin top, single seaters, and so much more. A little bit of work being done on a car that some people would know in the early 2000s, a Shelby Can-Am, ready to go out and absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I've been working quite hard to get onto the circuit. They're going to be in the 1 hour race, of course, the 1 hour dash. And as ever, committed to the full. Looks like some work being done that needs one of the mechanics to be seated in there. Looks like a bit of a squeeze, but I'd love to get my chance to be in something as beautiful as that too. If that opportunity comes at me, I'm throwing it out there. I'm hoping some of the pit crews are listening, so that when I walk by later on, I get a chance.
A Nissan V6 that puts out about 300 horsepower?
Yeah, that's a yes for me.
Oh, is that a yes?
That's a yes for me.
Okay, so it's not even a like a cold yes.
No. It's
out there.
It's a sweltering hot yes. Hey, so yeah, there is an interesting mix. This frame is beautiful because you see some cars that are actually in a fight there. Mo Mia out in the front in the 786. Nikki Dix, he and Mo Mia do tend to come together at times when it comes to pace. Nikki Dix, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, Hein Laterkhan as well, will be in a similar bracket of pace when it comes to their race a bit later on. There's Sun Moodley in the distance there, having a look at his device, trying to maybe prepare for the race. He's always so cool, calm, collected. He is the coolest cat on the block. I'd love to actually just spend some time with Sun and chill and just hear how he sees life, because competitors that relaxed oftentimes have a completely different temperament when they get into the car. So I'd love to see how he switches on that aggressive mode when he starts racing.
Sun Moodley's one of the very few drivers I know that actually does work at the racetrack. So he literally gets phone calls from the office saying, hey, listen, we've got a problem here. Would you mind going? It's like, okay, well, I've got 5 minutes before I need to climb in the car. Let me help you out here. Finishes work, climbs in the car, goes racing.
Sounds just like someone as calm as Sun Moodley. Someone balancing two worlds. And you'd expect to find the most frantic individual within a 30-kilometer radius, but he's actually the coolest guy here. So that's always fun. And
Mo Mia, who is always got a smile on his face. He's a little bit caught out with yesterday where he had a spin right in front of the two Lamborghinis. But now Mo Mia hoping to make a big impact yet again. This is going to be their final heat of the day, and they're hoping to really go and pull the trigger on it. Now Mo Mia has got tracks of all the tracks on the car. Now for many people this is not just stylized. This is every track he has raced on around the world. So when you see the Nordschleife, he's been around it. Le Mans, been around it. Spa, been around it. Imola, been around it. Incredible. Monza, been around it.
Yeah.
Every track he has actually raced on is on the car as a badge of pride of, hey, this is what I've done.
And something to be proud of, I think, would be the amount of work he's put in, of course, to get the GT Cup SA up and running, and the effort, the might in getting the numbers in, and that's really been an improvement race after race, event after event this year, and I think it would only continue to get better.
Now Sun Moodley climbing into the car with a bit of assistance. Also a driver that's very familiar with Porsches, has done a lot going back into previous races down in East London. He used to race Porsche. He's also an owner of a Mercedes AMG GT3. The reason he's not pulling it out is because he's having more fun in the Porsche. He's enjoying having to fight with a car that snaps around him, having to push that little bit harder, having to really keep the focus up and not relying too much on traction control, ABS and all that, going back to driver basics and also going back to what he has had so much accomplishment in, back to the Porsche brand.
Interesting. I'm thinking of a couple of our competitors across the grid in our different classes who've had changes in equipment. some hopping in from German to Italian or Italian to German. The likes of Maurice Jackson, for example, who he seems to be focused on the German side of things because he's jumped out of the Audis and the R8s, and now he's going on to the Porsche. And then you've got Damien Hammond, who's come out of the Lamborghini and he's gone on into the Mercedes AMG GT. So I wonder if Damien would be listening to a feedback such as that to say the Porsche was more fun than the AMG. If you reckon? Too big a smile?
I had a chat with him yesterday. Straight out, he said there's too many Porsches, too many Lamborghinis. He wants something different, and that's why he's got the Mercedes. He didn't actually tell his dad that he bought the Mercedes. They were having a discussion about it, of whether to go for a Mercedes or go for a Porsche, and not knowing that 2 weeks before that he actually bought the Mercedes, didn't tell his dad. Kind of when the car rocked up, it was, oh, Dad, by the way, I've got a Mercedes instead. Needless to say, the Hammond house was a little bit tense, and then it was, you better make sure it wins. He said, okay, long as it wins, you can keep the Mercedes. That's it.
And it's winning so far. It's winning so far. So, and I told you so. At the very least, there's something that Damien's going to throw across the dinner table a few hours from now. But we're looking at you can hear from where we're at in commentary, some of the cars getting started up, some of these sports and GT competitors getting ready to peel out and get onto this lovely Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, and how scenic it will be for you to be posted where some of these fans are, not too far from the main building there. I think they have a view of Ingwe, Cheetah, as well as Crocodiles, and all the way up from Minesoft, the cars will be coming down to them, so it's going to be a spectacular scene from there. That is JJ Daisel getting strapped in out of the Stradale Motorsport stable, and he's going to now have his final say for the day's racing.
Absolutely incredible to go and see the drivers ready to give it everything that they got. And also the Stradale team coming out in force. Not only are they just a racing team, they are also a customer racing team. In other words, they've got mechanics that can look after your cars, make sure everything's set, make sure that you are set, and also help go through a bit of driver training as well, with likes of Arnold Neveling and Charles Oranges being in the mix. That being said, into Africa, going to be fighting it out with Mr. Tucker, hoping to claw his way back to the top. Actually coming after a great drive in the Ferrari 296 at Portimao. So he's really looking to carry the momentum forward in GT3 racing, but also to bring a little bit of that back home, as well as share as some of the Africa spirit to the rest of the world.
Yeah, absolutely, and incredible philosophy and story behind the founding cornerstone of the guys we've seen this series become, and the face it's built and what it is today. An incredible story that is still in the making. Of course, also with the Africa Race Together Foundation that has been established to be the sister company and assistance to the SAES Championship. That is something to behold in terms of the inclusivity. We spoke a lot about that with how the youth also needs to be involved and understand it's bigger than just being a racing driver and wearing a helmet and putting the visor down. It's an entire community that comes together to put together what we see here on our screens. So there's definitely a lot to look forward to for the young people out there who have an interest and a passion in motorsport.
Well, I can say, I'm going to give you a hot take here.
Okay.
If I want to drive any car, I want to drive the leading car.
Okay.
Okay. And at the moment, the leading car is got aircon, it's got traction control, it's got ABS, it's got a beautiful radio with a great sound system, its fuel economy is great, and it's reliable. Guess what it is?
Not a rocket ship.
Proton.
Really?
Well, what's our safety car?
Wow. Stephen Koenig. In my mind, so get this, you're describing all of this. In my mind, I'm putting together a race entry. I'm building a GT racing car as you're saying all of this. That is incredible.
So imagine having a Proton racing. We've got to have a talk. I know there's a couple of challenges down there that can tow the trailer, but let's take a look at our amazing sports and GT with our Super Cup going and racing. Our GT Cup, they're going to be racing. This is going to be an interesting time, however, because we've got Henk Laterkan out of the car, Heinz in the car, first time he's going to be running here today. But we've also got the straight-out fight towards the sharp end of the field. We have got the Inter-Africa versus Stradale stable, first and second. Lamborghini versus Porsche. They're going to be fighting it out. We saw how close they got. Damien Hammond's going to be running in third, but he's got to keep an eye on Charles Visser lurking behind. Charles was picking up the pace towards the end of the race, was starting to get quicker, and actually got and bettered his lap time twice towards the end.
Yeah, just getting a picture there of that off-camber and downhill part of Loikop. Interesting bit of vehicle dynamics and physics to be handling there. Tlaka had a more distinct approach to this part of the circuit, going deeper in the braking there than the likes of Charles Ranges, who was ahead of him at the time, Damien Hammond. In third place behind. Those two are on board with Tlaka as we speak, as we get a picture of where exactly these cars put the anchors down after making it down mine shaft. And here you have to have your wits about you and to make sure you've got full commitment on the middle pedal, or the second pedal in the case of these race cars.
Most of them have only, bar the AMG. The AMG's actually got 3 pedals.
Oh.
Everyone else has got 2 pedals.
Yeah.
But as our safety car pulls off the circuit, it is go time. Side by side, double file formation as they start to make their way through. And it is going to be lights on, lights off. So as we get ready, Lataka holds the inside line heading into turn 2. But can he hold it against Aranji? Side by side they go. Lights on, lights on, lights on, lights on. Lights off, and we are racing. Immediately, drivers trying to jump out of the file and start getting the jump on the competition. Aranji's getting a great run in towards turn 1, heading towards turn 2. Lataka holds defensive inside line. It's going to make it life rather difficult. Charles Visser around the outside of Damien Hammond. And take a look at Ricky Giannicaro having the fight as well. Nicky Dix gets thrown off the circuit as he has to rejoin down through the field.
Oh, that was Giannicaro, Momia, as well as Nicky Dix in that drag sprint down to turns 1 and 2, but it looks like Giannicaro came out best of that 3. But for now, also best of the front 3. Litlaka, we've got Sharanjis as well as Hammond in tow, not too far off as they clear Sunset. That is JJ Daisel now tucking into and getting to grips with the circuit. JJ Daisel looks to be making places. We've also got Hein Latacha now in trail and in tow of Charles Visser. Let's see how he gets his way around. He hasn't had a chance actually to get to the car out at the moment, so it's going to be his first time out, but not for the car. So let's see how that goes. In the meantime, Charles Visser trying his best to stay with that front 3 that leads. It's a sandwich there that Aranjis finds himself in the middle of, but he's going to try his best to get out of it as quick as possible so as not to slow down his getting the brakes up to temperature, getting the tires up to temperature as we get the first lap cleared not too long from now.
Han going and giving everything he's got, trying to push a little bit more. Used to seeing this car in all silver, and back at Kyalami last year having jumped Cheetah, now going to be chasing down Charles Visser, who currently holds the lap record in the SAES, but it was actually set in the Norman Nova. He's having a go in a Porsche. Whoa,
Hammond goes wide.
Yep, that is what happens when understeer braking late and a Mercedes that doesn't have a magnet towards the wall starts dragging you, looks like, as we do see Ricky Giannicaro in that bright pink. I've got to say, it's quite distinctive to see bright green, bright pink, and you know who the drivers are.
You got to make a signature for yourself in one way or another. Someone who's making a signature with their livery is definitely Nicky Dix, who's trying to chase down Momia at the moment. The distinct green of that Lamborghini Lambo is something you're well familiar with over the past couple of years in South African GT racing. And there's Koleli Tlaka, calm as ever. You would swear he was not traveling at a couple of 100 kilometers per hour.
A couple. Let's get it right here. 160 kilometers an hour before you stand on the anchors while you going and doing 180 to 200 kilometers now heading into turn 2.
Approaching the S's now. He has a look at Charles. Aranji's in his mirror. He takes the first right. And then now he clears the second. Charles Aranji's getting closer and closer. He seems to have found something at the S's. They go up to Loikop now under braking. Is where Koleli Tlaka seems to go a lot deeper. There it is. And gets the first apex cleared. Aranji's preferred to go onto the curb there. The second one is cleared and it's down mine shaft. They go now. Let's see when Tlaka chooses to look at his rear view. It's right there as he chooses his braking marker going down into Crocodile.
Absolutely great stuff, and really just keeping it calm, cool and collected. He's keeping an eye on the mirrors just to see where exactly that Porsche is lurking around him, but hoping to just keep the gap open just enough at the moment as they continue on ticking the laps away, trying to figure out what is going to be the game plan here. How far are you willing to go? And the question that comes in is, when is Stradali going to pull the pin and go for that little bit of a dive, try and unsettle like Solataka and see if he can maybe get his nose in to try and get the pass done and dusted. Third place is Damien Hammond, who we saw getting very close to the wall. Charles Visser in fourth. Hein Lartican runs in fifth, along with Ricky Giannicaro, Momia, Nicky Dix, JJ Daisel, and we got Brewer following in 10th place, hoping to make his way up through the field. He's trying to catch up to the likes of JJ Dazel since they're in the same class. Mo Mia, however, leads out ahead of Nicky Dix.
It is Damien Hammond in the distance, has found his rhythm and gotten back into it, having unsettled himself slightly there at Ingwe and having gone too wide. But you've got the likes of Visser getting accustomed to his brand new 992 here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. Closer still goes Arangis going into the S's. Letlaka has to become even more aware of the prospect of a 991.2 MR spec car right behind him that only gets faster, and you've seen Arangis flick the lights. Oh, it goes onto the concrete slightly there. Approaching Loiko, but under braking they go now. Yep, the gap is narrowing more and more tighter. A line chooses Arangis, and Letlaka choosing to go off the curbing there. But let's see what goes down now as they approach the braking zone at Crocodile.
4 G's of force when you stand on the anchors as they try and make their way through. And immediately you can see Letlaka taking a very tighter line. That actually does slow him down a little bit, and Ranji's immediately closing up onto the back of him. He needs to try and move out a little bit to the left to get the pass done. And already Ranji's flicking the lights saying, listen, I'm going to come past you, buddy. And, well, this is a race for position. There's no flick the lights and I jump out your way. This is, we are racing. Done, dusted, finished. You're going to have to earn that position from me.
100%. Letlaka has every right to make that the widest Lamborghini on the planet. Now, let's see if he does that going to turn 2 after the kink. Yeah, he's taking the narrower line. Arangis falling back slightly, having gone down the home straight. It's Hammond in tow from them, but quite some distance off. Nothing for Arangis to worry about as yet. We're going on and off board there with Letlaka just to get a perspective of what it's like to be going full tilt at the wonderful Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. There it is. We're approaching sunset now. That blind right-hander. Now let's see just how blind that is. You're committed and you're not letting go. You have to choose the right spot to have all 4 wheels on the tarmac here as you go outright just before this left-hander, which is a lot deceptively tight. This left-hander is quite deceptively tight. A late apex, which Arangis seems to have gotten right as we go on to now the S's with the first left-hander. Closer still goes Arangis. This is incredible. They're in the same piece of tarmac now, Steve. Hard to tell them apart.
This is going to be close. Now, Arangis needs to get a good drive out of Leocorp to try and chase him down the mine shaft. It's going to open it up the corner, bring it in nice and tight, swings the rear around, gets flat onto the gas, and now just trying to pick up the pace. Unfortunately, lost a little bit of drive there into the slipstream, pulling himself along. Now they're into a bit of a headwind at the moment. This is only going to play into the favor of Arangis as he gives it everything he's got. Zulile goes and holds the inside line. He runs out a bit wide, however, and that cost him a bit of time. Immediately, Arangis had to just come off the gas as he closed up at a rate of knots. These two are absolutely brawling at the moment. Arangis looks for the inside into Ingwe and loses out the run as Letlaka goes and sweeps across the nose, slamming the door firmly shut. These two are going to brawl, and if they go and make their way through the kink, they're going to be staring right at the Proton activation, and they're going to have the best shot of a Porsche getting overtaken, but also Lamborghini with the likes of Arangis' Porsche trying to have a go at him.
That Porsche, the back marker there, maybe it may have delayed that point of contact or point of overtaking for Arangis. We'll give it a couple more corners to go. Arangis going slightly wider. They're going up into barbecue. Now approaching sunset. They go even closer. He's in tow now properly. That left-hander doubts it's going to be a spot. Sunset would be very brave for him. Where would he even find the space? Let's see what happens at Clubhouse now. Letlaka places his car perfectly and ideally wide enough and narrow enough to keep Arangis at bay. The S's is going to be a tricky one. Look at that, Arangis.
It's going to be mineshaft.
Yeah.
He's going to look mineshaft. He's got 2 tails here. It's going to be mineshaft, 3. He's got mineshaft, Crocodile, and Ingwe. Those are the points. He keeps going on the attack. So through the S's, he's going to keep it nice and tight. Going to open up far to the right-hand side, and then swing back onto the left. Now he's going to keep it right onto the apex. Keeps it nice and tight. Not wanting too much understeer. Gets a slingshot down. Aims to be in the slipstream for Crocodile. If he can get just close enough into the 200-meter mark, he can try and eye out for possibly go and do a sweep back. A little too far back this time around.
Yeah, it did look too far back in his trajectory there. Went a bit wider there. Only must have lost something there.
Lost the drive.
Yeah, I've lost the drive there. Arangis looked to almost leap over to close that gap of a 0.1 or 0.2 or so. But they're a lot closer now. And Arangis having a look down the inside at Ingwe, but chooses not to. The door slammed shut again there by Letlaka. Closer still they go. Turn 1, it might be again for your proton activation to enjoy the fastest German, pseudo-Italian a combination of machinery. They're fighting out for top honors here, Kyalami Grand Prix circuit.
Well, there is the bride just in front, and I think I know where I'll go and stop after a race. Go and enjoy some incredible machinery that you can get on the road and get to see some racing as well. Also a phenomenal ride. But take a look at Orangi's Hansi inside over the curve. And this is down the back straight. Well, this is the old pit straight heading towards Sunset. Was desperately looking for a pass in barbecue.
Oof. That was close. We saw a couple of incidents there yesterday. Sean Orange is having a look, but not. It's a very difficult place to overtake. You're off camber, you're going slightly uphill and also aiming not to miss your apex. Would have been very impressive to see if you committed to it there. But now going down into the S's. As you said, Steve, it's Mineshaft possibly where he's going to have the attack. It's either a crocodile, also possibly a cheetah. But Kolitaka lost some drive now, going up to Loikorp. They're almost nose to tail there. With the Rangis and Litlaka still, of course, got a car length ahead of Rangis. Rangis keeping it tight as ever as they finish and complete the second apex of Loikorp. Oh, look at that, even closer going down to Mineshaft. Ingwe may be the place. He's not going to line up, hasn't lined it up at Crocodile so far. I'd imagine Ingwe may be where Rangis decides to make that full commitment. Look at that, he's trying to go for an up and under there to get some drive on Litlaka. Seems to have found some nose to tail again.
Not enough to cheetah.
Yeah,
not enough to cheetah, unfortunately. You don't want to be too far back, but it's going to look towards the inside. Possibly Ingrid? No, this time not. Actually waiting it out a little bit longer. They're going on to 6 laps, however, and the pressure starting to come into play as the drivers push harder and harder. Their lap times sitting in the 144s. Now, both those cars were doing 143s earlier today, so they are a little bit slower, but they've also keeping each other so busy at the moment that none of them can go for an ideal line.
Yeah, 0.4 between Litlaka and Orangi's at the moment, so that gap keeps a bit of a fluctuation. A concertina going Orangi's slightly wider. Again, it seems to be liking and enjoying the sort of up and under approach he's taken over the past couple of corners. See how it's going to pay off for him. Damien Hammond watching from a distance that battle unfold. He's comfortably ahead of his class, of course, and in 3rd overall for this race. But Aranji's frantically flashing and flicking on those lights to keep Litlaka aware of him, of the prospect, of the fact that he might dive at any moment. So he's going to have his wits about him and widen that Lamborghini as much as possible.
It's going to be a bit of a tough time here. 6 laps to go as they all take off. And we're starting to see some great battles. Nicky Dick still leads out the Class Bs with Mo Mia behind him. Jada Dazel holds out the Class E with Bauer chasing him down. And for our Class Ds, it's Andre from Furin that is leading out the Class Ds. The likes of Salmon Racing a little bit further down. And that would be the likes of Salmon Racing. That would be the Lamborghini, if I remember correctly. That would be Wayne Roach.
Yeah, that is Roach. That is Roach in the Gallardo.
Yeah, so Wayne Roach hasn't actually gone out, same as Marius Jackson.
Yeah.
Both of them not making it to the start line. And that is going to be a bit of a blow because we saw Wayne Roach having a huge amount of fun. Well, Orangi's up on the inside, just runs out of room. I mean, Ingwe is a very tight corner. If you're going to get that pass done, you have to be a bit closer. You just can't go for the sends. There's not enough room. That pit wall actually moves out a little bit. So you think you have a lot more room and then narrows up.
Freezes,
and you have to try and figure out where you want to go. And you don't want to land up going too far off the circuit into the marbles because you're just going to pick up a huge amount of dirt there that is just going to make life miserable for the next couple of corners.
Yep, and Charles Rangi's has been picking up a lot of dirt behind Litlaka's car, but he's done the best to avert that challenge, not being in necessarily clean air, but he's now in a sort of slipstream position going down into Sunset. And he's done a good job of staying there or thereabouts behind that Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini, flickering the lights as ever and making sure that by the time we get to checkered flag, we're 5 laps across now, and he's going to be in a better off position. He's tried all sorts of lines and twists and turns. Now they literally have the same approach at the S's. They've had different approaches all race long, but now they've sort of converged on the way they navigate the S's. The real difference comes in here where Litlaka goes in deep onto the anchors as compared and wider still off the apexes. Litlaka chooses not to touch the apex there, whereas Randy's does. Tighter line signature move there. Ranjis maximizes on the length of the circuit, touches the concrete every now and then when they get onto the anchors here, it seems Ranjis has preferred that up and under, which he tries to go there, but that was wider than the past couple of laps. But look at that. There's something Ranjis finds there from that up and under. You can see it, but it sort of peels off now coming into Cheetah and approaching Ingwe. Wide he goes outside of Cheetah. Litaka narrow, closes the door.
He was looking for it. He was looking for the inside. Was hoping that Litaka would actually move offline as he's been doing, but it didn't happen to it. You could see there was I'm going to go for it, back off. I'm going to go for it, back off. I'm going to go for it, back off. Just that uncertainty of whether he can get the pass done enough, and that has just opened the gap a little bit more. Once again, the Inter-Africa starting to climb. Remember, these two are actually in different classes, as currently Ranjis leads out the GT Cup SA, and the SA GT Super Trophy, the Sporting GT, is being won by likes of Litaka. So they are two different classes leading out their individual classes. Both of them have got the biggest smiles on their faces.
I was literally about to say, that was almost a grin on Litaka's face I spotted, if I'm not mistaken. Looks to be a fantastic time they're having out there. And it's an important point to highlight, the fact that this is two different classes of cars that we're seeing competing. Oh, there's they get past the back marker. Moodley, they're getting in the mix, not in a way you might have wanted to, but a factor nonetheless, and it's not the first time we've seen that, have we?
No, unfortunately, that Cayman has gotten really close to a few of these cars, and now having the likes of Inter-Africa, Saka going and having a go with Charlotte Ranjis chasing him down. I've got to say, this has been quite entertaining, but now they're getting into the heat of the traffic with 4 laps to go. This is going to be boxing each other in. This is now, we're not going to play fair anymore. We're going to put you right behind a car, make sure that you're going to slow down a lot, and there is going to be no way to fight it out. Or it's going to be clear the back markers as fast as possible, taking those risks.
Volshenk will be the next back marker, both cleared relatively easily, but that was left late for Litaka.
It was very, very late. To sweep across the nose of Ranjis at that point was just a deep breath moment, and Volshenk at that point was just on the outside saying, guys, listen, I'm not here to be bullied. I'm going to just move off the way. You guys sort yourselves out.
Yeah, you choose which set of hoofs to kick you. Okay? A bull, a raging bull, or a horse in full stride. So you pick yours.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible stuff as they now make their way through the Yuxay sweep, through barbecue, down the old pit straight. And this is guns ablaze, making their way through. The old Kyalami Marshall house used to be there. And the Ranjis quick flash of light saying, listen, I'm coming at you. You best go and defend that line, because the moment there is just even a crack open for me to go for it, even if it's just 1 centimeter, expect to see the front end of this Porsche up and underneath you, forcing you off your line.
Yeah, it's going to turn that crack into a door, and you can even see the intent behind Charlotte Ranjis' movement at the moment. I mean, going up at barbecue there, you can see, oh, he's getting tight now, getting past. That is, I believe, Moodley, one of the back markers. They didn't make too much of a thing of it. Now, past goes Ranjis. He's fallen back a little bit thanks to the back marker being there, but that wasn't too much of a factor up at Louis. Going down Mineshaft now into Crocodile, where Ranjis needs to gain back the time he lost there as we bear down on Checkered Flag falling.
That's going to be 2 laps next by, and immediately Taka going and losing the rear, but going a bit over the curb, trying to push the car a little bit harder. He's lost a bit of time. Here comes the Ranjis, and they right on to the back of the other back markers that are still, remember, these cars are in their own race as well. Things like Nicky Dix, Mo Mia, they are in their own fight. Now suddenly they're going to have leaders chopping through them as well. It's going to make life rather difficult.
No, absolutely. It's not an easy thing to try and race against your competitors in the same classes. You can also make way for the race within the race. That's definitely taking a lot of skill for these racing drivers to make their way across. Imagine being a first-timer in the middle of a race like this and having to make sure that you put a wheel perfectly every single lap, lap after lap. It must be a thrilling experience for the likes of Moodley, who at the moment runs in 13th place in that Cayman.
Well, absolutely great fighting. Otaka still leads out through Sunset. Ranjis lost a bit of time when he was trying to maneuver his way around. But let's see how it's going to go. This is the worst part to catch up to back markers, and that is going to be the entry into the S's. And Otaka is going to now not be able to carry as much momentum going up the hill where Arunjis is going to have the run at him. So Lataka loses out a little bit of time. He had to lift slightly there, and Arunjis is going to try and capitalize for the pass into Leocorp. Actually a little bit too far back, couldn't get the drive.
He is a little too far back, and that was Daisel they were making their way around. Stablemates, two solid Arunjis. Now it seems to be clear air for those two front runners for this race overall. So they'll be glad and have a sigh of relief about that, because it's back to racing between the two of them. It's going to be pound for pound as we have one more in this to go.
Yeah, next time by, one more lap for it. And we saw Ranjis take race 2 and race 1. Well, it looks like it's going to be Lataka to go and take the victory here. But he's got to hold on for one more lap to get it done and dusted here at Kyalami. He's going to have to fight it out for 4.5 kilometers, 16 corners, 10 lefts, 6 rights.
10 lefts, 6 rights, and 500 meters of those 4.5 kilometers are down to Mineshaft, which is an incredibly fast place of the circuit to be. But in the meantime, we're clearing Jerkskate, getting into barbecue. Charles Ranjis trying as ever to stay the pace and keep with Letlaka approaching sunset now. That wide line getting onto the concrete. Does Ranjis take into sunset that blind right-hander where Ranjis still so far away off 2 car lengths or so between the two of them. Up to Clubhouse now.
Absolutely gunning it a little bit far back into Clubhouse, trying to pick up the pace, and you can see getting a bit squirrely, breaking the later, hoping to just find any little bit of time, using every bit of runoff he can in through the first S, down the left hand, into the right hand, climb the hill, get looking towards the crest. You're going to look for the trees on the right hand side as they get bigger and bigger. Wait for the marks on the circuit, late on the brakes. In through the left-hander of Leocorp. First apex, short straight, second apex, down the mine shaft they go, absolutely gunning it, flat out, closer to 300 kilometers an hour before they stand on the anchors, feeling 4 Gs of force into Crocodile as they switch to third gear, flat back on the power, gunning towards Cheetah. Ranjis all over the back of him. Ataka has got the run into Cheetah, but it's going to come down to Ingwe. And it does look like Arunji's going to try and put his nose in. He's going to go for it.
He's going to commit.
Forcing an option.
Oh, and then Arunji's with a wheel on the left-hand curbing, and Litaka takes the corner. He takes Ingwe. Arunji's not giving up, but it's the checker flag for Litaka down to the dying seconds of the race. Arunji's left it, trying to dive down the inside at Ingwe, but Litaka would not open that door.
There was nearly more Porsche on Kyalami than Kyalami wants to have Porsche there, right there. And that would have been assisted by a Lamborghini.
They would have preferred rolling Porsche.
Yeah, no, it's not quite the same amount of paint you want to leave on that wall at Ingwe. Damien Hammond takes third place on the running through. Absolutely stellar stuff in second place in the Sports and GT. Charles Ranjis takes the win for the likes of the GT Cup SA, as he will continue to smile a little bit further. Charles Visser taking second place in that running order with Henk Khan in fifth place. Nicky Dix followed by Momia, JJ Dazel, likes of Brouwer, Mudley, Van Furen, Volsing, and Jav Mudley in that number 10 Cayman. And what a run for the Inter-Africa team. What an exciting time. And honestly, I mean, we've just building up the day. We've seen so much so far.
Well, that is exactly what we promised, and there it is. We spoke and we delivered. Litaka having his hand out there to some of the fans, and that is, wow, incredible racing we saw to the dying moments. Ranji's left it, and there was nothing that Litaka would have given there. And a thank you to the two of those who have competed all the way through from the beginning, pretty much from lights out this race went. A bit of a concertina between the two. But Hammond happy to take that third place, I'd imagine, and having shaken down the Mercedes, he's getting accustomed with it, and I think he's got his "I told you so" firmly welded for the conversations here on out for the entire Sabri Racing team. The surprise purchase, you said it was, Steve, and I think a worthy one nonetheless, given the silverware that seems to have started to be collected.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And while this is all done and dusted, there's plenty more racing coming in. So going back to some two-wheel action, the MRSSA that have been working frantically on their bikes, ready to go and power their way out, looking to take their final heat of the day. Yeah, I've got to say, really looking forward to seeing how close the racing is going to be. It was incredibly close across the line in race 2.
Yeah.
Let's see how it's going to work out in race 3 with the legendary voices of Tembo Kamalu, who raced in MRSSA, might I add, at SWAT Corps. We have got legitimate proof that he raced.
In 4K.
And we do have legitimate proof that he got himself a bit squashed in Aldo Scribanti and joins us out on the mic, and he's going to be also with a fellow rider that has also done endurance racing on bikes, Greg Maloney.
Incredible. Looking forward to hearing the insights that come out of those two in a few moments from now. But the majority of the Sporting GT and GT Cup SA competitors have made their way into the pits, and it's going to be a well-earned rest for them as we make our way off now to the two-wheeled racing with Themba Khumalo and Greg Maloney.
Thanks, Prince. Amazing race action there amongst the GD class, that's for sure. Congratulations going out to EXO. What an awesome bit of last-minute effort there to keep out Charles' final attack, but eventually finding a way through, and yeah, that's exactly what you want to do. Find that way through in the closing stages and stay ahead, and victories are plenty. High fives downstairs, lots of high fives downstairs there at the moment, so good effort there from them.
This is the action we love to see. World-class racing here at the South African Endurance Series at the one-of-a-kind Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, the best circuit on the continent, and we are preparing for race 3 of the MRSSA Superbikes. We've got a lot of classes on track. Keep an eye out for the 1000 SBK, 600 SBK bots with those beautiful Ducati V4s. I do miss my one quite a bit. The Masters as well as the Open Superbikes. Tristan Pienaar, pole sitter, unfortunately did not have a good start today. Pole sitter in race 1 winner, managed to lose the front at Sunset.
Tuck the front, cold tires.
With a 4-second lead.
Yeah, exactly. Not having to push it at all there. Unfortunately, it all went wrong for him. So I think a lot of work was done downstairs. I saw a whole bunch of people jumping onto that gold machine and trying to make a plan. They've got a little bit of a broken lever on a couple of bikes there that they had to go and try and find some adjusting levers and maybe ones that can be as close to them as possible. They seem to have made a plan, and I know you were down there. I also walked past the pit and they were working for anything. Even Big Dave Varinga was thrown in there to help out. We're going to try and get down into, of course, pit lane and catch up with our race winner there from the previous heat. And hopefully EXO is available so we can have a chat with him. But while we're waiting, running through other bits and pieces of information that came through from the biking fraternity. Aura, of course, having a phenomenal little dice there, and I actually got to chat to him and Troy next to each other. And I said, boys, just take me through that little last lap up at Leeuwkop. And Aura was like, oh, I had to have a go. And Troy was like, yeah, I had to shut the door. And I was like, yeah, and the two of you nearly had to have lunch early because you could have ended up on the sideline. So it didn't quite work out according to plan there for Troy, but he thinks he's got something special maybe for the second heat. We're heading down into pit lane. Let's go and catch up with Chloe. She's found Zolile Letlaka after his win in the previous heat.
Joining us down in pit lane is Xolile Letlaka, who is the winner of race 3. Congratulations, EXO. What a way to bounce back. How did it feel out there?
Well, I want to say probably this is the most emotional race I've ever done. Going against my mentor and someone I have so much respect for. I'm quite emotional. I have never ever thought in my life I would finish in front of him, and it's an honor to have done this. He started me in the racing, and to see me have this, it's more for him than me. Thank you so much.
Talk to us about the conversation after race 2 didn't go so well because of the spin, and here you are pulling a master class.
I didn't hear you.
Talk to us about the mentality in terms of after spinning in race 2 and now pulling a master class with the win.
Spinning is part of this. That didn't worry me. That didn't worry me a bit. I was just a little greedy. I was just pushing a little bit too much. It's okay. It didn't worry me at all. Yeah.
And then now we're preparing for the endurance race.
Yeah.
How is that with the team?
I'm gonna go and enjoy this now, take a nap, then we'll cross that bridge. I don't know who's starting the endurance race, but yeah, I'm happy about this win. Very, very good win for me. Thank you.
All right, that is EXO, of course, really happy with the win, saying he's going to take a little bit of a nap before we start with the endurance race. We'll be at 1 p.m. Let's head back to commentary as we, of course, watch more on track action.
Yeah, thanks, Chloe. Just a quick recap there of what happened in that Sportsman GTs. Fantastic effort there from Zulile Letlaka to take the victory. XL will be pretty happy with that, as you could hear from his interview. And he also mentioned the fact that, he started his racing career with Charles Oranges, and of course being the mentor and getting him the ability to get within the grasp of the likes of Charles and all the other competitors that have been involved in the Endurance Championship and in GT3 racing. It's great to see the magnificent steps forward that Zulile has made. He works with two of the best drivers in the country and of course two of the best drivers in the world that have come out of South African motorsport in Stuart White and Axel Jeffries as part of his team. So they certainly know what they're doing down there at Inter-Africa Mining and the racing team. The two cars they run, one for the sprint races, one of course for the endurance race, and great to see those Lamborghinis are fired up and ready to go. But it was a pretty interesting little race and a good turnaround of events that happened in that GT class highlights. Not a worries. So we got bikes on track. They one very late comer. I think that might be Tristan. They kind of probably going to be waiting for him because he had to have a lot there. Let's have a quick squeeze while he's making his way around, though, as to how things went in that previous heat. Right, so here we go. Lights were out, and it was Porsches versus Lamborghinis versus Mercedes-Benz versus Audis. That's literally the spread of the field there. A couple of cars getting to grips early on. Good to see Hammond getting to grips with his Mercedes-Benz and going on board here. This iCam on board is just unbelievable stuff. It's great to see the ability to go live on board while we're racing. The entire race was basically between these two. The Hulk out front, of course, I know they call it, the Rambo Lambo, I think is what it's known as. But in those colors, and with me on the microphone, that's definitely Hulk colors for sure. Charles Oranges was all over the back of him and hounding him, literally, right until the closing stages. There was no respite given to Zulile whatsoever from Charles Oranges, and he was definitely trying hard. That Valve Fluid Solutions Porsche all over the back end and trying to find a way through there on the Inter-Africa Mining machine of Zulile. On a few occasions, they got up close and personal. There were almost splitters and downforce material touching. And heading, of course, into the S's in the final stages, Zulile opened up a little bit of a margin, which was once again closed down by Charles. But the reason being, there was a lot of traffic going into the closing stages. Zulile went very defensive into the final corner, getting up the inside of a couple of those back markers and finding a way through. But the flag was on standby, and it was a phenomenal run. So it looks like we're going to go straight to bikes there. Unfortunately, we're not going to get through the full highlights there, but that's just kind of an indication as to what happened in that previous race. And eventually, it was that Lamborghini out front that took the win. So congratulations to Zulile Letlaka and the team for a valiant effort there to keep out Charles Oranges. Well, we're sticking with it for now, so I'll just hang on to it for this stage of the race as they come down into the closing stages there. This is, I think, is the run to the line here. Zulile was hard charge, and look at this last ditch effort here coming through. Charles had a big go, just couldn't quite get there. Flag comes out, and that was the race done. And we are right on time for the second heat of Superbikes. Nicely done there, Scotty. So MRSSA Superbikes race 3 ready to go. The team in the background giving us like spot on timing with the recap, and of course straight into race 3 of our two-wheeled action today. Looking forward to seeing if there's going to be any changes at the front end. Are we going to still see that battle between our two Supersport riders that literally kept us glued to our seats from the word go? The 600, of course, was the quickest off the line there. So let's see whether Troy or Aura can maybe get down to Crowthorne first. Lights out and we're racing. It looks like a good start off the front end of the field as they head down towards there from the 2600s, exactly what we expected. But stand by for the progress coming from Pienaar if he was able to get back onto the circuit. As they're onto the brakes now, it looks like it's going to be Dave Varinga for the whole shot again on the BMW. He's followed there by Jordan King. Jordan King on the inside, just trying to find a way through. Tristan already being set up by one of the Ducatis. I think that might have been Alan Holster that came together with him as they went into Crowthorne. The two Supersport bikes are second and third at the moment, Aura tucked in behind Troy, but it's Big Dave, the juggernaut, out front with the whole shot.
Dave Varinga getting the absolute most out of that BMW S1000RR with another fantastic whole shot. Aura Peewee actually got the best launch off of the line. However, with the 600 versus 1000s and the 900 of Troy Tonkin, as Troy Tonkin tries to go up the inside of Clubhouse, not quite able to do so. We see Tristan Pienaar on the gold bike. You can see the green duct tape holding that bike together, and I must say, Greg, you cannot underestimate the power of duct tape and cable ties.
Well, I'm just going to say something there that you always say. If you cannot fix a motorbike or a race car without duct tape and zip ties, you shouldn't be at the racetrack. That's the standard option. So as they head up to the top of the hill, I can tell you right now, that's going to be the one to watch out for, is his progress through there on that damaged bike. Oh, there we go. Two Supersports up the inside of Varinga. Varinga opened up the door. Got those tyre pressures sorted out. You did mention the fact that he had a little bit of tyre pressure issues. not like the Mark Marquez has had earlier on, where you've got to tuck behind another rider. You don't have to have a certain tyre pressure by the end of the race, but tyre pressure is vital, particularly on a cool day. It's not quite up to the 20s just yet. It's supposed to get up to about 21 degrees Celsius today. I don't think it's there just yet when I stepped outside to go and have a little snack and a chat to some of the riders. But here comes Pienaar, looking to try and take the lead of least of the Superbike class as he comes into the final turn, up the inside of Ringa and up to third place.
Tristan Pienaar up the inside of Ringa into Ingwe. So what you'll be finding there is that a couple of things. Tristan's bike is heavily damaged. I don't think they've got it back to 100%, but they do have it running. So Tristan, I could see him, as we saw him exiting pit lane late, he was still adjusting stuff. So I think he was still fixing that bike as he was getting to the grid. But he is the fastest rider on track. He's been the fastest rider all weekend. So it'll only be a matter of time until he gets to the front of the pack. What will be very interesting to see is how Tristan coming through influences this battle out front between Troy Tonkin on the KTM and Oratile Piri on the Yamaha. They did battle all the way till the end of race one, till the final corner. Only 33 hundredths of a second separating them, and it's clear that they've picked up where they've left off. Ora is a lot closer to Troy than he was in the early stages of the race. So I estimate, looking at Tristan's progress, that he's probably going to attempt to dive bomb an Ora up at Leeuwkop. If not, he'll definitely be through on the 600 SPK bikes into the mine shaft.
Yeah, down that straightaway to the mine shaft and into the sweep. He's going to have the little extra power that 1000cc gives him over the R6 ahead of him. The R6 looking for a way to go through, looking to put a bit of maybe a bit of breathing room between himself. This is a similar move to what he tried early on in race number 2 earlier today, and of course it nearly ended up in tears for the two. Then there was a little tyre tap between Ora and Troy as they went up onto the brakes into Leeuwkop. Tristan sitting there pretty, waiting to pounce if he has a chance here, maybe into Crocodiles. Is he good enough? No, he's not quite close enough there just yet. And the two Supersport bikes peel in there first and second with the 1000 on their tail. And I think maybe, you know what he's going to do? He's going to wait for the main straight. He knows he's got that additional straight line speed that the 1000cc will give him, and he'll be able to get past this 899 and the 600 ahead of him with the relative ease. That's if everything is working according to plan. From what I'm seeing right now, Temba, you probably agree with me, it looks like it's not quite on song, but it's not bad.
Seems it will be good enough for a race when he pulls out of the slipstream of Piri up the inside into turn one. As you can see, that KTM is very fast down the straight. You can see Tristan looking down at the dash there. Mistake from Troy Tonkin. The rear gets loose. Makes life easy for Tristan Pienaar. However, he's going to ride around the outside of Pienaar, holding the line into the Juske sweep. Let's see if Tristan goes for the inside into barbecue. Very difficult to do there on a superbike. The track is wide, but there is a narrow racing line there. Orapiri will be very frustrated in this position because, of course, Tristan's presence is creating distance between him and Troy. Pienaar into the lead, easy pass for him. They're using the power of that Kawasaki ZX10 to go into first place as they enter sunset. So Piri and Tonkin will resume battle. So that is first and second place in the Supersport class, or 600 SPK class, I should say, on screen. And just behind them, Dave Varinga has done a 52.8. That is a seriously fast lap time for the Unlimited 1000 class. Jordan King so far only on a 54.3. So Jordan King was the race winner in race number 2. However, it's not working out for Jordan, it seems, so far.
Yeah, I watched him in the background a couple of corners ago, and he actually just ran wide going into the entrance to Crocodile. So that's what cost him that little bit of time. And of course, that time on the back end of Dave Varinga, if he's in this kind of form, is going to be difficult to make up. As they come up through and onto the top, you can see, is that...
that's young Jandre Ferry.
Yeah, it is Jandre Ferry. I was going to say, Ferry's come out of nowhere there, which is good to see. Sitting in 14th place, fighting with Mick Landy. And just behind him is Adam and Ferreira. So we're watching the sort of the back of the pack as well as the front, because these guys also are fighting hard for their own rightful positions in each of their respective classes. If we look at those classes, we've got Pienaar leading things out in the Superbike class. We've got Tonkin in the 600s. We've got Dave Varinga in the Unlimited class, and Leon Horn has taken the lead of the bots.
So we're looking at a train here, mixture of classes. So that's Leon Horn on the V4 leading out the bots. Behind him is Boikanyo Mabaso, who is running 4th place in the Unlimited 1000 class. Just behind him is Sia Shabalala, who entered this round as the championship leader. Ahead of Sia is Alan Hosher on the V4 Ducati, and Clive Turnbull on the all-black CBR 1000 Honda. You can see him with the bright yellow number on the front of his bike, rider number 127. He won the Open Superbike race by 17 seconds. But Boikanyo Babaso, as you can see, holding the tight line on the exit of Crowthorne, which helps him carry more speed through the Jatsuke sweep. He will be thinking about Sia Shabalala. They are battling together in class. Sia having a much better go of it. I had a chat with him before this race. He said he's been struggling with a bit of confidence through Cheetah and Ingwe, but fantastic to see this train of riders all doing battle. I think we're going to see some maneuvers up there before the end.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the battle that rages a little bit further back in the pack as opposed to what we saw all of race 2 long, which was kind of concentrating on that epic fight between the 2 youngsters in the Supersport class. But there are a whole bunch of riders out there, of course, just over 20 bikes out there fighting hard for honours in each of their respective classes, and they're all doing just as valiant a job as the 2 riders out front. Pinar, I've got to take my hat off. I didn't think that bike would be up and running again after the damage we saw on the side of the track at the exit. But he's not having it his own way. As I said, I mentioned it earlier on when they crossed the line. I said it looked good, it didn't look great. It's looking okay. It's not looking like it was earlier on where it was untouchable. So I think Tristan Pinar's going to have a little bit more of a difficult time here, particularly with the confidence that Troy's had after that second race and, of course, almost on the podium on the top step in race 2.
This is the perfect scenario for KTM Centurion's Troy Tonking. He can now use the 1000 of Pinar as a reference. He's also getting a slipstream, which is really unfortunate for Ora Piri because he does have the pace to match Tonking, but on all the long straights, he will be losing time as we rejoin this bots and unlimited 1000 group. So let me tell you something interesting, Greg, just to show you the absolute variety of riders that we have here at MRSSA Superbikes. Leon Horn leads this train. Leon is 56 years old. Just behind him is 22-year-old Boikanyo Mabaso. Behind Boikanyo is 53-year-old Helen Holscher. And behind him on the blue R1 is 25-year-old Inter Africa Yamaha Sia Shabalala.
That's the way we like to do it. Just mix it up there. Yeah, indeed, it is fantastic to see that the youngsters are getting a chance here to sort of play amongst the seasoned campaigners and more elderly statesmen of the motorcycling world. Kind of indicative of how motorcycling sort of started in sort of late 90s into 2000s, just before you started getting into the national classes. There was that building block that sort of came out of Swartkops with Brunch Run, Thunderbikes, then an opportunity to go into national championship level where you went 125, you went 250s, you went into the 390 class, then you went into 600s and 1000s. So all of these guys kind of would have gone through steps in their racing careers, particularly the elderly statesmen more than the youngsters. The youngsters now don't have an opportunity like that anymore. They can either go and ride in Brunch Run and Thunderbikes, which is still around, but it's of course not the stepping stone it used to be. And then they jump straight into MRSSA, which of course is a fantastic battlefield to play in. But if you're only coming out here for your very first time, can you imagine making your baptism of fire at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit? First time out on a 2-wheeled machine. Don't have that be the one I'd like to tick off as my first racetrack ever.
I can't imagine, Greg, but the first time I actually rode on this track was on the back of Clinton Pinar's M-Cube Ducati 999 in 2007. And another cool thing about MRSSA Superbikes, as you explained that, is the classes to graduate into. As we look at Mabaso and Shabalala, those guys are racing in open Superbikes last year. And as it stands, Sia Shabalala is the championship leader in the unlimited Superbike. So great progression there. Troy Tonkin is making the absolute most of Tristan Pinar as his reference. Last time round, Troy set the fastest lap of the race overall, even faster than Pinar, a 49.257, which is Troy's best ever lap of Kyalami. I know speaking to him and his dad before this weekend that their goal was a 48, so it looks like Pinar is really giving old Thomas and Troy a helping hand there.
A 49.2 came out of Pinar on the last one, but a 49.241 makes him go even quicker than what your timing monitor is saying there. So he's literally getting quicker and quicker and using, as you said, 100% correctly, Tristan Pinar as the target. Beg your pardon. So he's certainly learning a lot from being behind Tristan Pinar and being a lot closer to the ability to run right behind Tristan. He's seeing where the breaking points are. He's seeing where the apexes are. He's watching Tristan's lines through there, learning from those lines. Because if you get those lines right around Kyalami, that gets you the ability to get the fast lap times in. So to run, what is he now? 0.024 of a second off, or 0.296 according to the graphic we got on our screen. 0.2 of a second off the back end of Tristan Pinar, who has been the dominant factor here all weekend so far. Just shows you. When you tucked in it, you're going to learn so much, particularly when you're in amongst some of the good riders in this class.
And the damage to Tristan Pinar's bike has unfortunately hurt Ora Piri the most. As you can see, Ora is also lapping in the 49, the 49.4, which may very well be near the fastest ever lap a Yamaha R6 has done around this track. And unfortunately for Piri, he is making up time in the corners, but now with Tonkin, with the slipstream from Pinar, it's very difficult for him. You just saw Mick Landy coming through on the most beautiful bike, I think, out here today. That's the 2025 Panigale V4.
Yeah.
the only one being raced here today. As we catch up once more with our race leaders, we take a look at this lap round. Still 49.2s. Troy Talking improves by 1,000th of a second to go to a 49.240,
and the gap comes down to a 100th of a second less. 0.24 now 0.23. Back markers though going to come into play yet again. They're coming. Is that James Dent so far back?
That is Yagia Shaibuddin.
Oh, it's Shaibuddin. Sorry, my bad.
Number 21.
Yeah.
He did not get lapped in race 1, so you would have to assume that he did have problems, or has maybe had a run off track. He does well to get out of the way of the race leaders, as of course we saw in race number 2. Back markers did affect the outcome of the 600 SPK race for victory, but Troy Tonkin will be learning a lot here behind Tristan Pienaar. Of course, Tristan Pienaar, a very, very experienced superbike rider. He grew up at racetracks. I met Tristan at Kyalami in 2009. He was 2 years old. His dad, of course, a very, very successful former superbike rider, Isle of Man racer. I think the first ever South African to complete an Isle of Man. Third ever.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Greg. So Tristan using all of that Pienaar family experience. You just saw through the crocodiles a look over the shoulder from Tristan. And one other interesting thing I've noted in this race, Greg, just to show you that Troy Tonking learned his lesson from race 2, the first 2 laps he was going very defensive into the crocodiles, which means he was aware that Prix was behind him. But now as he's gone into the slipstream of Pienaar, he's now using much more of the track and carrying more of those sweeping lines like Prix was doing, and it's really going to good effect for him.
And he's doing exactly what he needs to do in terms of Tristan Pienaar's learning curve. The curve that Pienaar is showing him is the curve he needs to follow. So when he goes into the corners, he watches where Tristan's hitting the brakes. He will then try and attempt to get that exact same braking point. He'll also try to get the exact same line through the corner, watching for the apexes, where Tristan is putting his knee down, where he's getting on the accelerator, where he's stepping the bike up and bringing it up onto the 2 wheels and bringing them to an upright position. It's important for these youngsters to learn that. And of course, the more and more they sit behind riders with the caliber of Tristan, with the caliber of Dave Varinga even, they're going to learn a huge amount. Great to see Aura not giving up, beg your pardon, and still running in that 3 spot. But 3 seconds is the difference here between what we saw earlier on in the day and what we're seeing here today.
We follow our top 3 on screen. Looking at 4th place, Dave Varinga. He is leading the Unlimited 1000 class, still lapping in the 52s. He is 9.6 seconds ahead of Jordan King. So it's clear that those tire pressure problems from race 2 were affecting his performance, because him and Dieter Heisemann have got that bike sorted now, and Dave is absolutely on it.
Yeah, dialed it in there, I think. He doesn't really have to worry about these 3 up the front because they're not in the same class as him. He's got to just make sure that Jordan King stays behind him, Abasu stays behind him, and Chabalala stays behind him. They're the guys he'd be racing against in terms of his class. We've got an arm up there.
Red flag.
Oh, red flag.
A red flag on the entry into Mineshaft. We have not seen any incident that would indicate why there is a red flag. As you can see...
Well, write it down. There it is. There we go. That's down at...
Simpiwe Mahlobo. That looks like the Cheetah.
That's Cheetah, yeah.
That does look like Cheetah. Simpiwe has been having a very, very difficult weekend. He didn't make race 1. As you can see...
He might have injured that right ankle as well as he's walking away there in the kiddie litter. Not always easy to walk in the kiddie litter as it is just as a normal person. When you're an injured rider, it makes it even more difficult. But he's gone down there. The standard option, of course, as I mentioned earlier on, and of course with the amount of laps that we've done, the red flag would come out, it would automatically become a checkered flag because we have completed enough laps for this race to be considered enough percentage to deem it a race finish. So that would put Pienaar. If we go a lap back, it doesn't change anything either. Pienaar would still take the win over Troy Tonking and Ole Piri. A fantastic effort there from those 2 youngsters, as I said. Dave Varinga will take the Unlimited class ahead of Jordan King. And then it's a nice ride there from Fata and from Leon Horn. Leon Horn up there pushing hard, taking the win in the bots category. And that's a good effort there from Leon, of course, who would be fighting with the likes of Alan Holscher and Mick Landy for the honours in that category. The bots, of course, an acronym for Battle of the Twins. And that's the twin-cylinder motorcycles that are out there. Most of them are, of course, 4-cylinder bikes, but the Battle of Twins are all twin-cylinder motorcycles. So, unfortunately, red flag coming out for race number 3. It's not how you like to finish up a motorcycle race. Temba, you know that. You prefer to get that checkered flag and finish it up properly, but every now and again, safety takes preference. And I'm assuming, although if I look at it there...
Yellow flag. You can see
that.
If you have a look at the edge
I was just looking to see if I could see the yellow there, and it is definitely there. Well spotted in terms of the incident at Cheetah.
Tough break there for young Mahlobo. He's equal with Oratile Piri as being the youngest rider on track. He's only 16 years old. we are going to be catching up with Chloe down in pit lane for an interview with, I believe, one of our Superbike riders.
So, Chloe, down to you. Catching up with Charles Orangi. Sorry about that. So, Chloe down in pit lane, catching up with Charles Orangi after his second place in the previous heat.
Joining us down in pit lane is Charles Arangis after securing, of course, second place from race 2, but race 1 and race 2 managed to get victories. Charles, firstly, let's talk about your relationship with Kyalami. I mean, he was talking about how emotional this was for him. How was the battle as well between the two of y'all?
No, it was fantastic. I mean, I got him into motorsport, point number 1, and just the growth Kyalami has shown through the years. It's really amazing. I mean, to come from no motorsport background to be able to beat the best. I'm lying, I'm joking. But he definitely he helped me on my toes there. It was really, really difficult. I mean, the horsepower being one thing, but Kyalami really did fantastically well through the corners and blocking. I mean, that just shows the growth the man has. So, yeah. Kudos to Kyalami and Into Africa. They did fantastically well. We'll take the second spot, and it's great.
It definitely is. You've also been fantastic throughout the race weekend. Talk to us about the Porsche, how it's performing as well. I mean, you've been blistering quick the entire weekend. Yeah, look,
The team has just given me a missile this weekend. Going back to what we said pre-race, and I think it shows through this weekend, a bit of balance between the cars would do great to get the racing even closer. I mean, but more than that, it's good. The car's fantastic. We've won everything we can win basically in the GT Cup. And now for the 1 hour, I mean, the boys just filled up. We're putting new tires, and there you go. So really such a nice car. Porsche, well done on a great machine.
We're not seeing you in endurance this weekend. Do you have a little bit of FOMO?
Big time. I mean, FOMO so much that I'm actually on the grid racing the first hour at least. So I'll go and sit somewhere in the crowd and watch the rest of the race. Maybe be a spot or something. I don't know. I don't know what to do with myself if I'm not racing. So yeah, we'll have some fun with friends.
Commentary says you can go stay up with them and just watch the race with them while they commentate.
They must watch out. I commentate harder and better than them, maybe.
Lastly, Charles, talk to us about the girls are here, your family is here. Talk to us about the family support.
You can't do this without the family. I mean, end of the day, this is... Look, it's not first and foremost why I do it, but it makes my day so much better to have these two and my wife here. I mean, it's amazing. It really lifts the spirit. Even though you get a second place, fight hard, you get out with a smile, and you've got your backup with you, and I love that.
And then what was your favorite part in Kyalami? I asked this because I really enjoyed watching by the S's.
Look, I mean, I absolutely despise the second last corner, but in that race, I loved the second last corner. The kink was my strong suit, if I can put it that. I mean, you could see Kyalami was weary. He was leading the race, but that was where I killed him. And just horsepower end of the day killed us there a bit, but it was fun. I mean, coming from nowhere, fighting, ebb and flow in the race, that was fantastic.
Well, it definitely was. Themba Khumalo, Greg, well, you heard it from Charles. He might be coming from your job, so watch out. Let's go back to commentary.
He's welcome here anytime. There's no doubt about it. It'll be fantastic to have him up here because he really brings in a racer's feel. And as you can hear, you give him a microphone. You don't have to have a presenter down there, Scott. You can just give him the microphone and Charles will just talk. He's kind of like somebody else I know that's sitting alongside me here.
Not as good as that, but honestly, the racing has been incredible, and our MRSSA had put on a fantastic show. Unfortunately, ended by a red flag, but that being said, the day is only getting better and better and better, and we've got to talk about the largest class here today, Silver Cup 2.0, something you and I are very familiar with.
Yeah, our race 3, I think, is going to be something completely different as well. We've got a couple of answers to be had from cars that didn't quite work as well as what they'd like to in race 2. So I'm expecting to see a little bit of a change up at the front end, and also looking for an opportunity to see whether or not we can see maybe a few changes to the front end too, because there were a couple of cars who had to come from a long way back that eventually got into the mix. It just ran out of laps.
Well, that's it. And we've also got to take a look as Julio now going to be starting in first place. So a little bit better than how he was. And this is also a brand spanking new gearbox that he said it felt a little weird a little bit earlier on. So he's hoping that nothing's going on. I mean, brand new gearbox and you start to feel something weird. It's always a bit of a concern. It sits there in the back of your head of how hard are you going to push it. Second to that, I also went to find out, you know, the little Mazda we kept talking about?
Yes, indeed.
Do you know which car, who that originally belonged to?
I'm going to say possibly one of the, what are their names now? It's going on in my head. The father and son team. What were they called?
Well, Anton Roth.
Roth, that's
yes.
it. That's the one. Yeah,
Anton Roth's old car that's going out and having a bit of fun. How's that for a bit of a throwback to the past?
Yeah, look, I think, as I said, the history and heritage in some of the race cars that are in Silver Cup right now, in their previous and, of course, their original formats and original liveries they would have run as part and parcel of the championships they were involved in the days that they were out there. They've been through a couple of paintworks, they've been through a couple of sticker changes and been through a couple of body wraps. Yeah, body wraps that have now changed things up. So, yeah, the cool thing about Silver Cup, as we've spoken about earlier on, and we'll chat about it once again once they get onto the circuit, is that this is literally bring what you've got. You know, if you've got a car that's got a race cage in it and you've got a race suit and you can come and join it, as you so eloquently put, to get a race license and an entry fee into this, 20 push-ups on the side, and you get that race entry fee paid for by Mr. Jacobs, who, of course, will be doing his final race here. So this will be quite a nice one from him. I think we might have quite an emotional Marius Jacobs that Chloe might need to go and find after this, I think. Have a little chat to him, because as his last race in Silver Cup, before he hands over to his son and hands over to his daughter to take that. All right, so we're going to get back down to the pit lane quickly as well. Chloe is down there, and she's picked up on a couple more things to chat about just before we get into Silver Cup Race 3.
100%, guys. Well, joining me now is Henk Lantuchen. Henk, I mean, from rally racing to here in Kyalami, what do you prefer? I mean, the dirt or a bit of mineshaft here in Kyalami?
It's definitely a big swap or a big change when you jump from the gravel car to the tarmac, and unfortunately I haven't been in this car for almost 8 months, but we had a nice few races. There's some sprint races that we took part in earlier yesterday and today, so at least got a little bit used to the track and what the car is doing, so not too bad.
Talk to us about the competition that you've noticed within, of course, your class, and really making sure that everybody's racing and full pushing.
I mean, the competition is proper. I think we're a little bit down in the small Porsche. You know, we don't have the power of some of the bigger cars like the Lamborghinis behind us, and we also don't have the same downforce. So we're lacking a little bit there. But I mean, what this car lacks in power and downforce, it makes up for in reliability. So we'll try and have a clean race and just have good pit stops and so on, and see if we can pick up 1 or 2 places like that.
From the data that you've seen, where do you need to work on and just to get more time?
I don't know. To be honest, the times are quite close to some of the best times we've seen around here. And I mean, qualifying was not bad. We maybe miss a half a second or something like that. But honestly, it's not too bad. I think now we have to try and just focus in the longer stints on saving the tires, because we're used to qualifying and pushing flat out now and doing some sprint races. So I have to do a bit of a mindset shift so that we're ready to do an hour or an hour and a half stint on the tires and make the fuel last a bit longer. So yeah, will be a bit of a change.
What are you doing besides eating a ham and cheese sandwich to make sure that you're ready for the endurance?
No, at the moment, I mean, I also come here just to have fun and enjoy. The other racing I do is a lot more serious, and it's nice to come out here and just have something to drive and just actually enjoy motorsport again. So I'm not doing anything too serious to psych myself up to get ready for the race. I'm relaxing, chatting to everybody around, and just waiting for the race to start.
Have you been enjoying the racing from the Silver Cup as well?
Yeah, that was really fun. It's a bit tricky into the first corner. We had 2 or 3 cars diving us, so yeah, tricky in the beginning, but yeah, it's been really good racing.
It definitely has been good racing, and let's go back to commentary to find out, of course, what more is happening on track, but we're looking forward to seeing what Henk Lantuchen will be doing in this glorious machinery. This is, of course, his Porsche.
that Steve Auto Clinic comment Porsche back again. Okay, so we're back again. Here we go into Leo Kopp, and with the Silver Cup 2.0 back out on circuit. I was just saying to Steve, so nice to see the Lautochons back in that Porsche. The last time I was on commentary for Endurance Championship, they actually finished up, and I think they finished up second overall. So they've definitely got a chance. And as you heard there from the interview that Chloe did with Henk, they're looking to be more consistent than Fost. Fast is not necessarily the best thing to be in an endurance race. You've got to be there at the end. So you can be as quick as you want, but you've got to make sure that you get to the end of the race and get that checkered flag, and it's important that that happens. This is Silver Cup 2.0 race number 3, and we just mentioned the fact that it is the biggest field out here today as well. So great to see a big field of 49 cars entered, but I think we're now down to about
46.
You said 46. I think there's a couple that didn't make it out for this one. So I was going to say about
one that failed. So there's 45
45,
cars.
yeah. So we're going for the Colts 45
It's a
race
really
now.
low field with 45 cars.
It's
eh?
terrible, eh? Don't you hate it when that happens? I hate it when that happens.
That being said, I've got a question. Mana Super C starting in second. Truter starting in third, which he's going to have the look to try and get past the likes of Julio Rugger. Now, the question is the turbocharged Volkswagen Golf going to have the legs on the Nissan?
I'm more concerned about the fact that we're going to get the Super Cup Polo off the line a bit better than we did in that first run that we did. Because that was a little bit chaotic there for Mr. Rousseau. So I'm hoping that he gets that all sorted out and gets on the line and at least gets down into the running for a potential hole shot. Remember, this is a standing start for these Silver Cup competitors, which is, of course, both Stephen and I's favourite part of racing.
Oh, yes. Hands down.
Not to have a rolling start, but an actual proper race start is what you want, particularly when you've got nearly 50 cars on the grid.
And also the thoughts of don't stall it, don't stall it, don't stall it running through your head. That's what every driver is saying.
Don't jump it, don't
yes.
jump it.
When you start getting that itch on the left leg, you're starting to know.
And you're thinking to yourself, hang on a second, good, you should have pushed that lights off button. Push the lights off button, come on now. Eventually that lights off button, and then it's all down to what you can do out on the black stuff. And of course this is arguably some of the best black stuff in the world that we are playing on today. So big welcome to all of you. If you've joined us from all around the world, a massive thanks to you for your support. And please like and share and pass on all this information about what we're doing here at the South African Endurance Racing Championships Round 4, bringing you some of the sprint races and some of the curtain raises here before we get into the actual Endurance Championship Round 4, as we have already seen race action from motorcycles, the MRSSA Championship, 3 heats of racing for them. We've had, of course, the Sports and GT class, which Prince and Stephen took you through, and myself and Temba with the two-wheelers, and now myself and Stephen for race 3 of Silver Cup. Looking at that car there at the back, that's wanted to make a mention of as well. Kelly Lensley, I should say, getting that car back on circuit. That was the forklift Golf that had problems and caused
the safety car to come out. Yep.
So they've got that car sorted, and just ahead of it, I got a message actually sent to me from down in the Western Cape saying, Greg, there's 3 Jetta 2s in the Western Cape, and I forgot all about that. Jesse Huggett, of course, runs a Jetta 2. So there's a famous racing South African name that I failed to mention, and apologies on that one. But yeah, there are a couple of Jetta 2s racing out there, but not a lot of them, that's for sure.
Well, this is going to be an exciting time for the drivers, and it's all make or break. I mean, this is the final race for them to get the checkered flag at Kyalami. Everyone wants to go for the win. Julio with a brand new gearbox, it's a little bit to question at this moment. He's going to be a bit more cautious. Duplessis knows what Truter's going to do, and you can't count out the likes of Rousseau and
from
also
place, yeah.
You've also got the BMWs that are going to be chasing down as well.
Lamprecht will be in there too, for sure.
Lamprecht is incredibly quick, especially through the Yuxgay sweep. He knows how to hang it out. But now it is lights on. As you start going through the boards, you'll hear all the cars engaging first gear, trying to get themselves ready. Bring the revs up, 4,000 RPM for majority of the cars.
There's the lights.
Lights on, lights off, and away we go racing, heading into turn 1. And take a look at the mob of cars.
Kutzer was the man stuck on the grid there in the space frame, dropping right to the back of the field, and a whole bunch of them going through on him. So stalling that car on the main straightaway on the start, not what he wanted. But have a look at the start that Arriga got. Cheers. Thanks for coming, Julio Arriga. Now I can concentrate on things. Second place is the Golf. You mentioned that Turbo would have the ability down into Crowthorne. He had exactly that. And right on his tail, looks like Rousseau came through for third. But right on Rousseau was Lamprecht. And there you go, Truter getting through as well. Whoa, here we go. It is on for sure as we get into the first lap in anger here for Silver Cup.
It does look like that is a little Honda. That might be Sneak that's actually chasing down as well, trying to move his way up.
Dirk Lawrence ended up there. Dirk Lawrence just dropped back to about 14th or 15th place, so a terrible start from him as well. But I think he was stuck right behind the car that stalled.
We've got a boot open on one of the cars as well. Is that active aero, you would say?
No, that's DRS. He just engaged DRS.
Oh,
in
okay.
the DRS zone there, so a little bit of extra power there for him on the open bonnet. Just losing a little bit of extra downforce for the S's. You mentioned how hard the S's were, so you just thought, I'm going to add in an extra bit of wing for the S's. Yeah, they come. Into the S's. Wow, a bit of a wide line coming through there from a couple of space frames. And there you can see Jakobs, Kutzer closing things down, and there comes that little R100 off that Mazda. It's such a cool little car. Such a great little race car.
In the past, it's fought out against Galaxies, it's fought out against Mustangs, and this time it's Opel Tigers and goes around the outside Leocorp. Take a look at Russo up on the inside, trying to make his move to claw back towards the front as he sees the sharp end of the field starting to run away from him. Lamprecht going and putting the pressure, forcing him on the tight side, down the mine shaft, into Crocodile, late on the brakes, however. Russell just a little bit better in that Super Cup.
Do you love the fact that little Honda's jumped in there out of nowhere? Here comes Visser. Visser's going to come along for the ride, gets up the inside of that Dozer-sponsored little space frame. And with him, I think he's brought along Dirk Lawrence. Has Lawrence got through? No, he hasn't. He's got through now. Into Cheetah, got him.
Cheetah out of all things.
Yeah, a little late dive on the inside there as well, coming out of Kutzer, trying to make up some ground, following the Mazda through and chucking onto the back end of that one as they complete the first lap in anger. And out front, it's Duplessis and Trutter.
And there we go. You can see Russo also putting the pressure, trying to get past Sadiq, who is an absolute champ in terms of fighting, second in the championship at current. Sadiq late on the brakes, trying to throw the car in, but it's Russo having a huge amount of drive. Trutter, contact.
There you go. That's the way you do it, eh? Nice little tack there. So the number 33 is normally good around the circuit. Brad Binder will tell you all about that, but it didn't work out quite there for Sadiq. I think you might have given him the commentator's curse there, but I'm not going to say anything.
No, that was... yeah, I'll take my leave now.
No worries.
That's another 20 push-ups.
That's all right, but it's okay because he hasn't quite lost it yet. With the pace he had, he still could make up some ground here, possibly still get back into the top three. So we're just going down into Crowthorne. We'll probably pick up on that in a few minutes' time. But watching the action now into Sunset Corner, that is the return there of Sadiq, and he's now tucked into that mid-pack. So he's kind of gone to about 15th, 16th place on the track, which is not where he wanted to be, that is for sure. Further back, they continue the race action here. As you can see, it's a huge field of cars, including the one with the big bonnet open up there, and the boot open, I should say. Behind him, there is Sean Hepburn. You've got Hutting in there as well, Buerta and Blicknote, and then Kramer coming through as well. There we go. This is I think that's a Pretoria North Toyota sponsored space frame, if I'm not mistaken. So heading up onto the brakes there for that's smoking as well as a wheel lockup as well. There's a bit of white smoke from two areas in that car, but maybe the rotary is starting to say, listen, you're pushing me a little bit hard here. Look at the flame out of that car. That's such a cool shot. Thanks, Scotty, for holding on to that. I was hoping for that one. When that car comes through and he just lifts off the comfort lift through the mineshaft sweep, there's just a massive ball of flame that comes out of that Mazda rotary pipe. The smoke is a concern, though. That's not what you want to be seeing out of a rotary engine, that is for sure. But you'll know a little bit more about engines than I do. Yeah, let's get back to the front end, yeah? Here we go. Golf, Nissan, and tucked in behind them, hard-charging Super Cup Polo. Super Cup Polo, and there you go. The hazard lights coming on. That is a push-to-pass mechanism that those Polos are built with. It gives you about 30 kilowatts extra power and will give you the ability to do exactly what you did there. Use it to get past the Nissan.
Well, it's going to be a tough one because Duplessis is going to try and fight him back. A little bit of lift on Duplessis' nose. Maybe just a little bit of air pushing the bonnet up on that fiberglass. But absolutely phenomenal run. Now Truter is going to be the next one to deal with the likes of Rousseau, trying to push a little bit harder. Duplessis has got the advantage in terms of straight line as he does run out a little bit wide out of Barbecue, visiting the grandstands a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of fans out there. Let's go and have a look at that crash down into Crowthorne one more time as they came down under braking for Crowthorne Corner. It's Sadiq in the red Honda we'll be watching for in the middle of the screen. He's currently sitting in third place. Watch as he comes under braking. He's right on Rousseau's tail. As he closes in, though, a big dive on the inside from the 5-2, and Tiaan Kutzer just spins him round. Kutzer gets back onto the track, stays ahead of the chargers behind, which is Lamprecht and Jakobs. But a bit of loss there for the car that's turning. Look at this. This is the way we like to see it. There you go. Boot open, DRS engaged. Stand by, Mr. What's his name again in the Ferrari?
the only problem is all the exhaust fumes are now getting pulled back into the cockpits as well.
That's always a lovely
now
thing.
you get a little bit of feel there. But take a look at this. Russell now onto the back of the Truter's Golf. And how's this? Both turbocharged, both VWs. two different eras racing right there
100%,
of VW's legendary machinery.
Yeah, the original Golf 1 taking on the 3-year-old or 4-year-old Super Cup Polo. This is nice. He's diving on the inside, perfectly done. Rousseau on the inside. I did mention the last time I chatted about these guys at Silver Cup Racing when they were at Swartkops that I think Jared Rousseau is using this season to just set that car up. I'm hoping to see him step into the Super Cup class next year, because he certainly has got good pace and enough to get into kind of the mid pack or maybe even into the front pack of Super Cup as well. So if that's the route he wants to go, not a bad plan of getting the car set up, playing around here. This is the leader. Look at the gap that Julio has pulled. He's not even coming up on our timing monitor at this point in time.
No,
that's how far ahead he is.
He's checked out of this race, long shot, but he's going to have a bit of company because Roussel's going right onto the back of him, trying to close down as much as possible. Truta also getting a little bit of legs on the likes of Duplessis. He's trying to increase his pace, but also keep an eye on Marius Jacobs and Kutza. Oh, that is a BM that's not looking so good.
No, that's definitely not what you want to be doing there. That is for sure the 271 BM. That's 30 from start, and the E36. Putting in a pit lane there, and that will be his day done and dusted. Unfortunately, that's not the way you want to be ending a day at Kyalami. You always like to finish at Kyalami with a car that's relatively unscathed and hopefully with a trophy in your hand. That's possibly not going to be the state of affairs there for 30 van Staden.
Not a big fan of smoked dolphins?
No, don't like smoked dolphin myself. I kind of prefer them surfing alongside me on the wave. Anyway, let's see if he gets that one. So he'll probably get that fixed in time for 2 weeks' time, so don't stress too much about that. The one thing I'm worried about here is now we're seeing the true test of naturally aspirated versus turbo, and it doesn't really have an answer. So as we saw earlier on, coming into some smoking guns out there, the one smoking gun that we've got, of course, is this machine here. Have a look at this. There it is.
Oh, that just let go right by the pits.
Fortunately, right by the pits. Can you
Yeah,
imagine still do another, 4.5 Ks?
That
Get it back in again.
That little red light on the dash, when it turns off, you know you got a problem.
Yeah. Do not go anywhere. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
But we also just saw a shot of Marius Jacobs having a fight with Vernon Kutzer, and who is a national, and there is our leader trying to get himself going. But take a look at this, Marius Jacobs, Vernon Kutzer. You got two different era cars here. You got a Mazda on the outside through Crocodile, trying to use everything he can. Now side by side into Cheetah. My heavens!
Nicely done. Nicely done. Enough room there. Enough room for Van. Van is hanging on there, and it gives him a little bit of room to play. Jacobs is not going to give this up. This is his last race. So if you think you're going to get past Marius Jacobs, you've got another thing coming. He's going to make you work triple time to get past him today. He's not going to give up anything without some trophy wear today. He wants to leave Kyalami as his final race of his racing career, and there's a good possibility there of a second place. So nicely done.
2 laps left in this race. Marius up into 4th place. Now we'll try to make a little bit of time.
Well, he's 3rd in the class. That's what I'm saying. So I'm looking at him hunting for trophies here. Remember, it's his last race of his racing career. A nice little trophy as a memento is not a bad one. But he's got a Class B Mazda hounding him. And the back end, listen, I think there's a possibility there might be a little bit of lubricant of some nature coming onto those back tires of that Mazda, getting it sideways, a lot more than what it should be, that's for sure.
Well, absolutely incredible stuff. And if you think about Vernon Kutzer, who is a multiple champion in oval racing himself, is no stranger to rotaries. He knows how hard he can push it.
Exactly.
And can rev that car closer to 9,000 RPM with a 13B rotary. He's going to use every bit possible.
Listen, there is... You were mentioning it earlier on, and Temba was mentioning it earlier on when we were watching the bikes. You listen to that KTM come past and you hear that little bit of an extra growl. When you hear a Mazda rotary come past you, there's just nothing like it. I mean, I remember the days we came here to Kyalami, that triple rotor that Ben Morgenrud ran in that 323 Mazda of his. And that thing was like a Formula One, but it just screamed. It was unbelievable. So this is your leader, the Desco space frame of Julio Arriga, and he is a phenomenal driver in his own right, and particularly when he's in this kind of pace and this kind of form. He's a difficult man to beat. Rousseau has tried hard, but I don't think he's going to have enough in hand here. And it looks like they're going to come and start the final lap with that small gap. It's about 6 or so seconds between them?
Only just, but take a look at Rousseau. He was actually just sliding the car out of Cheetah, pushing it harder and harder, and do see yellow flags.
Yeah, there's a stationary yellow down towards, there we go.
That's Jake Camphor that's actually came to a stop with his BMW. So the guys are going to take notice of that. No overtaking in the yellow zones, but tough time out there for Jake Camphor. Not really the way you want to go, and considering it's been an ultra reliable car for his racing season thus far. But Julio going and opening up the gap, and you can see how Russo has really closed up that gap. He has closed up at a rate of knots, and it's been rather impressive.
Yeah, I think he's got still a chance here. There's no doubt about it. Get a bit more traffic there. Get my teeth in correctly there. A bit more traffic there for Julio, and Rousseau still got a chance.
A little bit further back, you do have the likes of Marius Duplessis and Jacobs. They're going to be trying to close up. Kutzer on the back of him, and Visser in 6th place, who has been keeping consistent all day long. But as we make our way through the S's, absolutely lovely. In through a quick left, down the hill, quick right. You slide the car out to the left-hand side, gunning it as you aim for the crest. You look for the 2 trees on the right-hand side. If they ever get cut down, everyone's going into the wall, that's for certain.
Yeah, that braking mark has been there for a while. You definitely don't want to make another braking marker, because it'll turn things into chaos up at Leocop. There's been a couple of big ones in my racing career as a commentator that have gone into Leocop and gone a bit haywire. One of the biggest ones I can think of is the Orby boys coming together. There, 3 of them abreast, and they all ended up in the wall and handed the victory to, of course, I think Mackie Adam, who took his first victory with that. So nothing wrong with how the circuit works, and if it all works according to plan like it is for Riga right now, you can do exactly what you're doing. I said earlier on, if Rousseau had got a better start, he would be in the running. Yes. If he'd got a better start, he certainly would have been closer to Riga. Oh. And he's a bit sideways coming out of Cheetah. Lovely stuff. Just puts a Dunlop onto the rumble strip, he gets it lit, catches it, and I think Arriga's rolled out. He's worried about that gearbox, as you said, so he's not going to be gunning the gearbox properly. He takes the checkered flag, and he takes Class A win. Well done. Yeah, Scotty, unfortunately, the timing didn't pick up on Arriga there. He was the leader all the way through, so you're spot on what you picked up there. Congratulations to Julio Arriga there for the win in Class A. And, of course, Class A second place will go to...
It'll be the A-plus car, so it'll be Marius Jacobs getting second place for that. But honestly, some amazing stuff, and I've got to give your hats off to the likes of Riga. Kept it clean, kept it consistent the whole way through. Russell, really impressive driving. But if I had to talk about favorite driver currently out there, the battle duo had to be the likes of Kutzer and Jacobs.
Yeah, they had a great
fighting
one. Great dice all day long as well. And well, yeah, it gives us a chance to also say thank you so much to Marius Jacobs for the amount of work he's put into particularly Silver Cup. He's stepping out of the racing chair and will be just taking a chairmanship role over this association and this club that he runs, the Silver Cup 2.0. He finishes down, I think he was in...
He was fighting with Kutzer. So he's actually dropped. Kutzer gets 4th place. Truter's got 3rd. Marius Jacobs got 8th.
Maybe they're coming together. We might have missed that one. So there we go. Down in 8th place is Marius Jacobs. Does that... 1, 2, 3, 4... No, that's not anything from the reduction point of view. I think it might have been a timing factor there. I don't think it's right, because this one here is telling me he's in 4th. So I've got him in 4th place on my left-hand side here. So I know it might just be a signal issue here, or I'm not quite sure. But here we go. Rousseau, Arriga, was actually Arriga, Rousseau, Jacobs, and of course we had Kotze in there in the invitational category as well, winning that class. Here we go further down. Duplessis is second in B's. Sadiq will take 3rd in class.
What a way to let go at the end.
Definitely not what you wanted, that's for sure. But fortunately got off the track relatively quickly. It's the 29 car that had the problem there. That is Hutting.
That is Hutting, and let go just before Cheetah. And I don't think he's crossed the line either. This would have been the final corner for him. And unfortunately, the engine saying, had enough here, you pushed me hard enough. It was a race. Thanks for the memories.
And let me just let you know, I don't think either of the top 2 got to see the checkered flag. They thought it was the previous lap. It came out again for the second time, and Arriga this time takes the checkered flag, and Rousseau takes the checkered flag. So it wasn't us. That was the drivers. They didn't see the first checkered flag. We definitely saw the first checkered flag. It was out there.
They wanted another lap. I mean,
they
come on.
They want Ben. Your money's worth here at Kyalami is what you want to do, 100%.
That's it. You really
but
want
they've certainly given us our money's worth of entertainment, have Silver Cup here today with their racing. So well done to them and to the entire class that were out there, the invitational drivers that joined them for this weekend. A 49-strong field ended up with about a 43-strong field at the end of the day. Just shows you the testament to how well these cars are built. Unfortunately, not so lucky there for Mr. Hutting on the sideline, but he'll be, of course, getting that car back in the pit lane, hopefully out of harm's way and back into the workshop on Monday to be sorted out for their next round. They go to Swartkops and then they head internationally to Maputo for a round up at the Maputo Raceway in Mozambique. So fantastic job that's been done there by Mr. Jacobs and his team behind the scenes. They do a lot of fun stuff as well. If you ever want to follow a South African Racing Championship that does a lot of fun stuff and do a lot of social media fun stuff as well, get onto Silver Cup 2.0's TikTok page and go and check out some of the things that they do. It was really cool. The last time out, I think they had to do a challenge where they had to mention that they were racing at Swartkops and how many races they were doing, but they had to speak with a mouthful of cake flour and try and some of the comments are pretty spectacular and kind of are kind of indicative of how much fun these guys can have when they do get together. Guys and girls, of course, we've got some lady drivers in there too, and there's a lot of camaraderie amongst them despite the on-track skirmishes that happen all the time. Fantastic effort there once again from our Silver Cup category. Stevie, we're moving on to the important aspect of the day right now as we start to get prepared for the Endurance Championship round 4. We've got a 1 hour sprint race that sort of kicks things off with the cars all in tow together. And then, of course, they split off and go back into pit lane if they're only going to do the hour endurance race and leave the rest of the pack to fight it out for the following 3 hours after that.
That's it. Multiple classes, multiple races, and a whole lot of fun and lots of planning down in pit lane. And you can see how the spectators getting themselves sorted out. Jingos, I'm looking at the spectators there and I'm getting hungry. I don't know how you're feeling.
I can tell you right now, if you don't get down there to the Desco team, yeah, we are talking about you. We can see you, big guy. Thanks for that little tummy rub there. We appreciate it. Yeah, and the thumbs up as well. Yeah, rub that tummy. But if you guys can't get good food there under Desco's tent, I can tell you, get down into the food hall because the Death Star Cantina here, but just make sure you take a tray because you need a tray if you go there. They've also got some really great chow. So there is everybody catered for here this weekend. We're looking after all of our spectators and friends and fans, and thank you so much for coming out here to Kyalami. It's also great to hear that the PA system is in loud and effect all around the track, and those guys can hear us in the vantage points that they're in. There's an opportunity once again to thank our Orange Army, who are out here in full force this weekend. We can't go racing without the Kyalami Marshals, our medical team, and of course all of race control, who are just 2 doors down from us here to ensure that we have a safe and secure racing track to go and play on and to go and have some fun and entertain the crowds here at Kyalami themselves and all around the world. As we always like to thank those, it's a thankless job being a marshal. I mean, you've been out there on a couple of occasions with an orange shirt on. I went out a few times as well in my career just to get the experience of what it's like to be out there. And I've even done 2 or 3 of their training days that they do here at Kyalami, and it's so much fun to be involved and watch how much intensity goes into the training. There's no playing around on those days. They make it as if it's the real deal. You have to react to an incident as if it's happening in race conditions, and that's why we have some of the best marshals in the world, and that's why we can't do without them. So massive thanks to them and to all our support crew on the sideline.
That's it, and we've also got to thank our sponsors. We do have quite a few of our sponsors out going with activations. We've got the Proton, they're down in turn 1. Got to Brian sort themselves out. We've got the Vodacom for you, that's downstairs. They've got simulator rig set up. You won't beat my lap time, 4:30, just saying. Fastest lap time you can get there.
4:30, around here. What's the track that they're using?
It's here.
Okay.
Okay. You're not going to beat it.
I'll go down there maybe. When Prince jumps on a little bit later on, I'll go down there. Going
to try and win some prizes.
If I can get this big body into that simulator seat, that's the problem I normally have. I normally have to sit on the seat, not in it. That's the difference.
But they've also got some beautiful displays there, some of the phones that you can get, and also darts packages, which is quite helpful for anyone that is in the content space. We do have a lot of content creators and influencers here today going and getting their side of it with Kyalami, the social side of things, and honestly been quite fantastic to listen to them. A lot of them been quite complimentary of utilizing the Vodacom services and saying we've got the data to be able to put as much out to our fans and also to share the motor racing action. Whether it's young or old, everyone tuning in from across the world, having all this, and also some brilliant photos being sent to our Facebook as well. Just guys saying this is where we are in the world, this is what we're watching. Just absolutely incredible stuff. And we also see out in the YouTube comments as well, the virtual grandstands, as I like to say. Everyone.
The virtual grandstands, yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Those comments that come in, I love doing it. And it's a great part about what we do now these days as opposed to the old version of racing commentary where you never got to sort of interact if you were doing a live broadcast as we do. With the ability to see those comments and to be able to go back and comment on them yourself, it comes into play in quite a big way. When I first started doing endurance championship racing a couple of years ago, probably about 4 or 5 years ago now, there was an incident that we had where Stewie White was out in the Ginetta and set a new outright lap record at East London Grand Prix circuit. And of course, as soon as we mentioned it and there was a new outright lap record, everybody that had a supposed outright lap record jumped onto the comments saying, no, my lap time was quicker than this one. This lap time was better than that one. And eventually, the original outright lap record holder from 62, I think, or 63, Ian Schechter jumped on and said, no, here's the outright lap record. And he put the piece of paper up that had his outright lap record on it as a photo in the comments. And then, of course, it just went wild because he was there. And then you had Maggie Adlam jumping on and Gordon Connolly jumping on and you name it. And all the guys who'd sort of gone quick at East London Grand Prix circuit were then having a full go at each other. And eventually then 2 laps later, Stewie went out and said, here's the new one.
Yeah.
Let's show you what this Ginetta can actually do.
But now jumping into a Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, one of the only ones in the country, the most modern, the 2025 spec car, and is going and teaming up with Axel Jeffries and Mr. Tucker behind the wheel of that car, fighting for the championship against the biggest rival that they've got, Rico Barlow Racing and Just for Sleep. That Norma Nova NP02 is incredible. Power to weight ratio, it works.
Yeah,
except it doesn't work too well in a straight line to a V10.
Well, exactly. But if you look at it, I mean, the lap record was set here by Jonathan Thomas in that car in 2024 of a 140.303. So 140.303 around here, that is absolutely hauling. That's kind of indicative of sort of GP bike and almost, it's not quite Formula 1 pace around here, but it's almost there. Unfortunately, we don't have an official F1 time around here. But I can tell you that there's been a couple of tests here, which I was standing on the sideline in some certain places that you weren't supposed to be in because you snuck in here when you heard about testing at F1. And if you hear an F1 car here, of course, the very first thing you do is try and sneak into the circuit, which yours truly did on a few occasions. And in fact, our director will tell you about a Formula 1 race that happened here where he was leaving the circuit and handed his accreditation to me so that I could get into pit lane. So we won't go there. But the bottom line here is we haven't had an official F1 run at this track, and of course you can only set a lap record in race livery. So it'll be interesting to see what an F1 can do around here. But I do know that at the previous version of this, David Coulthard was kind of down into the sort of mid 20s at the previous version. So it's not this long track that we've got now. The previous version, when we did Top Gear here, he went out in the Red Bull and actually surprisingly lost against a certain Sabine Schmidt, who was driving a very fast ice cream van.
Yes. And it just happened to have a Judd V8 in
we won't mention what was under the hood, It's
in the middle.
Yeah, no. She outgunned him in the F1 challenge they did there. It was kind of like a superbike that they sent off first, which, if I'm not mistaken, was piloted by Lance Isaacs. And then they sent the ice cream van with Sabine in it, and then they sent the F1 car out and kind of gave them a handicap start, thinking that by the time the laps that they were supposed to be out there were completed, the F1 should have got to the front. They were a smidge out.
Yeah, just a smidge.
Only due to the fact that Coulthard had raced here before, but Sabine had raced here on a little bit more occasions during German touring car days. So she had a little bit of extra sort of insight into a few corners that helped her out. But that's going back into the history of this magnificent circuit that we've been at, and of course events that have been here in the past. And it just shows you why South African Endurance Series want to come to the circuit and want to be part and parcel of the heritage and history behind Kyalami Grand Prix circuit.
And we've also got to talk about how this track has also punished a few over the course of the years. Let's go back, not last year, but the year before. We came to Kyalami where the clock was ticking down. Into Africa was trying to get their car ready. And before you go and head out on the track, you always got to read the SRs. You've got to read the rules because, well, you don't know when it's going to bite you. Pit lane closes in the last 5 minutes. Into Africa
came in.
Was in. They were just about to go out. They were literally a hair's length to go out. Unfortunately,
seconds away.
That was not even seconds. Split seconds. Split seconds.
Unbelievable.
And the COC had to step in front of the car and say to Lutaka, "You're done."
Imagine that, because it's not a case of just stepping in front of anybody. It's stepping in front of the man who is sort of the spearhead of this championship as well. Not an easy decision to make, but that's why you have the likes of our COCs that are there to make those decisions so that people don't have to take a biased role at all. They come in completely an unbiased scenario. Cars out on track right now. These are our Endurance Championship and, of course, the sprint race our endurance cars as well that are making their way around on the track to come and take up their grid positions, because we do have, of course, as always, an official grid walk, which allows our spectators and fans to get up close and personal with these incredible cars. You were chatting about the Rico Barlow car. I got a quick chat there with Nick Adcock, chatting to him as well about his car and how things are going to be changing up there, and what the possibilities are and how they're going to play around. There's a whole bunch of sort of permutations that could come into this throughout the 4 hours, and also looking forward to seeing how things change up on each of the classes in these categories too, because not only are you looking at what happens today, there's a long-term program still to come ahead with 3 more races in this championship, finishing up with the 9-hour backyard Kyalami. So sometimes you've got to take this mid-season and think to yourself, well, a win at Kyalami would be amazing, but a win at the 9-hour would be even better.
And the 9-hour counts for double points, plus they do have a drop round in the championship as well. Remember, this is not a team championship. This is a driver championship.
Correct.
So you've got to be in it to carry on to score points, because not only are you fighting for your class win, there is an overall championship you're in.
Exactly.
There's a performance of index championship you're in. I mean, these are all different factors that you've got to consider.
And the fact that you raised that, I love the fact that you raised that, because not a lot of commentators raise the index of performance, but
it's the best category.
When it comes to endurance racing, no doubt about it. When you think about what an index of performance is, and if I get this wrong, Stephen will correct me, but I tend to get it right on a few occasions. It's basically your fastest lap that you can do in the car, and how close you can stay to that throughout the entire time you're in the car. So let's say you do a 1:40 around here, and the 1:40 course is the current lap record. How many times can you hit that 1:40 mark throughout the time that you're in the car? And that works out at a percentage.
Yes.
The highest percentage basically gets the index of performance then at the end of the day. And then you take into account that you've got
traffic.
Traffic, one, but probably more important than that, 2 other drivers in your car. And do they keep the car on track to allow you to still finish up and be in the running for index of performance? And do they go better than you do? In terms of, they might go slower than you, but they might be able to maintain that slower lap for longer than you can, or on more consistent times than you can.
Yeah, and you've also got to think about it. If you 0.3 of a second off your time, that is 1.2% loss in your performance index.
Exactly.
Which is a throwaway for top 3. So great stuff. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got to keep an eye on this, because as we get ready to have a bit of fun for our endurance race.
Yeah. In a few moments' time, you can come and join us once again here at Kyalami Grand Prix of Entertainment as we get ready to go for our South African Endurance Championship round number 4 here at Kyalami. It is fantastic to be here. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back in a few moments' time as we kick things off and start the official start line procedures with Chloe down on the start grid and into race action here for the next 4.5 to 5 hours. Oh, I didn't know we knew something like that would happen.
Johannesburg, the beating heart of South African motorsport, a city that never sleeps, now echoes with the roar of horsepower. As the sun rises over the legendary backdrop, anticipation builds. This is more than racing. It's endurance at its fiercest. A battle of speed, stamina, and sheer will. The lights are ready, the tarmac is waiting, and the countdown begins. This is round 4 of the South African Endurance Series. Welcome to Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, an absolutely legendary track with all-time record of a 1 minute 40.9 set by Charles Visser at an average speed of 161 kilometers an hour last year. 16 turns around this 4.52 kilometer circuit, 10 lefts, 6 rights, and a whole lot of straights that bring the pace on the way through. Let's take a look at the circuit as we go off the start line and past the main pit building in towards turn 1. The kink is going to be interesting. Side-by-side moments before hard on the anchors into Crowthorne. Spec 3 wide as they charge up towards the Yuxgay sweep into the left-hander for Barbecue. Down the old pit straight, staring at Sunset. A long right-hand bend to go and meet them. Before hard on the brakes into Clubhouse, short little straight in through the S's. First S, second S. Make sure you get it right, otherwise you're visiting the dirt. Up towards their Copper, double apex that you got to try and get right. Down the mine shaft you go, a little kink to the left, flat out all the way. Hard on the anchors for Crocodile where it opens up. And now you charge through to Cheetah, into Ingwe, our final corner, and across the line. Here at the Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit and International Convention Centre, home to round 4 of the South African Endurance Series.
Joining us now in the grid walk is the pole man Nick Adcock. Nick, talk to us about the plan and really how it feels to be here at Kyalami.
Oh, this is my favourite circuit. It's always a pleasure to be here at Kyalami. Sun shining, we're on pole position. Does it get better than that?
It definitely doesn't. And I mean, you got European experience. What do you think makes Kyalami so special?
It's just got a bit of everything, you know, the undulations, the fast corners, it's quite technical. We always love coming here, and thanks to Zolly, we've come here more often in the last 4 years than I have in 15 years of racing here in South Africa. So, we're privileged.
And you've got a bone to pick with Kyalami because of what happened in November last year. So, literally making sure that everything goes well this time around.
Yeah, look, we've got some stiff competition. The Into Africa team have got a very strong lineup. They've got effectively 2 silvers and a bronze. We're 2 bronzes and a silver. Our car operates in a different way to the GT3 cars, in as much as our car is significantly lighter, so it's better on its tyres. So you'll see the GTs possibly take off and gap us to begin with, but then after a period of time their tyres go off and we'll creep back into it. Strategy-wise, fuel-wise, we're fairly similar, but we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be, with the grid we've got today, it's going to be a 4-hour sprint race, not a 4-hour endurance race.
All the best, Nick.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Nick Adcock, who will be driving in the Nova. And he speaks of course, the similar guys, that being Into Africa, who are in second place. It is Axel Jeffries, Kolye Ditlaka, and Stuart White, who are, of course, then a part of this team. Exo, Stewie, I haven't spoken to you today. I mean, talk to us about really the preparation, the strategy. And, I mean, after Exo did an incredible race 3, you guys must be pumped up.
Yeah, look, the highlight of the season so far is Exo winning that race overall. I mean, we've been making big steps the last few weeks. He's been racing a lot in Europe, and thanks to the whole team, thanks to Axel, thanks to Toby, Luciano, Gerald. I mean, all the work going on behind the scenes with Exo has been exceptional, and we had a good qualifying. We didn't maximize everything, but we'll be there in the race.
Always in the race. Let's quickly, of course, then grab Exo. I love the competition between the two of you. Exo, you spoke about, of course, sorry, Exo, you spoke about, of course, the competition and really trying to rest as well, getting a nap. How are you feeling? It's about go time.
Yeah, well, it's about go time now. So this is the main race. This is what we prepare for the rest of the year. And now we're here, and we're going to have to give it our best. I must say the race 3 took a lot out of me, but it's okay. We're here now. We're here now.
All the best.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Into Africa, and they're ready to fully send. Joining us now is, of course, family man Charles. I mean, we spoke a little bit, and I mean, your wife as well is here, and you see Exo right in front of you. What's the strategy to try try and make sure, of course, that you also make sure that you get the results that you need?
Yeah, look, I mean, it feels weird being on the grid and not actually having to fight for the 4 hours. So, my race strategy is way different to theirs. I would suggest for me, it's like go full steam for 1 hour as hard as I can. So, yeah, it's about a few challenges here and there. We're not really racing Clolile, so that not too phased about that. I'm really racing Damien, so yeah, that should be good. But I love mixing it up, even with my teammates right next to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll just try not to get too close to them. Maybe help them a bit.
Will you be watching your teammates, of course, with their lines to give them a bit more advice when you're done with your race?
No, yeah, well, I'm definitely going to get on the radio after the race and give them a bit of feedback. And like I said, maybe join the commentary team.
We're looking forward to it. All the best.
Cool.
That is, of course, Charlotte Ranges. And when he speaks about his teammates and joining us now, it is, of course, the Audi R8, Ryan Nyker and Bradley Liebenberg on this one. And I mean, you look in the fact that Ryan, he was really putting on the same times as Bradley, which is quite interesting. I mean, Ryan, it's great to have you alongside us. First time riding the R8. How does she feel?
Oh, it feels really good. We were pretty good in practice, and we had a couple of struggles in qualifying, but we got a quick feel of it now on the outlap coming off pits, and the car's feeling really positive. So we'll see what we can do. Just here we'll investigate each lap and see if we can find the limits, so it should be good.
All the best. All right, Bradley, you were waving at us. I mean, your teammate, that being Ryan, I mean, talk to us about the relationship and really this R8, I mean, talk about performance and how quick it is.
Yeah, obviously, so Ryan raced GR Cup, I think it was 2 years ago, and I was with Toyota then, I was doing the coaching for him. So, it's come full circle, now he's my teammate, so yeah, I look forward to the day. Obviously he sat out for a little bit, so I think it's nice for him to be back in the car, and I think he's enjoying it. So yeah, I look forward to the day. It's going to be a long 4 hours, it's a bit hotter today, so I think the cars and the tyres are going to take a bit of a beating. But yeah, nonetheless, I think, best case, if everything goes to plan and, everyone has a pretty clean race, I think third place is where we're at. So yeah, if we do anything better, I think we've done a really good job. But, it's endurance racing. There's no guarantees in racing in general. So yeah, look forward to it.
All the best and keep it clean.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Bradley. Well, we'll continue walking down the grid. I mean, it's really nice to hear how everybody is so positive and they're so excited to really be here. I mean, we see families here, which is also pretty dope. We have, of course, the Mustang here. I'm trying to find Franco and Julian. Oh, there's Julian over there. Let's quickly go to Julian Familiaris, who is driving these fantastic Mustang. Julian, quickly, I mean, we talk, of course, to competitors, and they talk about how quickly a car is, and a bit of shade to say, maybe you should race in a different class.
Look, we're running in Class B at the moment. We ran Class A round 1. Round 2, we didn't really have a reference to go off. So we've entered Class B this one. We're going to be racing against the Latagan car. And I think the average pace for the whole event is probably going to be quicker than us. They're about 1.5 seconds average per lap, across the drivers. I think they're on a 47.2, we're on a 48.6 average. So it's going to be a really tough ask to beat them. They're also a very established team, and Henk and Heinrich are very good drivers. So, we're going to take this race as a marker to see where we are, and hopefully we do well. Whether we're on the podium or not, we're trying to finish. That's the goal for today, and just run flag to flag, no issues.
Quickly, I mean, let's talk about synergy as well, because I've seen you guys throughout Thursday. There's so much synergy between your pit crew and, of course, as well as your drivers.
Yes, so like I said to you in round 1, the crew's completely new, and it's a new start for us. We've come from sprint racing. We've got the team dialed now, and I think the pit crew are they're enjoying each other's workmanship, and they're flowing now. So I think our pit stops will be a lot more fluent today, and each step at a time.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
That is, of course, Julian Familiaris, who will be with Romano Sartori, and as well, of course, Franco Di Matteo. And, well, you've got MJR as well here. Let's quickly get Joe into this one. Joe, and, of course, Marius. I'll jump in between the both of you guys. I mean, Marius, we'll start with you. Talk to us about this car. I mean, she sounds fantastic.
Oh, well, she's an old lady, but we're fixing up. promising times we're going to get from her. It's our first endurance race, me and Joe, that's doing it. And we have to say thank you for Canal Walk for sponsoring us to be here today. But yeah, we're prepping this car actually for the 9 hours to get her ready. So this weekend, it's all about testing, seeing what's working, and getting our sponsors out there and telling them thank you very much for everything they're doing for us.
All right, all the best. Enjoy, Joe.
Thank you so much.
That is, of course, MJR there. I mean, they're literally looking forward to it. While we bring in now a man who's not a stranger, Mo Mia, who's, of course, also part of, he's so fancy with his car. We always love you, Porsche Mo. Talk to us about your strategy, especially after you had a little bit of an oopsie yesterday on track.
Yeah, as usual, Chloe, confused my abilities with my aspirations, and I just went round and round and round. But anyway, we had a good day today for the 2 GT Cup races, so yeah, that was awesome. I didn't go round and round, which is now a plus, summer winner.
Yeah.
And now we're looking forward to our 1 hour, right? But may I please say thank you to Golile and all of you guys at SA Endurance Series for having us here, and thank you to all the Porsche guys, right? I think we were 14. We were 14 strong, I think the biggest manufacturer. So the guys, took the time out to come from wherever it is in the country.
Yeah.
That is awesome, right? But in any event, we're going to keep it on the black stuff. And, hopefully see the finish line with as little problems as is humanly possible.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for you. All the best.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. That is, of course, Mo Mia. And he is also quite positive in terms of what he can bring. Joining us now. Talk to us about really your aspirations and how it is like to be at Kyalami.
Oh, well, we all love Kyalami. Happy to be here. Looking forward to the race. Obviously a long one. Finally nailed the qualifying for a change, which is good. Just happy to be here and happy. Hopefully we can have a good race.
All the best, Anthony.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Anthony Marks there joining us now. Well, we go to G&H, and they've got as well a new car, and it's great. Right now, we're not dealing with Rocket, but I love your race suit. Talk to us about the color. What inspired it?
To be quite honest with you, it's my company colors, Bisc Transport. Sparko came up with the idea, and we swapped the livery on the car and on the race suit, and you know what? Nothing brightens up your day like a bright race suit. So, big thank you to Sparko for the race suit this year.
100%. And we also know your brother Ricky also, of course, has Rocket is what we call her. Talk to us about, you've driven her. How is she doing?
Well, to be quite honest with you, they gave him a great car. I'm not going to lie. It's a very nice car. Lamborghini, it's Stuart White's ex-car. It's very, very fast. To say I'm jealous is an understatement. I'm very jealous. I would love it. But I'll stick to old faithful little RHR, and I'll stick to my GTR. But, Ricky's very lucky, very fortunate. Nice car. Can't wait to do the 9 hour in it.
And, Gianni, the last time we saw your car was at Swartkorps, and she caught a little bit of fire, and you really didn't want to use her again. Talk to us about the recovery and how she's feeling so far.
We're battling a little bit with the traction control right now, but after the fire, we did a complete rebuild on the rear end, new wiring harnesses, new looms, new everything. She's going well.
Yeah.
She's going well. That's all we can hope for. After a little off in Cape Town, to be here, we're lucky we didn't hit the wall. So, just happy to be here today and racing the cars in one piece. So let's hope we can bring it home today.
That's, of course, what we can hope for. And where are you hoping to get more time? You look at Exodus, you look at Mineshaft as well. It's always the challenges for the drivers.
I think I got a lot of time left in me, especially through the Mineshaft. This weekend was a bit difficult going from a GT3 car to a GT4. Obviously, the aero is completely different. And, like you said, I drove Ricky's car, and the aero on that was completely different and went straight into qualifying into a GT4 that had no aero. So it'll take me a couple of laps, but I think the Mineshaft is the main place I can gain time.
Yeah.
Just keep it flat out, I suppose.
Full send it.
Full send.
Full send. All the best, Gianni. And while we've got Pesty Racing, Harum, of course, Pretoria's joining us now. Harem, I mean, it's really great to have you alongside us. Kyalami, an iconic track. How does it feel for you guys? Really also, of course, to make sure that you're racing and fully sending it.
No, look, we're going to pin it and see how well we can do. So we're going to go for it and see where we can finish. Yeah, you know, at least there are a few championships, so we've got to hang in there. Yeah, so we're going to go as best we can and see if we can stay consistently fast and just hold thumbs to get there in. That's the story. Yeah.
And what has been some of the difficulties, Harem? Because you look at Leeuwkop, especially yesterday, that's where also we saw, of course, a little bit of a trying to catch the car so that it doesn't lose, of course, your grip.
Yeah, look, the car's handling well. Look, all the corners get challenging, but the nice thing about Kyalami is it's a nice wide track. So you can afford to make a little bit of a mistake here and there, and you can pull it back. So it's a very forgiving track to race, first you know it. So it's actually a lot of fun. Kyalami's great, yeah.
What has been the conversation with your son?
Just do our best. Yeah. We've got a secret strategy, which I can't discuss on air. Yeah, so I can't, but we've got a strategy with Franco here next to me, so we'll work out something.
All right, we're looking forward to it. All the best.
Okay, thank you very much.
That is Harem Pretorius, of course. He'll be driving with Bar, and joining us now is another father-son duo. It's Roberto, of course, David on my right. So talk to us, Roberto. Talk to us about, I mean, the challenges that you've had this car. We're talking about the plan and really to make sure that you guys also finish, because it's been a little bit tough.
It has been a bit tough, particularly at the last race, as you know, at Kyalami. We've really had the team go over the car extensively. We had a bit of a turbo issue, but it seems to be resolved, and we flew back, especially for the race, from we were in Europe, so we're really happy to be here with Saes, and as you know, my son's starting off, so hopefully we'll catch a couple of places and get a strong finish.
And that's what we want. I mean, David, you drove really tough in Cape Town. I think your car was stuck in gear. So how are you feeling in terms of Kyalami and the setup?
Yeah, look, I think, as Rob said, Cape Town was tough for us. Luck wasn't in our favour, but we've started strong this weekend. We've had 2 good days of testing, car's strong, we're feeling sharp, so hopefully we can chase a few of the quicker cars in front and we see we can bring it.
What did Dad say to you since you're starting?
What did he say? Yeah. He said, give it beans.
I would take the GT cars.
I take the GT cars as well, of course, the advice that you got. Well, that's how we wrap it up here in the grid walk. We're going back, of course, to commentary as we're about to fully send it. I mean, this is a track that is quick. We talk about a fast-flowing track, and you talk about how the corners, right, how everybody needs to really be precise because it can be so unforgiving. So we're looking forward to seeing what will be happening. Prince, Ndiweni, and Greg will be, of course, making sure that they take you through what's happening on track. Stay tuned.
Yeah, thanks, Chloe. Amazing job down there and catching up with a couple of the usual contenders and a couple of new contenders into the mix here as well. I think we're in for a bit of an epic fight here, that is for sure. If you look at the cars that are on the grid, I think the Battle Royal is about to start, Prince. First time we've been on mic together today, so good to be on the microphone with you, brother. It's been a while since you and I jumped onto a microphone behind a racing scenario. But I think the important fact you got to have, of course, is looking at not only what we've got in terms of the racing action that's going to happen for the first hour, but there's 4 hours of racing to come. And consistency in endurance racing is key. You heard a couple of drivers saying that they've got fast lap times. Fast lap times are good to put you onto the grid, but they're not necessarily the ones that you want to be having all the time. Your consistent lap times are more important right now.
100%. Faster lap time may be helping you get the concertina in effect, set the dominoes in effect in terms of strategy and when you're going to pit and keeping your opponent who's behind you guessing. But really, it definitely is down to the consistency. And a team that really understands that principle and has shown that principle over the past couple of years, that SAC supplies car, which of course has come in different guises as BBR Racing. That is where Henk and Hein Lattegan are concerned. The consistency has been the winning game a lot of the time for that team. And everyone has shown that sort of standard. I mean, it's been bumped up so many levels in terms of the professionalism, the efficiency of how these teams are planning to go about their racing.
Looking at that shot, how important are tyres?
we had a word with Brad Liebenberg just now. So you might need them.
First of all,
you
put
might
them on
need
the car.
Start there, and then from there, just nurse them as much as possible. Nick Adcock was talking about how their car a lot easier on the tires than the GT cars, of course. So you understand the level of strategy and calculating that's coming into his first stint going out on with his Nova Proto 2.
Yeah, and also massive thanks, of course, to Dunlop Motorsport, ADS Motorsport, for the support that they bring to the series, supplying some of the rubber, and, of course, giving the opportunity for these guys to go to battle. We've seen how well those Dunlops work. Michael Jensen starting. I thought it was going to be Nick.
Yeah, same.
So Michael Jensen actually in the car to kick things off for us. So he's a seasoned campaigner and really has an amazing ability behind any of these sports prototypes that he's been racing at. And it's been a long partnership between himself and Nick Adcock. They've actually taken, I think, 3 endurance championships in the past before it came into the new SAES format. So they know exactly how to get a car around a racetrack and to be at the front end by the time the checkered flag comes out, and the importance, as you mentioned, of that tyre preservation. It's not a hard-wearing circuit, though, depending on how you determine a hard-wearing circuit. The one factor that is going to definitely affect these tyres today is the lack of ambient temperature. We've got quite a strong breeze blowing. If you look out our window, the flags are flying high above us. And, of course, with that, it cools the track surface down quite dramatically compared to it have when you came here earlier on in the year and when we come here in November. November, of course, is going to be in almost the sort of heart of summer where track conditions can get close to 45, 50 degrees Celsius. Therein lies a completely different scenario to what you'll be playing around with today, where you're probably looking at about 30 to 35 degrees Celsius track temperatures. That means tyre pressures are vital.
100%, and of course, relative to the season that we're in, definitely much cooler, but relative to the day that we're in, Brad Liebenberg indicating that it's a lot different than it was yesterday. Slightly hotter, the temperatures have gone up a bit more, so your handling of that prospect has to be taken into account for sure. And someone who is incredibly fortunate to be where he is, forecast starting in the pit lane, something we have to mention. Damien Hammond in the number 57 Mercedes, Andrew Horn in his Ligier. We thought we wouldn't see him on the grid. And thankfully, because of the camaraderie in this racing community, the Franco Di Matteo was actually
overnight
able...
parts from Italy. From the Italian stallion, finding a little ECU unit for him.
Incredible. And it arrived just in time. And Andrew Horn actually came to the track thinking he's here to load up his car and get out of here. But here he is on the grid and he's going to start from the pit lane.
He got a little WhatsApp via Vodacom for you and said, by the way, is this what you're looking for? Anyway, that is exactly what I need. So they've literally worked the entire morning to get that ECU into the car, and hopefully it's all working according to plan. He said he hasn't even had enough time to sort of set the tyre bias and balance on the car. So I know Andrew's car is normally well prepared, so I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue there for him. But they will be starting from pit lane, which is a bit of a downer for him. He'll come to the front end of pit lane. It'll be Hammond behind him, and there's a third car there in pit lane as well, by the looks of it.
Exactly, the 111 Caridas VW, a famous feature in our endurance series. They are, by definition, I'd say they're the picture of the little engine that could, always there or thereabout, never giving up, and then the tenacity and endurance, absolutely a signature and a sort of philosophy you see them carry all the way through. The only team also on the grid taking part of the 4-hour race with 4 racing drivers, so that means their stints are split on the hour. Every hour, ideally, we should be seeing them peel into the pits and change drivers.
Yeah, I mean, we chatted about it in our race briefing this morning, but before we went on air, and it's a factor that definitely comes into play. Most of these teams will be looking to do at least an hour to get those 60 minutes in for each driver, and then play around with the last hour as to who the quickest of the 3 or 4 drivers are to get them through the 4-hour period. But then you've got to take into account, do we have safety car scenarios? Do we have incidents on track which will slow the cars down for whatever reason? Do we have incidents in the pit lane where they might be stuck in pit lane for a lot longer than what they expected to be? All of those things come into play. That is the beauty of endurance racing. And the beauty of endurance racing is exactly what you're seeing right there. The opportunity for a car that looked like it was going home this morning, enough time to get the Xena car sorted out. That Ligier is good to go. Horn Dog at the wheel, ready to go and do battle once again on arguably one of his favourite circuits. Our Proton is on its way to pit lane, which will mean pole position duties are going to be handed to that front row. And what a front row. What a way to kick things off here. Rico Barlow Racing, Into Africa Racing, side by side, championship rivals, and split by 6... Is it 6 tenths, 7 tenths of a second there? Between the two of them. Absolutely nothing in it.
Of course.
So it's play on. Battle Royal. Here we go.
Indeed. 7/10 in it. We're at round 4. It's the moment we've been waiting for. You can see the cars getting ready to go. Got Michael Jensen at the wheel for the Nova Proto 2. They've put their car on pole with an incredible qualifying time set overall as their average, putting them 7/10 clear of their nearest championship rival, Into Africa Racing. We're lights on for round 4 at SAES. 4 hours of Kyalami. And it's lights off and we go racing here at Kyalami. Going down into the King side by side will be Rico Barlow Racing, and Into Africa Racing as Andrew Horn, Damian Hammond in that number 57 Mercedes peel in from out of the pits. Corridas Racing joins the fray, but turn 2 goes to Rico Barlow Racing with Michael Jensen at the wheel.
Jensen with a whole shot down into Crowthorne. First time for him to get in there. Right on the tail comes the Lamborghini Hurricane. A magnificent start there from them. Tucked in behind that is Liebenberg, and I think it's actually Ryan Naka who's at the wheel of that car initially. So Naka starting off the race there. So Ryan Naka with a good start there in the R8. Definitely a man to watch out for. He'll probably put a bit of pressure onto the Lambo. See if he can find a way through early on. Behind that comes Aranjis. Aranjis looking for a chance, of course, to be in the front end, or at least of the hour endurance championship event that's taking part and parcel of this first hour of the 4 hours. So there's a race within a race here. That's one thing we need to take into account. And as they head up towards the S's for the very first time, we go on board yet again. I'm just impressed with the amount of ability we've got here to go on board a race car in full flight up towards Leeuwkop in a race as we live stream it here from Kyalami Grand Prix Entertainment. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a sense of the undulations, the surface level change, and where exactly each and every one of these competitors are placing their cars in the most ideal conditions of getting the maximum amount of traction. You want to see just how low and that drop in elevation you get there at Mineshaft as you get onto the anchors now down at Crocodile, going on into Cheetah and Ingwe. You see just each and every one of them choosing a different approach. 4 different racing lines we've seen from the front 4 just now.
It all depends on how you enter Crocodiles. But that's the beauty about Crocodiles. It's such a wide corner. You've got so many opportunities to take different lines in there, and some of them can capitalize into overtaking maneuvers, which you're seeing here. A potential move on here on the cards from one of the Porsches just sitting in the background there and looking for a way through. I think that might have been the car there.
The MJR.
Yeah, of MJR.
Yep.
First time out for them, of course, in an endurance championship race in the Porsche, compared to what they were out in the previous outings for these guys too. And looking to dive already on the inside and finding a way through there on Lateghan.
On the anchors they go, clears it. Lateghan's gonna let it go for the time being. It is an endurance race after all, so you're gonna have to look at what time serves you in the next few hours or so, maybe even next few corners. Maybe too soon to call, but it's a race of first for a couple of people, and one of those teams that is definitely the Blue Sands Racing stable. Jazzy Mustang IRC going down the inside of Lateghan at sunset.
Nicely done. Inside line there from Julian Familiaris. He's done that on numerous occasions in the V8s that he's piloted in the past, so he knows exactly where to put that Mustang to get that move to stick, and he now puts himself as the Mustang meat between the two Porsches in that sandwich. They head into the S's, and he's starting to looking pretty dangerous there. The one thing that caught me out about the Porsche initially, which is why you corrected me on it, I was looking to see MJR in an Audi. That's what threw me off. So apologies to everybody there, and apologies to the MJR racing team. I was going, that is a Porsche, but it's, of course it is Maurice Jackson. Yes, it is. And when I chatted to him, he was actually saying there were a couple of little teething issues they had this morning, which they had to sort out overnight. Looks like they've got that sorted. So hopefully that will be able to run throughout this period of racing that we need it to be out there. And we'll still be in the running by the time the Chicken Play comes out later on this afternoon. So MJR now with a bit of pressure coming from Julian Familiaris. We go on board with Familiaris as they come out of Crocodiles. Have a look at this. Does he have a slight lift? Yes, it's a slight lift into the right-hander at Cheetah. And then it's hard on the brakes and down into possibly... This car will probably run second gear here. If he was on his original Mobil 1 V8 supercar, he would go down to first there.
Yeah.
Because those cars are able to run first gear up to 140 k's an hour.
Incredible.
Amazing, eh?
Absolutely, and you could get a sense of the body roll on Julian, on board with Julian Familiaris.
Big differential in terms of the suspension compared
100%.
to the electronic suspension in the GT3 cars.
Yeah, incredible to note that the onboard cameras have been an absolute revelation. The revelation right now is the 3 pieces of machinery. We have Into here clearing, they're going on to sunset at the moment. They just cleared Barbecue in the lead of the Stradale Motorsport R8 with Nika at the wheel is the Into Africa Racing car. I beg your pardon. That is it Axel Jeffries in the car at the moment?
No, I think Zolile started. I think if I'm not mistaken.
started.
Or it might have been Axel. I'm not quite sure who was in the wheel at the wheel of that car. We'll have a look and see if we get an opportunity to see who's at the car.
Yeah,
it is Zolile. Yeah,
it is
I think it's
Zolile in the car. Yeah.
Zolile started with, and he's coming off a race win, so that's probably why they put him in there. He's probably still
100%.
so fired up and with so much adrenaline they don't want to lose that ability with him here. I was expecting to see a little Porsche sneak up on the inside there as we went through Sunset, but it didn't quite get there. The interesting factor here, of course, another big factor to take into account is each of these cars come out of the same overall stable in Europe. Remember, AE owns Porsche, 100%. Lamborghini, and Audi.
100% at the
so
start.
who do we put your money on?
100% at the start of that piece of action. I was about to say 3 German cars, and I had to stop myself because of that
Exactly.
little fact.
Yeah, they're all owned by the same company that owns Volkswagen as well. So there's a whole bunch of Volkswagens having some fun and games out there. Yes, they've got slightly different livery on them. The Bull right now leads things out in terms of that little factor. But, of course, the Italians will have a go at me about saying, is Lamborghini actually a German product? No, it's not. It's an Italian product, yes. But it is owned by a mother company that is based in Germany. And, of course, forms part and parcel of Audi worldwide. Here they come across the line, and it's Jensen just opening up a little bit of a margin now, but that's kind of what we expected to see. That LMP2 machine is a really good little car. Leclerc is doing a superb job. I've got to tell you, to hold off Ryan Naka and Charles Oranges. He did Charles Oranges for 10 laps earlier on in the day. Not an easy thing to do at all. But now it's a different format. Of course, now you've got to take into account that you're going to be out there for a while. He's probably looking, I don't know if they're going to let Exo stay out there for the full hour. They might give him a 45-minute and then keep him for later on if they're in the running to maybe finish the race. That's usually what that team would do. They would give Exo a chance to be at the front end of the field initially, bring him in, let him have a big rest, and then put him into the car so that he can have the accolades of finishing the race. Because the hard work, I think, is going to be done. And take nothing away from Exo, what he's doing right now. That is hard work. To keep out Ryan Naka, to keep out Charles Oranges, that is exceptionally difficult work. But the more difficult work has to come in the mid-pack and the mid part of the race, where you're going to have the likes of his 2 teammates jumping in there, and Axel Jeffries and Stuart White.
Yeah, it's only getting started. There's so much more to look forward to. And you get a sense of just how many plates you're spinning when you're on board with all of these racing drivers. Because you got back markers for one ahead of you.
Already?
They just cleared the Corridors Racing VW, that trio that we've been focused on for the past couple of laps, just cleared one of these back markers already as we get another lap underway with Ryan Nike trying to edge a bit closer to Polly Leclerc. But as you said, Michael Jensen has found some breathing room and is getting into a rhythm as quick as possible to take advantage of the fuel efficiencies and tire management efficiencies that are offered by that Novo Prototype. There is Polly Leclerc.
XO, baby, there you go. Check that.
Look at the steering input at Ingwe. Ingwe is the most entertaining corner to watch. Final corner is the most difficult because it's wide and then suddenly there's nothing.
I love the fact that he had a look in the rearview mirror there. You will not see anything out of the rearview mirror. You've got to look in the left mirror or the right mirror there, XO. There's no rearview mirror in that car. All you see is engine work and body work, that's all, and some roll cage. But he stays ahead.
And Ryan Nike
keeps Nike out for now.
Yeah, right.
Nike's fighting hard for a way through, but he can't find it just yet, can he? He's had look to left and right. He tried to use a little bit of the slipstream there on the Lambo. That's why you saw the onboard shot of Leclerc looking in the mirror to make sure that Ryan was going to try something on the brakes. He was close enough to do it, but I think he maybe just backed down and said, no, let's just keep the pressure on there.
Yeah.
I might be able to force a mistake out of XO.
Yep. Patience is the game right now. It is an endurance race, so you have to play every mind game available to you. One of the favorites from particularly the likes of Stewie White, for example, is flashing profusely. Right, flicking away at whoever is in front of him, and you will be aware he's right behind you.
Whether or not you're fighting for position or not, he's still going to flash you.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly. he's like those what do they call them? The Blue Light Brigade. coming through. Right out of my way, Temba Kamala, I'm coming through. Here
all you need is a siren, and he's got the whole package complete. But it's still that trio of racing cars right now. Getting into Mine Shaft, it still is Kolile leading the pack with Ryan Nike with a full view of Kolile's gearbox. And he's trying to study where exactly he can maybe make that Lambo in front of him. Kolile goes wide. Kolile goes wide at Crocodile.
How did he come back,
And he came back and shut the door on Ryan Nike at the same time.
Well, that just shows you how much space you've got to play out there.
Yeah.
You know, you can make a mistake of that magnitude and still be able to recover from it. It's going to throw him off, though. He's going to be a little bit shaken here, I think. This is where Ryan Naka needs to pounce. He's got to be right in that slipstream and make hay while the sun shines here, because with XO making a small mistake like that, it means that the pressure's paying off. He's forced a mistake out of X. Now can he make a way through? Wasn't able to capitalize there. I think maybe even Ryan was caught out there by that.
He might have, and that's what I was about to say. He might have also lost some time on the throttle as we get a live action replay of just what happened there. Oliataka going deep into Crocodile. There's deeper than he
correct.
wanted. He went
He had to correct slightly.
Yeah, he had to correct. And Ryan Nika, given the trajectory of their racing lines and Collier joining the track again, Nika had to compromise his momentum.
What I'm thinking there is, now we've got lights flashing there from Sharp.
Yeah.
What I think I saw there happening was a case of Zolilo slowing. The Lambo slowing.
Yeah, Collier slowing and Charles Rangi's, of course, in a different race.
I wonder if he did some damage
dash.
when he went onto the rumble strip there. He might have done some undercarriage damage there to the car. But he's now dropped right back. And even the Porsche coming through there just behind has got through as well. I think that was of the...
Rangi's.
Rangi's. No, the second Porsche behind them. So that would be Latachan. Latachan's Porsche is just behind them. He's got through on extra as well.
Latachan close by. Yeah, Latachan is coming into view now. Yeah. Let's see what happens with EXO. He is slowing down significantly as they clear another of the back markers, that being the lone Class D entry of PSG Racing. Ryan Nike now finding some breathing room, which came to him rather fortuitously, more than he would have thought would have been the case, because he was fighting his way and trying to distract EXO right behind him for the past couple of laps of racing that we've seen so far.
Right, so they come down to complete another lap in anger here, and it's a new second place man. So whatever the issue was on EXO's car, looks like he might have sorted it out. I wonder if there may have been a false neutral. He had to shut the system down, reboot it, and go again. That's normally what you can do on the fly. It's not always the best thing to do, because sometimes the car doesn't fire up. But whatever it is, he seems to have sorted it out, and he now leads the charge coming from MJR, actually, and then only Latachan. But the ground loss there was pretty dramatic, and dropping down to fourth place is certainly not what EXO wanted, particularly when he was fighting so hard for that second spot.
Oh, not at all, not at all. And someone who is familiar with the second spot, someone who came in and out of frame very quickly, was that number 57 Mercedes of Damien Hammond. Got second in the support race we saw earlier on, so he's going to have the taste of silverware, taste of a podium in his mouth as he competes in the 1 hour dash. He of course started from the pit lane, which is not ideal going into this, so let's see what materializes for him as far as results are concerned for the 1 hour dash. And there is MJR car there of Maurice Jackson, looking incredible delivery, very unique as they approach the S's. Now, everyone has such a different way of getting through the S's. I haven't seen a consistent line to follow. It's just a bit of a dark art. Seems like a magic to get enough momentum.
What they do is
what
they've done is they've gone back and watched a couple of onboard laps that Temba Kamala's put at Kyalami, and they watch the different lines into the S's to see if they can find the right one. Temba still hasn't found one yet, but he'll get there eventually. But I'll tell you something. The cool thing with this is, you know what that shows you? It shows you that they are literally using the different lines because they can. Because at some point in the race, they're going to possibly need to use that line to make an overtaking maneuver. We saw that in the bikes, we saw that in the GT race, we saw it in Silver Cup. Lines into the S's are important because you can make up some ground to get to the top of Leeuwkop and maybe have an overtaking maneuver if you come out of the S's better than your rival. Right now, what we're seeing is the standard option in endurance racing. The gaps have opened up, and they're now trying to control those gaps, not lose too much ground, but not get away from everybody else out front. And speaking of out front, there we go, Jensen on cue.
Yep, 100%. And you're trying to keep everything within the lines of the theory that you drew up over the past couple of months in preparation for this race. You don't want anything wonky or just going left as far as your planning is concerned, because you can't predict where things are going to go. So as far accurate as possible to the predictions is what they want. And so far, I'd imagine Jensen is trying to manage the pace, manage the temperature of the tires, and take advantage of the advantages that the Nova has shown at the circuit year after year.
I do like the fact that car has just been so consistent at the track and so consistent in this championship as well. But particularly, it's a big factor to bring in the likes of Jensen and Adcock as a team. They are they're literally like they're a swan song team. They literally work together so well. They're almost evenly matched in terms of their driver ability. And then if you throw in their third driver for today, which I think is Charles Visser, another Cape Town-based driver, the Cape Town massive are here to attack what would be Gauteng's attempt to win a home track event here at SAES. So they've certainly come fighting hard. Rico Barlow, as always, is a well-prepped and well-oiled machine. Going back to a little bit of a fight further back there, nice little fight here between Tony Marks and Mo. Mo running some new colours there. He normally runs in the Toys R Us colours, but I love the fact that he's taken sort of a circuit outline of all the tracks that we raced at and chucked it all over the car in different colours. It's a nice bit of livery there on that machine. So hats off there to Mo and the team. Not too far behind them is Davide Franco, and he would of course be the leading Volkswagen Super Cup Polo. and also currently leading Class C.
Yep.
So not a bad run there from Davide. His brother, his dad, Roberto, of course, will jump in later on. They're going to share the car there for Team Red Racing. So a nice little family affair there for them too.
And a nice little Freudian slip from you, because his father, Roberto, could pass for his brother.
They are that close. Exactly, yeah. So, no, I know they are father and son, but the way that they play in race cars, they could definitely be brothers in arms.
100%.
Maybe brothers in arms, maybe not brothers in family side of things.
Of course. But we're on board with Momia now with that distinct livery of his, which shows all the racing circuits that he's been to. But Crocodile at the moment, and is showing us where he's now managed to rein in his ambitions. He was talking about how his ambitions sort of outweighed his abilities there. He's going to be focusing very hard to keep himself in rhythm for the 1 hour dash part of this race.
I do like the way he put that. My ambitions outweigh that. I would have gone to him and said, listen, you ran out of talent. But that's kind of how he is. Listen, take nothing away from Omia. What was it, 2 years ago that we had that big one at East London where he went across the line and the side shaft broke? Ended his race day literally 500 meters into the Endurance Championship race. So to have this car back on track, to have it in the championship, to him being a stalwart in the championship, this 100%. Is super stuff. On board with him as well. Let's see how well he works through here. That's up through the Yucca Street into Barbecue. And that's very smooth driving coming out of Mo. It's very nicely done. Oh, he's giving a little, just a little, keep the arms warm there. Don't going to cramp up the hands too much.
Yeah, and he's been driving, of course, since all morning. So his fatigue, when it comes to the intensity you have, how firmly he's gripping that steering, will be a lot more than a couple of the competitors. They're only getting onto the circuit now.
Bang it down the box as he goes through the left. And now up in towards the S's. It'll be one click up, and it'll probably be one click down. No, he stays in fourth into the S's. Reason being, there we go, that's why.
There we go.
Didn't change again because he's coming up on the back end of the Pesty Racing Cobra. And dives through there for them. So no issues at all. Yellow flag at the top of the hill at Leeuwkop. Wonder what the issue is there. We might see it now. There's certainly a yellow flag going into Leeuwkop at the top of the hill there. Let's see if there's a car on the left-hand side.
That is the Janakoro R8.
It's Gianni's.
Yeah,
it's Gianni's R8.
Yeah.
GNH Transport and Bisque Racing machine there parked on the left-hand side. So the R8 is stuck up at Leeuwkop. You need to bring me into account because you and Steve have got a little bit more. Will we have a safety car for that? Or how can they get that vehicle back again? Because it's stuck on the inside of the track. Gianni's out the car.
Yeah. Gianni is out the car.
That looks terminal.
Yeah, it looks like we will have a safety car in this scenario. Definitely is the case here. And I do want, this car has so much history. There it is, safety car has been called. That car has so much of a history that unfortunately is a thorn in the side when you think of just how beautiful it is and the effort that goes behind this team in getting it onto the circuit. They are going to be so frustrated with this. But again, this is part of endurance racing. You never know what's coming at you during the course of that 4 hours. Anything can happen. You have to ride the waves as they come.
Well, the hour cars are not going to come into pit lane right now, but the endurance cars, the 4-hour endurance cars, could potentially take advantage of this. But I think it's too early in the race to take advantage of what a safety car could bring later on. We've got safety car and a safety vehicle out there as well. Sending the Photon Bucky out there to go and retrieve that car up at Leeuwkop, but they'll come underneath the rear end of the Proton as it heads down towards Crowthorne. So that is the lead car they've picked up on. It's the Franco's behind that. That's the GSW. And no, that's not gunshot. That's graphics. GSW shooting some guns out there.
Well, hang on a second.
Cars. I did say they might take advantage of it, and they have. Not a bad plan.
Yeah, little splash and dash there for EXO.
Maybe X is going to look to stay a little bit longer than I predicted. He'd be out there for the 45er, and then maybe take the last half an hour to finish.
Yeah.
But maybe they've said, no, maybe he's feeling good. He said this on the radio, I'm feeling good, let me come in, splash and dash, put me back out there, I'll stay out for the hour.
100%. We also saw the MJR car getting into the pits there as well. But he went in and out, he went ahead of EXO in terms of exiting, but we can have things reset in terms of the running order as soon as we have normal racing underway. But for the time being, we're under safety car conditions for the recovery of that GNH Audi R8.
All right, so we've been mentioning Marius Jackson at the wheel of that car, but it's actually Joe Ellerine who started the race in that one. So apologies there to Joe. He was the lead driver for the MJR Porsche. Also just looking a little bit further down there, Andrew Horn, Mo Mia, Anthony Marks, Davide Franco, Haran Pretorius, Gianni, as we saw, is on the sideline. Campos had some problems, and then Rochi also, by the looks of things, But it looks like there was a bit of issues there as well for, I was watching to see how far up. Chloe's down in pit lane, and she's going to catch up with a couple of the drivers who may be stuck in, or maybe a couple of the teams that are looking to change their strategies. Let's go down to Chloe.
Joining me now is Alex from Samlin Racing. Alex, I mean, we see Wayne Roach didn't start the race. Talk to us about what happened.
So we had a little bit of an oil leak, which the team was, we were lucky enough to be able to fix. We had to go fetch a part in Boksburg. But yeah, luckily we were able to repair the leak, and we also managed to do his brakes, so he'll be joining the grid shortly.
We definitely are hoping we'll get to see him go out in just a bit. But talk to us about Damien as well. I mean, he's been trying to adapt as well to the Merc.
Yeah, no, look, Damien's doing incredibly well this weekend, considering that it's his first time in a GT3 car and then the Merc as well. Considering that he's used to the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which is a V10, going to a V10 challenge car, a Super Trofeo car to a GT3 is quite a big jump. So he's doing incredibly well for the weekend. He's also made his way through the grid now from a pit lane start, I think, to P4, if I'm not mistaken, which is, we're incredibly proud of him, and he's doing really well. We're looking forward to seeing the result.
Well, Damien tasked me, of course, alongside with Sydney, saying that we need to find a nickname for the Merc. What are the options currently?
We haven't had any options, but we are open to suggestions. So if the audience would like to suggest a name for the Merc, they are most welcome to. I mean, we have Beyonce, the Lamba, now we need to find one for the Merc.
All right, well, there you have it. Please help us find a nickname for the Merc that, of course, Damon Hammond is driving. Well, we're hoping to see Wayne Roach back on track, but let's go back to commentary.
Thanks, Chloe. There you can see the reason for the safety car. It's Gianni Giannicaro's GNH Transport and Bisque Racing Audi R8 that is parked on the exit of the third apex of Leeuwkop, right in front of our SAES banner. So for great brand awareness there. Thanks, Gianni, for that. And, of course, we've got our Photon Bucky up there to try and help out the Tunnan machine. Going to try and get that there. But what's happening right now is, of course, a couple of cars have dived into pit lane. Prince, we saw Zolile come in for a quick splash and dash. We saw Joseph Ellerine come in for a quick splash and dash as well. So maybe a few teams have taken this into account and said, well, hang on a second, let's change our strategy up here slightly. We might be able to use this in the latter part of the race.
Yep.
Certainly, the front three in the race haven't really taken that advantage up, although that front three is not including the GSW and Team Red Racing Davide Franco Super Cup Polo. That one, of course, just caught up in the mix as we concertinaed the field.
Yep.
But everybody back on track, I think, other than Gianni Giannicaro. Roach is still in pit lane, but you just heard there from Alex from Samlin Racing that Wayne Roach's car had an oil leak. They fixed it. We saw a thumbs up from Roachy in the car as well, so hopefully they can get that Gallardo Trofeo onto the circuit. That's a slightly different Lamborghini version to what we see the other two Lambos on track. Those Lamborghini Gallardos actually came from an all Lamborghini Cup that used to run in Italy as well, the Trofeo Cup, and I think there were 5 of them or 6 of them that were brought into the country. There are 3 up here and there are 3 down in Cape Town. But they've been through a couple of stables as well. The one that the Samlin team have got, I think, was actually either Gianni or Ricky Giannicaro's initially. So nice to see that car back in race trim and in Samlin racing colours. I'd just like to see Roach on track with it, though.
Yep, 100%. He's got just over 30 minutes or so, depending on how soon we have the recovery of that GNH Transport or Audi R8. So he's going to be hoping that, well, it's an interesting situation to be in. You're hoping the safety car period actually lasts a bit longer so that you can get the car fixed and get on. But you're also hoping the clock isn't narrowing that window for you to be competitive.
The one factor I had to bring into account, I was about to say to you as well before we came on back from Chloe, and I was hoping that I wasn't going to see it, is the fact that the recovery vehicle was not towing Gianni's car. If it's not towing Gianni's car and they've got to put it on the flatbed, that means it could be a hell of a lot more terminal than what we originally expected. They will get it back into pit lane. They will get a chance to fix it, of course. But whether or not that's going to be the case as we go on board here with Davide, nice little run here from him. And, of course, that's in the Team Red Racing and Volkswagen Super Cup Polo that he pilots. There are a couple of these cars, and you'll also see here slightly bigger tank to what they run in the sprint races in the Super Cup class.
Yeah.
So that on a few occasions, we actually got to see that with Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout when they first joined Endurance Championship and tested the capabilities of these Super Cup Polos. They were the very first ones to get them out there, and I think in their first race they finished 3rd overall, and they actually got up into 2nd overall at one point in time as well. I think down in PE is where that Super Cup Polo ran so well in the overall standing. So certainly a competitive car. Not the fastest car,
yeah,
but a very consistent and very reliable car to be in.
Yeah, indeed. And Saul Hack, I believe, at some point returning in Porsche equipment here. Not too recent history.
Yeah, he came and joined Andre at the Team Perfect Circle and Coca-Cola car at the 9 Hour. So he's definitely had a couple of times. Not racing at the moment is Saul. Also a very, very competitive and sort of SA champ level swimmer in his day too, is Saul Hack. Just a bit of useless information there, but definitely a man who knew how to get into water as well as into a race car. We're still under safety car conditions here due to the G&H Transport Audi up at turn 14 I think it is, up at Leeuwkop. But the problem that we've got right now is that it had to be put onto a flatbed, and I'm sure the radio transmission between Gianni Giannacara and the team is, whatever we were to get out of the truck, guys, go and get it, because I need to get this car back on track so that I can at least stay in the hunt for a possibility of playing around in this SA Endurance 4-hour here at Kyalami.
100%. And as soon as things do get back on track, the running order we're going to be looking at across the two classes, or the various classes of cars that we have here. 2 races happening concurrently. The 1-hour dash, of course, within this 4-hour race. And the leader of the 1-hour dash is Charles Ranges in that number 86 Stradale Motorsport Porsche. Then we have Nathan Hammond, Damien Hammond in the number 57 Mercedes of Salmon Racing. Andrew Horn, an incredible story of endurance, tenacity, bit of fortune, luck, camaraderie, everything rolled up in one, and he managed to get that ECU part that he needed to get his Ligier onto the circuit. He's in 3rd place at the moment. He never would have imagined being on a podium fight because he came back this morning to roll his car up and get it back home. So Momia in 4th place behind him, and Tony Marks in 5th place, and of course Wayne Roach pending Wayne Roach to join this race again, but he is the trailing 1-hour dash competitor so long as the clock is running on that race. And then in Class A, the 4-hour race, we're looking at Michael Jensen off to a strong start from lights out, still leading. Ryan Nyker, youngster, in 2nd place there. Of course, he's riding shotgun with Brad Liebenberg, who's going to get his shot in the Stradale Motorsport R8 a bit later on. But Ryan Nyker doing well so far to have his stint going on. Joel Areen, another youngster, out on the circuit, number 82 MJR, a car there in 3rd place, and of course Lili Tlaka in 4th place, the last of the Class A competitors. In Class B, Julian Familiaris leads in that Mustang IRC, and Hinkla Khan right behind him in 2nd.
Yeah, one thing you've got to take into account, I think, when we're looking at the classes here as well, is also that once those hour endurance cars make their way off the track, we're stuck with a lot less cars to talk about, and at that point in time, you definitely don't want to be at a disadvantage. So try and use, it looks like the Photon's going. Yes, it is, the Proton's going. So I think we're going to be back under starters orders here. I saw the lights go out on that car and it accelerated out of Crocodile. So it's back to Michael Jensen to dictate the pace for the restart. Everybody else up close and personal. This concertina effect helps out a few cars that may have lost a little bit of ground to their usual contenders and the competitors that we like to be racing with. Into pit lane goes our official safety car, and Jensen will now set the pace. He's ahead of Nika, Arangis, Hammond, Familiaris, and Ellery. A little bit of a gap down to Latakon, which has now been negated by that safety car, and it's also given a chance to Andrew Horn as well as to Nathan Hammond and Damien Hammond to get back into the fight as well. So Damien Hammond now, of course, in the Mercedes-Benz, the one that they need a new name for. Let's see whether... Wow, Jensen's not holding back, eh? Hello. Jeepers creepers. Michael Jensen just dropped the hammer and said, I'm out of here. And right behind him comes a stream of cars. Look at Hammond all over the back, looking for a way through there. Right from the word go, trying to squeeze up on the inside of Arangis. Arangis now under massive pressure from Hammond's Mercedes-Benz as it flies down into Crowthorne Corner. And that was a fantastic start there from Hammond. Looking for a way through. And Nate is definitely putting the pressure onto Arangis. Now that they've concertinaed up and he's there, he can show what that Mercedes-Benz's potential is.
100%, and they're in the same race, so he absolutely can't give it full beans wherever he sees an opportunity as far as Arangis is concerned. That's why he's also flickering his lights profusely to distract Arangis from Nika in front of him. Similar pace, of course, but different races. So Arangis will want to be ginger around Nika and aggressive around defending Hammond right behind him. So Hammond really needs to capitalize on this because Arangis can't necessarily bother Nika in front of him. So Nika's a bit of a buffer, sort of a neutral zone there for he's neutering the effect of the pace that Arangis has, which he certainly can show. So Hammond really needs to capitalize in these moments.
What I would suggest is that Arangis gets ahead of Nika.
Yes.
Because putting that buffer between himself and the other hour competitor would be a huge, huge advantage for him. So if you can find a way through there on Ryan Nika, Naka doesn't have to worry too much about Charles. If he lets Charles through, it's not really a concern for him because Charles is not going to be there for the full 4 hours, whereas Ryan is. So Ryan also feeling that pressure, maybe getting on the radio going, do I let these two through, let them go and fight it out, finish the hour, and then I'm still sitting in second place? Might not be a bad option there for Sudale Motorsport to bring that tactic in.
Ingwe might come with some answers. Let's have a look if Sharanjis decides on that or Nika decides to keep it all wide enough for them to go through. It was wide, but the opportunity doesn't seem to have come yet, as we have Aranjis and Hammond getting closer still in the battle for first and second in the 1 hour dash. This is going to be an interesting fight because we're at the halfway juncture for the 1 hour dash. That also means that Wayne Roach in that Gallardo that's still in the pits, I believe being worked on because of that oil leak that had to be recovered and fixed. He has 30 minutes to go, so he still has a bit of time on his hands to get onto the circuit and cross the finish line and at least get his name on there.
Well, he's got to get on the track. That's the most important thing. But right now, I think it'll be too far back for him to make up that time. We're on board here with Ryan Naka as he goes defensive to keep out two very hard charges. And with that, at the half-hour stage, I'm going to hand back over to Steve Koenig. He'll join Prince for the next half an hour.
Incredible to see. I don't know if it's an effect on my eyes, but the body language of Nika there looking slightly different. I guess it's the G-forces that he was facing at the point of the circuit that he was on, but he looks slightly twisted and had his arms not necessarily moving in the direction of his overall body and the way his core was sitting, but such are the forces, the physical forces that are inflicted upon the body, more especially at a place like this where the elevation change at Mineshaft, the top of Roycorp going down into Mineshaft is incredible. The compression rate sees 4 Gs of force on these racing drivers' bodies. There we are on board again as you get a picture of that compression as Nika would now be approaching, if you've got a bit of a right-hand input there. There we go. And then he's going to be approaching Ingwe not too long from now once he's cleared Cheetah.
Through Cheetah, quick left or quick right into a hard left blind corner to get yourself going and just booting it back on the throttle as far as you can. Interesting enough though, Nika is not backing down. Instead, he's actually stepping the pace up a little bit. That comes in, despite you being in different classes, you land up pushing yourself harder and harder because you don't think about the different classes around you. You start considering, this is a car that can take my position away and can cost me time. He wants to get closer to the likes of Michael Jensen. And once again, Michael Jensen, let's talk about it, is a driver that was actually in a competing LMP3 car against Nick Adcock not so long ago as well. So he's also just having a bit of fun. So we've got a bit of a rivalry within a team, all trying to prove they are the quickest. Ryan Nika, however, is back enjoying the drive. He's not under the pressure of you have to perform well. It's now just keep your head in it, keep the focus up, keep the rhythm. If you can get closer to the likes of Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen, that Rico Barlow, he can now start utilizing the slipstream. He can start lifting and coasting without losing speed by sticking in that slipstream and just drag him along to continue on the drive. And that's going to be the most beneficial because you're going to save a little bit of fuel. 0.2 now might be the 0.2 that you need at the end of the day.
Yeah, 100%. Everything counts as soon as lights go out. And I do wonder where he's seeing and studying the way Michael Jensen is actually driving the cars compared to how he would, and knowing the fact that he's familiar with the Novo Proto 2. That
was Wayne Roach.
That was Wayne Roach is back out onto the circuit.
That was Wayne Roach. There was a distinctive Gallardo that they just went past into Crocodile. Wayne Roach has rejoined after having a bit of work done to his car, missing out the start, and is going to circulate, putting some points in for the 1 hour dash. That is an absolutely phenomenal thing for him and also for the championship.
Yep, 100%. Now out at Ingwe just now, I don't know if you noticed, Steve, but we're on board with Ryan Nika right behind Michael Jensen as he goes down the inside at turn 2. Will he make a stick? Jensen closes the door and makes sure that does not happen. You've got another lap, but you can tell pressure is starting to show that Michael Jensen has a bit of work to do in terms of defending and widening that Novo Proto 2. And at Ingwe, I just noticed upon the exit, he lost the rear very slightly. Had a bit of a correction there, and that's due to the pressure, I'd imagine, coming from Nika right behind him.
Well, even going and showing a little bit of a wobble through the Yixke sweep as they tried powering their way through. I mean, this is just absolutely incredible. And I do want to touch on that Michael Jensen, who's racing in the Normanova LMP, the NP02, is also a driver that this year was racing in Le Mans 24-hour in an LMP2 car
And now, you know, because Lamar is second to Kyalami, he's going to see him racing here at Kyalami and having a bit of fun in a car that's closer to the old generation LMP3s, not the newer ones, so the newer ones are the V6 turbochargers. But that being said, Ryan Nijker has switched gears. Jensen's actually come off the gas a little bit here. He's lifting and coasting. Yep. He's not braking as hard, and he's allowing the cars to get a bit closer to him, but he is saving the fuel. Remember, that's a 90-litre fuel tank versus 110 litres, which is specific to GT3 cars.
100%. Michael Jensen has to be mindful of the equipment that he's working with in the context of competition and performing based on the pressure he has to apply on Stradale Motorsport, who at the moment, with Ryan Nijker at the wheel, are the closest competition in Class A. A little bit further afield in Class A is Joe Ellerine in that number 82 MJR car, and he is a couple of seconds adrift. He hasn't. Oh, there we go. One of the back markers featuring the Corey does. Michael Jensen having to keep his line, lose his line, and gain it back again while doing all that in time to get onto the anchors at turn 2.
He's not having a fun time. Every time he gets close to the likes of that Nova, he is getting buffeted around. That aero wash is starting to come in. You can see the car slipping a little bit into turn 2 was a good point where he had to actually turn multiple times. It wasn't just a clean left hand. It was clean straight, turn straight, just to try and get the car a little bit more pointed and get him sorted out, getting a little bit buffeted around there. But please note as well, Charles Ranges has left the likes of Hammond, but also left enough room for Ryan Nijker to go and on the attack. He's not putting pressure. There's a little bit of a talking there of, listen, I'm not going to sit in your mirrors and bug you. You've got a long race here. I've lost it. I've got no problem with who's behind me, but you need to keep this pace. You need to keep going. I will just make sure that I'm not filling your mirrors and taking that concentration away. You got no pressure from the back.
100%. And Charles Ranges is making it clear during the grid walk that he knows for sure he's on a different prospect, different strategies, so you're seeing that come into effect and how he's approaching it, and you just never know how it's going to be called for you to make that kind of decision making. And another back marker about to be a feature now is the 262 PSG Racing Soul Class D entry, which Michael Jensen and Ryan Nijker will have to clear. And this is something you want to be extremely careful about, because what you assume is obvious to two of you might not be obvious all the time, as you see upon the exit of Ingwe there. Nijker couldn't go as wide as you normally would in that scenario because you had the 262 PSG Racing car on the outside. And at the moment, I think at the wheel is Adam Pretorius. He's starting the stint. And clearing his first stint, and then Barton is going to get into the car a bit later on. That looks like quite aggressive steering inputs there from Jensen at Jukske going up into Barbecue.
Going and trying to push a little bit harder. He knows that there is a bit of pressure, and there's obviously a bit of back and forth of, listen, he is a little bit quicker than you. They're sitting in the 144s to keep a consistent pace. They don't want to get lost in the sauce here. Ryan Nijker has stepped up the pace. He's now starting to put more and more pressure onto the back of the Norman Nova, the Rico Barlow Just for Sleep. And this is where, as competitors, you're starting to work out what are the lap times. He's starting to guesstimate the fuel usage and start working out, especially since the earlier safety car coming in, going and affecting the race. Remember, you had plan A at the start of the race, then it was green flag. By that time, you're already on plan C. Safety car came out, now you're on plan Z1. You start just changing it up the whole time. And this is what makes endurance racing so much more fun. Also, we've got to add to the fact we've got different classes that's racing here, but we've also got the performance of an index. So that means that you have to be consistent in your pace. Whatever your lap time is, you've got to make sure that lap after lap, you're hitting that. For these teams, they would also have set out a target lap time for all the drivers to hit, because that will be your optimum for fuel consumption, tire usage, and also to make you get a little bit further into the stints. And Ryan Nijker at this moment of time has been told, put the hammer down, push harder, get past the likes of Michael Jensen and clear it. Get past that Norman Nova as fast as possible. Let you be the defender this time. Stop going on the attack. And that's what's coming into it. You can see switching up the lines. He's not wanting to be behind. You can see as he gets a little bit closer though, the car gets a little unsettled and just trying to figure out where it can go. And immediately, the Nova, weighing 890 kilograms, has a power to weight ratio that will absolutely dominate against the Audi R8. And that's one thing that also comes into the fray of things. If you think about this, that Nova has got more power to weight ratio in terms of it's 0.5 kilowatts per kg, which is more than a Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. It's more than the Audi, and it's more than a Porsche. It is closer to an F1 powerboat. It's closer to an F1, and it's just, that's what it is. It is just an incredible little car that's got a 5-litre Ford Coyote motor, standard motor, might I add, not a modified at all. It's a standard Ford Coyote motor that's put into the car to get going. Same type of motor that's kicking around in this IRC Mustang.
How's that for timing?
There we go. There we go. You can say that there's a bit of a connection between commentary and our director, Julian Familiaris, very familiar with the Blue Sands Racing Ford Mustang IRC, and this is just an incredible car. The Innovation Race Cars is what IRC stands for, and you can choose it with a Ford Mustang shape, you can change it to a Chev, or you can change it to a Merc. I would have to say I lean towards a Chev in that regard, in terms of just the looks. The Ford Mustang's great and all, but yeah, it's going to be a hard fight. It's going to be a hard fight. Chev, Ford, oh, it feels like I'm going to have an argument with the supercar fans.
I know you, Steve. You were talking about strategies and plan A, Z1. I know your plan A, your plan always is MP4-12C. So I know you would absolutely enter that car into the argument, even though it has no context to be there whatsoever. So I trust you on that.
I want to just correct myself. This hasn't got a Ford Coyote motor. It's got an LS3 6.2-litre V8. So it puts out roughly the same horsepower, 550 horsepower, underfoot, 705 Newton meters, revs up to about 6.6 as you put the hammer down. That being said, Julian Familiaris is not using all the revs. They're changing at 6.4.
Yeah.
They're bringing it up just, you would see if you had to look inside the car. You will see just the start of the yellow dots on the steering wheel. That's about 6.4 that the guys are going, changing gear, short shifting, just allowing a little bit more fuel to be used and to keep on going. And there's a beautiful shot of inside the car. Lots and lots of work has gone into it. And also, fun fact, this is an expat, a South African that went over to Australia and started building these cars. See, we have to go and show the rest of the world why South Africa builds some of the best cars.
Yeah, and at the beginning of his career, I mean, if you look, he's been in the main circuit racing scene here in South Africa for so long, since 2012, I beg your pardon, and it showed promise immediately, getting a 4th place finish in the championship that he was in. So it's definitely things coming full circle for him. I think it's well within his ballpark, and you could see the first indicator for me is something Greg Maloney also pointed out, his ability to overtake at sunset, which is something we haven't seen all weekend, at least under racing conditions. So you know exactly where to place all 4 of those black things that are under the car, and he certainly knows how to do so in a car of this trim in particular, being so familiar with the V8 mobiles as well.
Yeah, and also, I mean, he's got a repertoire from go-karting to number 1 V8s. He's been in single-seaters. He's also a champion in sim racing. Basically, anything that's got a steering wheel, he'll be able to drive the wheels off it. But also, look at his team that he's got. The likes of Franco Di Matteo, multiple national champion, has raced anything at this point. He's also got Ramona Sartori behind. That's also an incredible driver. David Franco, however, in the Volkswagen Super Polo, also a name not to be going lost in the sauce here. Very consistent driver, very quick in terms of pace. He knows how to position the car in the right places. And this is the one thing I've got to say, the whole Franco team have been in a proper fight for the championship, looking to move forward every step of the way. They've been consistent in their pace, but also they go and bring everything they can to the party. They will utilize every bit of horsepower that they can. Every tactic is possible, and there's lots of little work that goes into the team, and it's a very family-orientated affair. You know, friends, family, all getting involved, all making sure the car is sorted out, and just going through all the nitty-gritties. I've never seen a team go and check every nut and bolt, and even make sure that the rivets are just in place to make sure that they will finish the races.
Now, such is the level of commitment. I was literally about to mention level of commitment in the standard of just how pedantic and about the rules the likes of the Justice League Nova Proto 2 team are. The likes of Nick Hancock just showing the standard that these teams have now held themselves to, over the past couple of years in this series, to bring themselves to a level where they're constantly competitive and constantly competing for silverware. And the silverware is something that the likes of David Franco, what do you see, Steve?
I'm seeing Lataka all the way down in 5th place, and hasn't been picking up the pace at all. He's behind the likes of Nathan Hammond, but he's 8 seconds, going 9 seconds off the bat. He's actually slowed down his pace quite a bit. Now, I mean, you're looking at 145s as his best lap time, and that is definitely off the pace. I mean, Nathan Hammond, yes, is sitting with a 146 on his last lap time, but that Lamborghini, which is insanely quick, we saw it at the start, had a little bit of an issue, and now it just seems to be, well, not quite there. It hasn't got the same grunt.
And it has been the case since I think just before
the safety car.
Just before, not before the safety car. This was around the time of the half-hour mark when we had the changeover, and it was just before then that he went over those very rumble strips at Crocodile, if I'm not mistaken. Soon after that, his pace definitely was different, and he fell back significantly.
See, this is always a worrisome point, but a beautiful shot from our iCam where you get the driver's eye, and you could see that Harm Pretorius takes a look over just to make sure everything's okay. Many people have asked, how come they have such a big review mirror? And this is one thing. If you're in like the backdraft that Harm's in, a 7-inch mirror is quite helpful to not only be able to see
a Solorangi's down the inside at turn 2, for example.
Yeah,
you might want to see him.
You go and take a look, but remember, you can see more of the car, not only just try and get rid of looking away at yourself, you get to see what's around you. The other bit that comes in with these cars is you have to defend your line. You've got to be on the racing line. Let the faster cars work around you. Because the moment that you get shoved offline, especially in like the backdraft, you can pick up some terrible understeer. You can go over the marbles and have an oversteer moment into the grass. We've seen races won and lost like that. So this is where you've got to be a little bit of a bully. You've got to say, this is my line. I'm going for it. You're going to have to work your way around me.
100%. We've seen many appear away with this rear happy backdraft spec car. But in the meantime, we're going to go down to Chloe in the pits, who has Ricky standing side by her.
Joining us down now in pit lane is Ricky, Gianni's brother. I mean, it's unfortunate to see that out here. What went wrong?
It looks like we had a wheel stud failure on the back right, so the wheel came loose. We've lost tire pressure, so we had to park it up against the barriers. Luckily, the guys are quick on it now. We've changed the studs. We're going to see if we can get the car out now and just do a couple of laps and see if it's the problem has resolved itself. But yeah, we're hoping to get back in the race and finish the 4-hour.
Yeah, I mean, what has the conversation been with Gianni? He seems still positive to go back out there.
Yeah, look, I think we are pretty positive. I think we've got a good 3 hours, 10 minutes still to go to make up some time. But yeah, the team is in high spirits, working hard. We want to get the car out on track and we want to bring it home today.
All right, so let's go back to commentary as Gianni is getting strapped in. He's ready to go back out. As we've heard from Ricky, of course, the team is in good spirit and they're ready to still compete. I mean, it is 3 hours, 10 minutes left. Let's go back to commentary.
Oh, as we saw the driver climbing back into the car, getting ready to have a bit of fun. I've got to say, the G&H team are one of these teams that even when you're down on your luck, I mean, when that Audi R8 back at Swartkorps, round 1, caught fire and was out, just completely out of it. I had to walk out to them and I said, geez, are you okay? Oh, that is contact! Contact with the Pesty Racing up against...
That was the GSW Polo of David Franco.
Oh, man.
At barbecue. We had just spoken about the visibility of the cars coming up behind you. There was a near oopsie with the 262 Pesty Racing at turn 2 with Charlotte Rangi's chasing. Now there's a definite oopsie at barbecue between Pesty Racing's Adam Pretorius and David Franco. Yeah, just turned in at barbecue.
Didn't see him.
Went in full left, had no perception at all of the car up down the inside, and David Franco able to continue on the momentum, but the Pesty Racing car losing its shape there at barbecue and having to recover. So yeah, that is racing for you.
And that is racing, but the question is how much damage has been done. You saw bits of bodywork there, the front splitter being one of them. that has now been carved up and will be in the way. Now, this is where it's going to be a little bit interesting for the drivers to try and figure out what they're going to do and how the car is feeling. But we're starting to run down the clock. 11 minutes to go for the 1 hour dash. And at the moment, it's Charles Rangi's Nathan Hammond, followed by the likes of Andrew Horn, who is leading the 1 hour championship. He's going to be down on his luck at the moment, but originally wasn't planning to actually come and race. And we got Mo Mia chasing down in 4th of our 1 hour, and we got Anthony Marks running at the back. And just right at the trailing end of our 1 hours, also a driver that was unsure whether he's going to be out on the track, Wayne Roach, who is circulating and having a bit of fun out there. I mean, that's been incredible stuff. Just got to say, the 1 hour dash is definitely a huge amount of fun. And might I add, there is the 1 hour dash performance index that sits there. It's not a championship that you get recognized for, but you can see how close and consistent they are. And we got to see it a few times over the course of the season, but still keeping an eye on our leaders, the likes of Michael Jensen and Ryan Nyker, completely all over the back of one another. Both just taking a bit easy this time around, not wanting to push all too hard that way. But I do want to point out, last 1 hour dash that we had, in terms of consistency, it was Mo Mia with an 85.4 in terms of consistency. Next was Marius Jackson with 81.3%. Wayne Roach, 76.6. Andrew Horn, 74.90. Damian Hammond, who's not in the car, we got Nathan Hammond, and did a 73.60. So that's going to be a bit of a play there. So really good to see how things have worked out and drivers having to get a little bit more
Anthony
pace.
Marks just lost his shape. Where is that?
That is out through Crocodile.
A strange place to be.
Not quite. If you get your braking wrong,
and you missed the first apex.
Well, the thing is, you come down, it takes a load off the suspension, steering lightens up.
And he's immediately pitted.
Yep, so something has not gone too well under braking that threw him out. And we also do see the Audi R8 starting to make his way down. So let's take a look. Went for the inside, just lost the rear.
Yeah.
Way too tight early on the power, and unfortunately just goes and spins out.
Okay.
Not quite what you want to have. So, and we're getting told that there's a puncture back left. Greg Maloney going and taking a look. And now just getting a bit of work done. Then we do see Wayne Roach in. We also do see the GNH Transport. Went out for a little bit, going to be sorted out as well.
Yeah, GNH Transport are trying to figure out that wheel stub issue and trying to make sure that the car is in proper condition to go the duration of the race. Like Ricky was saying, we have over 3 hours to go. So there's plenty of opportunities for them to get back into it and time to fix that issue. In the meantime, an issue that has been taken care of is the lead of the race. Since we saw lights out, Michael Jensen has been one such leader and made sure to control the pace ahead of Ryan Nyker. We're looking at the times a couple of laps ago. We're in the 144 ones.
143.
Yeah.
143.
Yeah, we were in the 144 ones with both of those cars, but now Michael Jensen recently entered the 143s. So he's sort of taken it up a slight notch, and he's going to continue going back and forth in between those decisions, depending on where he's at in terms of his time management plan, his fuel saving, and the main factor, I think, is the amount of pressure that Ryan Nyker is placing on him. And we saw the GNH car just joined the circuit back again. The team are happy with the condition of that stub issue that they were facing, so they're going to go for the duration of the race, and they'd be happy to be doing so.
Well, take a look at this. If we go back to the likes of Aldo Scribanti, 5 hours, and we go to the 1 hour dash that was had, Damian Hammond actually took the win. Now he's running in second place behind Arangis, who wasn't doing a 1 hour dash at Kyalami. So if we go back to where the drivers were, Damian Hammond got the win back at Aldo Scribanti for the 1 hour dash. Now we've got Nathan Hammond going for that second place. And I've got to say, stellar effort nonetheless. Andrew Horn came fourth, however, at Aldo Scribanti. Now, they do have drop rounds they can utilize to move up through the championship, but Cholarangis has been keeping a consistent pace throughout this race. He's opened up the gap to Nathan Hammond and is going to continue on that drive, scoring points for the 1 hour dash. And this is definitely going to be a feather in the cap after a bit of a brutal run at Kyalami, where it came down to the final lap and they lost out that first place.
Yeah, 100%. And Orange is now approaching the back marker, the 262 Prix racing car, which was involved in an incident with the Class C VW Polo of GSW, Graphic Supply World. There was David Franco. Prix Racing, I anticipated to go back into the pits to have a look at what the bodywork issue was.
Only when they do the pits.
Yeah, but it's only going to be when they do the pits. And also the damage wasn't to such an extent that he would have to get back out into the circuit. So we're looking at the continuation of the race as we bear down on the 1 hour mark passing. At the 1 hour mark, we're going to see the MSA flag being waved at the start finish, signifying the end of the 1 hour dash. And in strong position to collect that MSA flag drop is Charles Orange's man in that Porsche 911.
Honestly, I wish I was that flag marshal. To go and wave the MSA flag to signal the end of the 1 hour dash is definitely one it's on my bucket list to do, surprisingly. It's you wouldn't believe it, to show the green and show the checkered. It's always a bucket list to do. Now, talk about this. Andrew Horn, second in the championship for the 1 hour dash, right behind Damien Hammond. Damien Hammond's not here, so he's not going to be scoring any points. But Andrew Horn, however, is lying in third. He's not going to score as many points as he would like. It's going to be 38 points instead of the 45 that he would want to go for. So he's going to be a little bit down the order and will be able to move up, as Anthony Marks was a contender lying in third place. So Andrew Horn is going to move up into first at the moment, and he will be able to use the 38 points either for Aldo Scribanti or Kyalami as a drop round for the rest of the season. So he still has something to play for. Damien Hammond, on the other hand, does not, because he was not here to show the car in qualifying, and that means he won't be scoring points. That means his drop round is going to be round 1.
Oh, man, the math, you always have to have it on your mind as you're racing. But yeah, that's it. You got to show up, and sometimes things work out your way, and sometimes they don't. And luckily, because of the drop round system, you do have a chance to make up for results that don't quite fit the standard that you'd be aiming for in your ability of performance. In the meantime, Charles Orange continues to lead that 1 hour dash concern, whose championship seems to be in a hotly contested battle. A handful of points only split them at the top.
10 points.
All of 10 points between the top two, so definitely worth the contention here.
Now, 10 points with the drop round, 1 point without the drop round.
Yeah.
Pick where you want to go. Either way, finishing this race is crucial.
It is.
And if you take a look at it, Andrew Horn didn't originally think he was going to be here. Now, I've got another question. We do see a little bit of the bits and pieces of car still lying at barbecue. And it's getting shuffled along the circuit before just getting brushed off to the edges. But it is a concern for drivers, because as you come around, is this going to hurt my car? Is this not going to hurt? You know that it's not going to hurt your car, but you still don't want to take that risk, especially when you're trying to get round back markers. And that is going to be a long-lasting factor in this 4 hours. We've got 3 minutes to go in the 1 hour, and so far, Charles Orange's been a dominating figure in the race. I mean, let's go back to the Sports in GT. He came second place, nearly had a little bit of a touch with the wall when he was fighting out against the likes of the Tucker. Second place is Nathan Hammond behind the wheel of that beautiful Mercedes AMG GT3. The more I see it, the more I like it. And honestly, I love the long nose GT3s. I go back to the Z4. The Z4 was the original GT3 I enjoyed. This is the
Arena in the pits in the MJR.
Yep, and it looks like it's Marius Jackson that's going to be climbing into the car. Corridus is also into the pits as well. Now this is off the hour mark, so they are planning to get in and out of these cars quicker and not to be held in the pits, because come the end of the hour,
all of them converge on the pits.
Exactly. Yeah. So going and just having an extra lap in or out means that you're not into a busy pit lane and you're not searching for your box. So a very clever move here for the likes of the MJR team as they're trying to move up through the order, and a different tactic to what we usually see. Marius Jackson, go back last year, always pitted on the hour. He said it was the easiest to remember. This time round, utilizing his experience from overseas racing, is alternating that.
Yep, and he definitely has a couple of races ahead of him over the next couple of weeks going overseas, so this may count as decent momentum for him going into that. And we're going to have another look here at some of that bodywork at barbecue, and to see all the racing drivers choosing not to be the broom that sweeps this bodywork out off to the circuit. You just don't know what price you might pay, especially with the 1 hour dash competitors who are looking at the checkered flag potentially ahead of them in just over a minute or so, and just under an hour, we've seen Charles Ranges dominate and make his way across. He had a bit of a closer back and forth earlier on with Hammond, who was trying to capitalize on the fact that there was the likes of Nika ahead of Ranges to try and interrupt the flow there and the pattern and the pace of the race. Of course, they're in different categories altogether, and once Ranges had cleared that scenario, this has been the shape of things for him, getting into a rhythm and making sure that he's clear of any trouble for him to make a claim for that championship lead.
Well, Charles Ranges, last time he actually scored points in the 1 hour was actually round 1 at SWAT Corps. Yep. He's going to now increase that by getting a win here. 45 seconds to go before he sees the MSA flag come out. They are allowed 1 to 2 laps of cooldown before getting in, but they have to maintain race pace. Remember, this is still an active race. You are in an active race. Going and slowing down and just being a hindrance does not help it out. But he is going to jump up through the order, scoring a maximum of 50 points outright, and that's going to jump him out of the bottom. He's 14th in the championship. This is going to get him into the top 10 and going to be moving up with only 2 rounds left after this.
One of them being double points
exactly
at the SAS 9 hours. So he is there with an outside swing.
Yep, he does.
It's a long shot, but it's possible.
But that being said, Mo Mia is still in the fight as well. Remember, he's 4th at current.
Yeah.
He is still in for the fight. And Mo Mia, at this point, is lying 6th in the championship, and he's going to be scoring points for 4th place. That's also going to benefit him in fighting it out and having a chance to go and have a brawl with Andrew Horn, Anthony Marks, and also go and fight out with Ranges. I mean, there is everything to play for in the 1 hour dash, and this is what makes it so incredible and so enticing for drivers to get in, because even though you haven't got the bite for a long endurance, a 1 hour can really start giving you that little bit of a taste of, hey, you want to go that distance. And this is why drivers do the 1 hour, then just move straight on into the longer races, because once you get a taste of it, you're going for it. And there we go, our leader of the 1 hour dash going to overtake the likes of Andrew Horn, who's going to be coming through, and this is going to be a big smile on the face coming for the MSA flag, and the end of the 1 hour dash is going to be Charles Ranges, and he is 2nd place overall. He will be smiling ear to ear on that one. The MSA flag is out, shining high. Charles Ranges takes 1st place for the 1 hour dash.
An all too familiar feeling for Charles Ranges. All weekend long has been taking these wins, of course, in the support races and the build-up to this in the Sports and GT plus the GT Cup SA race. And he adds to his collection of silverware a decent haul, he might be thinking he has coming out of this weekend of racing at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. Well done to him in the Stradale Motorsport stable, setting the standard high. And all of these competitors are going to be swinging as much as they can to try and make sure they don't take too much damage, especially the likes of Samden Racing. We've got a strong standing with Hammond at the spearhead of the championship, and Andrew Horn had to fight back, fight the elements, having to get some camaraderie as well to assist him to be able to compete today. We may not have seen him actually complete the day's racing, but thankfully he was able to get the spare parts that he needed, and we saw him out onto the circuit and able to collect a position in 3rd place for the 1 hour dash.
Fun fact about it, as we do see the Inter-Africa going and swapping out, and Axel Jeffries has just climbed into the car, so a big change up there as the driver's going to be marching their way forward. But I just want to go and point out a fun fact. You know, the ECU that's currently sitting in Andrew's car is from the Ligier that Franco Di Matteo had, where he gutted his own Ligier to replace the ECU system because he wasn't a fan of the old one. So it's a gutted piece that he didn't want.
that gutted piece is helping quite a bit at the moment, and then we've just enjoyed a pit stop and a driver change with Inter-Africa Racing. Axel Jeffries getting into the car, getting himself settled in, making sure that he's strapped in as much as possible while navigating turn 2. Quite a skill, I must say. But once he gets down the straight after Clubhouse, I imagine he's going to get himself settled in just before sunset. But we've seen this driver change at the moment, and we're also going to have a commentary change as Tema Kumalo steps in for myself to join Steve Krennick.
There we go, going to have a bit of two-wheeled commentary coming in, and Temba being one of the greatest two-wheeled riders I actually know. But Timber, we've just got Axel Jeffries in the car trying to just get himself acquainted with the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. And honestly, going to be a good time out here. The temperature's starting to warm up quite dramatically out there. 20 degrees here at Kyalami, which is far better than this morning when they were doing the warm-up a little bit earlier. But now that the 1 hour dash is out and we now seeing what drivers can do, Ryan Nijke, Michael Jensen, all going to be fighting it out, and Axel Jeffries climbing into the car, looking to try and put the hammer down. One of the faster of the drivers of Inter Africa between himself and Stuart White, but also we have got the youngest fighters all out on the circuit to go and have a brawl. Michael Jensen is an incredibly fast young driver that knows how to put the hammer down. You got the likes of Ryan Nijke, incredible South African talent that has represented South Africa in the overseas racing, and now you got Axel Jeffries, who's proven himself time and time again in GT racing.
Great to join you live on stream, Steve. And as you know, I was speaking to Axel Jeffries earlier today and Stuart White together, and the amount of experience in this 4-hour endurance race is absolutely incredible. These guys, there's so many guys who've raced all over the world, all types of cars, and seeing the marriage of these top level cars, the Audis, the Huracans, with the international experience of the drivers, with the varying skill levels over the small differences between the drivers and the different teams. It's really, really interesting. And, you know, I was just chatting to Greg Maloney before I jumped on, and he was essentially giving me the Superbike Rider's Guide to endurance racing. And I can't wait to see what Brad Liebenberg's going to do when he gets into the Audi.
Now, it's going to be an interesting one. Now, Axel Jeffries has only driven at the likes of Kyalami and scored double points on that one. So he's trying to move his way forward. So this is going to be a good opportunity for him to move up. But that being said, we've got Chloe, who is down chatting to would be our new championship leader, Andrew Horn.
Joining us now, as you've mentioned, Steve, is our new championship leader, Andrew Horn. You've had quite a ton of events this weekend, from almost not racing, and here you are being on the podium. Talk to us about that.
At 8:30 this morning, I didn't think I'd be racing today. I was on my way here to actually pack my stuff and go. We had an ECU problem on Thursday, and we spent the whole day yesterday trying to fix it with no luck. At 8:30 this morning, I got a WhatsApp from Franco DiMaggio saying he's got an ECU. Bob Cantwell managed to program it. I'm just blown away. Like I can't believe we're actually here. I'm so grateful to Franco for his help, Bob, Malcolm, everybody that's pulled together to get me through this. I'm really grateful. It's been a great day.
It definitely has been. I mean, we always talk about sportsmanship, and that's exactly what we've seen here. Talk to us about the emotional aspect to it as well.
You know, this sport, and particularly South African motorsport, is just such a wonderful community. And people pull together and they help us, and everybody helps each other, and that's what makes it so fantastic, you know. And without that camaraderie, this wouldn't be possible.
It definitely wouldn't be. Our new championship leader, third place in the first hour dash, Andrew Horn. A big congratulations to him. Stephen Koenig, I'm sure you must be happy about this one because you definitely called it. Let's go back to commentary.
Oh man, I'm through the roof to see Andrew Horn. The first thing to do is to walk down and we just hugged each other. Didn't say any words, we just hugged each other. That's how it was. Both of us were so distraught hearing yesterday that he was out of it. But that being said, Axel Jeffries putting in the fastest lap time of the race. He's climbed into the car. He's been told, just bring it right through the revs, put the hammer down, let's start trying to climb up. And doing a 1:43.4, which is 0.3 of a second quicker than the likes of Ryan Nijke, and is 0.1 of a second quicker than Michael Jensen in that Norma Nova. He has to get past Julian Familiaris, however, and it's a lot of hard work there to try and battle his way through. But Jeffries didn't take long to get back onto the performance.
Not long at all, Steve. Mr. Leclerc before him was lapping consistently in the 46s and 47s. Axel went out on track 47.9 after his outlap and straight into the 43s with a 43.446, starting to stretch the legs of that Huracan GT3 Evo, and he's set another fastest lap with a 43.070. Steve, that pace is quite hard considering Visser qualified on pole on a 39, so 43 is not far off at this early stage of the race though, an hour in.
And that's why he had Momeo in front of him, so he also had to tap off. That would have been quicker, so really impressive. But that being said, another person that's very quick on the mic is down to Chloe, who's got a couple of interviews down there.
Joining us now is Damon Hammond, of course, second place in the hour dash, but of course he is riding the new Merc and getting used to it. How has that been for you this weekend?
It's been a big learning curve, especially with the Merc. Here and there's still a bit of improvement to do, but I think we can definitely come back stronger next time. I managed to keep up with Charlotte and them for a bit with the Porsche, so our only goal was just to understand the car a lot better and to move forward to the next round just to get some seat time. That's the main focus.
I mean, you look into Swartkorps, the first race, and Beyonce was a bit challenging. So looking at your first, would you say this was a better first in terms of finishing in the podium?
I won't say there was a better first with either one. It's very different. I'll say this weekend went quite well for us, but I think each one has its own challenges which you have to overcome.
Yeah. And then what was the biggest challenge in trying to understand this car?
Front engine. It's a completely different drive. The way it feels, the way it handles, it's a big difference to it. I think I'm about halfway there, but we should be there by the next round.
A big congratulations, Dave.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
That is, of course, Damon Hammond finishing second place. And while so much to learn from this car, as he's mentioned, but one thing about Samlin is that they will always get it right. I mean, Wayne Roche once said that we're back after a tough one in Swartkorps, so do expect them to do better in the next round. Back to commentary.
Said, that's not Nathan Hammond that's been racing, it's Damien Hammond, which means he would be leading the championship ahead of the likes of Andrew Horn. So really well done on his part to keep going. But we got Axel Jeffries going around, and you actually pointed out that there was a pit stop. Ryan Nyker that's possibly gone into the pits because he's down in 5th, and Latsakhan getting ahead.
Yes, a pit stop for the Stradale Motorsport car, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Bradley Liebenberg can do in his car. That drive he put in at Kyalami still lives vividly in my memory. The pace he was setting in the evening, in the pouring rain, being the fastest driver on track. And looking at the lap times, Axel Jeffries now down into the 42s, 42.704. Would Axel be possibly running into pushing too hard at the stage of the race in the Lamborghini?
I don't think so. I mean, you've now gone past the hour mark. This is where you want to start stepping up the pace. You haven't changed the tires at this point. You now got a little bit of life left in them, so start abusing them before you get the new set on. Just kill the life out of them. Keep going as hard as you can to keep going. So Bradley looks like he's going to be waiting to climb, waiting to get in the car. Remember, they have to do an hour each. So trying to go halfway in the mark, that's going to be the game plan for most teams. Just share it. It might be a little bit more for Nyker just to have a little bit more headroom than Bradley Liebenberg. Maybe they find that he's a bit more consistent in the pace, and we'll have to find out how it all goes as they march their way through. We did see the likes of Axel Jeffries, who also is further down. He went into the pits and out. But he's the likes sorry, that was Michael Denson that went past. But we have got the likes of Chloe down in the pit lane going and having a bit of a chat. Down to you, Chloe.
Well, we've got the most famous man in endurance racing, Charles Arangis. I mean, from documentaries creating to winning your 1 hour dash, you've had a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, look, it's been a fantastic weekend. We can't complain. 1 hour win behind us. So yeah, can't complain. It was quite a hot race there in the front. Clolile at the start was you can see he was a bit under pressure. So we radioed. Luckily, us into Africa have a good relationship, so we could chat to them and ask them, listen, can we just swap around? We'll pull Clolile with. So yeah, but more than that, I was just trying to push and help. The strategy for the Audi while doing the 1 hour. So that was quite fun. Actually making calls while we drive. But yeah, unfortunately, the Audi now seems to have a starter problem. So now the team has to hustle. More than that, I'm happy. Had a good weekend. So yeah, I'll see you guys in commentary now.
Where are you going? I'm not done with you yet, Charlotte Rangers trying to run away. But I mean, you lapped your friend JJ yesterday, and I found that quite interesting. Talk to us also about, having JJ in the team. Yes, they're still worried about the R8, but overall.
Yeah, look, it's fantastic to be able to do this with friends. I mean, I'm racing with my best friend, which is Johnny, which is part of Extreme Supercars, and now to have another very good friend of mine that, I said all will be revealed. So yeah, we are on a reality TV show together. That's where we met, and it should be. It'll be a fun journey. That's all I can say at this point. So yeah, it's fun.
All right, and then lastly, I was talking to Bernali, your wife, a bit earlier on, and she spoke about how much you're in love with this Porsche. What makes it so special for you to be able to pull out quick lap after quick lap?
Look, I mean, it's when you drive a car and you just become one with it. It's immense. It's we might not be the fastest in a straight line. We might not be the fastest through the corners, but sitting behind that wheel, there just is no feeling like it. So yeah, she's my girl, and I love her.
We definitely do. What's the team talk now for Bradley and Ryan?
Look, I mean, it's crappy currently. We were in a brilliant position leading the race. A little bit of a setback, so yeah, the team now has to hustle, and let's see what we can pull out of here.
All right, that is, of course, Charlotte Rangers from Stradali. Looking forward to seeing what Ryan Nijker and Bradley Liebenberg will be able to do, as, of course, Charlotte Rangers has managed to get a victory in the 1 hour dash. Back to commentary.
Thank you to Chloe and Charlotte Rangers. Congratulations to Stradale Motorsports. Charlotte Rangers, you can see he's clearly very, very pleased with his effort today. We catch up with the Stradale car, the R8, coming through Sunset and Clubhouse. And of course, one thing with Kyalami, which makes it really special, is the uniqueness of the circuit. The only anti-clockwise circuit on our SAES calendar this season, as we go down to pit lane with the Di Matteo racing car. That's multiple-time V8 Supercar champion Julian Familiares getting out the car. Franco Di Matteo preparing to go in. Franco yesterday asked me to say a couple of words for him in Italian, and buona forte for Franco, which means good luck. We can see Julian helping Franco with the pit stop there, adjusting the seating position for him there. Franco in the red suit or red helmet, very, very easy to spot. And Di Matteo has an extensive racing career. I was having a fascinating conversation with him yesterday. He's currently moving houses, and he told me that he was taking out all the trophies which had been in storage. And Steve, he told me he's got over 300 trophies from racing, 30 boxes, 10 trophies per box, over a 40-year-long racing career. Incredible.
That's it, and a variety of machinery over the course of the years, not only just in V8s, but you go back to early Clubmans, you go into, oh man, you can go through a list that Franco has been involved in, but also into the early hours of racing in terms of in the endurance, where he actually owned the Ligier, and due to that, he was able to get going and have a huge amount of fun. That being said, though, we are still in a fight for it all, and it is Rico Barlow, Just for Sleep, leading out Class A, with the likes of Inter Africa, Axel Jeffries in second place. Leading out Class B is the likes of Latergans, going and launching their way through. And Ryan Nijker, who's in the Stradali machine, is running third of the Class A's. Second of the Class B's is the Blue Sands Racing, with Franco Di Matteo in that Ford Mustang.
And Prince just informing me there that Stradale came in for another pit stop, so possibly problems there for the Stradale team. Do you think that's an unscheduled pit stop as we get a look?
G&H, that's come in. So we did know about the Stradale having a starter motor issue. Probably what they're doing is they're trying to limit the amount of time lost, because they're trying to identify while the car's going and while it's all hot what the issue is, which is never an easy thing to do. I mean, you know from racing bikes, trying to adjust an engine while you're in a race is never an easy thing.
Never an easy thing indeed, especially in endurance racing where you're managing so many things. I think it's a bit easier in a sprint race, but on endurance, they've of course got to keep an eye on that issue, and we've still got a long way to go at 2 hours 42 as we take a longer look at the G&H transport car.
That's Ant Blunden climbing into the car now. This is going to be his first time out. And one thing that I've always have a good giggle with Ant London is he wears Porsche overalls and Porsche everywhere, but yet climbs into an Audi R8 every step of the way. Confusion of brands, maybe? Or maybe being pulled to the other side of the garage of, listen, I know you're a big fan of the Porsche, but the 4 rings is just so tempting. And yet he also is involved in having a McLaren also there that used to race, so really good to see.
I think Ant might be entertaining Kyalami, which means my home in English. He's very aware of where we are racing today.
All right, that is the Rico Barlow adjust for sleep as the door opens up, and it looks like we're going to have a drive change. Yes, it is. Michael Jensen climbing out of the car. He's done his work, and now who is going to be climbing into the car? That is going to be Nick Adcock climbing into the car. So Nick is going to be next up to head out onto the track, taking the wheel over from very talented and also going and climbing away from his constant teammate, Michael Jensen, who's in it. But absolutely phenomenal stuff. You can see the steam coming out of the back of the car. That's just the brakes that are just so hot at this point after an incredible time out there. Remember, they are really trying to push these cars to the limit. And with Formula cars, roughly on your brake bias, you're going to be running 60-40. So 60 on the front, 40% on the rear. That's generally with Formula cars, and same with the sports cars. As a quick pit stop for the Rico Barlow adjust for sleep. They don't want to lose too much time to into Africa. And Nick Adcock behind the wheel now going to try and keep it going. Also is one of the most consistent drivers between all of the team and knows how to fuel save with his car. So this is going to be a fuel saving stint while keeping the pace.
As you've highlighted before today, Stephen, many times the pit stops are going to be the crucial factor, and a very impressive pit stop there from the Rico Barlow racing team. Greg Maloney was telling me a bit earlier about how good Nick Adcock is, but equally how evenly matched him and Jensen need to be. So I'm going to be very curious, and we'll be keeping an eye on the lap times to see how the pace of Adcock adapts to the car. It is starting to cool down, I think. You can see the sun is starting to go behind the clouds. We are in the afternoon, but of course in winter. It's been a chilly weekend. So how do you think the track conditions will affect the performance of the car as we continue deep into the afternoon?
One thing about Kyalami is it tends to retain heat pretty well. The circuit is absolutely phenomenal. Now, when you start getting into the night, that's a different story. And I am getting reports, however, by the Santon area, there's a little bit of a drizzle that's coming down. That's not too far from Midrand, so we've got to just bear that in mind, that possibly towards the end of the race, we may have an odd drizzle come down, which may switch things up. But a track getting greasy is a tough one to deal with, and Kyalami is one of these notorious ones. And I know you've been racing around Kyalami lots. I know Greg's been racing around Kyalami. I know that Prince has been taking a look and also been around Kyalami. If you see clouds lurking at Leeuwkop and the wind is blowing that it's coming towards the likes of Mineshaft, you know you're going to have a problem. You know it's going to rain at Leeuwkop, but at the same time, when you go into barbecue, it's going to be bone dry. This is the only circuit I can think of in South Africa that has 2 different weather systems on the same piece of track. You can, at the top of the hill, it will rain. At the bottom of the hill, bone dry. What do you do with your tires? Good luck. What do you do with your driving style? Good luck. That's when you're going to be happy to be on semi-slicks, so it can handle both. But when you're sitting with the slicks, well, your reflexes will be good. You're going to be doing the Macarena.
Very, very good point, Steve. Again, highlighting the uniqueness of Kyalami. It was an absolutely insane day yesterday because we had a beautiful winter's day. Genuinely, it was sunny. It was quite warm in the afternoon. And in the space of about 30 minutes, this huge storm, those who live in Joburg would have experienced it yesterday. And the scariest thing is that, you know, at Kyalami, and I was talking to you and Chloe yesterday about how normally when we're at the track, you're wondering, is it going to rain, is it not going to rain? But yesterday we had the fascinating situation of watching the rain coming towards us like Godzilla in a movie. Yeah. And it's raining in July in South Africa. What's going on?
So, taking a look at this, we've got Nick Adcock behind the wheel. Now, we know that Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark are not here for this weekend. So, Nick Adcock will be going and moving up in the championship. But unfortunately, the likes of, Thomas Jonathan Thomas, he's not racing here, so he's going to drop down. Mike Stevens not here, so he's going to drop down. But for Nick Adcock, third place in the championship is a viable running at the moment. He's sitting a little bit further down in points, and he's hoping to gain a little bit here. Would be, after the drop round, would be 90 points. While the rest of the team will be, the rest of the drivers will be sitting on 111. Just by finishing this race, he moves up third into the championship, which is going to be a big run for him to have a bit of fun. Likes of Ryan Nyker, he's also going to be scoring a good bit of points as he charges on, as he sits currently down in 10th. Axel Jeffries is 11th. Now remember, this is a drivers' championship, not a team championship, and they've got to be well aware of what's going to happen. So, that being said, I know that Chloe is going and fishing for info at the moment and is down with the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow team with Michael Jensen behind the wheel.
Michael Jensen joins us now. I mean, Michael, talk to us about that first stint, how it was for you, starting for pole. You're the man that everybody has been going on in the battle with you and Ryan Nyker. It's quite entertaining for us.
Yeah, but obviously initially I had Solly next to me. They have a very powerful car, so normally they will take us on the straight into turn one, but I managed to hold them off today. I gave him enough space, so if he was coming down hot, he would have just passed me on the outside. And yeah, then it was just a question of trying to create a gap, which worked quite well. And then eventually we had a safety car back to the pack. And then I tried to create a gap again. I took it a little bit easy, and Nyker caught me. And then it was just a question of trying to create a bit of a gap to him. But he did a stellar job in just being behind me. Whenever I looked in the mirror, he was there. He did a really good job. Unfortunately, I got a drive-through for taking another car just as they announced the safety car. I think I was coming through the mine shaft and I would have missed the board as they put it out. So yeah, I'm sorry to the team for the drive-through, but we're in P1. Nick is in the car now, and yeah, it's looking good.
And then, I mean, second stint now for Nick Adcock, and what has the conversation been between the both of you guys?
Yeah, Nick knows the job. He's so experienced. He will be out there on pace immediately. He's going to do an hour and 15 minutes, full tank, and yeah, then we're going to put Charles in the car in the end, and he's going to hopefully bring it home in first place.
That's exactly what we want to see. And then for you, which parts did you enjoy the most here at Kyalami? Which corners pushed you?
Sunset is always beautiful, but the whole track is just beautiful to be here. It's so nice to visit South Africa. I love coming here. Great people, great competitors. So, yeah, really a good day. Beautiful blue skies.
It definitely is a beautiful day, and well, looking forward to seeing Visser as well, as he will, of course, finish it off for the Nova. But currently it is Nick Adcock who is leading, of course, the race. Let's go back to commentary.
Great to hear from Michael Jensen, and thanks to him and Chloe. Really interesting, Steve, there to hear Michael's perspective on what we were able to observe on screen. We saw Ryan Nyker closing up to the back of him around the 30-minute mark, and then Michael just explaining that he was able to pick up the pace and extend his gap. At this moment, Axel Jeffries continues to fly out on track. He's just done the fastest lap of the race on the previous circulation at a 42.2. Nick Adcock, who's now on his third lap out in the car of his stint, has done a best time of a 44.3, which is right on par with the pace that Jensen was maintaining. So the Into Africa Hurricane is catching the Nova at a rate of 2 seconds per lap. So with the gap at 18 seconds, in 9 laps time, we should see in theory the Hurricane up on the back of the NPO2.
Now, I got a bit of a question, because I'm looking at the live timing here, and it's still showing Lataka behind the wheel, but we know that's not Lataka behind the wheel. We saw the driver change, and that means that the transponder hasn't been changed, and that can also lead to a penalty.
That's tasty.
That can lead to a penalty, because what's being done now is Axel Jeffries' time in the car is not being recorded.
That's very interesting, Steve. And literally Murphy's Law, at the exact moment that you said that, on Speed Hive, the timing changed to Shirley Clark and then immediately went back to Jeffrey. So that is something we will be keeping an eye on through the duration of this race, as we see Nick Adcock come through to put another lap on the GNH Transport car, as we follow Nick Adcock down the hill into the mine shaft. We will be having another switch up in the commentary team. Greg Maloney will be joining us. Thank you to Stephen Koenig. So we were mentioning earlier just the uniqueness of the Kyalami circuit, and if you haven't been on this track, one of the special things about it and what is unique on the SAES calendar compared to all the other circuits is that Kyalami has a wide variety of corners, tight corners, wide open sweeping corners, high speed, low speed, but a big factor of course is the elevation. And Greg, you're explaining a bit to me about how much altitude affects the cars, the performance, and how the teams have to strategize and set up for that. And perfect to get an on-board look from the David Franco, as he comes through Cheetah into Ingwe. You'll see him go all the way right to the white line on the outside. Super late turn in, square off the corner, basically in a V shape to try and get the drive on the exit. But Greg, speak to us a bit about the altitude and the interesting statistic that you told me earlier about Kyalami.
Thanks for that, boy. Yeah, I know. Temba, you're doing a great job. Keep it up, boy. The one thing you got to take into account here is this is the second highest racing track in the world. So you've got Mexico City as the highest, and then you come to Kyalami as the second highest. So you take into account when you go and train for your superbike racing, you tend to go a lot better when you're at sea level. Why? Because you've got more air. Same thing applies here. There's a lot less air here in Johannesburg than there is down at East London and down in PE and down in Cape Town. So altitude is always a big factor when it comes to performance of a racing car, performance of a body. And if you're racing, you'll feel that you work a lot better in Cape Town because you've got more air to take in, and it's so much easier to take in that additional air that's available to you. So the barometric pressure that comes with high level and high altitude basically affects the engine's ability as well. And that's why sometimes cars with turbos perform better at altitude than they do down at the coast. And there's a leveling factor because down on the coast, the naturally aspirated cars come into play as well. So it is a factor to bring in for sure. And it won't be felt so much now, more a bit later on in the race, because the engine will start to fatigue and the bodies of the drivers will start to fatigue. So you'll need to see where the fitness factor comes into play. We're not quite there yet, but there's certainly an opportunity to keep that in mind. And that's the reason why I sort of mentioned it into your commentary notes, is that the altitude factor plays along with the heat, possibilities of rain. I heard you guys chatting about rain. I looked out the window. There looks like there's a little bit of a cloud burst towards sort of four ways. But I don't think it's going to come to us at all because the wind has changed direction. So I don't think we're going to get any wetness here like we did last night and throughout the whole of Johannesburg last night. It was quite a big one last night actually. But we should be okay. The cloud cover here, I know that with the 9 hour, yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, that little cloud burst there over kind of Sandton, Four Ways and the other side of Leeuwkop, kind of over sort of Petervale, etc., that kind of area. If you're going to have a big storm here, you don't need to worry because I'll get a WhatsApp from Sam, because as soon as it starts raining in Alberton, she lets me know, and about 25 minutes later we'll be underwater. So you don't need to worry about that. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you for the fascinating insight from our weather reporter expert.
Here we
Greg
go.
Maloney.
Well, I try, hey. We'll go to the helicopter, we'll get Prince out there going, well, I'm out here over the Leeuwkop prison area right now, and it looks like it could be a bit of rain.
That is fantastic. As we ride on board with David Franco.
How awesome are these cameras, mate? I mean, do me a favor, you deal with cameras all the time. You like your onboard stuff. You do a lot of stuff on social media with onboard. These cameras are spectacular. I can't even tell you how good they work. It just gives you a whole nother aspect of how things go. Here's the Larticon team in. Looks like a bit of a change in drivers. They're going to be changing drivers, I think, every time they come in, so they can get those 60-minute sessions done, share the load. I think the majority of the load will probably be taken by Henk because he's the younger driver, probably the more fitter of the two. But take nothing away from Hein, eh? Hein came into this championship about 6 seasons ago in this Porsche, and everybody thought, I think it's going to be a little 992. Okay, we'll have some fun. First time out on the podium, mate. Thanks for coming. A big factor. And all of a sudden, people are going, I thought that guy didn't race anymore. Meanwhile, we know exactly. Here we go on board with him at the moment, I think, if I'm not mistaken. No, is that him? It is. It's Henk. Henk and Hein. Yeah, Henk and Hein. Henk is the younger of the two. I think Hein is the older of the two, if I'm not mistaken. So Henk Larticon, he's of course the Toyota Gazoo Racing International off-road truck driver now. He'll be looking to use this as a bit of training for his off-road fraternity. He will be, of course, representing South Africa and, of course, the Toyota Gazoo Racing stable at Dakar in January again, and looking to do very similar to what he did this year. We've got a huge South African contingent there. And every time we get a Gazoo Racing vehicle into any form of motorsport, they tend to dominate. We're quite lucky to have a couple of those Gazoo Racing 86s and Yaris's in this class, that's for sure.
Don't you think Henk looks incredibly relaxed in that car? I think a big change of pace from Dakar.
But also, you know, when we had a chat to him, when Chloe was talking to him, I don't think you were on air at that stage, but Chloe had a chat to him just before we started, and he was so cool, calm and collected. You know, he was like, literally, I'm here to have fun. And you know, 9 times out of 10, you have fun on a motorbike, you have fun on a race car. That's 20% of the job done before you even have to worry.
Fast drivers.
There you go. You know how it works, and the happy riders are even faster, you know. So yeah, Nick Adcock at this stage, leading things out. He's got quite a comfortable margin at the moment over Axel Jeffries, although we did hear, and I heard in the commentary between you and Stephen earlier on, that Jeffries was starting to put in some relatively quick lap times to try and make up a little bit of the ground that they'd lost. Wasn't a bad plan there to whip Axel Jeffries in. It's quite awesome to have Axel Jeffries in the car as 2 Zimbabweans on the microphone.
A 34 mark. Greg, do you expect you'll see much of a battle out on track if that Inter Africa car gets up to the back of the RBR car?
So Byron, who's taken over as the team principal, sent me a WhatsApp while you guys were on air, and he just said, you know what, when they brought in Zolile for the early pit stop, the reason for that early pit stop was they were doing driver management. So they definitely changed their strategy there. So there was definitely an option for them to come in under that safety car, get the driver change, get the additional splash and dash done, and give Zolile the chance to get his almost full stint done. He will now go and retire and relax and chill out and try and get some recovery done after the 3 sprint races and, of course, what he's done so far in the car. And he's basically going to leave it to Axel and to Stewie to sort out now and try and get them back into the running. I think if they get close enough to Adcock out front, certainly there's going to be an opportunity for them to have a go, and there'll be a bit of a fight on. But it's a case of still catching that little bit of a gap. And we've already seen when Jensen was caught earlier on by Zolile and by Ryan Naka, it's a case of a quick little shift on the buttons on the steering wheel and the map changes, and oof, there's another couple of or a couple of kilowatts more to play around with. Who can literally then, you know, give you that chance to be at the front end of the race. So yes, I do expect a battle. There's no doubt about it. We're not here to play with endurance races. In order to win endurance races, you've got to be at the front end. You cannot be, I would say you cannot be less than a minute behind by the time we get into the closing stages. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult because then you put yourself under pressure to try and make up that ground. And you've done a few of the endurance races, haven't you, at Red Star? Were you involved in the endurance races at Red Star?
I once did 3 hours.
The 3 hour one. Okay, so yes. You did the 4 hour. There was a 4 hour, an 8 hour, and a 12 hour. You must have done the 4 hour then.
Yes, it was a 4 hour.
Think about what you were feeling in the latter part of that 4 hours. If you were the last you're the last rider on track, and you're riding around with 20 minutes to go, what do you start to hear? You start to hear things that you never heard on a motorbike before.
Very true.
And it starts to play with your mind. And that's what a lot of these drivers find, is that they get into that situation where it starts to play on their minds. They start to hear noises, they start to hear cracks, they start to hear creaks, they start to hear moans, they start to hear tires squealing, which they hadn't heard before. And all of a sudden they start to play with your mind. So now it becomes not only a fitness, fatigue, it becomes a mental game. Because is that just me thinking that something's wrong with the car, but there's actually nothing wrong with it? And every now and again, it plays on your mind so much, and I've seen it on a few occasions. Yep. Guys actually dive into the pit lane just to make sure. And then that cost them the race. So yeah, there's still a long way to go in this one. So there's still a lot that can happen. And that's the beauty of endurance racing. It can be a massive winning factor, or it can be a huge detrimental factor to you at the end of the day.
100% agreed, Greg. And an added factor to what you've just said is that if the driver's feeling physically tired, he wants the race to end.
Yeah.
And if you already want a race to end because you're feeling tired and you don't want to make a mistake, and then you start imagining that there's problems with your vehicle or sensing something wrong.
Yeah.
You know, as Steve mentioned the team at the starter motor issue earlier on. There's so many things to keep your eye on, and it's a testament to the quality of the teams, of the drivers. There's a reason why we call it world-class racing, not to hype it up, because genuinely these guys are racing at a world-class level. We've literally got world championship level drivers out on track who race all over the world. You know, I was speaking to Stuart White and Axel Jeffries earlier, and I said, you know, guys, I'm from two-wheeled racing. I'm trying to learn more about the car racing. Can you guys please tell me about your histories? Because it was my first time meeting both of them this weekend. And this is what Axel said to me. He said, Temba, we both started racing single-seaters, and then we've been racing GTs all over the world. You know?
So they both started in karting. And from karting, they went into single-seaters. Stewie went as far as development driver for Sauber F1. He was touted as the next South African F1 driver. Unfortunately, as you know, you've got to come with big money if you want to get into F1. And we had a huge amount of backing for him in South Africa, but it just didn't work out. And he pushed hard to try and get there. And that's... Oh, there we go. You can't hear us. Okay. There's a bit into your beg your pardon. We didn't know that. Yes, we can't see it.
Okay.
Temba, looks like we had a little glitch in the matrix there. That's nothing to do with any of our production team. That is literally just what happens in South Africa at the moment. If you go anywhere in the country, try and have a look and see how good the signal is. We are dying at the moment. It's horrible. No matter what network you're on. But anyway.
You and I were having so much fun talking, we didn't even realize we were offline.
Exactly. Anyway, let's go back to what you were saying. In terms of that, the pedigree of Stewie and Axel Jeffries, both of them starting, of course, in karting, and then went into single-seaters, to the point that Stewie White went all the way up to development level as a potential Formula One driver for Team Sauber. That's how close he got to it. Unfortunately, as you know, to go and do anything in a major championship in the world, you have to have some extra rands behind you, and unfortunately they just didn't have enough money for him to go further than that. But then, take into account that even down in pit lane, you've got a couple of drivers. There's a couple of drivers down there. But before we get to that, let's go down into pit lane. Chloe's going to catch up now quickly with Hein Larticon to find out how that Porsche's going. She's just handed over to his son, Henk. So down to Chloe and Hein.
Well, joining us now is Hendrik Larticon. Hendrik, talk to us. I mean, it's good. Firstly, welcome back to have you guys back with us. How has it been?
Yeah, we're so happy to be back. This year with business, it was so difficult. We just couldn't do the races. Everything was clashing all the time. But it's great to be back and nice to be racing with all our friends and colleagues.
And then I want to know, between you and Henk, the team talk, because it seems he's doing more hours than you.
Yeah. So luckily I'm the oldest that I can tell him he must drive a bit more. Now obviously he's a lot more fit than me. I mean, also with all his Dakar experience, I mean, they drive 5-6 hours a day. So I said to him, I'll do my 80 minutes that I have to, but then he must take over.
And he's definitely doing that as we speak. What has been your favorite part of the track? Which corner do you really find joy in?
Interesting question, yeah. I would say corner, the complex of 2, 3 and 4. I really enjoy that, yeah.
All right, cool. And then lastly, before we let you go, I mean, we're talking to Henk in terms of the plan and really to make sure that he finishes as well. What advice have you given him post your 80 minutes?
No, I just told him to go flat out. He's got enough experience to keep the car on the road, and I mean, it's about being consistent and being good in the traffic. But he's getting better and better. I mean, so I don't have to give him any advice.
Have you been enjoying seeing the other Porsches on track and really seeing the battle between the other Porsches in the Cup?
No, it's great to see all the Porsches coming to race. I mean, also with the GTs, the race we had this morning, it's great to see all the Porsches, and we're really enjoying it. It's the home of Porsche, Kyalami, so it's nice to race
Fantastic. Well, we've seen, of course, Franco coming in. He's being wheeled down here in pit lane. Unfortunately, his right suspension has failed. So we'll see, of course, if Di Matteo and Julian will be able to fix what's going on with the car. But we'll make sure to get more information for you guys. Let's go back to commentary.
So we're on board here with the Porsche that we've just been chatting about. Temba, take us through a lap here. You got a little bit more experience around here, I think, in terms of lap times and lap lines that you need to look for here through Sunset, although there's a little bit of rain in Sunset right now.
You need to get on the phone with Sam, Greg, and let us know what's going to happen in about 30 minutes' time.
Exactly.
But let's go through this wonderful Kyalami circuit on the exit of Clubhouse. Hard on the gas. Stay on the outside as we go into the S's. The S's, the TV won't do it justice. We drop downhill. About a story, I think, Greg, if not more, downhill.
Yeah, it's a big drop there. Big drop there for sure.
Huge drop into the second S, uphill. From inside the car, as you can see on screen, you cannot see the entry into Leeuwcorp. You start braking into Leeuwcorp without actually seeing the corner. So extreme precision needed there on the exit of Leeuwcorp. This is extremely fast now, downhill into one of the most popular corners in the country, maybe second after Potters.
Yeah, I'd have to say so.
Through the mine shaft, and to go flat out to that corner takes a lot of cojones. Into the Crocodiles, the widest corner on the circuit. So many line options you can use through that corner. Into Cheetah with Englatergaan. You can see the backdraft up ahead.
Yeah, Pasty Racing's backdraft Cobra there.
As we go into Ingwe on the exit, into the pit straight, in the slipstream with Henk Latergaan, and there you have it, a lap of Kyalami Raceway with Henk Latergaan going into Crowthorne as he starts another lap.
280 k's an hour, down on the brakes into second gear, and there you go from the outside now. That's what that car looks like, the Steve Auto Clinic machine. Black Bull Racing of the Latergaans having a good run there, just getting past the Pesty Racing machine. I think it's Baron Pretorius who's at the wheel of that car at the moment, so changing it out there from Harum. So the Pretorius boys still running with an opportunity, and I remember they are the lone sort of crusader here when it comes to the Cobras. A whole bunch of the Cobras didn't make it up here to Kyalami. So as the lone crusader in the Cobra Kai, if I can put it that way, they've got a chance of still staying up in the overall championship. So I think they were sitting third or fourth in the overall championship for Endurance Championship. So that's really nice. But nice run here from Latergaan. And as you heard from Dad, giving the majority of the share here to, of course, a man who's probably arguably one of the fittest drivers out on the circuit right now. There are a couple. But then, like I was mentioning, we're watching that Porsche head up there, and the fact that Henk has now taken over as a full international Gazoo Racing stable pilot for Toyota Gazoo Racing in the off-road championships and Dakar and the likes thereof. But then we go back to the conversation we were having about Axel Jeffries and Stewie White, starting in karting, going through the ranks, doing the bits and pieces they've done. Jeffries doing such an amazing job in his career. He's had huge amounts of experience when it comes to various formats of the sport. He's been involved in the Daytona 24-hour. He's done the Dubai 24-hour. He spent a lot of time in the UAE, which is one of the big factors that we've got. And, of course, with that, he's been able to find a way to talk Zolile into giving us a Southern African team here as opposed to just a South African team. It's great to have him both there. I'll tell you, he's arguably one of our most underrated drivers in Southern Africa, I'd say, is Axel Jeffries. So fantastic to have him back in the car. But then, as I said, go down that pit lane. You coming down, you've been down to the two-wheel side, which you know very well. But if you just take a walk through and you go and have a look at Arnie Neveling. Arnie Neveling is one of the sort of mechanics and sort of team members of Stradale. And Stradale Motorsport, I'll get to Arnie now. Just remind me to go. We're going to go back down to Chloe because she's found Franco Di Matteo to find out exactly how his day has gone so far.
Franco Di Matteo joins us now. Quite not a happy scene, of course, to have you with us here. What's wrong? Why are you in the pits currently?
When I took over from Julian, the car felt a little bit strange, After all, first lap, heavy fuel tank at the back, and I couldn't go through a left-hand corner. Down the mine shaft, it was running like sideways. It was crabbing a little bit, and I said to Julian, "Did you have a problem with the car thing? Maybe we picked up something on the start line or in the pits. Maybe I've got a left-hand punch, right-hand puncher, and looks like something else collapsed on it. I don't know. We're busy checking now, but it's just disappointing, at the end of the day. The car was so good. I mean, it could run up in front there, but you know what? We haven't given up, so we'll quickly fix it, see what it needs, and even we'll go out again, you know.
You know what Andrew Horn said earlier on, that you've got the parts for every car, so I believe that you've got the parts for this car. How long do you think it'll take to fix it?
I don't know. I just want to quickly have a look, and then if it needs a fuel upright or whatever, I've got it stocked, so it'll get fixed. It'll get fixed.
And then before we let you go, before of course the difficulty, where were you finding a bit of joy on track?
The track has actually become very slippery, I must be honest. Everybody's times came down, I could see that. But you know what? We're racing drivers. We can handle anything at the end of the day. But when the car starts running sideways at every left-hand corner, you can't do much. And eventually, I thought it was a puncher, like I said. Eventually, the thing broke. So we'll fix it. We'll get back on the grid.
With you, I know you'll fix it. I see a bit of rain, and well, dark clouds is what I'm seeing right now. What is your telepathy telling you?
I just hope this wind will come up a little bit stronger so it can actually blow away. Because if it does rain, it's not going to make it very exciting. Because, I mean, Kyalami's got 2 or 3 places where the water runs right across the track, and it makes it a little bit difficult. So, you know, let's have one dry race at least.
We definitely would love to have a bit of dry race just this time around. Let's go back to commentary.
Thank you to Chloe and grazie a Franco. Yesterday, Greg, I was having a fascinating chat with Franco Di Matteo. He was just telling me about his life story, and one interesting thing he said to me is, Temba, one thing people should never ever do is tell me I can't do something, because you better watch out after that. So when he says we're going to get that car fixed, I fully believe him, and I'm locked in with that. But
very good possibility is going to happen, exactly.
100%. But before I carry on with that train of thought, and before we get back to Arnie Neveling, we had Race Control just join us here in the commentary booth with a bit of a VAR check. Shout out
exactly.
for reference there. Greg, take us through what the update you've just received.
Well, we're watching the battle for first and second here. It's between the 15 car and the 1 car, and both of them have just been given drive-through penalties. One for overtaking under safety car conditions. That was for the lead car, the Rico Bala machine, and the other one was a drive-through for unsafe release. So they didn't tighten Axel Jeffries' seatbelts done correctly. So he had to come back in, had to do the seatbelts, but he had to do a drive-through as well. So that's well picked up there from the marshals and from our COC and from Race Control, because that's an important factor. You can't be playing around with that. That's going to definitely be a costly issue there. But it has cost them dearly, because look at the battle. You've got 1.9 seconds in it now between 1 and 2. So as much as Axel Jeffries is pushing in that Rico Bala machine and the Motul-sponsored car out there, he's being closed down rapidly now by Axel Jeffries, who's putting in some pretty spectacular lap times. Jeffries on the last pass did a 1:42.2. We've got 1:42.6s coming out of Rico Bala. So I wonder if it's a case of maybe the tyres are starting to feel it now. You know, we are, what are we now, into sort of the second half of the race almost. And in the second half of the race, have they done that tyre change on that initial pit stop? They didn't. They just did a driver change.
Greg, it's the first time in my 17-year career in motorsport that I've ever seen the first 2 drivers in a race both have drive-through penalties. So beyond pit strategy now, it looks like the teams are going to have to be looking at a drive-through strategy as well. Yeah,
100%. They're going to have to time their pit stops to perfection now, because it could be a costly event. They're going to pray for safety cars at this point. But with a small field, safety car scenarios diminish dramatically. You know, you don't have as many cars that you have to negotiate. You're negotiating traffic where it's only 1 car that you have to get to, maybe not 2 or 3. That might be a little bit of a dice that could cause an issue for you. They're coming up on 1 run now. And of course, we already saw when Davide Franco went through on the Pesty Racing Cobra early on, there was a bit of an issue, a little touch between them that spun the 2 cars out. And fortunately, Franco and at that stage, I think it was Hiram Pretorius at the wheel, survived that little incident. So fortunate for them. But how close do you want this? I mean, we're at 2 hours and 7 minutes and 50 seconds right now. There it is to go. And we split by less than half a second.
I've been waiting about 20 minutes for this moment, Greg, because Axel Jeffries has been flying in the Into Africa car. And have you noticed how much of a line difference there is? Axel Jeffries seems to be sending it. I think he wants to get into the lead, and it possibly, maybe you can see he's been using these outside lines, sweeping lines. For those who watched our Superbike racing earlier, they would have seen something similar between Tonking and Piri. But Axel definitely looks like he is setting up for an overtake. Whenever you see someone going to the outside, turning in a bit later, they're doing that too, as we see him do it again. They're doing it up to set, look at that, then he comes out on the inside. So he's doing that to set up a better drive. The Nova has slipstream from the GN8 transport car. Will Axel Jeffries go for the move into Crowthorne? We go through turn 1, the King. Here he goes up the inside, going for it on the brakes. Will Adcock defend up the inside into Africa Racing, lead the 4 hour of Kyalami.
Yeah, that's the first time they've hit the front, so well done there, Axel Jeffries. Brilliant bit of driving and sneaking through there. Adcock demanded down into second place now. So you can see there's a little bit of black clouds in the sky there. We mentioned it a few times, but I don't think it's going to hit the circuit at all. I think we're okay. We should be able to survive this one. The wind is pushing it away, hopefully, and keeping it away. But that sees a lead change with now Adcock dropping back. There's Axel Jeffries on board with him right now. Let's see how smooth he feels. Looks like he's looking pretty tasty out there. I know he's got a British flag there, but he's actually Zimbabwean. No, we all know that. We're not going to go there. He races under a British license right now. Jeffries in second place, but now has moved up, of course, into the lead of this race. He'll now try and use that, what was it, about 0.4 of advantage to get away from Nick Adcock. Adcock is not going to, he's not going to, threat, I should say, about that scenario. If he stays within touch of a few hundred meters of that Lamborghini in front of him, it still keeps him in the running for the overall. And of course, there's still a long way to go. Still another 2 hours or so to go of this race. We're not even at the halfway stage of this 4 hour yet. And I think there may be some pit lane strategies now starting to be played around with the teams. They'll be radiating those pit strategies through to the two drivers, saying, okay, what are we going to do about this? Jeffries now leads. What do I do? Nick Adcock will definitely be on the radio, chatting to Michael Jensen, chatting to his team, saying, right, Rico, what do we do to get this lead back again?
The voice of choice might be a mind reader, because I was just about to highlight the fact that we are not even at half race distance yet. Rain threatening. The wind has been picking up and slowing down over the last 10 minutes, and it has been getting visibly darker on screen here at Kyalami as we ride on board with the iCam of Axel Jeffries. He is absolutely locked in. He's in the zone. I can tell just from the onboard that he's going through Jutske sweep. You're going to see him swing left into barbecue, and he is now pulling away from the Rico Barlow Racing car. Greg, if you were Nick Adcock in this moment, what would you be thinking?
I wouldn't be panicking, I can tell you right now. Still with 2 hours to go. I've still got another driver change to happen. They've got to hand over to Stewie. There has been sort of, the thought pattern in endurance racing is that sometimes you have a clean, clear race where nothing goes wrong. There are other opportunities where there could be potential little niggles. There could be big niggles. You might have a big incident that all of a sudden brings a safety car out, and that gap that you've lost now becomes straight back at you and hands the advantage to you to then go on the attack. It's certainly something that you do as an endurance racer, is that you don't panic in scenarios like this. Yes, Axel definitely had the pace, and they probably radioed to Nick to say, listen, he's much faster than you. Let him through, follow him for a while. Let's put the pressure back onto them and see if we can return the favor a little bit later on.
And of course, we cannot forget, if you are just joining us, both of our race leaders in Class A, the Inter Africa car and the Rico Barlow Racing car, both have drive-through penalties. One for the 15 car, it was an overtake under safety car conditions, and for the number 1 car, it was for not having a belt fastened, which meant a penalty for an unsafe release from pit lane on the last pit stop.
Yeah, that's been done though, so that'll be sorted out as they come across the line now. And also just watching any indications there from our marshals as to whether we get that red and white flag that goes out that says that there might be wetness on the circuit. Don't think that's come out just yet, but Axel Jeffries is doing a superb job here. He's now pulled, about 1.5 seconds over Adcock. Adcock, as I said, will try and maintain. He's not going to try and get past him. He knows that Axel is quicker than him. And he's not going to fight maybe this car on track. He's going to try and fight him with his strategy. And there's a little look in the rearview mirrors, just a double check there from Axel Jeffries, watching what the gap says. He probably got a little link in the radio there to say, listen, you've pulled enough of a gap now, let's try and manage it. Try and keep it at that 1.5, maybe up to 2 seconds, so it's a bit more comfortable for you, and then just enjoy the car.
I think just analyzing, and especially, that's very informative for us, and thank you to the director team giving us that iCam on board at the perfect moment to see Axel Jeffries looking back. I think he might be trying to extend the gap to maybe get themselves a little bit of wiggle room when it comes to serving that drive-through penalty. And a question I wanted to ask you, Greg, is how much time do the teams have to actually serve that drive-through penalty?
So I'm not sure if they've actually served it or not. Prince and Steve were on there when they were allocated that drive-through penalty. So whether they're going to have it or not, we'll wait and see. They can't come in and use it as a normal pit stop. They have to use it as a drive-through. So they have to come in, drive through, go back out again. So it might be a kind of strategy that they could use now. If they haven't used the drive-through penalty just yet, maybe Adcock goes in before and tries to catch him up on the return. A little bit of rain there. A little bit of rain there by the looks of things. There's a bit of rain coming out of Ingwe and Cheetah, so down on the sort of southern part of the circuit, we've got a bit of rain, and you can see Axel looking a little concerned. He's looking down and going, windscreen wipers, where do I find that button?
I will be keeping an eye on the live timing. Rain starting to fall in Kyalami. Deja vu, Greg. I have to say deja vu. The exact same thing happened yesterday.
I phoned Sam 20 minutes ago, I told you.
You did. Our weather reporter on top of things, as always. It's been also interesting to see Axel Jeffries has forced Nick Adcock to up his pace. While Adcock was leading in the number 15 car, he was lapping consistently in the 144s. Jeffries was catching him at 42s. Jeffries did a 42.6 last time around, and Adcock has now dropped the pace. He did a PB of 42.6, 43.3 last time around. So we have seen a response from the Rico Barlow Racing team. However, as you did highlight earlier, they don't need to panic. We're about to hit the 2-hour mark, which will mean we have 2 hours still to go. But rain is starting to fall at Kyalami. The teams will surely be hoping that, similar to what we witnessed here yesterday at Kyalami, that because of the strong winds that are still blowing, you can see flags on the grandstand opposite the pit straight. They will be hoping that this is just a light rain passing over.
Look, I think it is. If I looked out the window and I saw earlier on, and I mentioned it looked like just a cloud burst over Santon that's just come across to us now. So I don't think it's going to be a long period of wetness. It's going to be short and sweet, but what it will do, it will just change the adhesiveness of the circuit for a little bit. Once we get a little bit of heat back out there from that hard-wearing circuit that's out there, we'll be okay. If you look here, this is where we actually got to see a little bit of the raindrops, and yeah, there is definitely rain.
It's getting heavier.
There is definitely some rain. So we go back into the Porsche of Lartacon. Class B leader at this stage with he's a lap down, but doing a superb job yet again as per usual. Kind of the consistent factor out there.
So the interesting thing, Greg, is we saw on that shot on the exit of Barbecue, you could still see the heat haze coming off of the tarmac, and yet at the same time you could see the rain falling from the sky. I'm looking out the window here. It's not raining on the pit straight. However, we can see heavy rain down at the S's. This is insane.
That's exactly what happens at Kyalami. You get half the track underwater, half the track under dry, and it makes it very difficult for the drivers, because now what they do is they have to come off. You cannot go flat out on the slick tires that they're on right now. You've got to now manage. Here's where his rally and off-road ability is going to come into play big time. So Lartacon is going to have an advantage here because he's used to playing on a surface that is never the same. You know, wherever he drives in a race car, usually the surface changes every centimeter because of the off-road ability and what happens out on the track in the desert, or out in, you know, on Dakar or in Morocco, or wherever he's racing his cars that he races in and the trucks he races in. So he'll definitely have an advantage here to try and keep it on track. But it also makes it exceptionally difficult because this is a car that he doesn't normally pilot. So he'll be sort of just gingerly getting used to it, seeing what things are like, where there's traction, where there isn't traction. And here we go now, we're seeing the severity of the rain, or how hard it actually is. As you said, down the main straightaway here, pretty much dry. But just around the corner from Ingwe, Cheetah and into the S's and up towards Leocorp, it's pouring. So there's a lot of rain coming down on that side of the track here, almost bone dry. It's coming, but it's not there yet.
This is incredible. We can see it's still dry going into Crowthorne. Rain falling, but it's still clearly dry there. We will be keeping an eye on the lap times. Let's have a look at Jeffries. Jeffries, what a guy. Still did a 42.9 last time out. So he is not allowing the rain to affect him, but surely he will not be able to maintain that pace, because as we can see through Barbecue, the rain
is 3 seconds slower.
Unreal.
He did a 2 minute on the last one. His best lap's been a 1:47. So he's 3 seconds slower than what he can possibly do in that Porker. But the other big factor, raining now. Boots being put on. So we're getting some boots on down below us here, possibly for a change in driver to Stewie White. Other big factor here as well with the rain. If we take into account the last couple of endurance races, the big ones that we had here with SRO, when we had the International 9-hour and the GD3 cars here, there is some serious maneuvering that happens here in terms of the team strategies. And of course, with that, you've got to take into account that is there going to be a possibility of a safety car? Because if it rains hard enough, like it did at the 1-9 hour, they sent the safety car out just to slow the cars down because it got so heavy, and the water that fell down, I don't think it's going to be as bad because there's only, as I said, you can only see that little cloudburst that we got there. But the one night, I think we were under safety car for about 2.5, 3 hours, eh? And Michael van Rooyen was actually driving the safety car. He did more laps than anybody else on the track that weekend.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, so it was pretty hectic.
As you guys can see on screen, clear blue skies going through the S's, but on either side of our onboard camera there's black clouds. So it's going to be very, very fascinating to see as we join the Into Africa team as they finish a pit stop. I wonder if they've put
New
wet tires on that car.
I don't think they'll go for wets. They'll probably go for semis, but definitely a change of tires there. Prince, you saw out the window there. I think it was semis they went with. So if they went to slicks, it wouldn't really matter because as long as those slicks are heated, they'll be okay. Because there's not really a wet line out there just yet. There's still a dry racing line. And you can see they just in, as an example, there goes Adcock showing us that there's definitely a dry line. But change of surface flag, and there's a bit of wetness now on the main straightaway as well. So as I said, it has got to the circuit, drives at the inside of the Pesty Racing Cobra, gets past him, no problem there at all. Adcock has now taken the lead because of the pit stop there. So Zolila Tlaka now back into the cockpit. So was it Zolila that got in? You didn't see. Okay, so we're not quite sure if it was Zolila, but according to the timing one, it's Zolila back in. Maybe they're going to hold back and give Stewie the last hour to go out there and do what he needs to do.
We will keep an eye on that as the rain continues to fall here in Midrand Kyalami, as if the teams did not have enough to worry about. The weather is now a new fact, and we can now see spray coming off of the back of the Nova into Crowthorne. You can also see Adcock going for the inside line. They're staying off of the racing line, and of course the drivers will do that because on their normal racing line in the dry, there's now a layer of rubber that's been laid on Dunlop rubber, a layer of Dunlop rubber that's now been there because these cars have been circulating non-stop for 2 hours. So in the wet, what you want to do is that you would avoid your conventional racing line because that rubber with the water on top of it then becomes very slippery. So you can already see now that Nick Adcock is adjusting his driving style, he's adjusting his racing lines, which is confirming to us that the conditions are getting more and more wet out there.
Traction.
Yes, 100% right. And you can actually see, Greg, that huge cloud that's hanging over in the distance behind the first S. It seems to be moving towards us.
That's what I'm worried about. There's still one more big cloud to come across the side, coming sort of from Leeuwkop and Sandton Four Ways area. There's possibilities of a little bit more rain. The wind has died down. That's the big factor. The first bit of rain there, you can see it just out of our window. That's already headed out towards Midrand and towards Grand Central Airport. So I don't think we're going to be affected by that one, but there's still a second cloud burst, and there you can see it on the right-hand side that could potentially still spoil the chances here. So we're in for a bit of fun and games, and I think we've still got an opportunity. Are you ready to do? Whenever you are. I think Temba's ready to rock and roll as well. We're going to change up on in terms of the commentary as we see a change up on, possibly a change up on driver as well. I think we may get Brad Liebenberg at the wheel of the Audi now, as Prince Indoweni is going to jump in here with me, Thames, and you're going to come back a bit later on to join Stephen Koenig into the closing stages of this 4 hour at Kyalami. So as Prince Indoweni joins me in commentary, we've got Nick Adcock, who is leading the race. And of course that was gifted to him with the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini going in for probably an unscheduled stop, but probably a tactical change in their plan for the day due to some unconventional July rainfall, which Temba mentioned earlier on. He says it's raining in July in Johannesburg. What are the chances of that? I don't know. Yeah, but we have had stranger things. I mean, we had, snow in September in South Africa as well at some point. I don't understand how that works. But the weather patterns have certainly played a little bit of havoc here and could potentially wreak a bit more havoc. For instance, you join me in commentary for what could be the final standings here. Oh! And as I say that, commentator's curse. Adcock spun.
My goodness.
That's a Crowthorne.
Nick Adcock has spun.
He spun out at Crowthorne. Hopefully he can get it fired up again. Looks like he's battling to get it fired up. There goes the Pesty Racing car. The one car he's got to watch out for is the Lamborghini. If he can get it going before the Lamborghini, he'll retain the lead.
He's got it in reverse now. He's back out onto the circuit.
Going, but how far back is the Lambo?
Oh, jeez.
So just watch in the background. Do we see possibly...
7.
No, it's not there.
Yeah.
It's okay. I think he might have hung on. Or we missed it. He might have gone through before we saw that car spinning out.
Might have been a while.
But that is the leader who spins out. Let's have a look at it. Here he comes down into Crowthorne. It's just...
Oh,
that's a
rear
bit of a
snap.
weird one.
Just a rear snap, just like
That's
that.
a bit weird though.
Because he was already aligned the car. He was done.
The car was already in a straight line. I don't understand that. That's a bit of a weird one. I wonder if there was potential damage on that car, because that certainly is not the way that car would normally perform through that corner.
100%.
Anyway, it's going, and let's just keep an eye on it and just see if there is anything that could potentially be an issue. It's straight line, it's good. Through the left, it's good. Into the S's, looking okay as well. So
the S's are a tricky place to be in semi-damp conditions.
Don't go onto the rumble strip, whatever you do. Not put a wheel on red and white areas of the circuit.
No, absolutely. Now going to have to muster all the skill.
I don't think he's lost the lead. To be honest with you, I don't think he's lost the lead because he had enough time in hand.
Yeah,
it says 42 seconds, so it should be okay. I think he's all right there.
There was more than enough time for him to recover the car, thankfully enough. It's the last thing he wants is an oopsie that comes relatively out of nowhere, really. I think when he was back onto the throttle in slightly more aggressive fashion, that's where the rear just wanted to get in front of the nose. We're on board with the Press Racing car with that revelation of a view with the iCam onboard cameras now, as we get a sense of how damp or dry it is at the moment over Cheetah we go, where normally you'd have racing drivers a lot more aggressive now, but gingerly goes Bottom Pretorius at the moment. Ever smooth he is. There's
the leader outside,
getting his nose in there and clearing the scene at Ingwe, where you do want to be more careful after having gone off a couple of times. You want to be a bit more ginger, especially around places where, for example, Ingwe, you see the back of a lot of cars sort of coming out and losing shape. And there's
what it has done. I thought that might happen, Prince. Sorry to jump in on you, buddy.
No worries.
Is that pit stop has now been negated. They timed that pit stop to perfection. I don't know if they had something that was sort of oh, hello. There we go. Lamborghini going past relatively easily. I don't think Adcock is. I think Adcock might have a bit of a problem there. I don't want to say something, but he's not as quick as what he was, and the Lambo caught him. Look at him. He's battling to turn the car.
Yeah.
There's definitely some kind of an issue on the Nova. So I wonder if Nick Adcock is going to have to come in for an unscheduled stop, because if he's driving like that at the moment and the Lambo caught him that easily within the space of half a lap, could be potentially a big problem there for the Rico Barlow racing machine.
We're halfway through our race. So many things have happened, and at the halfway point, we had the heavens open up, and now this is going on with our race leaders up until this point. What is going on? We're going to get a bit more clarity now to see what Nick Adcock does in response to the opportunity to get into the pit lane. But if he does not, then it means he can manage the issue, and he's got an issue that he's going to have to try and face for the rest of his stint at the very least.
The problem I have with that, though, is if there is an issue and he's trying to manage it,
it's not gonna,
to stay out there is going to do more damage. Yeah. So I'd potentially rather bring the car in if I could, and get the team to have a quick squiz and see if there is anything major that we need to be concerned about. That's what I'd be thinking. But Class A are 1, 2, and 3 at the moment, with an hour and 49 minutes still to go. Adcock, Jeffries, and Liebenberg, your top 3 in Class A. Class B is Lateghan in the Porsche. He's down in 4th. Warren Pretorius is currently running 5th overall, but he's the Class D leader ahead of Davide Franco. He, of course, in the GSW Team Red Racing Super Cup Polo. And then you've got Marius Jackson, who is 4th place in Class A in the Porsche. He's down in 8th, just ahead of Ant Blunden. It's good to see Ant Blunden on track as well. Yep. He's fighting hard there with, of course, teammates. And then you got Charles Oranges just behind that, because that was the hour car, so he falls out of contention there. So it's literally just those top 9 that we're looking at.
100%, and Blunden being back is a great thing, considering they were overcoming that whole wheel stub issue not too long ago. GNH Transport have managed to circumvent that and continue with the remainder of this race, which now is a different picture altogether. As you can see, the rain getting a bit more impactful now around certain parts of the circuit than others. Initially there was nothing down the home straight. It got a bit more wet, and now it seems dry as we look over our shoulders to see now. But at the north end of the circuit, should I call it, you can see it does get a bit more wet, particularly at Barbecue. But now we're competing Sunset and Clubhouse. It's changing every time, and it seems so far the place you really do need to watch out for, at least as things stand, is Barbecue, judging by Axel Jeffries, who we're on board here with on his windscreen.
Yeah, I think that's where the rain was falling the most. Yeah. I think it looks like it's potentially done, other than that little bit of spit that's down there at Barbecue. Adcock has stayed out. Yep. So whatever the issue is, looks like he wants to try and manage it. Yep. Try and at least get through the stint that he had to do and the time period he has to do. It's more than a stint. It's just a timed section that each driver would have been allocated. They'll be in radio comms the entire time. He'll be talking straight to Rico, telling him, listen, this is what the issue on the car is. Prepare whatever we need to get prepared. So if I come in, we can get whatever needs to be sorted out, fixed as soon as possible, if there has to be any repairs done at all. I'm just not quite sure what the issue is on that car, but it has slowed him up pretty dramatically here. He's dropped down to almost 10 seconds back on Axel Jeffries, who currently leads in that Into Africa Mining Lamborghini.
Yep. Nick Adcock, this is an interesting situation here, and it came at a strange juncture of the race where you can't tell whether it's the conditions that are affecting the way he's driving the car or it's the fact that it's a terminal issue in the car itself. But the pace is really strange. And if you look at the last lap he just did now, he's got 2 minutes and 4 seconds is what he's doing, while Axel Jeffries is in the 1:52 mark.
Exactly.
Night and day.
No, it is. Well, rain and dry, that's the difference.
Exactly. The convergence of poetry
the ability to run that Lamborghini in the wet compared to the Nova in the wet.
Yep.
Let's go down, let's go and find out for ourselves exactly what the issue is and find out from Stewie White directly. Chloe's down there with him, and let's see what the plans are for the rest of the day.
All right, as you pointed out, Greg, Stewie joins us now. Talk to us. I mean, we've seen strategy plans here when you guys came in early. Where are we currently as Into Africa?
Yeah, it's difficult. We obviously didn't even think about rain in the winter at Kyalami, but yeah, that threw a bit of a spanner in the works. But we stopped for the wets. The Nova gamble to stay out obviously was a very short shower of like 2 minutes. But it seems at this stage the wets is working, so I will stick Axel out a little bit more, and then I'll go into the end of the race. But yeah, still anything that can happen.
Definitely, anything is still possible. And then in terms of the strategy, because one thing Into Africa does, you're watching all the data behind the scenes. What have you picked up? And I mean, you'll be finishing, so to make sure that you bring it home after, of course, making sure that you guys are still leading.
Yeah, we're still managing everything now. There's a lot that we're looking at. Obviously, also the wind now for some reason turned, so we're not sure if the rain is gonna head our way again. So a lot can still happen. I mean, it's Kyalami, it's SAS in 2025 has just been curveballs all along, so many storylines still to come.
And one thing about you, Stewie, is that you always fully send it. And one thing about Kyalami is that there's so many corners as well. Where do you think you're going to find a lot of joy in terms of pushing it and getting enough time?
Just driving the Evo 2s already is an amazing joy. Thanks to Kalila for the opportunity, and the whole Into Africa team from the engineers, managers, crew, all have been doing a great job. I just love being here, love being part of it. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. We just have to manage it. And obviously, we're also thinking of the championship more than just winning every race.
All the best, Stewie.
Thank you very much.
That is, of course, Stuart White. Let's go back into commentary.
Thanks, Chloe. I didn't realize that. We were thinking they were going to go with semis. They went with full wets. So the full wets has definitely been a major factor. That's the reason why they've been able to do the lap times they've been doing. It got through on the car that seemed to be battling. Now, with that information coming our way, thanks to Chloe and that interview that she's just done there with Stewie, great interview, it lets us know why Stuart White and their team, with Axel Jeffries at the wheel right now, are able to do the lap times they're doing, and why Nick Adcock is battling a bit. He's still out there on slicks. So that's one of the reasons why he's battling as much as what he is, to try and maintain. It's only 23 seconds he's lost, but in saying that, if he'd come in quickly for a little tyre change, we'd have cars almost on the same lap times, and that half a second or 2 second gap would possibly still be in place. So it was a gamble from Into Africa Mining to come in and do the tyre change. It was a rapid tyre change they did. Byron Teens and the team down there for Inter did an amazing job for a quick tyre change to get those wet weathers on. The problem he's going to find right now, though, is the track is starting to dry, and it dries pretty quickly here at Kyalami. So I've watched the last couple of shots we got of the Lambo before we went to Nick Adcock, as the blue flag waves there for the John Akara car to allow the second place car to come through there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Blunden's at the wheel of that car, so he would have seen Nick Adcock coming from a while back. But if you watched the last couple of shots of the Lambo, he was searching for wet. So very similar to what we used to see in the old days when Formula One cars would come in for a tyre change, and then they'd go out on wet weathers, and then they would start to dry. You'd see drivers moving across into the wet section to keep the tyres cool. Yes. What's going to happen now is those Dunlop wet weather tyres will get heated pretty quickly if it stays a dry line all the way around the track. Yeah. So Axel's going to have to hunt for the wet patches to keep them cool.
Now, how's that for irony? You start off hunting for dry patches, and then you start off hunting. You finish off hunting for wet patches.
Exactly.
So now the strategy may then swing back in the favor of Rico Barlow Racing, which is why then Nick Adcock may have stayed there with his quote-unquote meteorologist predicting, you know what, this is actually going to dry up. We may be more aggressive not too long from now.
Yeah, hang back slightly. Don't push too hard. Okay, you've had a spin. Don't worry about it. Don't panic. Let's just keep it smooth through these corners where you think it's a little bit wetter. And there are certain sections where, of course, it is a little bit wetter at this stage, but they're all going to dry out. And when they dry out, you're going to be on slick tires. You may be able to get back up to pace quicker, and you won't have to come in for the change. So a bit of a gamble there from Rico Barlow. but it may just pay off. You know, never risk without reward, and I think that's exactly what they're looking for here.
Yeah,
They've gone for the risk of those slicks in the wet, and it kind of seems to be playing in their favor. If the gap is going to stay within about the 20 to 30 second mark, that 20 to 30 seconds will be made up pretty rapidly once they've got to go in, and I'm talking about the Inter-Africa team, for a driver change, because you saw Stu's already standing by in his race suit, and to change the tires back to slicks.
Yep, that's going to be one for the history books. Should this pay off? A well-calculated gamble, one that shows incredible. Look how dry it is at Loikop.
20 minutes ago, that was underwater, but
oh my word! What a race! So many dynamics to be looking forward to now, and you can see Nick Adcock is looking a lot more confident, less ginger in the way he's getting around the circuit. So indicative of
in the dry sections, yes.
In the dry sections, of course. But it looks like we've also got the rear happy. This is a decent benchmark, actually, of how dry it is, because these backdrafts are incredibly rear happy and very sensitive. So looking at how Barent at the moment, of course, he's adept at handling the car, but how he's navigating also will be a decent indicator, apart from the lap times, as to just how dry or wet the conditions are at the moment. But yeah, the strategists, I'd imagine, are scrambling to see what to commit to at what is now we've passed the 2-hour mark. Very little of the race remaining, just over an hour.
Then you sit in a Cobra like he's in right now, that backdraft Cobra, and you think, open cockpit in the rain. Oh, it's so much fun.
Exactly what I asked for.
Stephen will tell you all about that. He loves going into open cockpit cars in the rain. Loves that.
Exactly.
No, it's like being on a bike in the rain. It's fantastic for a while until the leathers get too heavy and you start to feel the effects of the fatigue. This Arrow helmet's taking a bit of strain as well. Look at the bugs and a bit of michies that are all over that. There'll be a bit of wetness on it. Hopefully he had a couple of tear-offs on that so that he could use them to at least keep his vision clear. They'll definitely clean that visor if he comes in for a driver change. There comes Brad Liebenberg flying through on his left-hand side as they went down into the S's. Nice move. Or actually, that was through the mineshaft, I beg your pardon. So through the mineshaft, the Stradale Motorsport Audi R8 has moved its way up. It's into third place. Not too far behind, but there are a few laps between Liebenberg and Adcock. And by the looks of things, have we got the Inter-Africa mining car that's gone back into the lead of this one? I'm just double checking. But nice little turnaround of events here because of the weather conditions and the big weather factor that got thrown into it. So it's kind of, you know, we talk about all the factors that come into endurance racing. We've spoken kind of ad nauseum on them as well. But weather is always one that you don't want to be playing around with. You're hoping for clean and clear conditions all the way through. No, the rain's gone. We don't have to worry about it. That's all gone now.
Yeah, that's on the rear end because it's in the direction the wind has been blowing. Yeah,
that's mid-rand. It's out of here. We're not going to see it again. So, there we go. Clear conditions all the way through. Down to probably about, what are we looking at, about 15 degrees Celsius at the end of the race.
Yeah,
that's ideal. Ideal. Not quite ideal for the Dunlops. They'd like a little bit more heat in the tarmac. But with the rain now, it's going to be difficult to find heat in the tarmac because that would have definitely cooled the track temperatures down.
Now, I'd imagine a similar scenario down in the Ricobol Racing pits has happened where someone shows their screen to the rest of the team saying, okay, look, it is dry, 15 degrees Celsius from here on out, so they'll be pleased with their position at the moment. But let's see what that means for Axel Jeffries right now, who's out and about in the lead.
I know we sit just sort of looking on our cell phones going, let's have a look at my weather app. This is the one I use, and it's 100% accurate. And you go to that and you go, da-da-da-da-da, and then you go, hold on a second. Why is Sam sending me a message saying the rain in Alberton's on its way to you? And 20 minutes later it was that's exactly what happened. So that's my weather. That's what my weather predictor if I'm at Kyalami. If I get any indication that there's rain in Alberton, it's here in 20 minutes. And that's exactly what happened. But needless to say, we have got an hour and 38 minutes to go. So we're going to give Stevie a chance to eat his lunch first. And then when he's done, he's going to come and jump in here with you. But we'll hang on to that for now. And then, of course, it'll be you and Steve to take us through the last sort of hour and a half. And then I think possibly Steve and I to wrap it all up. That's probably where we'll head up to. But anyway, it's all good. It's been fantastic to be here, by the way. Thank you so much to your team for letting me jump on as a bit of a guest here today and be part and parcel of the Endurance Championship. It really is showing me what's changed, what's turned around, and how things have definitely turned into a positive here on a day where we thought good, clean, clear racing turned into a bit of wetness, turned into a bit of drama. And some fantastic sprint race action earlier on in the day as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Hats off to our curtain raisers there. The MRSSA motorcycles, Silver Cup were there as well, and the Sports and GT class all doing a magnificent job to kick off the day's racing and get us into the look and feel that we've got now for the next hour and 37 minutes or so to play.
Yeah, which as it stands, apparently we can call to be dry, but we wait and see. Remain on standby for that because we chose. I mean, no one's expected firstly to have rain.
If any of the teams are listening to this commentary right now, if it starts raining again from here on out,
oh no,
Prince and Duane said it was going to rain. Okay, Stephen's my backup. Yeah, he's on the commentator's curse. So if there's any wetness under the sky, that came directly from our weather reporter, Prince and Duane, in the chopper.
Oh man, on board with Axel Jeffries as he makes his way down at the S's, which might have been a very tricky place to be during wet conditions, but so far, so good. You're going to see lap time starting to tumble. Let's have a look at the most recent offering from Axel Jeffries.
52.5 out of him, 51.4 out of Adcock, so he's a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
And we got 46s coming out of Liebenberg. So fastest on the track at the moment is Brad Liebenberg, if that timing is right, which I think it is. So Brad at the moment is trying to make up some ground. But unfortunately, he's got to make up 2 laps in that attempt. So possibly one of the reasons why they chucked Brad into the car at that juncture, knowing that he can go a little bit quicker. So heading into Ingwe corner and to Cheetah. This is Cheetah right now. Let's go and find out from Morris Jackson how the Porsches performed so far. Between him and Joe Ellerine, they've had pretty much a good day. Let's see.
Well, Greg, it's quite unfortunate because Marius Jackson's car is behind us. They've decided to retire the car. Marius, talk to us why the decision to retire the car.
Well, obviously, the first option is safety for myself and for Joe, for driving down from the mine shaft. We're coming down there basically full speed and stuff. And because it's the right front shock that has collapsed, when we take that corner, we put all the pressure in that corner on that shock. So that one is working very hard. So, we've decided to come in, see if we can fix it, but unfortunately we couldn't fix it. And during my stint, the left rear shock also collapsed and a bolt came loose. So, again, safety reasons and for the other drivers as well on the track, we decided to retire the car and come back stronger for the 9 hours.
We're definitely looking forward to see you guys back in the 9 hour, but looking into the positives, what has that been? Because one thing about, you called her the old lady at the grid walk, but she has been a fan favorite.
Yes, she is very old. She's a 2019 model. There's a lot of history on the car. She's done the Nürburgring. She's done the Nürburgring 24 hours, which she won. The Dubai 24 hours, she won. So there's quite a lot of rich history on the car. And with a car that's been through all that punishment, there's stuff that's going wrong with her. So we've learned a lot today. We see where the hiccups is, and we're going back to the workshop and fix up.
And then what has been your personal highlight been, Marius?
Oh, just being here. The crowd, the people, everybody supporting us, everybody that's coming saying hi, the messages we're getting as a team. It's just amazing to be back here and see all the faces we haven't seen for a long time.
It definitely has been fantastic having Marius Jackson, of course, being a part of us. Let's go back to commentary.
Thanks, Chloe. I wanted her to try and ask there because she said, Morris mentions it's a 2019 car. So I wonder if there was a possibility that as we watch the leader coming in here for a possible driver change. Here we go on board with him. And let's have a look and see if Axel's going to get out the car or not. They're going to do definitely a tyre change. Back to slicks because it's dry. So the wet weathers will come off. And then get them back out onto the circuit as quickly as possible. So this is what it's all about. A change up in pit lane, possibly a change up. I don't think there was a driver change. This is definitely, no, there is. There we go. Axel's out, Stewie's in. Axel is out and Stewie is in the car. So there's a change up for, 100%. Here we go, Formula Stewie going into the OMP seatbelts there quickly. Man alive, that was a rapid change, dude.
Incredible.
Click in. You see the difference there between... and take nothing away from Exo. Exo is very quick getting in and out of the car. But watch how quick Stewie and Axel work, knowing that just that half a second or 3 seconds made up between a driver change that quickly, as opposed to a driver change taking it a bit more easily, can help in an overall victory.
No, 100%. I mean, it was just the way, Nick Adcock said earlier on today. They've got a silver bronze combination, whereas in the case of Nick, it's a bronze silver combination. So you do see those kinds of differences. But I mean, incredibly experienced overseas racing driver. Nick himself also over 20 endurance races during the calendar year. So at the end of the day, it all counts for what's called for and what's needed of you to perform. And the demand right now is to react quickly, firstly strategically, because there's been a bit of a switch up and unpredictable happenings over the past couple of hours. And now this driver change is going to make a huge difference for the remaining hour and some change, hour and a half or so.
Yeah, about an hour and a half is what we're looking at for now. It's, can you believe this? So I was just watching what Stewie White was doing there. Still doing a couple of adjustments on the belts, just getting himself comfortable in the car.
Yeah.
Maybe just there's a 6-point harness there. He's got to move the two harnesses between his legs around just to get comfortable. A slightly taller driver than Axel is, so you can see him a little bit higher up in the cockpit.
Yes.
That actually helps out a little bit on that cockpit with the Lambo, because it's such a short nose cone to the front end of the car. He gets to see a little bit more of the front end, can judge the turn-in points and the braking points maybe a little bit better than what Zalila and Axel can do when they're sitting a little bit lower in the car.
Yes.
So that's an advantage for Stewie. You can see it didn't take him long to kind of get into race pace and himself comfortable in the car. Let's have a look and see what his first outlap would be. This, of course, will be the start of the outlap. He came out of pit lane and he crosses the line. And they're down in second place, though, but it's only to the tune of about 29 seconds. So that pit stop was rapid by Into Africa. Well done to them. Brilliant job. And now let's see what Stewie can do about catching Nick Adcock at the front, because they've got to come in for a change as well.
100%. And like I said, watch those pit stop practices, and it's all paying off at the moment. But we have some insight directly from the Into Africa stable with Chloe and Axel Jeffries.
Axel Jeffries joins us now. Axel, talk to us about your stint. I mean, you also made sure to get Into Africa to the lead.
I don't really know much about the race. Unfortunately, my radio was on and off. So I don't know where we are or what the situation is. I tried my best. As usual, Into Africa have done an amazing job. They've prepped everything well. So far, I think it's going in the right direction.
And I mean, your stint was quite interesting because you had a little bit of drizzle on track, it was a bit wet. So talk to us about that shift.
To be honest, it caught me off guard because I saw the rain coming. And then it just came down so hard that I was like, 100% it's wet. I come in, put wets on, and as soon as we got out, it's like no rain at all. So I was like, luckily it was enough rain to kind of make up some of that time. But for sure, I thought the rain was going to last much longer.
And then where were you finding joy on track?
It's our passion. It's what we love. So we always have a good time, whether it's on track, whether it's in the box with the boys. I think just the whole experience is nice. And I mean, lately, obviously seeing Zolile's growth, he's improved so much as a driver. I mean, not only here, but internationally. And that as a coach gives you a lot of pride. You know, sometimes we enjoy, obviously, getting results for ourselves. But when we see them moving forward, it's massive. So just overall, the whole experience is quite great at the moment.
One thing, Axel, that is special about Into Africa is how you guys prepare for absolutely everything. Talk to us about the pit crew as well.
I mean, the team is on the same level as all international teams around the world, if not better than a lot of them. So they've learned from the best, and they're applying everything they've learned. So a huge thanks to the whole crew, the engineers, everyone behind Into Africa Racing. They're constantly developing, and it's exciting to be a part of this journey.
Thank you so much, Axel. All the best to the rest of your team. Let's go back to Prince Nduweni in commentary.
Whoa. Now, how's that for insight? You could tell down at the Into Africa pits, they were as confused as we were as to where the conditions were going, and they reacted rather quickly to the raining conditions, going and committing on full wet, but didn't quite pay off as the rain came and went quite quickly. And it's Stewie White at the helm at the moment for Into Africa Racing.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And I've got to say, just the discussion of, hey, listen, there's good growth in the team, there's a lot of positivity.
Yep.
And we tend to look, as South Africans, we look across the water, are they doing better than us?
Yeah.
But we actually got to take a look back in the SA. We do a lot of things that the international community get to learn from our side.
Yeah.
And that's what we get to display here in the SAS. That being said, we got Stuart White behind the wheel, but it's still the Rico Barlow Just for Sleep Norman Nova NP02 that leads out the Class A pack, as we do look at the Franco team getting themselves ready to have a bit of fun. The Graphic Supply World, I mean, this has been a stunning car, very consistent, but you can also see pit stop a little bit slower compared to, well, what we saw with the GT3s with Axel Jeffries climbing out of the car, Stuart White going in. And it tells, in terms of the team, taking things a little bit more cautious. The Corridors car finally getting out as well. Good to see they still going and putting in the fight despite everything going and falling on its head. And I've got to say, you spoke about it. The little engine that could. That is the Corridors team, straight through and through. We'll have to see how it goes. But the likes of David Franco and the graphic supply team lead out the Class C with De Silva running in second place, and they just got to see their competitor roll out of the pits and getting ready to have some fun back out on the circuit. They know they've got so far Class C secured if all maintains as it is.
No, 100%. And look, I'm going to change them to low engine that can.
Yes.
That is the Corridors Racing team. It's an absolutely fantastic effort to see them still on the grid with us. But we're looking at the overall standings at the moment. Of course, we saw the 1 hour dash that came and went with the Charlotte Rangers securing the win there, ahead of Damien Hammond in second place. And of course, Damien Hammond of Samlin Racing lead the championship at the moment. So it's a crucial thing for Charlotte Rangers to take a swing and a dig there at potentially taking that championship towards the end of the year. These points may build up and count going into the SAS 9 hours of Kyalami coming here. But Andrew Horn managed an incredible recovery job to get the parts he needed to complete this race, and taking third place Momia behind him, taking that closing 1 hour dash position. But the current race, what we have right now with the 4 hours that currently runs, the leader is Nick Adcock with Rico Barlow Racing, making crucial decision and strategic decision making, sticking to the slicks in the undecided weather conditions, and this has paid off for them now as they now lead the race. Into Africa Racing having to chop and change it, having committed to wet, but now going back onto slicks with Stewie White in the car, having changed, and Axel stepping out with 1.5 hours remaining of this race. In third place is Brad Liebenberg in Class A, and he is, of course, with the Stradale Motorsport stable. Marius Jackson having bowed out because of a technical issue on their side, collapsing of the suspension.
A snap shock, unfortunately, that means a bit of a problem. I do want to point out, however, maybe Marius Jackson is now needing, instead of starting the car at home, he's going to need to just drive it a little bit to make sure that the suspension goes well. Just for all the neighbors there. But honestly, some great stuff. But we've also got to talk about Class B.
Indeed.
We've got the Larticon going and having a huge amount of fun there. The BBR Porsche, as it used to be known back in 2024. They are keeping a consistent pace at the moment. Unfortunately, Amp London, we did see them a little bit go in the first hour, having a failure out of the stud failure.
Unfortunate for them,
But it could have ended worse. That's the thing. Could have ended with a properly broken car. So thanks to some quick wit, they were able to stop the car and able to get it back towards the pits.
Indeed, indeed.
But I have to also go and point out the Pesty Racing, the Pretorius family. Consistency is key. We always talk about consistency. Now take a look at them, because they're running 5th overall at the moment in the car that shouldn't be 5th. They're the slowest of all the vehicles that are around. They haven't got the same power to weight ratio. They haven't got the tire management and fuel management compared to the others, but out of pure consistency, they managed to keep themselves going. And let's go back to the second hour, where there was a bit of contact a little bit earlier on.
There was.
So whatever damage was incurred wasn't too bad, and the little splitter taking a hit there, that was also just a throwaway of, okay, it hasn't taken too much out of the car, we can focus on what we need to do, keep trucking along, keep moving on. But an hour and 24 minutes is still an incredibly long race, and once again, we do want to repeat this. The final 5 minutes of the race means that pit lane is closed. So if you're in the pits and you hit that 5 minutes, you will not be leaving the pits. And this is a crucial time for many of the drivers to consider what they can do. A lot from the likes of Nick Adcock, Stuart White, Bradley Liebenberg, Later Khan will all be considering that their cars can do an hour and 15 minutes out on the circuit. How much more do they need to rotate drivers out? Second to that is how long are they going to be able to get the cars going before they need to do that splash and dash to get to the end?
No, 100%. A lot of the permutations are going to be flying across each and every one of those garages, and the best decision made. Oh, there you go. Peeling into the pits. What is going on?
All right. So this is going to be interesting, because here comes Stuart White heading towards Cheetah. This is possibly that splash and dash. Remember, they got a 90-litre tank in that car.
They do.
They got a 90-litre tank, where the Lamborghini's got a 110-litre tank. That's just the specifics to it. So it looks like there's going to be a driver change. Nick Adcock out the car. And who is going to be climbing in?
Well, there can only be one. It's Prince Charlie Visser, the young man who staked his claim on an incredible position to be in. That was pole the fastest man on the circuit yesterday during qualifying. Of course, it's the overall qualifying time that was taken into account that put Rico Barlow Racing at the head of the starting grid today. Charlie Visser put down a 1:39.9, an incredible statement about the intention of this team going into this race. Now, with just over an hour to go, he may be getting ready to wrap things up. He's gonna go ahead and take the checkered flag. But let's leave that on an asterisk, as we can't call everything. But given the fact that we haven't seen him in the car at all since the beginning, it's highly likely that that is to be the case. You can sense the tension around this car, the intent as you get that change of boots for Charles Visser. I keep referring to him as Prince Charlie Visser because of his Instagram handle. But he's getting ready to get things underway now with a fresh pair of tires and get things underway.
So it's going to be interesting now. We know that car can do an hour and 15 minutes easy. But that being said, what is going to be the rebuttal from the Inter-Africa team? Now they've just seen Rico Barlow go out. Remember, the win that happened at Kyalami, which was double points, goes to Inter-Africa, where the likes of the Norman Nova wasn't able to get the win. They got second place. A win here will at least give them a chance to fight for the championship. But they will need a win here at Kyalami today, and they will need a win at Swartkorps going next, just to try and even it out. Now, this is where it's going to be interesting, because if that happens, we go to the final round where winner takes all between the two teams, which is very close to what happened last year, where we had the likes of Stradali, we had the likes of Inter-Africa, like we had with the likes of Rico Barlow and the Just for Sleep. But let's also point out that Charles has got an incredibly quick lap time, which we had at the start of our broadcast, a 1:49.9 around the circuit, a 1:40.9 around the circuit, of an average speed of 161 kilometers an hour. But let's go back to last year. The win was taken away in his stint. This is the driver that has got the most on the line. He's got the biggest bugbear that he sat waiting nearly a year to return to Kyalami to prove a point that he's in for the win for the Just for Sleep team. Let's take that in factor. The 9 hour of Kyalami 2024, they lost first place. They're now here for a 4 hour. This is where the impact's going to happen. You can see the likes of our G&H Transport, quick dab on the brakes to just allow the likes of Charles Visser to go in, and Blunden pulls into the pits to get that Audi R8 to keep going. It's fantastic to see Ant Blunden still having a bit of fun out there. That car has been through the wars, but Charles has got the biggest fight on his hands here, because the gremlin that sits on the shoulder saying, remember 2024, needs to be shaken off.
Do you remember the time? Let's see if he does, as he clears Crowthorne going into Yuxke and going up to Barbecue, which has been an interesting place to observe a lot of the action that we've seen, and some oopsies here and there, especially at Barbecue, the contact between the Pesty Racing car as well as the Class C GSW Polo. But that seemed to be overcome quite easily. Not much of a problem there. And it is now Stewie White at the helm, clearing Crowthorne now, and he is going to want to make a statement, and make that statement fast. An incredible, it's the sense of competition between these two that goes back so many years, having experienced pretty much the same sort of, gone through the same steps in ladder and South African development racing, right up until this point, where time and time again they prove that there's so many ways to sort of dominate, to compete, and to attempt to prove that your particular skill set, your particular approach is the one that gets you there. But it's so tough to tell them apart when it comes down to this. You know how hard it was for us to predict how races would finish when it was the two of them at the helm year after year, going back into the races we had with them.
Now, I've got a very good question. We taking the gamble here that Charles Visser is going to be running this to the end of the race. Stuart White, is he going to be running it to the end of the race? And is Bradley Liebenberg going to run it to the end of the race with our top three? Because they are all roughly within a lap of one another. Stuart White, Charles Visser, Bradley Liebenberg. If it comes down to a splash or dash, which driver, which team is going to pull the trigger first? We've got an hour and 18 minutes left. Average on these cars does an hour and 15 on a tank. If they fuel save, they might be able to get this hour and 18, but it's going to be cutting it rather fine. 100%. If they have to do a splash and dash of, say, 20 liters, put in the tank, it's going to pull them in. They're going to have roughly about a 25-second stop.
at most if they're not changing tyres. But that being said, who's going to pull the trigger first between the teams? Who's going to make that call? Who is going to be standing on pit wall? And this is where, as a driver, you're starting to rely back to your pit crew. Those men and women that are going and thinking on their feet what needs to be done. They are not just looking at your car, they're looking at the entire field. They're looking at every lap time, the entire graph of the situation. What's the weather looking like? What's the car looking like? The information that's coming through. Who is going to pull the trigger first and what needs to be done? Do you tell the drivers to push harder to keep going, or do you tell them to slack off? This is the difference. So it's going to be interesting to find out. But just talking about that, we have got an interview with Chloe and with the Rico Barlow and Adjust for Sleep team. So over to you, Chloe.
Joining us now is the team principal of Rico Barlow Racing, Claudio Piazzabusa. Claudio, talk to us. Charles Visser is currently running. How did Jensen and Adcock run? Are you happy with their performance?
Very happy with their performance. It's the first time at Kyalami that we were on pole and we managed to stay in the lead after the start, because obviously the GT3s are quick down the straight, so we were very happy with that. Michael did a sterling job, and then for Nick it was a bit of a dicey one because the rain came. And we just said to him, if you feel uncomfortable, come in, we'll put wets. If you feel comfortable, stay out there. And he stayed out there. Had a little bit of a spin, but at the end it was still better to stay out. Because if we came in, the pit stops would have been obviously much longer. And we also managed to stretch him to the end of his stint. So that was why we wanted him to stay out. So now Scholl's in and he's got the newer tyres. So hopefully he's got some pace in it and he can play catch up. So I'm hoping at the end it's going to be a race.
Well, one thing we know about Visser is that he loves Kyalami, and of course he's got a bone to pick as well, bearing in mind what happened at Kyalami last year in November. So what has been his mentality like?
His mentality has been good. We just sewed his gloves to his suit now, so he can't take them off. But yeah, he's been fine. He's been good. He's actually seems more relaxed actually compared to previously. So yeah, he's fine. Should be good.
And then the strategy, fuel as well, going in for Visser.
So the Lambo has to stop again, do a full service. We need to do like a splash and dash. I don't know exactly how much, we're busy calculating it. So both of us have to come in, but our pit stop's going to be a lot shorter. So we will make up some time, but we just got to see how much time we're going to make up.
Well, talking about how Visser loves, of course, this track, he's written his own lap time. Talk to us about a quick reaction from you.
Amazing. Yeah, in quali he broke the 40s, so we were surprised. The time was very fast. He was very happy with the handling of the car. And same with Michael and Nick. They got in the car and it's the first time they were happy. We didn't have to change anything. So yeah, all good. Very happy.
Thank you, Claudio. We'll let you go back to work. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Cheers.
That is, of course, the team principal from Nova. Let's go back to commentary.
Now, how is that for setting a standard and smashing it back into the past as if it was nothing? Charles, as soon as he gets back into the seat of that Nova, rewrites history again. He just broke his own record in racing trim. He set the standard yesterday with qualifying. You saw it was coming. We're just waiting for it to officially happen, and here it is, almost as soon as he's gotten into the saddle of that Nova Proto 2. That is incredible.
Oh, I've just got to say, from the voiceover that took so much time, I'm glad that it's actually been beaten. a little bit hurt at the same time, but absolutely well done to Charles Visser. But this brings in the question. He's not saving fuel.
He's hammering it. However, if he's not saving fuel because Nick Adcock in his stint was not pushing as hard for a good 5, 6, maybe 7 laps or so. So he may be taking advantage of that for the next maybe 5, whatever the duration or cushion that Nick Adcock afforded him, he's going to take advantage of that and push.
And Michael Jensen at the beginning of the hour, remember how he opened up the gap and then backed off?
Look at the rear, quite happy there, going down the home straight at Ingwe.
So Michael and Nick actually tapered off a little bit to save the fuel. What they did in the first hour and what they did in the third hour is enough to allow Charles Visser to go hammer and tongs towards the end. I mean, Yeah, that's a skill play. That is a phenomenal skill play from the team.
100%.
And I've got to say, just really, really happy about that. I have to say, great stuff. But here's the big tank slapper out of Ingwe and fights his way through. So great stuff there. But we do have a pit stop going on underway.
Yep, looks like the Inter-African team might be waiting to do a pit stop. Oh, yep, there you go. The Lamborghini peels in, and we've got smoke, plumes of smoke
off
at the
left.
rear of
That's
Maverick.
the left rear.
Maverick's got smoke at the rear left. What is going? Yep,
that's a puncture.
Rear left puncture. Oh no! Oh no!
That is the puncture on the rear left of the car, and he is going to drop down the order. Stuart White pushed a little too hard, and it's gone and hurt it for the team. So let's see how this is going to work, because they're going to lose first place to Charles Visser, and Bradley Liebenberg's not too far behind.
Oh my goodness, you never would have called it. Oh, you wouldn't want to call it, would you? But you've got that particular affected tire that's being worked on and serviced at the moment. Let's have a look what
they're doing a splash and dash as well. So they are going, this is a react from them as well on that pit stop. But you could see the tire absolutely destroyed.
Demolished, yeah.
And the team just going and saying that was a good pit stop, but at the same time, how hard was Stewie pushing to go and have the tire deteriorate? And there is change up where we see Charles Visser has just gotten past the likes of Stuart White, and now it's going to be a hunt down for first and second place.
Yeah, trying to get a gauge of the times that Stewie White was pushing out to me. 142.2 is the best time overall, but obviously the most recent time, the timing screens have reset themselves, would have been the one that was affected by the tire, so it's hard to tell just how he was doing just before that puncture happened. But oh, what a blow. It's like two different ends of the pendulum here. On one side, with the now first place Rico Bala Racing Charles Visser, he's breaking lap records. On the other, a puncture came the way of Inter-Africa Racing, so that they're going to have to push their hardest to mitigate the damage that's come their way when we're looking at 1 hour and 10 minutes of this race remaining.
And let's go back to round one at Swat Corps, where Inter-Africa, Stuart White was pushing so hard to catch up to the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow Nova that he actually landed up missing his brake marker, trying to make up that time. Now this is where it gets a little bit of a worry of how is he going to take this? You're seeing your competitor ahead of you, you're trying to push as hard as you can. You got two incredibly quick drivers that know how to fight it out. And also, you've got to point out that the Stradale team would have been notified as well that, hey, listen, there was a problem on that Lambo, and we're going to go hunting it down as well. So see, Bradley Liebenberg's going to make up a fair amount of ground as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man, must be gutted, the Inter-Africa Racing team. But that's motorsport for you. You can see the body language of the pit stop crew. They celebrate each and every one of the impressive pit stops, but that was one they did not want to have to celebrate in today's racing. But we have an hour, just over an hour to go, as Stewie White makes clear of the GSW Polo there at Crowthorne. And you can see we've had a couple of interesting moments. Nick Adcock, that is exactly where he had a moment earlier on in changing conditions, having spun around, but he continued and mitigated the damage and it paid off, because now that stint allowed for Charles Visser, I do imagine, to push as hard as he has, having gotten back into the saddle.
So a bit of information coming in from Greg Maloney. How's this one to think about? Stuart White and Charles Visser know each other very well for going back in the karting days. Now you've got them both out on circuit chasing each other for the championship. Remember, this is championship points for both sides. Charles Visser will not be in the same fight for the championship, but he can leverage some points away from Inter-Africa.
Yeah, he can negate the effect of the fact that Stewie White is consistently there round after round, whereas he is not. So that is going to be a blow to take. We've got GNH Transport, number 511 in the pits at the moment. We've got a change of shoes, it seems, here from the team. The front right is being serviced at the moment. Let's see if the rest of the car is in good condition.
Newer set going on. Wouldn't say brand new, but it's a newer set.
Yeah, newer set. Yeah, new in racing terms. You have to be very economical about how you use your rubber in the motorsport industry. And we've got the Corridors Racing car still going at it. This is going to be an incredible achievement for them, I reckon, coming back for retribution. And look at that Stewie White going sideways at Ingwe.
It's not a very straightforward corner, apparently, an exit there at the final corner of the circuit. And Stewie White managed to restabilize the car again and get back out onto the circuit as he tries to keep Charles ahead of him as close as possible and within touching distance.
So there's a 2-second difference between Charles Visser and Stewie White. Now, Stewie's not pushing it as hard as he would like to, trying to get a little bit more up to pace. Remember, that tyre is still fresh, so it still needs to be warmed up compared to the other three that it's having to deal with. So he's got a little bit of an oddity there. But this is going to be interesting. Stewie White is losing time. He was 5 seconds. He's now 7.2. He's going 8 seconds. He's starting to fall down the order, and this is going to be a compromising position. But we do know, however, that they've sorted themselves out. This, unfortunately, is not a good sight for the Pesty Racing Machine that's been rather consistent. They had to have a little bit of a coming together early on, and now they're doing a bit of work on the car, trying to take a look at what's happening out here, because it's very slow going in the pits. No one really jumping to sort it out.
Yeah, the body language is rather resigned at the moment. It seems to have this team seems to have accepted the fate of the car. And you see Aram getting into the saddle there, as opposed to just reposition the car when the team helps him roll it around.
They're not checking anything out there.
Yeah.
There's something possibly fairly terminal. They're going to try and jack the car up and take a look, checking the gears just to make sure there's something going on with the gearbox that they were concerned about, that he was going and trying to select through each of the gears. This is a tough one. This is an extremely
not
tough
very
one.
easy.
So let's see how this is going to work, and we're going to see how it all plays out. But this isn't the first time they've had gearbox troubles this year. Let's go back. SWAT Corps, problem.
Yes.
Aldo Scribanti, problem.
Yep.
Cape Town, problem.
Yep.
Kyalami.
And you know, you can't apply the commentator's curse to this one, because I've preferred to call these in hindsight as opposed to calling them ahead of time. And I don't think after the third problem, you don't enjoy hearing the mention of that particular issue, as we have Stewie White now on a recovery mission with only a few seconds between him and Charles Visser, who at the moment leads the race for Rico Barlow Racing.
Definitely some interesting racing and play, and still, while I was walking around, I got to have a chat to a couple of the spectators out there currently enjoying the racing and enjoying the sights and sounds. Many of the spectators actually enjoying the activations here at Kyalami. I've had a chat to a couple of the avid sim racers and those that are wanting to do sim racing, having a go at the Vodacom for You, getting to see all the different packages. I learned that there is a phone that I really want that's down there as well. But honestly, the vibes is just really enjoying what's going on. And many of the competitors very, very interested in the endurance racing aspect of looking at the times, looking at where everyone's positioned, and just seeing the timing. I had a bit of a good giggle. I sat with a couple of the spectators that had a piece of paper out there, jotting down the times, and they were trying to work out who is going to be the quickest, who's going to be able to get the win at the end. I mean, these are youngsters that are planning to be race managers at the end of the day. And
that's incredible.
That's what we've got here at the South African Endurance Series, and that's what we're aspiring to have more, not only just putting on the crash helmets, but just taking up those different roles. As we take a look at Franco Di Matteo out there in the Blue Sands Racing, enjoying himself and really putting on a great charge with the IRC Ford Mustang, and continues to go on.
Yep.
So with that being said, I know that Chloe is down in the pits and going to be having a discussion with the Pesty Racing. Over to you, Chloe.
Racing, well, not great to see you here. What has happened?
No, it's unfortunate. We were actually just planning a pit stop now to do a fuel stop, a splash and dash, and then headed towards the end. Unfortunately, the last few laps I started feeling a lot of wheel spin, and it was quite weird, but I thought maybe it's tires starting to wear a lot. And then after the mine shaft, it just completely went, and I idled it back in. We're not too sure what went, but we don't think it's gearbox. We think it's a side shaft or a diff. It looks more like a diff, so we'll have a look. But yeah, I think it's race over for us, unfortunately. It's what it is, but yeah, it was an awesome day. And yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Now we'll quickly check if we can make a plan. But yeah, there's not much we can do. The team put in a lot of work for this round, but unfortunately it happens, and we haven't had a DNF for a really long time. Not that we ever want
that. But if you had to choose a highlight over the weekend, what would that be for you?
I just think the event in general, everybody has put in so much effort. SAES, they've put on an awesome show like they always do. And unfortunately we weren't that many cars this weekend, but it showed everybody who wants to race was here, and it was just a great event all around. So looking forward to Sparkorps, and hopefully we can get a good lead in the championship there. We can use this as our drop round now, and work hard for Sparkorps and go and finish strong, which I'm sure we will do.
As you always do, Byron Pretoria is joining us, and while trying to figure out if they will be able to sort it out to go back out, but now sounding not too positive. But let's go back to commentary.
Well, that being said, Pesci Racing, possible diff failure. They swapped out last year. They were using an Alice diff, this time not, and they were concerned about it. Unfortunately, with it letting go, it does give a bit more of a problem. It actually uses a BMW differential. So I know of a couple of cars that were racing in a certain category earlier that may have a diff. It just requires a little bit of elbow grease.
It would have been a similar scenario actually to the car you have in frame here, the owner of the car you have in frame, one of the racers, I beg your pardon, Franco Di Matteo, assisting Andrew Horn from the 1 hour dash with some of the parts he might have needed. That would have been great. Would have been great, but unfortunately for PSD Racing, just not one of those days.
Definitely not. But maybe, I still think they can get that car out. They're going to try. I don't think it's all game over just as yet. We've seen them come back from the brink many times before.
Yeah.
And the Pretorius team are going to be doing everything that they can to try and get it all sorted out. So, currently at the top of the charts, it is Charles Visser in the Norman Nova going for the Rico Barlow Adjust for Sleep. In first place, 11 seconds behind is Into Africa Stuart White of our Class A. Bradley Liebenberg for the Stradali team is running in third of the Class A's. First of the Class B's is the likes of Henk and Hein Laterkan. They're running it first of the Class B's. And then we've got the Franco team, first of the Class C's, with the Pretorius team of the Team Pesty going and fighting out there in sixth place on the charts. GNH Transport lies in 7th place. The Blue Sands Racing is in 8th place. And we've got the likes of Marius Jackson, unfortunately, out of the race. Rodriguez out there for the Team Corridus, still trying to keep up the pace. And honestly, still keeping on going. And that so far is our running order. Our Class A's are all very close to one another. Third place is going to be a bit of a long shot, but we've seen in the past, it's not out of the woodwork just as yet.
No, not at all. Plenty of time. We've got an hour to go. And plenty potential changes. One of those changes not too long from now would be Temba Kumalo joining you, Steve, alongside in the saddle. But yeah, looking at just having a chat with the Blue Sands Racing team earlier on, they're pleased with the amount of progress that they've made at here at Kyalami and overall during the championship. I mean, they've come across some incredibly challenging unexpected occurrences with the rounds that have come and gone. So for them to be here in the trim they're in, finding and learning the car, just how it handles, where it needs to be dialed in and out in terms of oversteer and understeer, and saying how much easier it is to drive overall in terms of handling, the braking ability that they've found, the dynamics under braking has turned out to be a lot better and suitable for all of the racing drivers. It's made it a pleasure and a joy to race, and that is paying off as they see the closing hour of this race.
Now it's going to be a tough one. That being said, Into Africa going and doing a stop as well, tyres and fuel, just to get themselves sorted out. But so it's Laterkan, apologies. It's going to be the BBR Porsche. They'll be going and getting some fuels and tyres. That being said, I know Prince is going to go and gather some information as we see the Corridus machine still out, still going, fighting its way through. A little bit down on the order, but still trucking along just as fine. Temba, welcome back to the commentary box. I know that you've been running around getting a bit of information. I got a little bit wet earlier. But that being said, so far the racing has been rather fantastic. And once again, this is going to be won and lost in the pits.
The racing has been fantastic indeed, Steve. I'm sorry you got wet. I was nice and warm in the commentary booth while the rain was falling. But I must say, having just come in from outside, it is cold outside. The wind is still blowing. And a shame there for the backdraft team, because literally about 15 minutes ago, I was sat having a chat with Harun Pretorius. He was relaxed, he had a plate of food, was saying how he's enjoying the day, and I asked, how's the day been? It seemed pretty seamless so far. And he was like, oh, Tim, it's been fantastic, just smooth. He wasn't very impressed with the maneuver from David Franco that we saw a couple of hours ago. He was just explaining to me that he thought it maybe wasn't the most necessary maneuver because the GSW car was going to come through anyway. The GSW sponsored car was going to come through anyway on the next straight. But tough break for them there. Unfortunate with those diff issues, as you mentioned. And what I can also add from just what I found out in the pit lane, the Di Matteo car was having a chat with Julian Familiares. He explained to me that they had a serious issue with the rear right wheel wishbone and they had to replace it, so they lost about 40 minutes where they were stuck in the pits. Unfortunately for Julian, he was due to go out on track for another stint, but that now has been cancelled. He explained to me that Franco Di Matteo would be going out. We can now see out on track, and Romano Sartori will be finishing the stint for the Di Matteo team.
The owner of the car going to be having a bit of fun there, Romano. Brilliant chap's going to have a chat to you. The first thing he said is he doesn't want rain here at Kyalami after experiencing the floods down in Cape Town a little bit earlier, where it actually landed up with the car getting a little bit broken, going and catching a river, thrown off into the dirt, and well, the rest is history at that point. But that being said, it's always fantastic to see all the teams putting in the hard work. Now, the battle for Class A, Inter Africa Racing, Rico Barlow, Just for Sleep. There's 56 minutes to go. We know both cars have just done a quick refuel to get themselves back out and going, so they will be able to push it to the end. The question is, which of the two are going to be able to get the win? Is it going to be the Northern Nova NP02, the Rico Barlow Just for Sleep car? Is it going to be the Inter Africa Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2? Sheesh, that's a mouthful. They're going to be fighting out, considering they were sitting roughly about 11 seconds off one another. And in championship points, this is crucial because if Rico Barlow Just for Sleep is able to score the points, they managed to put 3 drivers maximizing those 50 points. Even though they're not in the fight for the championship, Nick Adcock is, they're still going to take a major hit to the likes of Inter Africa, forcing them down the chart, because now there's 2 drivers that aren't contending for the championship to go and throw them down the order, as we do see the Blue Sands Racing pulling into the pits, and there's Romano going to be climbing into the car.
Fantastic point there, Steve. Romano Sartori getting into the Mustang, a very, very special piece of equipment. Only 14 of those cars in the world. This one coming out of Australia, as we see Franco Di Matteo jumping out and Romano Sartori jumping in. Having a look at the live timing as we look at that stop, Charles Visser is flying. A new fastest lap of the race last time around, a 1:40.871. Words cannot explain how fast that is going around this Kyalami circuit. Faster than Brad Binder was going on a MotoGP bike here, which should put it into perspective. And you can see Stuart White out on track, who did a 42.9 last time out, which is only 0.7 slower than the fastest lap the car has done over the 3 hours and 5 minutes. And you can see from the body language of the Lamborghini that Stuart White is pushing. He is on the limit. He's using all of the track there every time he comes out on the exit of Ingwe. And interesting, Steve, I noticed that the Rico Barlow car doesn't use all the track out there, but Stuart White having to maximize track usage, using as much of the Kyalami track as possible, up to 15 meters wide at points, I believe. But tough break with that puncture earlier, and Inter Africa doesn't seem like they have a response at the moment, but with 54 minutes to go, anything can happen as Charles Visser leads ahead of the Lamborghini by 18.4 seconds.
Now, it looks like that Stuart White has actually just tapped off a little bit. He's not fighting as hard. He's nursing the car a little bit, possibly to go on the attack towards the end. Remember, he's going to try and preserve these tires. Track's starting to cool down, so preserve the tires when it gets towards the end. Going back to the likes of Kalani, our last round, we waited, then went on to the attack, then started throwing it in. So, likes of Stuart White, a little look down. He's constantly looking at that
slowing down there, Steve.
He's looking at that heads-up display. He's just being a little bit of a look of it, radio button in, just talking to everyone in the pits. There's adjustments being done in that car. There's lots of back and forth of what's going on, little adjustments, and he keeps looking down towards the dash. So that's adjustments that he's visibly looking at. Is it brake bias? Is it engine mapping? What are they doing in that car to get themselves ready? I think they're just getting all the settings in place. When it gets down to the last 30 minutes, it's hammer down. Then it's, now we've saved enough fuel, we know we got that buffer, and we're going to push as hard as we can. That being said, they can't slack off too much because Bradley Liebenberg is also gaining a lot of time on them.
Without a doubt, Bradley Liebenberg, the Mr. Late Show, I might start calling him, because we saw him flying at the end of round 3 at Kyalami, and he is flying again here at the end of the race, so we cannot write off Stradale Motorsport. This is Stuart White coming to the pits. I noticed, Steve, as he exited Clubhouse, he exited in the middle of the circuit, which immediately told me that he slowed down. So he is coming in for a pit stop. Greg Maloney's got his hawk eyes watching. Is it another puncture?
So he's looking at the back of the car, unfortunately. The right back having a bit of an issue. Now, this is, that's going to be a changeover. Puncture that was on the left side has now gone to the right side.
Another one.
Oh, this is just turning into a nightmare. And the Dunlop's going to come off, a new set going to be put on. And a loss of pressure warning would have popped up on the dash. Now Stuart White is going to go hunting yet again. But this is throwing them down the order. And I mean, looking at Charles Visser, once again, he's beaten his own personal best, doing a 1 minute 40.841, which is now really stepping it up. But what it's also done has put Stradale's Audi R8 into second place. Bradley Liebenberg, who's been sitting on the coattails waiting, has now taken second place away from Into Africa. This is a nightmare case scenario because Into Africa needs second place here at Kyalami to be able to hold a substantial lead going into Swartkorps, which will be our next round.
We saw there Stuart White threading the eye of the needle on the exit of Barbecue. That was quite close coming through on David Franco. And looking at the footage there, so he's almost a lap behind as he comes through the exit of Clubhouse, about to enter the S's. You'll shortly see the 15 car. There goes Bradley Liebenberg up the hill into Leeuwcorp, going around the outside of the GN8 Transport, the two R8s out on track. So Bradley Liebenberg last time around came through at a 44.6. So it's going to be very interesting to see what pace now Stuart White can manage in that Into Africa car, because as you said, they need second place. So he cannot rest on his laurels now, judging by the distance that we just saw there, because White was entering the S's as Liebenberg was going up to Leeuwcorp. So I would guesstimate that's about 10-second gap that he has to make up. 50 minutes to go. Pressure's on for the Into Africa team.
Now let's go back to a previous interview where Charles Ranchis went and mentioned that there's a good relationship between Into Africa and the Stradale team. Is there going to be a good relationship now of, listen, we're fighting for the championship, would you mind? And immediately, here is the pit stop coming in for Charles Visser. I don't think he's going to be climbing out of the car. So, up on the jacks, immediately fuel going in. Don't see that door opening up. So it looks like they're going to leave him in. This is a splash and dash. This is a splash and dash, the whole first place. They're comfortable with him being in the car. But once again, that's that awkward conversation, that buddy, pal, amigo, best friend, hey, is going to be in the play. Charles Visser now exiting the pits to rejoin in first place. He's gone and done the usurp at the moment, that overcut coming into play to the rest of the drivers. And it was a quick pit stop, short fueling, roughly about 20 odd litres getting chucked into the car to get him back out. Stuart White has got 9 seconds behind Bradley Liebenberg. He has to get second. Otherwise, going in towards the final round is going to be very reminiscent of 2023 and 2024, where 1 point separated the lead. And that's something I think Into Africa wants to have a little bit more breathing room they had for the last 2 years.
Into Africa would love a little bit more breathing room, but for us neutrals, this is a fantastic scenario. Stuart White did a 51.2 last time around. I believe that would have been his outlap out the pit, so we're going to keep an eye on his pace. Steve, you've highlighted today how important pit stops are. Rico Barlow seemed to have been impeccable throughout the day in the pit lane.
Going and eyeing things out, making sure it works, and quite frankly, I did see a little bit of a sneaky yesterday where a couple of the teams were sitting with stopwatches, and as guys were coming in, they were stopwatching. That you don't get to see too often, but when it does, a little smirk on your face arrives and going, okay, that's the game plan right now. You're busy clicking on the stopwatch, seeing roughly how long a stop's going to take for your competitors, so you know how much time it is for them for refueling, tire changes and such. Gives you a bit of an upper edge, and that's perception. And once again, it comes down to the team going and having that perception. So you just look around and say, okay, what are the surroundings happening? Not just looking at the circuit, but what's the activity in the pits? Are people moving around? Are people not moving around? Is there people stepping out into the pit box? Then you know it's game time. And this is the different happenings. And many of the managers will actually look over and say, okay, the guys are busy sitting with a stopwatch and going, okay, so that's how long their pit stop was. Now we know whether they can undercut or overcut, and that would have been within the first hour they started figuring it out. Quick flash of lights, however, for Charles Visser, just to warn the competitors that he's going to be coming through and giving it absolutely everything he's got. A little bit far back, I won't lie, but he had to quickly decide. I think he was betting to go and have the car jump out of the way to the left-hand side. Wasn't quite going to happen. Middle of the road for our Super Cup car.
The battle for second and third place. And just to touch on what you were saying a bit earlier, I did say I guesstimated that the gap was 10 seconds, and it is 9.1 between Into Africa and Stradale Motorsport. I'm keeping an eye on our live timing. Stuart White, the previous lap before he crosses the line, was 0.4 quicker than Liebenberg. He crosses the line, so that was a 43.491 on the previous lap as he comes across the line, and 42.7 for Stuart White. So he is putting the hammer down, the gap down to 8.4 seconds with 46 minutes to go. And we were speaking earlier about friendships in racing, and the first thing that came to my mind was the good old parable of Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton.
Yes. Let's be honest, when any of the drivers put a visor down, that's red mist. You go from friend to foe in half a second. I mean, this is well documented for all the drivers, riders, anyone that has been involved in any sort of competition. The moment that you get to the starting blocks, the moment you put that visor down, the moment you grab hold of the reins, there's no more friends. It's just you versus your competitor. Finished. And this is going to be the interesting part. Now, Charles, a lot of hard work coming on his part, trying to pick up the pace and really give it everything he's got. And, I mean, he's been absolutely on the mark. His best lap time, 140.728, which, once again, goes and beats his record that he had at the start of this race, which was 140.9. So he's constantly getting quicker and quicker and quicker, knowing that there's a problem. Stuart White has closed the gap to Bradley Liebenberg as well. Now this is going to be interesting. Charles Visser, Bradley Liebenberg, Stuart White all know each other from go-karting, and all know how much they can fight with one another, how little room they can give one another, how much they can push each other into a mistake. And they've got a lot of room to play with here.
The old saying, know your enemy, and these guys know each other very, very well. Charles Visser, multiple-time karting champion and a multiple champion in multiple disciplines, putting all of his international experience to good use, because as we've been following him around for the last couple of laps, he's making the other cars look like they're not even racing. And this is, I'm thoroughly impressed. As we have, is that
that's that's Bradley into the pits, and it is going to be a fuel stop and a full tire change. So they are doing a full service on that car to get it to the end, putting the best boots that they can, filling it up, and it's all hammer and tongs right to the very end to fight it out against Into Africa, which would take second place now. Stewie White has gone and got himself into second, and now it's going to be guns blazing. Right side's been done, left side being completed. Oh no, that wrench not having a good time, trying to pull it off. Oh no, not working out. No. That front left is just not coming off. Gonna take the other impact wrench, see if they can try and pull it off. There we go, managing to do it, but this is crucial seconds in the championship. getting dropped out and was holding second place. Not ideal circumstances. They off the jacks. Now to try and get it up and going. A quick push. Remember, they have a starter motor issue that they had at the beginning of the race. A quick push from the pit crew, and this is why fitness levels are needed, because they managed to push a car that weighs 1.3 tons.
100% right. A throwback to the good old days of getting the bump start right. And tough break there. Oh, this is perfect for us. 42 minutes to go. Don't go anywhere as Stuart White has a face full of Bradley Liebenberg as they come through Cawthorne into the Jutskay sweep. Will he try and move up the inside of Barbecue?
He's going to try.
He thought about it, not quite. Bradley Liebenberg has no time here to get himself up to speed. He has to get straight back onto the wire. Stuart White up the inside into Sunset. This is a very, very fast corner. He's going to have to be brave on the brake. They go through side by side. That will now give Bradley Liebenberg the inside line into Clubhouse. Can he retaliate on Stuart White? No, he can't at the moment. He's obviously not got tire temperature in those tires yet coming out the pits. So he's now going to get a good look at the Hurricane, and Bradley Liebenberg will now have to try and go with Stuart White first of all, get his tires up to temperature and set up his retaliation plan on the Rambo Lambo.
This is going to have to sit on the back as much as possible, try and force a mistake. And yet again, when we talk about cold tires, what does it mean for a driver? It means that you've got no grip. It means you have to brake a little bit earlier, you have to turn the steering a little bit more. It starts feeling like you are sitting in traffic. It's just frustrating. And every time you go lap after lap, it gets better and better and better. You can now brake later, you can now turn. You can turn easier, you can put the power down easier. At the moment, that Audi is frustrating to drive with cold temperatures.
Bradley Liebenberg, cold tires personified, as you gave that fantastic explanation, Steve. We saw him running wide there at the top of Leocorp, running wide again at the Crocodiles, and that's unfortunately what happens when you are trying to push at the limit on a cold tire. As you said, cold tires, cold brakes. Stuart White is fully up to speed. He is on it at the moment. So let's see what Brad Liebenberg can do. Another multiple time champion in South Africa. He's got a very, very long CV. But I think by the end of this lap, he should have his tires up to speed. And he, of course, will have a bit of a slipstream there, pulling him along behind the Lambo as we go through Sunset. And have a look on the inside here. One thing about this corner, it's blind. It's blind. That wall is in the way. You have to get flat out on the gas before you can even see the exit of the corner. And of course, it is named Sunset because when the sun is out, the sun is going directly into your eyes and it's completely blind for the drivers. They use their fantastic skills, muscle memory to know exactly where to place that car as they set up the entry into Clubhouse. We can still see the clouds hanging all around the Kyalami circuit, but the rain has stopped and I think we won't be getting any more rain today. Greg Maloney is signaling, I'm sure he's having a chat with Sam on WhatsApp as we speak to confirm that there will be no more rain coming. And I'm having a look at the flags as well on the grandstand opposite the pit straight. Still a bit of wind, but it's died down, so I think we will be continuing with these conditions till the end of the race.
It's also the wind's actually changed, so when they come past the start-finish line, they're actually going into they're getting a bit of a tailwind or a headwind coming at them. So when they're going up towards the top of Leocorp, it's behind. But this is Bradley into the pits again. The Audi R8 to the Stradale team back into the pits after a full service. What on earth has gone on with our third place car? This is not the game plan. This is a drive-through. This is a drive-through. They've been penalized. This is a drive-through that's come into play for an unsafe release coming in. So this is definitely not a game plan for them. And unfortunately, this is so far the second of our drive-throughs we've actually seen in this third. So we had the likes of the Rico Barlow Just for Seep. We've had the Stradale team, both with drive-throughs. And Into Africa has also had one. So this is now a very interesting situation for the teams because all three of our top three have had officially one DT going through. When you're pushing the boundaries, sometimes pushing it a little bit too far, you tend to run into the stewards and the COC saying, no, my friend, you need to just calm it down a little bit.
I've never seen the top three all get the same penalty in a race before, and particularly a DT, as you said there, drive-through penalty. Drama galore in this race. We've seen penalties for our top three, a spin for Nick Adcock in the Nova out front, 2 punctures for the Into Africa team, and of course with that slow pit stop, that's the moment where teams find themselves the most vulnerable to make a mistake. When you've had a slow pit stop, the adrenaline goes up, everyone in the pit is on edge, the driver's also on edge, so very easy to make a mistake there, and a true shame there for Stradale, because unfortunately they do not have a lot of time to recover from this position.
No, this has definitely put them on the back foot. 37 minutes and 43 seconds to go left of the 4-hour endurance race here at Kyalami for round 4, the South African Endurance Series, and all to play for in the points, but this has worked out in the favor for Into Africa. Second place for both their drivers is still a good position for them, and they're 59 seconds away from this car currently on the screen, the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow Norma Nova NP02, to keep putting the hammer down. So this is going to be an interesting time. Can Stewie Wines be able to usurp them? This will mean they get an advantage in the championship heading into SWAT Corps and create a little bit more of a buffer as they get ready for the end of the season. The double points, the big one, the 9 hours of Kyalami that would be gearing up.
That is one you will not want to miss. Stewie White is pushing once again. He's come through last time around at a 42.4, which is only 0.2 slower than the fastest lap that the Into Africa Lambo has done in this race. I was also doing some quick calculations there. Bradley Liebenberg did a 157 on the lap, which he served his drive-through penalty, which was 14 seconds slower than his fastest lap of the race and 15 seconds slower than Stuart White on that previous lap. On the lap exiting the pits, he did a 46, so a further 4 seconds he's lost there. So that drive-through penalty has cost the Stradale team approximately 20 seconds coming through. They cannot afford that at this late stage of the race. As we see, it's starting to get darker and darker here at Kyalami. We have not quite reached sunset. You can see the sun hiding behind the clouds over barbecue over on the top left of our screen. But it's going to be very interesting. 1 minute in the lead now is Charles Visser out front. He's still lapping at a 42.0. He's had a pretty seamless and smooth race, but Bradley Liebenberg has got work to do.
Well, that's also being said. Bradley Liebenberg is 13th in the championship, so getting points here is crucial to push me into the top 10 for the Class A. But then we've also got to talk about the title contention as an overall. So there is that overall championship that looms around. And so far, leading the overall championship out of the entire South African Endurance Series is Into Africa. So it's crucial for Stuart White and the likes of Lataka to get some major points. Axel Jeffries not so much, as he's not in the title contention as a driver, but means that he's going to be scoring some good points here at Kyalami. But they need to ensure to keep ahead of the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow Racing Norma Nova to try and prevent the likes of Nick Adcock to get any winning positions. And they need to try and stop him from maximizing points at this stage of the game, because remember, he's in the fight for Class A. He's also in the fight for the overall championship.
Crucial point as we get in the second half of 2025 and we are moving towards the crunch point of the season. This season of SAES is turning you into quite the statistician, Steve. Or mathematician, I should maybe say.
I think my teachers would be rather proud at this point. But that being said, Ryan Nyker, who would be lying in third place with Bradley Liebenberg, go back to round 1, he actually won it. He was part of the winning team, so scored a full 50 points. So this is also going to be good points to move him up in the order. He's currently sitting down in 32nd position in the overall championship. So some good points here would be a climb up. Now, I do want to talk about the performance in index, because it doesn't matter how fast you're going. It doesn't matter what car you're in. And what we talk about is your consistency over the duration. And this is also a driver championship, and it's currently being led by the Backdraft Racing, Denver Branders and Gavin Rook, along with Richard Van Heerden, Mike McLaughlin, Steve Clark, and then we've got Pedro Garcia, Andrew Bettencourt, Remy Gage, who are not there, plus the Pretorius team, Barnard and Harm Pretorius, are running a little bit further down. Now, we know they've got a broken diff. They won't be out there. This is going to play into the favor out of everyone as we go down the order. It's going to work out for the likes of Into Africa Mr. Lataka and Stuart White lying in 21st position. If they can keep that consistent pace up, they score big, they're going to move up in the national index and performance. This is a national championship. So not only are you going for a national championship for overall champion, for Class A champion, but you're also going for it in a index and performance.
Trophies galore,
yes,
available, and only 13 points separating the top 5. 5 points between the top 2 in that championship. So very much looking forward to see that. Steve, can you explain for our viewers at home who've never heard of the performance index, in layman's terms, essentially, what is that championship and how are points scored there?
Okay, first things first, performance index is the best championship. It doesn't matter how fast you are, it doesn't matter what car you got. You can win it by being the slowest car out there, but it's all about consistency. You set your fastest lap time, and you've got to try and keep within that fastest lap time. So 0.1 of a second, 0.2 of a second, you've got to be very, very careful. 0.5 of a second, that's already a loss of 1.5%. So the aim of it is to keep as close as you can to your fastest lap time over the duration of the race. That gets transferred into a percentage, and that will then count for points. A outright win in the performance of index is 50 points. When you get to like Kyalami, which we had in the last round, it's 100 points. You double that. So the aim for all these drivers is to look at their fastest lap time and keep going at that lap time. You will, however, lose points by going faster than your fastest lap time or slower than your fastest lap time. So getting better and better and better, like Schalfus has been doing, has been negatively impacting his performance, because right now, you work it out, he's roughly lost about 1% just by going faster. So well done, you've gotten faster, but you've now just flattened yourself out of the performance and index. So you've got to set that target lap time. You've got to stick to it. It is one of the hardest classes to race in because you don't quite know how it's going to pan out until they go back and they work it out on the systems. Everyone in the back has got a whole sum system that they work it out with, which is absolutely incredible. You sit there with calculators, but honestly, if you can go and figure out, that's my lap time, that's what I have to hit, that's going to be the game plan. And for endurance racing, having that target lap time is perfect, not only for what your fuel rate's going to be, your tire consumption is going to be, and also your stint time, but it plays into the performance index once again. And that you would have had to have planned out before the green flag went down.
That is really, really fascinating, and thank you for that explanation. You know, it's really interesting and funny to me because 9 times out of 10 in motorsport, youth is a benefit. And clearly the youthful exuberance of Schalfus is not helping him at all in the Index Championship because he likes going fast. We're having a chat, Prince and I were having a chat with him and his dad, and one thing you can tell about Schalfus, he is seriously determined to win. As we see him doing his best impression of a BMW driver on the N1 in the fast lane, flashing the Corridas car ahead of him. He is in the flow, and I can tell you that when he's flashing him there, he's not thinking about the performance index. He's just thinking about going faster and faster. Just having another look at the lap times there of our top 3. So Visser in the Rico Barlow car did a 42.9 last time round, a 43.5 for White in the Lamborghini, and Liebenberg on a 44.0. I think looking at the times as we've been watching throughout the 3.5 hours, from the top 3, it seems to me like the Inter-Africa car has been the most consistent of those top 3 because Letlaka was lapping consistently at 43, 44. Jeffries came in and did a long sequence of 42s and 43s. And White, similarly, who's just done a 42.3, which is less than a tenth of a second slower. That's 0.07 slower than the car's best time of the race. And that's exactly the consistency that I'm talking about.
Well, that's it. I mean, Schalfus lying 61st in the Index Performance Championship, yet he's the fastest chap out there. Talk about Stuart White. He is actually out of the top 50 in Performance Index, yet one of the quickest drivers we have out here. I mean, this is what goes on. You don't have to be the quickest for the Performance Index. You just have to be that consistent. It's that little bit of planning. And having a huge amount of horsepower actually works to the detriment of getting Performance Index. It's harder
to be consistent when you got something that can just make you go faster. Because, well, let's be honest, everyone's got a lead foot and now having to push through. Let's take a look at Charles Visser out there giving it everything he's got and trying to push a little bit harder this time around and seeing how it's going to plan out. With 28 minutes to go, we're in for a rather exciting state of affairs. But as the time ticks over, we're going to be changing over. Tim McMarlow going to be enjoying some of the celebrations down there. Greg Maloney coming onto the mic and having a bit of fun. Greg, absolutely wonderful to have you back here. And, well, we've been talking about so much. Performance index, we've been talking about the classes, we've been talking about the game plans, but 27 minutes to go, I don't see any pit stops happening now, as all the drivers seem to have had their final splashes and dashes.
Not planned ones, that's for sure.
No.
They want to try and keep it all together, stay on track, and as I mentioned earlier on, I mean, you guys are going through all the stats there of the index of performance. It's a big factor when it comes to endurance racing, and of course one that everybody would love to win, because it just shows you that you are the most consistent and most the best driver of the day has to go to that particular one. Down in pit lane though, before we get into the closing stages, let's go down to Chloe in pit lane with Franco Di Matteo, maybe with a bit of information as to what's happened with the Mustang.
Well, Franco Di Matteo joins us now. Franco, when you, of course, came in the last time we spoke to you, there were a little bit of issues. Talk to us now as to how Romano is going, how the Mustang is performing.
Look, we found out that a little sort of a rose joint broke off in the thing. It must have been with all the little accidents and bumps that we've had, and I never saw it. But we replaced the shock because it burst the shock as well. So the car was good. When I went out, I just took it easy. I just said, let's take it easy. Let's just finish the race. That's all we need to do. So I took 1 or 2 laps just to make sure that everything wasn't going to fall off or anywhere. And the car was good. So I just said to Romano, it's got a bit of a vibration. I think something's not perfectly in line. But I said, just take it easy. Just go out there and let's just finish this race.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the important thing in terms of finishing the race. But now when you look into, of course, the 3 hours that we've done, so about under 30 minutes left, where you have to wrap it up for all of us, how has it been for you as a team?
Look, it's an experience of a lifetime to come here. You know, Kyalami has always been a special space for any racing driver. I mean, you saw with the Silver Cups, I mean, they say come and race, and there's like 50 guys that are arriving, you know. So it's a special place. I mean, at the end of the day, for us to be here, it's a privilege to be here. So, and it's a Formula One, a Formula One circuit, and that's what it is at the end of the day, you know.
No, 100%. And when you then wrap it up in terms of now the conversation with you and Romano now with the last final minutes, I mean, you talk about, yes, finishing, but what's the conversation? I know Julian is in charge of talking to him, but what are you hearing from him currently as he's driving?
No, we actually leave him alone. The three of us have actually decided if there's a problem, then talk to me, because it's so funny that you'll always talk to somebody when you're in the corner or on a high speed or going down the mine shaft that you've got to really concentrate. Here's this guy talking to you, you know. Then you hear the F words running around and you don't want to do that. So if we got a problem, we'll talk first, or they'll tell you to box. That's the only reason we'll talk to each other. Otherwise, leave him alone. Let him just do his job.
No, absolutely love that, because I know the F-bombs can fly around now and again. Let's go back to commentary.
Hopefully with no F-bombs up here, boy. But that's kind of what happens. At this part of the race, you've got to ensure that the survival rate is the most important factor. It doesn't look like there's any holding back here from Visser, White or Liebenberg in the closing stages, and they're not looking to survive. They're looking to win. And you can see using all the revs, as you picked up there, Stevie, in the interview while we were watching that Motul-sponsored machine, and of course the Adjust for Sleep car that Charles Visser's piloting right now, just giving it everything he can. He's not holding back here. He's not worried about index performance. He's just worried about winning the race and staying out of harm's way. Stuart White potentially still a minute behind, or just under a minute behind him. Anything can still go wrong. We still got about 25 minutes of racing to work with here.
Oh, this is going to be interesting to see how the drivers are going to be able to pull their way through. But it's an interesting factor of having the likes of Nick Adcock, Mark Jensen in the early stages of the race, is saving that little bit of fuel and allowing Charles Visser to do what he does best. Give it horns all the way to the end. They know that he is one of the quicker drivers. They know that he can put in the effort.
So rather go and run the strategy plan of save the fuel, save the tires early on, and that was within the first hour. So a little bit of hindsight or future sight coming into play for the young driver. But that being said, Stuart White has got a big play on their side because they need points. And second is okay, but they don't want to lose too much of it. So this is going to be a big, interesting time for Inter Africa to aim for first place. Because if they get a win here, this means all cards for the Rico Barlow Just for Sleep team has to be Kyalami 9 Hour as a win for the double points. They have to get Swartkorps and they have to get Kyalami. There won't be enough points to play
available.
around.
Yeah, exactly. Points are now an important factor, and of course that's one of the reasons why you're seeing Stewie push as hard as they can. They'll try and negate the issue of having to worry about those points and going with a bit of a buffer into Swartkorps. Swartkorps, I think, is 11 September, if I'm not mistaken. So 11 September, then 29 November, we come back here to Kyalami for the 9 hour. That's a double point race, as you heard there from Steve, and that's a big one, of course. That takes a lot of planning, a lot of tactics, and a lot of strategy that the teams have played. Probably 50 to 20 times more than what you're doing right here today. And of course, being involved with a couple of teams in the past and watching the likes of Team Perfect Circle in their attempt to win the international 9 hour that was here with SRO, there is a huge amount of planning that goes into it. Literally leading up to the race, on the 3 days of racing, throughout the race itself, and of course then bringing in all the weather factors and outside factors that play and have played to some to detriment, some to the advantage of the teams that have been out there today. So yeah, it's a big planning process, but all of that is already starting to put into place, and you've got your statisticians down in the pit lane that are working out all those points, going, okay boys, yeah, first place is good enough, but let's see if we can get that first place back again, because that'll make sure that we don't have to worry about what we need to do at Swartkorps and what we need to do at Kyalami for the 9 hour.
Well, and think about this. Either go back to 2023, 2024, Inter Africa only got ahead by 1 point in the last race of the season. I'm sure 3 years in a row, that's not on the card. They've had 2, they don't want to make it 3.
Exactly. A little bit of a buffer would help out going into that final one, I think. That's exactly what Stuart White is trying to do here. That's why he's pushing as hard as he can. You can see a little bit of work on the wheel there, Stewie. Don't like to see that, buddy. The back end stepping out on that Lambo. Might have been just trying to avoid the slower car there. That's, of course, the Franco car. From Team Red Racing. GSW is their main sponsor. That's Graphic Supply Wheel, doing a superb job. But they've had a great run too. Still running comfortably in that top 5. And they're a Class C car. As I said, a couple of those Super Cup Polos in the past have been top 3 runners. So they definitely got the ability to run endurance races. Those magnificent little Volkswagen Polo Super Cup GTIs that are built down in Uitenhage. And of course, also just picking up on a few things that came through in the day, which was quite lucky to hear. I mean, you heard about all the changes. They've had to change the tyre. And imagine if they didn't have to do the tyre changes on those cars. They've done 2 tyre changes on that car. You think when they come in to fix a back left, they would change both, just to make sure. But they didn't. They stayed out and they had to come in for a second tyre change, and the back right had to be changed as well. So those 2 unscheduled stops have possibly cost them the 58 seconds that they're playing around with there. They could be right in the mix there with Charles.
They were attempting the NASCAR stops where you only swap the left front or the left rear. That's a usual NASCAR stop. You're only swapping out the one.
Yeah, they swapped out the one that had the puncture, but you would think, hang on a second, this is a rear-wheel drive car. You've got a left-hand tyre that's going to be brand new. You've got a right-hand one slightly used. Let's put 2 brand new ones on rather, and then go out and not have to worry about it. Team strategy, as I said, I'm just talking from my point of view. If it was me coming in, I would have said change both, and just taking that a little bit extra time to do both, as opposed to maybe having to take the risk, which is exactly what happened to them. They had to come in for a second stop.
That's it, and this is all game plans. This is hindsight that kick in, and the drivers now having to do what they need to do. Put the hammer down till the very end. The strategists have had their run and saying, okay, this is how hard we need to push. This is the lap times we need to get to. When we get into the final 19 minutes, this is where the team go, it's up to you now to make it happen.
Bring it home. The other factor, of course, I spoke about it with Prince, I spoke about it with you, and I spoke about it with Timber during the day as well, is at this point in the race, what are we looking at, about 17 minutes to go? 17 minutes or so to go? 18 minutes, okay, cool, 18 and a half minutes to go. Now you start to hear things. And the mental game comes in. Hold on a second. Is that a knock in the back left? Is that a gear change that didn't quite go into third that I wanted it to? When I hit the paddle shift, did I get a false neutral? Those things all start to come into play now. So your mental game certainly comes into place. Probably came in about 20 minutes ago, actually, to be honest with you.
That stone that was connected to your shoe that's now in the footwell.
Correct. Yeah. And it's just tinkling around, and you're going, what is that noise? What is that noise? You know what it's like. You've been there. You've experienced it on endurance races, especially on sort of cars that make a lot more noise than these things do. And I mean, you must take into account, this guy's got an earpiece in his one ear. He's got probably a ear plug in the other one to stop the noise of the engine roar. And of course, he's now having to deal with the cockpit ambient noise that's in there too. And all of a sudden, you just hear. You're going, well, hold on a second. I haven't heard that for a while. What is that now? And then you're on the radio. The radio's saying, and the celebrity saying, there's nothing wrong. Just drive the car. It's not always easy to do that.
Well, let's bring in the human element here, and this is where I love leaning into it, because the drivers are experiencing G-forces. They've got 70 kilo brake pedals that they have in these GT3s to bottom them out, 70 kilos, so it's needed. So now you're starting to build up that lactic acid in the muscles, in the arms, in the calves.
Fitness is coming in.
That's it.
Fatigue is coming in.
Mental fatigue now starting to take a bit of strain. The shadows are looking a little bit longer into the corners. You're starting to wear out, and this is generally where we start to see the difference between the drivers. Who's been doing a lot of practice, who's gotten used to it, and knows how to push past the limits, and others that are just now starting, instead of counting down the hours and counting down the minutes, they're starting to focus on the seconds, and the lap starts getting longer and longer and longer.
And every time you come around and you pass Gertie on that start-finish line, you go, hang on a second, I'm sure there's supposed to be a last lap board now.
Yes, that's it.
Where is that last lap board?
You start looking
Please
more and more
left. Please tell Prince to go and cue the last lap board, because it's not coming out now. Here we are, look and see. Here's Charles going across the line. He's looking to the left-hand side and going, not yet. All right, so 16 and a half minutes to go there for Charles Visser. And he's got it's just over a minute. It's literally just over a minute gap on Stuart White. Incredible. He's just crossed the line. Stuart White's down in the S's. So that's actually, that's probably, you know what, a minute sounds like a long time in endurance racing. It can be made up relatively quickly if something goes wrong and they have a safety car of some nature and everything gets concertinaed up. But the big factor there is that's almost half a lap that he's ahead. And if you can't see the car that you're chasing, it makes it even more difficult for you. You know, you catch up a back marker, that's great. But if you look up the road and all of a sudden you see that bright yellow tailpiece of the Nova, then it's just like, oh, hold on a second, there's still a chance here. Let me just reel him in, you know, and put in a couple of extra ones that are going to throw my index out, but I don't care. I'd rather have the win.
Well, that's it. I mean, the likes of the Inter Africa aren't actually in the fight for the Index Championship. They're a little bit further down. They've taken the notice of, listen, we're not in for the Index and Performance. We're going for overall. We're going for A-class. That's our goal plan. That's what we're aiming for. That's what we're going to focus on. But as you said, as soon as you start seeing your competitor just within reach, you're trying to go for it. But in a sprint race term, 15 minutes, you talk about a minute between them. This is like one sitting in August and the other one sitting in December.
Yeah,
that's the only way on our calendar. That is what it is for any race, because now we're in a 15-minute sprint to the end.
And remember, you've got 10 minutes left before you can do your pit stops.
Exactly.
So 10 more minutes of pit stops availability to you, and if you don't do it in that 10 minutes and you arrive in with 5 minutes to go, that's it. Your race is done. You ain't coming out.
No.
Just want to double check with you as well. I didn't ask in the beginning of the day, but it's something that I know that they ran as a standard option rule when I was initially with this championship from the word go. Do they have to take the checkered flag to be classified?
Yes.
And if they don't, then unfortunately it's a DNF for them.
That's it. It's done.
Wow. That's cool. But that's a good thing. I'm a firm believer in that, because sometimes the guys will just coast at the back, do a couple of less laps than what they need to, and then just hope to finish up on the percentage that they've covered.
No, they have to get across the flag. And that's the thing. There's a constant saying, I keep going on. If you see the green, you got to see the checkered. And that goes for sprint racing and enduro.
Yeah.
The moment you see that green, you only stop when that checkered flag is there.
I like to hear that. It's the way it should be. Right, this is Latikon, of course, leading Class B, sitting currently 4th overall. He's had a phenomenal run. I was watching his lap times earlier on, and in fact, it actually looked like he was actually starting to put the hammer down a little bit there. I think Henk had got into like a really good rhythm and was pushing hard. But we're looking at the fact that he's about to be caught by Liebenberg, who's in the Audi behind him. He's going to get a lap down if Liebenberg does catch and pass him, so he'll drop down to 4 laps behind. Not worried about it, because, I mean, he's not really fighting with the Class A cars, but I'm sure both Hein and Henk would have loved a top 3 overall. And unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, because they're about to get their another lap taken back from the Stradale Motorsport team, because they've also been running with I think there's a couple other sponsors on that car there for the Stradale team. I know Sparko helped them out, but the OMP boys and Sparko boys are helping a lot of the teams out here today. But great to see Brad and Ryan Naka sharing that car today. They were certainly a big factor, I think, at the beginning of the race. A lot of people were touting them as potential favourites, but I think what happened with them is they may have needed an extra driver.
Yeah.
And I think when Charles joins them at the 9 hour, they might be another complete factor that gets thrown in there. Because you know what, doing two driver stints with only 2 drivers, or 3 driver or 4 driver stints with only 2 drivers, you don't necessarily get enough time to recover. So having that third driver gives you that little bit extra time, a little bit of time to regenerate, to refuel your body, refuel your mind, and then get back on track.
Enough to have a chocolate milkshake and then get ready.
At least that, eh? At
That's
least.
it.
Now, I'd go with strawberry, but if you're going chocolate, I'm not a worries.
Listen,
I'm a strawberry milkshake man myself, but I'm happy. Any milkshake would go down well right now, I've got to tell you.
I know a friend that puts ice.
Prince.
I know a friend that puts ice in his milkshake, and honestly, I think I've barred him at this point.
No. That's not a bad plan, eh? It depends on where you get it from. If you got a good milkshake shop, you don't have to worry. And the best milkshake shop in the world actually is in East London. If you go down to the East London Grand Prix circuit, do yourselves a favour, go past the Friesen milkshake shop. That's the best milkshake shop in the world. Freshly made, homemade, out of the back of the cafe, and you will not get a better milkshake in the world, I can tell you that right now. This is quite cool to see. The 2 Super Cup polos coming up on each other. Carini's team have had an absolute nightmare out there, but Rodriguez has got himself up and he's into classification now on the same lap as Jackson, and on the next lap he's going to unlap himself and will be into the standings. So he's got ahead of Jackson and Ellerine, who unfortunately had an issue there with the Porsche, as you heard. How hectic do you have to have that? I mean, the front right shock brakes, and you come in and you think, okay, well, I can make a plan around that, and then the left back shock brakes. And they didn't have the option that, I think, who said it earlier on? I think it was Samlin Racing that said, no, we went to go and get a spare part for a Lamborghini in Boxburg.
Yes.
I think that's what they said.
Yes. No, that was it.
I don't know where the Lamborghini dealership in Boxburg is, but I'm definitely going to make a pass by there.
It's missing a shock. Yeah. That being said, I've got to say, this little car has been keeping consistent the whole way around. They've been constantly focusing on the lap times, and also is one of the contenders for the performance index here today.
Oh, must be.
They are.
I tell you, when you look at David and Roberto when they're in their normal championship livery, Roberto, of course, has moved across to Polo Cup, where Dave has stayed in the Super Cup class. They are very consistent in terms of their lap times and can run consistently within lap times that they set themselves. So when you're in an endurance race, although David is quicker, you'll put him into the car to qualify. But when you want to run an endurance index of performance endurance championship, you're going to say to Dave, right, I need, what are they doing?
Well,
what are they doing at the moment? Just having a look at their
they're sitting a 2 minute.
Okay, so
2 minute 28.
And their best lap has been
2:07.
2:07. You can't be 2:07.
It is 2:07.3.
No, that's Rodriguez. Franco's further up. It's a 1:55.
Yes.
Okay, so let's say I need 1:58s. That's what we're looking at, 1:58. That'll give Roberto a chance to do better lap times than what he normally does, and David a chance to do his normal lap times, but slightly slower.
A little bit of
little
a
squirrely there from Charlie, eh?
Late on the brakes, down the gears a bit quickly, and
did he see Brad and go, hang on a second, I can have a go at Brad here? He's hunting him.
That's it.
That's quite cool to see.
You know when the 50-meter board suddenly disappears off the left-hand side, a bit quicker than planned?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay.
Not into the bowl. If you saw pictures of my mini into the bowl, you'll never think I was late on the brakes at all into the bowl. It looked like I was drifting into the bowl. I had that thing lit.
Well, we got 9 minutes and 34 seconds left of this race. There goes the Northern Nova. And there's the speed difference between an Audi R8 GT4 that uses a V10, might I add.
Yes, exactly.
Versus a Ford Coyote 5-litre V8 going and going past.
And look at who's behind the wheel of this car right now. Ricky Giannacaro is not a slow driver.
No.
This man can pedal a race car. And as a seasoned campaigner in both endurance and sprint racing, has spent a lot of time in various formats. Started his racing career in BMWs and has gone to almost every single supercar you can purchase in this country. He's had one of them, and then changed it up for another one, and then changed it up for another one, and then decided that I'll go with this one. So I'm looking forward to the team up of the brothers and the G&H team, of course, at the 9 hour as they come together to fight for that one. And that's great driving, just allowing the Class B car through there, realizing that he's not involved in the battle. Although he is a Class B competitor, he is so far down on Leiterchan, he's not going to get in the way, and just gives him room to play. That's also a good idea to do right now, because you do not want to chance getting in somebody's way and spoiling their day, or possibly being caught out and giving a drive-through for ungentlemanly behaviour. Black and orange flag, I think it is.
Black and white.
Black and white. Right? That's the
Black and orange means that you've got a problem.
Got a problem.
That's the meatball flag. You never want to see the meatball flag.
There we go. There's Rix at the wheel. New helmet delivery on that one as well. I think Tony's done some work on that car and on that helmet, because, man, that's a really nice little bit of helmet livery that they've got on there. He wraps his helmet about 1,700 times a year. Every time he climbs in a race car, he's got a new helmet wrap.
That's it.
It's nice having a wrap sponsor, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely incredible, and it's fantastic to see this car out. But if we go back to the first hour, it had a stud failure. It was the reason for our only safety car during this 4 hour. But he's still circulating, still going, and that means they are able to score points.
So Rico Barlow coming up on the back end of Brad Liebenberg. That'll be first place, about to put another lap into the third place car. If Charles decides to go around, Brad, there's a very good possibility that would be ego right there, as opposed to racecraft. He would love to have another lap put in on Brad Liebenberg, but with 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go, it's going into close to the window period of the final pit lane. If you need to do it, now's the time. If not, stay out there and take the risk.
Well, this is it. It's now you take the deep breath. Now it's time to go, because as they get to the bottom, it's just going to be over 6 minutes, which means I'll have a minute and a bit to get into the pits and out the pits. There's no chance. When we hit the 5 minute mark, pit lane is
shut.
It's lava. Don't touch it.
Yeah. Do not go into pit lane no matter what. Just ask Marcel Angel. He'll tell you all about that down in Cape Town. Went in with 6 minutes to go, and they would not let him out. And he was like, what's the problem? He said, 5 minutes is the limit. There you go. Liebenberg puts a lap in.
Into Africa, had that, and it cost them the championship last year.
That's right.
So this is the thing. You've got to be so careful about it. 1 minute and 30 seconds was left, and now it is game on till the very end. This is where all the teams take a deep breath. They go on the radios and say, right, it's on you, and radio silence falls.
Pit lane is lava. Do not enter pit lane right from this point on.
Yeah, this is where radio silence is over the, and you just listen to the engines. This is the most tense part of the race, because you don't want anything to go on. You've got to focus on it. And so far throughout the series, from round 1 all the way through to round 3 at Kyalami, the final 5 minutes has been turned on its head, that no one knew who was going to come first, second, or third.
Pretty much.
This has been the most stable we've seen as we got into the last 5 minutes over the course of 4 rounds.
Stable still with a minute after 4 hours is not bad. So just under a minute there between the top two. And that also just shows you that it's been a pretty epic fight for what is going to be the win here of the 4 hour at Kyalami. Fantastic to have it back at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit again. And of course we do come back here, as I said, on the 29th of November for the 9 hour, which of course is, as Stevie said, a double point scoring round. And that could also change up a whole bunch of scenarios too. Hopefully with a big field. I think there's a potential that a lot of guys that didn't race today have kept that budget in order to race the 9 hour. They'd prefer to be at the big one as opposed to the slightly smaller one. We would love to have them all here, of course, but I think that 9 hour is going to be the one where we're going to have a big field of cars, and there's going to be a lot of work to do for the team here today that we've already done on the live stream.
Well, 5 minutes has come and gone. Pit lane is now lava. Don't touch it. Don't think about it. Not even go near it. The communications would fall silent, and with 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go, 50 points on the line to Charles Visser, Nick Adcock, and Michael Jensen is crucial. This is going to move Nick Adcock third in the Class A Drivers' Championship by just finishing in first. They got a minute and 2 ahead of Stewie White and the likes of Lataka. It does bring Nick closer to fighting for that chance of that competition. And now let's see how it's all going to play out. This is the most stressful part, and Nick has just got to put all his faith right into Charles Visser to make it happen.
Yeah, not a bad man to put your faith in. 2023 Polo Cup champion. I think it's about 9 or 10 South African karting championships in his bag. He's done a couple of Western Province saloon car championships. He's been on international duties with various GT3 and GT4 teams in Italy and Europe. And of course has got his own little Porsche that he runs in the sports and GT class down in Cape Town as well. So certainly a man who knows what to do behind the wheel of a race car. He loves being behind the wheel of this particular race car. That's for sure. You can see just by the intent he's shown as he came out of pit lane for the first time, and just lit that car up and said, "Right now, let me just show you what I can do in this car, Mr. Adcock. Thanks for putting your faith in me, and let's see if I can bring this one to the end at the front end of the race." And that's exactly what he's doing now. With 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, we've got Stewie White at the wheel, arguably one of the most, I would say, seasoned campaigners in this category. At one point in time, in the initial stages of the South African Endurance Race Championship, before it changed management, Stewie White partnered up with Craig, and in that LMP2 Janetta had the outright lap record at every single circuit that the Endurance Championship went to. He broke the outright lap record at every single track. So certainly a man who knows what to do in endurance racing is Stuart White. Just hasn't quite worked out for him due to the fact that they had to come in for a double tyre change there. One from a puncture, one from maybe just an unbalanced car there with a new and older rubber on the back end of that Lamborghini.
Well, something to talk about is the likes of Charles Visser. He came out and has beaten his own record 5 times in his stint. I mean, that is impressive to think about. 5 times you've beaten your record as the track was getting cooler, as your tyres are starting to fall off, and he's done it. Make it 4 times, so going and beating out 140.4.
There you go. Let's do that again.
At the beginning of this race, a 140.981 was the lap record.
Yep.
He's beaten it yet again with a 140.461, and he's pushing as hard as he can. Going back to the Kyalami, the 9 hours of Kyalami last year, this circuit went and broke them by going and costing them the win due to a technical relegation. So now,
one thing I want to say to you is, you just mentioned the fact we've got 1 minute and 43 seconds to go as they cross the line there. That's Stuart White in the Lambo heading down towards Crowthorne. You were chatting about Charles Visser going faster. How is he going faster at this time of the day with no track temperature and worn tyres? You know what I'm saying?
I would like to tell you I know, but I most certainly don't. When you've got a pro driver that can beat the lap record 6 times,
he's mind-blowing.
He's proving a point now.
Exactly.
This is now, I know I've got the win, but now I'm going to really put salt into it.
Potentially the start of the last lap here as well.
And he did it again. 140.12. If he goes harder, it's going to be a 140.
Can we get a 139? A 139 would be unbelievable if we can get this one. That is for sure.
And he would beat. He's currently beaten Jonathan Thomas's time.
Yes, exactly.
So if he can get into a lap record, if he can get a 143, that's it. That means this car on screen will be the fastest car that set a lap record around Kyalami.
No, exactly. Well, in race trim.
In race trim,
yeah.
But that's the only way that you're able to get a lap
For
record.
Sure.
So
there is the unofficial one and there's the official one. This will be the official outright lap record going to Charles Visser if he stays where he is right now. A 140.120 is good enough. That is for sure. But I'm thinking there's a possibility of maybe a 140 flat here on this last lap, because I think this will be the last lap. We're down to 24 seconds to go. And will we get checkered flag on standby, or do they do one additional lap
checkered
after
flag
the
comes
4 hour
out
comes out?
on the hour? So
or the hour's going to come up as he gets towards Crocodiles.
Yeah,
so he's timed this to perfection in terms of the finish as well. Does not have to do an additional lap. And that additional lap sometimes can also be a costly thing.
Maybe.
So they're probably on the radio team saying, listen, calm down. He's going, no, I'm going for the record here, baby.
I'm going to hit that 39 just to really stick it to people.
A 39 on the last lap of a 4-hour endurance race on worn Dunlop rubber, cold track conditions, cool ambient temperature. Charles Visser, well, that's kind of exactly what he does. You can see even on the sideline, the couple of fans that are stuck around here that are going to see it right to the end. The Batmobile is about to come to the line. Charles Visser is behind the wheel. Are we going to see a checkered flag on the left-hand side of the screen? I think we possibly may do. We do.
It is.
There it is. Charles Visser takes the win. And what an incredible win there. He's an ecstatic man in the cockpit there. You can see it. What did he do?
He did a 142. He slowed
up. They
up.
told him, just chill, we got this.
But he's finally taken that gremlin off his back that's been sitting for nearly a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Kyalami has gone on his hand, and you can immediately, gloves up, saying, it was on. The gloves are on. I know everyone's been ribbing me the whole weekend. They on.
By the way, I did put my gloves on. Yeah. All right, Stewie heading up towards Leo Kopp. He's in second place. He's still got to come down there. Of course, Liebenberg has crossed the line. He was just behind that car. We saw that lap being taken back in the closing stages by Charles Visser over Brad Liebenberg for third. So there's some celebrations for the team. They're going to be ecstatic about it. Michael Jensen, Rico Barlow, and of course Nick Adcock. Well done to the team there. Amazing effort. Great effort as well from Inter Africa and to Zolile Letlaka, Axel Jeffries and Shuey White. Shuey just unfortunately with those 2 tyre issues, that was the costly factor that turned around a chance of a win into a second place for him. But as you said, there's going to be a little bit of a turnaround in that overall championship as well. Yeah. So it's a good effort there from Inter Africa Mining. What a good effort there from, that's not the Rambo, is it the Rambo? I don't know which one that one is.
It's a Rambo.
Is that the Rambo Lambo? Is that the Rambo Lambo or is it the other one?
No, this is Rambo Lambo.
Okay.
No, this is Maverick.
Oh, this is Maverick. Yeah,
this is Maverick.
I know there's the 2 cars.
So
Maverick comes through for the second spot.
That's 45 points.
He feels the need for speed. He didn't quite have it there, but nothing wrong with that one.
45 points scored for the championship for both drivers. Axel Jeffries is also scoring
132 laps in 4 hours is not a bad effort around this track as well. Shuey White comes through on the same lap as well. 130 for Liebenberg, 127 for Hein Lartigan, who takes Class B's win. Well done to them in the Porsche. Then it's Roberto Franco who comes through with his son, I beg your pardon, David. And Davide and Roberto taking Class C honours in 5th place overall on 103 laps completed. Ricky Jonacaro does 98 laps, along with his team of Gianni Jonacaro and Ant Blunden. They will finish up in 6th place, taking 2nd in Class B. Romano Sartori, Franco D'Amato, and Julian Familiaris 3rd in Class B in the Mustang. That's an awesome effort there from them to fix that car and get it back on track. We did say, and actually Temba was saying to me when we were commentating together that if anybody can fix a car in time, it'll be Franco. So there you have it. Driver P1, it's number 15 is the car. And they're waiting for him to come down. Oh, that's great to see. And there we go. EXO going across first. Want to congratulate them there from their rival team. And high fives all around for the team as well. Making their way around into the pit lane. That's the way we do it, eh, Stevie?
And that's it. P1, not only is that well done, but Charles Visser got the monkey off his back now and is the official 140.120 lap record holder for the South African Endurance Series. The Norma Nova NP02, run by Rico Barlow and Adjust for Sleep, have yet again set the record here at Kyalami and has set the bar. Charles Visser has beaten his times 6 times in one stint.
Yeah, well done there to Charles Visser. Amazing effort there from him. There you can see Brad Liebenberg at the Park for May as well as they come down now. There is the 15 car that will go into the number 1 spot. And there you can see how happy the team are. Particularly Nick Adcock, you can see the big smile on his face. He's exceptionally happy. There's Jensen on the left-hand side as well. And well done there. Even Mr. V's there too. Big Daddy Visser. First man to slap the car and say, well done, my boy. That's an amazing effort. And it is. It's a fantastic effort. Great to see the karting rivalry, as I mentioned to you earlier on there, between Charles and Stewie. And then coming in, there's Maverick. Stewie White about to climb out of that one. You can see maybe not as happy faces there, but they're still happy with the podium and a nice overall podium there for the Inter Africa team. And that is a great shot there of Nick Adcock telling his youngster that is exactly what he wanted. There's Jensen joining them, the 3 teammates there. Definitely the class of the field in the end and finishing up about just over a minute ahead there. Another man on the right-hand side that's probably been assisting on the outside of things there is Mr. Piazza Musso. You can see there doing a lot of work behind the scenes to ensure that his driver is doing everything right in the cars. There are your top 3 from the 4-hour endurance series here at Kyalami. What an amazing day's racing we've had. It has been top-class action all the way through, including the sprint races earlier on. We had an early start, but we've had a fantastic finish, and we're right on time in terms of the finish there. So well done to the race control. Shout out to all the marshals out there as well and to our medical team. Didn't really need to bring in the medical team today. That's a good day's racing if we don't have to bring them in. Although we did have a few crashes. They were out there, but they weren't really required to do anything majors with our sprint races earlier on. And, of course, well done to all the teams that have participated not only in the Endurance Championship, the Hour Sprint, the Sports and GTs, the Silver Cup, and, of course, the MRSSA Superbikes that were out on track as part of the day's proceeding here at Kyalami. Right, let's get down to Chloe. She's standing by with possibly, is that 3rd place? Brad Liebenberg. And let's go down to Chloe.
Well, from, of course, new partnership, Ryan Nyker, Bradley Liebenberg, a podium, third place. We'll start with you, Bradley. How was that stint?
Long. It got difficult in the beginning. Obviously, we tried to keep Ryan out as long as possible with the rain in the air. And then, last minute, we were going to strap on wets. Last minute, we decided, no, let's go slicks.
Yeah.
Outlap was very hairy. Just managed it for the first 3, 4, 5 laps. And then, just slowly got into the rhythm. Unfortunately, after the first stop with Ra, we had a starter motor failure. And, every time we had to start the car, we had to push start it, which resulted in us getting pit lane. We had to do a drive-through every time we had to stop. So, we're trying to minimize that. And, the one advantage that we had of obviously having 2 drivers is 1 stop less. But, it kind of went out the window with the starter motor failure. Is what it is. But, nonetheless, podium. As I said before the race, I think if everything went to plan, that was the best we could have done. True. And, we brought it home. Well done to Rai. Nice to see him back in a car. He did a mega first stint there. So, really proud of him. Let's move to the next one.
100%. And Ryan, when I spoke to Bradley at the grid walk, he spoke about how, you're on the R8 and he's really loving the partnership because you guys have driven together. How is that for you?
No, it's been really good. We made a couple good insights with the tyres in qualifying and also a last minute change without any warm up. So we were just thrown into deep water, but the team made a fantastic job to get the car in a better position than yesterday in quali, and we understood the tyres better, and I made a really good job. And I just minimized the risk and pushed when I felt it was necessary, and then the end got a bit dodgy with the rain, but we just did the best we could, and it's just completely not our luck in terms of the starter motor failure. It was a completely random issue, and we lost so much time. So the fact the team kept on pushing and we got the result, really happy with it, but we know there's so much more we could do. So next race, I'm sure we can win it.
How was your battle with, of course, the Nova? Michael was talking to us about it.
No, it was good. We were both very respectful, but it was fun having a car to chase, and even with EXO at the start, it was really exciting on my part, so really nice,
It definitely was. They made sure, Stradali, to bring all the entertainment. It's really great to see them on the podium. Let's go back to commentary. Well done.
Thank you.
Harry.
Hamilton 2007. Where do you want them?
And that is the feeling of glory at what is the most prestigious racing circuit here at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. Most prestigious racing circuit here on African soil, of course. And Chloe standing by to hear what second place finishers Inter Africa Racing have to say about their day of racing here at round 4.
Well, as you put it, Prince, we've got Inter Africa in second place. We spoke about it in terms of your stint and preparation. How was your stint for you?
Yeah, I think the pace was good, but obviously disappointed with the punches. We're not 100% sure what caused it. It's a new problem for us, but we'll see what happened. We'll investigate it and then go from there. But well done to the team. I think we were really strong the weekend, and especially EXO had a strong weekend. So we're very happy, and if the boss is happy, everyone is happy. So that's the main thing for the weekend. Thanks to Axel for coming, the 2 engineers, Toby and Luciano, and as well to Gerald and the whole Inter Africa team. It's countless hours are going behind the scenes, and we'll definitely be back stronger.
Where's the after party?
I don't think we'll big after party this time. We'll hopefully save it for later the year.
Alrighty, and then Axel, we spoke about the camaraderie and the sportsmanship. Talk to us about that and just wrap up your race weekend for yourself.
Overall it's great. We've got a podium. Sometimes in racing it goes your way, sometimes not. The Nova team obviously did a great job. But at Inter Africa Racing, as Stuart said, everyone's worked quite hard to put everything together. We're constantly seeing improvement every single race. EXO's being a boss everywhere in Europe. He's just moving forward. So I think we're overall happy. It's racing.
And then we heard also, man, some of the teams talking about how slippery it was. Did you experience the same thing?
Yeah, we had a little bit of a shower during my stint, but it made it actually a bit interesting. We were able to make the right call on strategy, and it actually helped us. I think we were able to put a 30-second gap to P2, so the rain helped us. We wouldn't have minded if it rained the last 10 minutes.
The one team that wouldn't mind the rain. Congratulations, XL. XO, I mean, you had an incredible weekend, ups and downs, but I mean, you spoke about how emotional race 3 was for you. Are you still on the high? And congratulations on your podium.
Yeah, well, honestly, I'm quite happy with the weekend. Happy with the results we got in those 3 races. And we then focused on this race, and I must tell you, I'm happy with second place. It's never easy to beat the Nova here, and we always come here saying and knowing that we're going to have to put up a big fight. And some days you win, some days second place is still good enough. I mean, we're still top of the championship, and we'll take the points and we'll take it to Swarkovs. Let's see. Let's go to Swarkovs. Let's see.
I mean, you speak about the Nova, and one thing that is certain between you, Nick Adcock, is, I mean, celebrating each other. We saw you guys at the grid walk saying all the best, and then at the end of it all, it's congratulating each other. Talk to us about the relationship with them as well.
You know what? These guys have been awesome, and I have so much respect for that team. They've always showed up. They've always supported the endurance racing here, and there's always been very good relations between us. This sport, it's about being good to each other and building together. They've been absolutely that to us, And honestly, I want to thank the team. I want to thank all the guys that came through and raced this weekend. I mean, the guys from Stradale that came third, big congratulations to them. And so we all are a big happy family here. Yes, we race hard, but we are just one big happy family. Yeah.
And then lastly, before we let you go, it would be a sin not to find out from a boss, of course, in terms of the fans that have showed up as well. It's really been a good crowd this weekend.
It has been an amazing turnout, and we are very thankful to the people that made it here. And I've always said we need to introduce motorsport to everybody. We need to make sure that we integrate this sport and bring the people that are still outside the sport into the sport. And it proved it this weekend. I mean, the SAES team led by Liema and Mihlali and Candice and all those guys, they've done an amazing job. Cindy and all those guys, they've done an amazing job to put up this show and do the work they've done to make sure that, and thanks to you guys too, the media, thanks to you guys, I mean, it's important that we take the message of hope and the message of there would not be motorsport without the people. We need to fill up this place. We need to take the sport to the people. We have to.
We definitely have to, and that is, of course, Into Africa in second place. Let's go back to commentary.
Yeah, there you go. It takes a village to raise the child that is the SAES. And it has been an incredible couple of years to see the growth and progress of the series, the level of professionalism that has spread across the grid with all the teams, and the strides that we continue to take are absolutely something to behold. It's more than just a celebration of first, second, and third. I think the entire motorsport community that we have going here can be proud of the level that we've come to in such a short period of time.
Well, that's it. And honestly, we've seen just the level of talent across the board, from photography to drivers to influencers out there in the pits. Been many of the teams actually stepping up in terms of their social media as well to go and show more that, hey, listen, we're in for a race, we're in for a bit of fun. But that being said, I could see Chloe's getting ready with the Nova, the Rico Barlow Adjust for Sleep, and also breaking the lap record, a 140.120 for Charles Visser. 6 times in his single stint. Over to Chloe.
Well, as you know it, we've got our winners now. Rico Barlow Racing, Nick Adcock, pole position, and converting that to a victory. Talk to us about that stint.
One of those really special, rare days. Pole position, fastest lap,
lap record, and the win. So we are more than happy. It's a credit to everyone on the team. You know, it's not an effort of just the drivers. There's so much work goes on behind the scenes with Rico Bala Racing. This car is meticulously prepared. It's run like a Swiss watch all day, and we've just had a dream day. But I must say, all the heavy lifting has gone to this young man here, who we've been racing together a few times now, and today it was definitely a coming of age. To set that lap record on the last lap, or the penultimate lap, was incredible. And he's been so professional, so clean, never put the car at risk. Fast, safe, just what you want from a young silver driver. So he did very, very well. So and we've again stiff competition from Into Africa.
Yeah.
It was nip and tuck. They had a bit of misfortune with their punches, but that's ebb and flow in this championship. So it's great to be racing so tight. But today we've had the win, so we're very, very happy. Thank you.
Talk to us about, man, your rivalry and the sportsmanship between you and Into Africa. We're talking about EXO, and I was just congratulating you guys in terms of how professional you are and how well you run the team.
Well, we're all being forced to lift our game. You know, Into Africa, Rico Bala Racing, we all keep having to get more professional, which is a great thing. But there's such a great vibe in this paddock. It's rivalry, but we'll congratulate them when they win. They congratulate us. It's a lovely way to go racing. I mean, I've been doing this for 26 years. Still keeps me young. I absolutely love it, particularly on days like this.
It definitely is special. We'll come to the young man who's come of age, Charles Visser. What a way to make your comeback here after it didn't go too well in Kyalami in November. And we're talking to Claudio, he's like, I think we've had to stitch in his gloves into his hands. Talk to us about that.
I'm going to be honest. I wanted to joke with you guys in the in-car camera as I go over the line, go like this. But I could remember. I can literally visualize my team members be like staring through the screen and be like, "Are you serious?" Yeah. So I kind of just left it. But definitely it's been a great weekend so far. I mean, definitely the team has developed the car super nicely over the time period. It was a misfortune we had in Port Elizabeth, with me crashing into Stewart. But we came back stronger. We sorted out the car, and especially touching on in November, Kyalami 9 hour last year didn't go away and stuff like that. It feels good, to finally, redeem myself in a way that I, messed it up and stuff like that. So I'm grateful that I could get back to the team and, redeem myself and stuff. So overall, I'm happy chappy, and I'm happy how the day went. Everything went faultless, and like you said earlier, stiff competition from Into Africa. I mean, we were playing cat and mouse the whole time. So couldn't ask for a better day, to be honest.
I mean, Nick says you're coming of age. How are you celebrating today?
Yeah, I can't actually say here because, I'm having a Heineken Zero. Don't drink and drive, guys. That's all I'm saying.
That is, of course, wise words there from Charles Michael Jensen. We spoke earlier on. I mean, the team has really brought it up. A big congratulations. How are you feeling to having, of course, started and making sure that you also put in the results for the team?
No, it was a brilliant day, and I think the team did very well when Nick was in the car and the rain came. We decided to stay out in the slicks, and it was a close call. Should we pit him and put him on wets, or keep him out, go a bit slower? And at the end of the day, it was the right call to keep him out. It was a tricky situation for Nick. He did a stellar stint out there, and then, as Nick already said, Charles brought it home. Lap record. You can't ask for more. It's been a beautiful day here.
It definitely has. And then, I'll ask Visser as to how he's celebrating. That's one way from a man coming of age. You've come of age many years ago. How are you planning to celebrate?
We'll have a glass of wine tonight. You don't get these wins very often.
Yeah.
So we're going to enjoy it.
Well, they definitely are going to enjoy it. A big congratulations to Rico Bala Racing, who've managed to convert that pole to a victory and making sure that they also get, of course, the new lap record. Second place we had Into Africa, and then third it was Stradali. So a big congratulations to our podium and everybody else that managed to finish. Let's get back to commentary. Congratulations!
Wow. Now, what a scene to be set. It's going to be a difficult standard, I reckon, to match and possibly surpass as time goes by. I mean, each and every time we come here, it improves. And you can see just how jovial the scene is here with Rico Bala Racing. The amount of work that goes into getting a win like that, of that magnitude amongst the competition that you have, certainly isn't easy. And remaining consistent at doing so is possibly an even bigger challenge than winning itself. So an absolute congratulations go out to all the teams that competed today. It's been an entire day, an entire weekend of racing, which started quite early on. Started properly racing yesterday on Friday and continued into sunset today. And it's been an absolute pleasure thus far, Steve.
Oh, it's been surprises the whole weekend. I'm surprised you're so calm. I mean, if you think about it, we have literally blow for blow surprises coming through, drivers having to really push as hard as they can, cars coming out of nowhere. We've had cars that break down, that shouldn't be around, that are around. You've got drivers that are giving it absolutely all. I mean, this weekend itself has literally come unglued, and everyone having to push as hard as they can to make it happen. And think about this, 6 laps in a row, Charles Visser managed to go and beat his lap record. Go back to Aldo Scribanti, where the nose got broken on the car, where there was a concern of, oh man, has he lost that little bit of an edge? Yeah. And now it all changes. Come back to Kyalami, it all goes and gets sorted out. He's able to push harder. The championship points come in. Nick now moves up into 3rd in the championship. Into Africa has a little bit more leg room for their championship. Heading into SWAT Corps. I mean, this is going to be wild, and we're coming down to the closing stages of it. And honestly, I'm waiting. I'm chomping at the bits. When is the next one? When are we going to go? I mean, there is so much to unpack from this weekend, and it doesn't end now. It's going to take roughly about 2 weeks of just working out points and seeing the strategies and how people are going to work out with this. I mean, this is going to be awesome. But it is so hard to recap what we have just witnessed throughout this race, because it's been an incredible one, from a single safety car that's been come out, for a car that went and stopped at the top of Leeuwkop, that went and had a bit of a failure. That was the G&H Transport a little bit early on. But I've got to say, just the tenacity of drivers going through and through has been incredible. Teams as well, going and chatting to them, saying, listen, we've got to see these cars through to the end. And seeing many of the teams actually going and intermingling with one another. I saw Harry Rangis walking into the Africa pit. I mean, not often that you get to see that. Last time we saw in Kyalami, there was 2 opposite sides of the pits. There was the Stradali team and there was Inter Africa. This time around, completely different.
100%. Speaking of teams completing the race, Corridus Racing. I am so pleased, so pleased to see them see the checkered flag all the way through with the 4 hours. Not a single niggle, if I'm not mistaken, for them this weekend. Of course, it is an endurance race. A few knocks do come your way here and there, but the fact that they came home to collect that checkered flag, I think, is an incredible achievement, and hats off to that Class C competitor. The 111 VW has been through a lot of challenges over the rounds that we've seen come and go, and this must be something worth celebrating for the Mozambican-based team.
No, you've also got to talk about Graphics Supply World. They have been keeping up the pace. Now, I think is one of the top contenders for today's index and performance. I've got a funny feeling they might have taken it. They've been keeping an eye on it. But that being said, we've got a couple of shots on the endurance, just as a little bit of a recap to express some of the moments that we had, because there was so much to unpack in 4 hours of racing, and where we thought, okay, there's a lot of opening up. Well, this time, not so much. And this is actually going back to the start of the race, where we did have our Proton going and leading out the field as everyone got ready to go racing. And after the restart, it was an absolute charge through for many of the quick teams, like the Stradali, that are having a good fight, where they had the likes of Ryan Nijker and Brad Limburg in the Audi R8 getting chased down by Charles Rangis, fighting off the 1 hour dash of Damien Hammond, who is now going and scoring points for the 1 hour dash and will be leading it ahead of Andrew Horn on the running through. So this is always an interesting one, because we had so many races. Anthony Marks, unfortunately, having a bit of a problem. This immediately made him dive into the pits and get sorted out. And there wasn't much time left on the board.
No, not at all. And Charles Rangis did a good job of clearing the initial challenge that came from the early traffic during the early phase of the race, making sure that he gets those points on the board. But Damien Hammond, of course, knowing that he has the potential to lead the championship, had to make sure that he makes his presence felt by Rangis, and ultimately finishing in that second place would allow for him to take that championship lead and secure it ahead of Mr. Horn. And Andrew, of course, great to see him having come onto the circuit with some assistance from that car we see over over there. Franco Di Matteo in that Ford Mustang RC, which has been a revelation since the joining of the circuit. Its unique, the championship, I beg your pardon, with its unique sound, its unique gear change. It's an absolute different beast altogether, and such is the nature of the SAS. It brings together incredible equipment and a different and vast array of talent to marshal that same equipment. And we had, of course, this was encroaching on the changing conditions, where it was close to being a combination of damp and wet to different parts of the circuit. We'd already seen that cloud coming over and passing the Santon area just across from where we are on the circuit here in Midrand, and that's where Nick Adcock lost the rear of the circuit suddenly at of the car, beg your pardon, suddenly at Crowthorne, and that changed the shape of the race, because at that point we were wondering, okay, why is Nick Adcock limping? Because Inter Africa Racing are now taking the lead, and they're pretty much walking away with this. It did not make sense at that point why, for example, again, Nick Adcock stayed on slicks, Rico Barlow Racing staying on the slick tire, and Inter Africa at that point getting onto the wet. So I was like, okay, what kind of decision making is this? But look at the result. At the end of the day, they came home and took the top spot on the podium. It was them waiting for the race and the conditions to come to them. Eventually the drive would come, was the approach, and now in hindsight we understand it was completely calculated, and Charles Fissel, of course, would come in and bring it home in emphatic fashion, and like you said, breaking his own personal record 6 times consecutively. That's an incredible talent, which born and bred here, right here in South Africa, has gone on overseas to express that very talent and show what he has to do in the Winter Series overseas. Of course, he races Porsches there amongst the most talented Europeans and racing drivers in the world, and he struts his stuff there. He's gotten a couple of podiums upon his debut season there, and now he's coming to show exactly how it pays off to be a locally bred racing driver competing against the best locals and going overseas and bringing home the silverware right here.
Absolutely incredible. And that being said, this isn't the series over and done with as yet. We've got a month to just take a breather before we move on into September and we race at Zwartkops. And it's going to be for 50 points. And then end of the year, 100 points on the line. The 9 hours of Kyalami is going to be the big one that everyone's going to keep an eye out for. Everyone's going to be aiming for. And I've got to say, I am super interested to see how that's going to work out. Because at the moment, Inter Africa has just got a little bit of a headroom ahead of them. More than what they had going into the second last round in 2024. Are they going to be able to carry that momentum into Zwartkops and to be able to have a little bit more headroom into Kyalami? Or are we going to have 3 years in a row where a single point separated the teams?
It remains to be seen, and this is funny because we're having these conversations at this point last year in the exact same manner. So we'll see if history repeats itself. While history certainly has been rewritten across the weekend of this racing, the racing that we've seen here with SAS Round 4 at 4 hours of Kyalami has been spectacular. We thank all the fans who came out to join us in person, our virtual grandstands, as Stephen Koenig likes to call. Thank you all for joining us and engaging with us on social media. It's been an absolute pleasure to see you here, and we're going to see you at the next round, round 5, going into Zwartkops. Thank you all so much.